Hello, people. Where's my thingy? Hey, Lena. Happy Friday. What's up? What's up? Happy Friday. I was so tired yesterday. I've been so tired, you guys. It's not easy. It's not easy. Streaming with the baby. Extremely difficult. hmm There is so much to talk about. But if you guys don't know this, like the Supreme Court today, oh, it's a lot to talk about. The Supreme Court today heard arguments about whether or not TikTok should be banned in the US, right? Um, because I guess Biden, Kamala Harris, okay, the administration, Hakeem Jeffries, okay, Democrats in the House and the Senate felt as though TikTok poses a national security threat, right? So they took it, hey, Quee, so they took it all the way to the Supreme Court. And I guess today is the first day of hearing the arguments as to whether or not TikTok should be banned in the U.S. Right? Me, honestly, the way that I feel, honestly, so I'm listening to another live. The way that I feel, honestly, I think they should just go ahead and ban TikTok. I think they should just go ahead and ban TikTok. I think also the CEO of TikTok, he already said, Maverick, the CEO of TikTok already said that he's not going to sell TikTok. Okay. He said he's not selling TikTok. I don't think he should also sell TikTok. Hey Janet, I don't think he should sell TikTok because, hey Destiny, I think ultimately what these companies want, whether it's Meta, any other American like social media platform, and also, what's it called? Anti-Defamation League, which is a pro-Zionist organization that just tries to take down anybody that has anything favorable to say about Palestinians, the cause of the Palestinians, and also if you say anything slightly mean, or if you're not kissing the butt of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Anti-Defamation League, they'll come after you, label you all kinds of what's it called, anti-Semite. It's just so funny when they talk about, oh, you're being an anti-Semite, as if Palestinians are also not Semites, right? As if people in the Jordan are also not Semite, as if certain people of Ethiopia are also not Semite, as if certain people from Eritrea are also not Semites, right? It's funny how today to be a Semite means that you have white skin and you claim to be from Israel, whatever, right? No, being Semite means that you come from a particular region in the Middle East, right? Or close to that, like northern parts of Africa. Therefore, you are a Semite. But Palestinians are also Semites, right? You understand? But there's like this racism that is going on over here, which is very, very bizarre. Okay, it is very, very bizarre, which is why you realize that at the root cause of it, many of these people are truly Europeans. Okay, they are truly Europeans. I saw this one girl tell Ben Shapiro that he was white, and he was like, "No, I'm not white." I'm like, Ben, what are you? A Semite? Okay, hey Shioma, your last name is Shapiro. The root of your name is British, right? And I think I don't know. I can't say for sure, but from what I have seen, I can look it up. But from what I have seen, Ashkenazi Jews emanate out of Italy, like Rome. They're Romans, like who became, I guess, who adopted the faith, right? Which would make sense because in the book of Acts, you have Cornelius. If you guys remember in your Bible, in the New Testament book of Acts, right? God wants Peter to go see a man named Cornelius. And Peter does not want to go see Cornelius because Cornelius is not just Italian, he's a Gentile. He is not circumcised, right? So I'm like, oh, I could see that. But you see, when Peter eventually goes to see Cornelius, what happens? He does give him the word and he does baptize Cornelius into the body of Christ. So I could see how it would make sense why Ashkenazi Jews would be from Rome. Like, okay, I can kind of see the relationship with what's in the Bible. You understand? But it's like, I think some people want to treat like being a Jew or being a Hebrew as if it's like a nationality. No, it's a cultural identity, right? And that's why you can find Jewish people all around the world. You can find Christian people all around the world. You can find Muslim people all around the world, right? But to be a Semite means something very specific. Okay, how can your name be Shapiro and you want to tell us that you're a Semite? How does that even make sense? How does that even make sense? Like, okay, like this is really bizarre. How can your name be Lobowist from Poland and you want us to believe that you're a Semite? How does that even make sense? Like, I'm like certain things that actually have to make sense, right? How can your name be like, I don't know, Horowitz, but you want us to believe that you are a Semite? You're from Eastern Europe, and it's okay. It's really, really okay, right? And I'm not funny. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm saying like people who come from the Middle East, they look a certain way. Not to be offensive, not to be disrespectful, but especially with the nose, when you're from the Middle East, you look. What is this? Oh, Stefan. When you're from the Middle East, you look a certain way. But my point is, to be a Semite is not just being from It's not just some. It's not just to be It's not just, oh, you have to be from current day Israel. No, being a Semite means something very, very specific, right? So Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, okay, Phoenicians, Arcadians, even Afro-Asiatic families. Okay, so a lot of people are Semites. So you can be Jewish and you can also be an anti-Semite. Like if you're Jewish and you hate Palestinians, you're also being anti-Semite. Hello. Okay. I'm like this. I'm like, I hate when they do that. Like, what the heck? But it's like these people, it really does feel as though they want to completely rewrite history, rewrite culture, rewrite origins, everything, and make it seem as though the only people who can be Semites are the people who identify as modern day Jews. And everybody else, Palestinians, whatever, you don't matter. You can't do stuff like that. Okay. They're also Semites. That's that. They're also Semites, but there's a lot of racism out here. So wouldn't be surprised. Okay. Hey Chioma, what's up? Okay. Exactly. I'm like, you're Europeans. You are Europeans who left Europe because of the war, right? And then when they went to the Middle East, many of them were held in concentration camps that were owned by Great Britain, right? Great Britain had concentration camps in what they used to call the Mandate of Palestine and in Cyprus. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Benjamin Netanyahu was either born on the concentration camp or he was like born right after they were dismantled, right? But it's like you went back to that place. But when you look at the maps, right? Even the British called that place Palestinian Mandate. Mavi, right? Okay. So here it is, right? Once upon a time, it was called the Mandate. Maverick. Hold on, you guys. This is why I don't like to come live. My apologies. I do have Maverick. Um, yeah, you know. Sorry, you guys. So I'm like, even the British people called it Palestine before you people showed up. So, like, what are we doing? Right? And see, and the French were there too, because that's why a lot of Lebanese people also speak French, right? So the French had Lebanon, Syria, the British had Palestine, the British also had Iraq, right? So once again, bunch of invaders. Okay. Hey Val, okay. So I'm like, we also have to be honest. Before you people showed up from Germany and Poland and wherever else you came out from Europe, it was called the Mandate for Palestine. And it was being held by the British. And when many of these Jewish people, these Ashkenazi Jews, came to the Middle East, they were detained in concentration camps. And what I find so interesting is that when you learn about World War II, right, they don't miss a step to let you know that, oh, Hitler had concentration camps, like for example, like Auschwitz, right? But they never tell you that the British also had concentration camps. The British also detained a lot of Ashkenazi Jews who managed to escape Hitler, only to detain these people either in Cyprus or in Palestine. And when many of these Jewish people were being detained in these British concentration camps, especially what was then the Mandate for Palestine, a lot of Palestinians were nice to them. A lot of Palestinians were their nurses. A lot of Palestinians were taking care of them, right? Until these concentration camps by the British are dismantled, and then you have the Nakba, which is when the this military group, the Haganah, right, the military group of these Ashkenazi Jews who came to what was then the Mandate for Palestine, started killing these people in 1948. If I'm not mistaken, like they killed like 700,000 to 1 million Palestinians, right? Like let's talk about that part. So the moment that you leave Europe, numerous countries from Europe, and you set eye on a place that even the British recognize as the Mandate for Palestine, and you come there as militia people, yeah, you want to kill people. You want to colonize people, right? And this is one thing I have noticed. This is why somewhere somehow I unfortunately do believe that no matter what, like, I sometimes they can try, but unfortunately, I do believe that the majority of white people will always be intrinsically racist. Because when you make it your business to not properly tell history, right? When you don't want to properly give all the facts, when you make it your business to omit certain parts of history because you need to sustain a narrative that pretty much the entire earth belongs to you, we have a problem. We have a problem, right? And even what is currently going on today in modern day Palestine and with what this the state of Israel, because people have a tendency of believing that, oh, it's the Israel from the Bible. No, because Israel, the Bible, is a person. His name is Jacob. What we're currently referring to today as Israel, it is a state, and it's more specifically so, it is a military state by former European immigrants who fled World War II and came there. Because if you ever study also World War II, they had this conference called the Evian Conference that was set up by FDR, to which he never showed up. And the majority of European countries, America, also even Canada, did not want to take in Ashkenazi Jews, immigrants, because they said they didn't want to have an immigrant problem, a Jewish immigration problem. Because back in the day, a lot of people did not like the Jews. So this is why there is a huge, like an overwhelming amount of Ashkenazi Jews, for example, in Latin America, right? Because Latin America was more receptive to them and to their plight. You understand? But the British themselves were not nice to these Jewish people. Okay, because you put those people in concentration camps and nobody talks about that. You never hear about the concentration camps in Cyprus. You never hear about the concentration camps in the what was then the Mandate for Palestine, right? And they do everything in their power to make it so when you speak about the facts of history, somehow you're anti-Semitic. Oh, be quiet. Go sit down somewhere. Okay, you don't get to erase people off of their land. You don't get to do that. Don't get to do that. Okay. In your heart of heart, you can feel like, okay, this land belongs to us. Sure, you can feel whatever you want to feel. There are a bunch of people who think they're born in the wrong body. So who are we to stop you? However, if there are people who live there already, then you have to find peaceful ways of cohabiting with those people, right? There are ways to make things peaceful. Why do you need to have violence? There's never a need for violence, right? Why are you being violent, especially when you've experienced violence? Sometimes you would say to yourself, right? You would think that when people have been bullied, when people have been tortured, when people have been abused, right? They would say, hey, given what I've experienced, not only do I never want to experience that, but I'm going to make sure that nobody else goes through that. You would think that. But no, it seems as though hurt people hurt people. People who have been bullied can't wait to bully somebody else. People who have been tortured can't wait to torture somebody else. People who've been enslaved can't wait to enslave someone else. You really have to heal. You really, really and truly have to heal, right? But it's not okay. Just because you've been hurt does not give you permission to hurt other people, right? So I'm like, that's crazy to me. I don't even know how we got to this conversation. I don't even know how we got here, right? But here we are. But I'm like, that needs to be talked about. Even when it comes to Hamas, it is funny how they never properly educate the American people. And even, I guess, the Jewish people, Ashkenazi Jewish people, it's funny how they never properly educate those people as to how Hamas came to be, right? Hamas was always radical. Hamas was always extreme, right? But in order to get rid of Yasser Arafat, who was more in the middle, he was patriotic, but he was more in the middle, right? America, and especially Benjamin Netanyahu, because it's not his first time being prime minister. Like when I was younger, like when I was a kid, Al Sharon was the prime minister of Israel. There was another man also who wanted to have peaceful relations with the Palestinian people. Allegedly, Benjamin Netanyahu had something to do with the man getting slaughtered because his wife even accused him. His wife, even the wife of the deceased man, accused Bibi of being involved in her husband's being murdered because he was trying to have peace. Even Al Sharon was not this extreme, right? But America and, well, I don't know who was president at the time. Maybe it was Papa Bush. I don't know. Okay. Or even Reagan, Papa Bush. But my point is, they did everything in their power to give military aid, military support to Hamas in order to dismantle Yasser Arafat. And the process killing Yasser Arafat, right? Just like with the Taliban, the ISIS, they never tell people exactly how did these extreme groups get all these weapons, where did they get the money from, where they get all, like, how? It's American foreign policy. It's American foreign policy, right? Because I'm like, and that's one thing I would love to have fixed in this country, right? Oh God. Sorry, you guys. I'm trying to put the kid to bed. So if you hear all this like nursery rhymes, it's Maverick, okay? Israel is not an ally to America at all. I'm so sorry. If your idea of being an ally is to help murder Arabs by the boatload, then I guess that's a thing, right? But in the long term, also, in the long term, how beneficial is it for America to be labeled as a nation that only murders Arabs? From like since 2001, almost 23 years, like now we're going to 24 years, right? How many Arabs has America killed? How many Arabs has America murdered, slaughtered? I mean, come on. Like, I'm a Christian, right? I don't think I ever be a Muslim, right? But come on. Do a people deserve to die, to have genocide perform upon them just because they say assalamu alaikum? Just because they worship or pray differently? Seriously? Even per the U.S. Constitution, is it okay to persecute someone because they pray differently, they worship differently, they do things differently? Come on. Like, that's extremely racist. 23 years of slaughtering people. How many Iraqis were slaughtered? For what reason? Did a single Iraqi have anything to do with 9/11? No. If they say, oh, Osama bin Laden, the man is from Saudi Arabia. No smoke for Saudi Arabia. Only smoke for who? For Saddam Hussein and his people, slaughtering his people. Today, Iraq is in a complete state of disarray. It's even more unsafe. It's even more of a burgeoning ground for terrorism. They went to Afghanistan. They left Afghanistan in disarray. They left 4, 5, 6, 20, $30 billion worth of weapons. So these people are terrorists, and you leave all these weapons in Afghanistan? Pakistan. What have they done in Pakistan? America just goes and just slaughters people because of how they pray and because of the color of their skin. How is that okay? And that's what and that's what Israel does. We go and we murder everyone that Israel does. If Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't like you, America decides to go murder that person. He didn't like Saddam Hussein. We murder this person. He didn't like Gaddafi. We murder Gaddafi. He doesn't like the guy from Syria. We want to go murder the man from Syria. What is this? Like, what is this? How does that make America safe? How does that even make American people safe, especially American people who travel abroad? He has an issue with Arabs. He needs to sort that on his own. But we cannot sit here and encourage the slaughter of a people simply because they worship different. And maybe you don't get that, Thomas, because you are white. So maybe like when you're used to being amongst the majority that always has the power, you don't know how it feels. But I'm Black, for example, right? I am Black. So when I see people being persecuted for their faith, I'm like, oh yeah, it kind of feels similar, right? Islam is not perfect, nor is Christianity. But it's like, it seems as though every time we have an issue, it's only an issue with Arabs. Every time they say terrorism, oh, it has to be an Arab. There are plenty of white men who commit acts of terrorism in this country, but they never get called terrorists. We see plenty of white men commit all kinds of acts of terrorism, and they're never called terrorists. If it's an Arab, automatically, oh, he's a terrorist. Between the guy who went to New Orleans and the guy who went to Vegas, because the guy from New Orleans, the guy who did it in New Orleans has a Muslim name, automatically, oh, he had a flag, he had an ISIS flag. Oh, he swore allegiance to ISIS. And you see these white people just eat that shit up because there's this deep desire to believe that all Muslim or anybody who has a Muslim name, because first of all, you can be Muslim, not even be an Arab, right? But for a lot of people, everything is conflated because when you're a racist, when you're a bigot, when you're Islamophobe, you convolute everything. You know, there are plenty of people who are Muslim. You can have a Muslim name without being an Arab, right? You have Arabs, you have Arabs, you have Muslims, you even have Persians. You have some Persians who are Arab, you have some who are Muslim, you have some Persians who are Jews, you have some Persians who are Christians. But as soon as they hear a Muslim name, oh yeah, it must be an act of terrorism. Why? The white man who goes to Vegas and blows himself up in front of the Trump Tower in a cyber truck, why is it not called an act of terrorism? How come he didn't have an ISIS flag? Because it's just way too impossible for a white boy to adhere to the principles of ISIS or Hezbollah or Hamas. Anybody can find love for terrorism. Anybody can. But it's kind of getting sick. Like I saw this one person say, it was on the Patrick Bet-David show. And the man was saying, the white guy was saying, oh, you know, it's kind of like, oh, the way China has controlled all the, what's it called? The natural resources, right? I'm like, of course, right? China has controlled the natural resources, especially in Africa, and the ports to get these resources out of Africa. Because for the past 23 years, America's been way too busy killing Muslims, right? America's made a choice. Kill people, go to war, kill people. When was the last time the Chinese went to war? No, Chinese, they don't go to war. They give loans to people. They give loans to these African countries that they know damn well they ain't going to pay back because they're horrible with money. They are horrible in managing their debt. But the Chinese are not out here killing people. The Chinese are not out here going to war. Like all American policy is, especially since 9/11, has been about killing Arabs. It is disgusting. It is so disgusting. And this is why, like, sometimes I do try, but this is why, for the majority of the time, I don't have much faith for white people because I don't think white people know how to not be racist. I really don't think that white people know how to not be hateful. I don't think they do. Like, you know what? Let me resist the urge to put people in a box based on their skin color, based on their names, based on their faith. Like, they don't know how. Even this whole TikTok thing about, oh, like the girl, this white girl is at the Supreme Court, keep calling China a foreign adversary, a foreign adversary. What the heck? 50 years ago, when these Chinese people were being taken advantage of by white American businessmen working for a penny on the dollar, they were not foreign adversaries, right? Even 20 years ago, when these Chinese were getting paid $1 per hour to do all this crazy work, right? They were not foreign adversary to America. When America used to send all its trash, all kinds of trash, right? By these huge ass boats to China, right? And the Chinese used to take the American trash, then they were not foreign adversary. Because now the Chinese have made a way for themselves because the Chinese are wealthier. They are no longer rice farmers. They are no longer people who work for cheap money. They're no longer willing to work for American companies for a penny, for 2 cents per hour. Now they're foreign adversary. Man, stop being haters. It is disgusting. Foreign adversary weird. Foreign adversary weird. What has China done to hurt America? Okay. What is China done to hurt America? It's America who's out here hurting other people. And I do hope, I do pray that with Trump, we're going to see a different kind of foreign policy. But America's foreign policy needs to change. It is extremely racist. It is extremely chaotic. America's foreign policy is a threat to America's national security. Because you cannot be a nation that's only known for dropping bombs on Muslims. It is disgusting. It is so disgusting. Even I'm a Christian. I don't know if I will be welcome in a Muslim country. I don't even know if I will be allowed to pray to Jesus in a Muslim country. But nonetheless, how they would treat me has nothing to do with who I am and my faith and how I see myself as a child of God. It is despicable. It is despicable. And the fact that the majority of white Americans never even concern themselves with how many Muslims, how many Arabs have been slaughtered since 9/11, as if these people are not animals. Sorry, they're not people. But if we were dropping bombs over dogs, if we were dropping bombs over cats, they would lose their freaking minds. Okay? So I'm like, no. Israel, like not even Israel, the current government of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, because people have a tendency of treating Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a public officer. Okay? And it's so funny how even back there in the current state of Israel, the vast majority of people do not like him. And they make sure to never ever show that here in America. They have marches in the streets of Jerusalem. They have all kinds of marches in Tel Aviv because they cannot stand Benjamin Netanyahu. Even his defense secretary cannot stand him. But you will never see it on CNN. You will not see it on MSNBC. You will not see it anywhere in mainstream media here in America. That there's a huge part of the population, even people in the government, who do not like Benjamin Netanyahu. Even currently, they're asking. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Sorry, guys. My apologies, right? So as I was saying, I do hope that with Trump, right, that foreign policy, American foreign policy is going to change because it's kind of bizarre that the only time you're an ally to the US is when you look white, right? But if you don't look white, if you don't look European, right? If your eyes are slanted, your skin is too olive, right? Oh no, you're always an op. That's crazy. It has to stop. It has to stop. These foreign policies from the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, all this hatred, it's enough. It is enough. Because even in America too, all Americans today, we have a diverse population of people who identify as American. You have white Americans, Black Americans, Arab Americans, Latino Americans. Like you have a lot of people, Asian Americans. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of, what is this? Decline. You have a lot of people throughout you have people from diverse cultures and backgrounds and former nationalities who currently identify as American citizens. And we can't continue to say to these people, hey, well, if you don't look European, if you don't look like you come from the Mountain Caucasus, right, your people will be considered ops. But if you look European, then automatically you're an ally to America. That's crazy to me. That is really crazy to me. I think this world, like me, I'm all about friendly competition. I sure am. I'm all about competition with technology, making the world a better place. Like we can all compete, but at the same time, like we can all enjoy this earth. It doesn't have to always be war and killing and dropping bombs on people right? There's a better way. Like there's a better world. And I think everybody has to challenge themselves to see a better world and what that looks like. But I'm like, it's really crazy to me how everybody who was non-white is always somehow deemed to be an op of the United States of America. That is crazy. That is crazy. And I promise you, like 20 years from now, 50 years from now, when India, I promise like 20 years from now, 50 years from now, when India also becomes a superpower, they're also going to be called a threat to national security. Like, stop. Just because you can't use people no more doesn't mean that the people are your ops. Everybody has a right to evolve. China, the Chinese people, they work for really cheap for a very long. What is this? Okay. Chinese people, they work for America for a very long time. And they work for the American people for super, super cheap. Now, they don't work for cheap anymore. They've evolved. A lot of their people are no longer in poverty. A lot of their people are like middle-class Chinese people. Some are really wealthy Chinese people, right? Because that's how it goes. Everybody has the right to evolve. But I feel like when you evolve, though, you somehow, it's like, oh, you become a threat because we can no longer take advantage of you. It has to stop. Same thing with the Middle East. Part of me also feels as though, I'm going to tell you this, right? When it comes to the Middle East and what is going on in the Middle East, not only do I believe that Benjamin Netanyahu has a mandate to do a whole genocide on these Muslim people, on these Arab people, because he's a racist, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu is a racist. He's a racist and he's also Islamophobic. So for him, he's not going to stop until he murders every single Muslim in the world. And if you think like, oh, if they go there peacefully and they just do whatever he says, he's going to stop. No, because as they say, I've seen videos from his military, the IVF, and they call Palestinian people the seed of Amalek. So when you go off the premise that a people based on their faith or based on the color of their skin automatically is the seed of Amalek, yeah, right. You want to kill all these people and you're not going to stop until you murder all these people. It's very, it's very bizarre to me that even when it comes to October 7th, there has not been a proper investigation as to how exactly Hamas was able to get all these hostages, right? Because it truly does not make sense. It truly, truly does not make sense. And they make sure that nobody's asking questions. They make sure that there's no open investigation, right? Because people need to ask themselves, like, Israel, the current state of Israel spends more on weaponry per capita than even the US, right? Israel is not even bigger than New York City. It is not that big. It is not a huge country. It's not the size of Canada. It's not even the size of France, okay? So we need to ask ourselves, we need to know how exactly did these people from Hamas come there and kidnap 400 people or even more? I don't know. Explain that to us. And how was it that nobody in the military, nobody in the IDF was able to stop it? So these people just came in there, did whatever they wanted to do, grabbed as many people as they wanted, and they freely walked off, right? It doesn't make any sense, right? But of course, it doesn't have to make sense because the goal of it is to give carte blanche to be able to slaughter as many Arabs as possible, right? Because to me, from where I stand, from my vantage point, where I stand, I think when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu and his Zionist mandate, he wants to take over the entire Middle East. He wants Lebanon. He wants the whole Palestine. He wants the whole Gaza Strip to himself. He wants Syria. He wants Lebanon. He wants Iraq. He wants even parts of Egypt, right? He wants it all. The Jordan, he wants it all. And he's not going to stop. But because he doesn't have enough of military, because he doesn't have enough weaponry, what does he do? He makes it seem as though, oh, America, look, they're coming after you, right? So he picks the enemies. He decides who the enemy is. He knows how to talk to these American people because there are videos out there where it shows him saying the American people are so easy to manipulate. Right? So because America has the biggest army, he knows which button to push, right? He knows because America is intrinsically racist. That's why it works. That's why this thing works. America is not a country that prioritizes integrity, the rule of law, honesty, and even honest discourse. This is why we're here today, right? Donald Trump this morning had to go to New York City to be convicted, but not really convicted. Like what? Okay. So we've been told that Donald Trump he's a convicted felon. He has 34 felony convictions, but there's no sentence, there's no punishment, there's no jail time, there's no fine, not even $1. Okay. He doesn't even have to pay $1. There's no community service. Like he has to do absolutely nothing. Kangaroo court. Okay. So just a ceremony to be able to call this man a felon in perpetuity. That's it. This is how we live. And there's so many people who fall for that stuff, right? So many people who fall for that stuff. And it continues here as well. Oh, look, these people say that they hate America. Oh, ISIS. Like to this day, I'm like, who even rules ISIS? I don't even know. They'll tell you about ISIS. Have you ever seen the leader of ISIS? No. So so there's no face to this. They'll tell you about the Taliban. I'm asking you, have you ever seen the leader of the Taliban? No, you have not. They'll tell you about Hezbollah. Have you ever seen one leader of Hezbollah? These elusive terrorist groups that have no heads, that have no tails, that have no legs, right? But they don't have to, because when you're dealing with people who are intrinsically racist, their fear of anything that looks different, that talks different, that prays different will be weaponized. Surely and verily, right? This is why hatred is so dangerous, because the more hateful people are, the low IQ people truly are showing themselves to be. Low IQ people will always be first in line to be hateful. Because when you're actually intelligent, you ask more questions. You don't allow your fear to take over. And you definitely don't make decisions out of fear. Okay? Like the Mossad, they just be saying all kinds of stuff. And nobody says, who is ISIS? I don't even know who these people are. I've never seen one leader of ISIS. Right. And they know this because as long as they don't put a leader to the face of it, they can say, oh, ISIS is still going. They might keep talking about ISIS when my kids are like 80. Because, hey, Laura, because if there's no face to a movement, the movement never dies. So there's always a reason to justify killing more Arabs. The Taliban, I never seen them people. Okay. ISIS, Hezbollah. Like, who are these people? Even Hamas. Who is the leader of Hamas? We don't even know. They're telling us that the guy who went to New Orleans, he identifies with ISIS. Dude, did you hear ISIS even claim this man? I'm like, is ISIS even claiming this man? No. Right? He happens to have a flag. Have they shown you the flag? No. We don't even see anything. Let's say it's ISIS, but let's completely overlook the fact that him and the white boy were trained at the same military base. Okay? That's crazy. Hey, Yvette, that's crazy to me. Right? But that's what happens when you have people who hate other people because they look different. And let me tell you something also too, right? These white liberals, they're a part of it too, because white liberals don't know how to process. They don't know how to live life without putting people in boxes. That's why identity politics matters so much to white liberals, because they need to know, okay, how do you identify? How do you identify? Right? Because based on how you identify, then they'll know how to treat you. Because to those people, they don't just treat you right because that's the right thing to do. They need to know how you identify your sexual orientation, your religion. Are you pro-life? Are you pro-abortion? Are you this, and that? They constantly need to know, what are your identities? What are the identities that you are assuming that I may know how to treat you? Because they're not good people. Because when you're raised right, you treat people right no matter what. Why do you need to know all of this? Right? Why do I first have to be a Black queer woman for you to be nice to me? Because you're not a nice person. Because it really does not matter. It truly does not matter, and it truly should not matter. This is weird. It is so weird. They always need to put you in a box, because based on the box they put you in, then they'll decide if you deserve humanity or not, compassion or not, kindness or not, because you're not raised right. You're not a good person. Because when you're a good person, you treat people right. Like I said, I'm not a Muslim. I don't even intend on being a Muslim. I'm not an Arab. Will probably never be one. Don't care to be one. But I'm a human being and I'm a child of God. And I'm like, the way these people have been treated for almost a quarter of a century. We're like, this is 24 years. We're going into 25 years pretty soon, right? Next year, it's going to be a quarter of a century of just killing Arabs, just killing Muslims. When does it stop? When does it stop? When does it stop? Oh my gosh, October 7th. Okay, it just started October 7th. We're just like, oh, everybody was living peacefully. Nothing was going awry. We were living here peacefully. And then boom, 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 boom. October 7th just started. This type of disingenuity, like, it's really, really concerning. Why are so many white people so disingenuous? Why? Why is it so hard for so many white people to be truthful and frank in their discourse with other people? Just say you don't like these people because they're Arabs. Admit to yourself that you're a hateful people, and then let's move on with this stuff. But I'm like, but it's riddled with homophobia. With Islamophobia. You hate these people just because they're Muslim. You hate them because they're different. You hate them because they look different. You hate them because they pray different. What? Like how's that okay? How's that okay? And the thing is, these people, if y'all think that if they're able to kill all these Muslims or all these Arabs, they're gonna stop there. No, they'll come for us. They will come for Black people. Then they'll come from Asian people. They will come for Indian people, because they just don't like people who don't look like them. They're truly hateful people. Okay? It's so crazy to me. We can all coexist. People can say, you know what, Marlene? I do believe that my people come from modern day, from current day Israel. Okay, sure. But why can't people coexist peacefully? Why can't we have respect of culture, religion, and things like that? Why does it have to be like a zero-sum game? It's either Israel gets all the land or nothing else. Why? Why? Where do you expect these people to go? Where do you expect them to go? They should just walk away from their homes? Like, how does that even make sense? Where do you expect them to go? Right? So I'm like, no, Israel is not Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu is not an ally of America. Because if you love America, you're going to stop dragging America into instances where America has to send weapons or do anything that involves killing Arab people. We have killed enough Arabs. It is enough. It's enough. It truly is enough. Right? Instead of like focusing our money, our energy on fixing our roads, fixing our education system, paying our teachers more money, improving our healthcare systems, building more hospitals, maybe like subsidizing anybody who wants to go to med school, we're sitting here throwing money away so that Benjamin Netanyahu can slaughter as many Arabs as he sees fit. This is sick as hell. This is sick as hell. And this might be one of the reasons why America eventually will go broke. Because in life, you really, really have to choose your priorities. But you don't want to be a nation that is known for just killing Arabs all the time. Killing Arabs all the time. Always murdering Muslim people all the time. Why? 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 Like, oh my gosh. Like, imagine all this hatred towards these Muslim people. What if America took that time to have hatred towards sex work, towards the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, the corn industry, right? Why don't we put that much energy to bringing back American values? Always seeing something wrong with other people and how they are and how they live. And we never see how much filth it is to live in America. Everywhere you turn, people are naked, fornicating, doing all kinds of nasty stuff, drugging, sexing, abandoning their kids, murdering kids in the womb, right? America has a lot of things that she needs to work on herself. Like if you are not an American and you look at the stuff that happens in America, yeah, it's a lot of evil on this land. And maybe that's why California is ablaze right now, because that is the bastion of everything, anything abominable you will find done in California. So maybe that's why they're being purified by fire. But it's crazy to me. It's really, really crazy to me. Okay. Yeah. I think like I even saw a thing, like I even saw this one thing with Candace Owens and this white man who served, and he talked about how their ship was attacked by Israeli forces. Right? But I'm like, it's insane. Even when it comes to Putin, let me tell you something, Lonnie. When it comes to Putin, I don't think he's a bad person. I really don't think he's a bad person. But once again, he's different. They can't stand people who are different because they're racist. They are truly racist. Because what has Putin done? Like, seriously, in all honesty, what has Putin done that is so horrible? Right? When America, especially the CIA, we're in Congo, the DRC at the time, right? Before it became Zaire, went with Patrice Lumumba. It was America who had him captured. It was America who captured him and gave him to his best friend, who was what's his name? Mobutu, right? And then they chopped him up with a machete. But before that happened, it was the Russians who were trying to give help to Zaire, to Congo at the time. Even Putin was there. My mom sent me a picture. I can't find the picture, right? It is America who put Mobutu, the former president of Congo, of Zaire. When I tell you, Lonnie, he used to be a chef. I'm not even talking like a real chef. Like he was cooking in the Congolese military. He was a cook, not even a chef. Sorry, he was a cook, right? They put a cook over a country as wealthy as Congo. That's what America does. When Madeleine Albright was Secretary of State under Bill Clinton, she went and got, they call him, hold on, Maverick. They call him Kabila's son, right? That dude has a 3rd grade education and he was a cab driver. You see, she's a Democrat, huh? She'll tell you, oh, I'm a liberal, I'm a Democrat. These people are all kinds of racists. What kind of good woman, what kind of good human being would think it's fit to, and Congo has about, like, if I'm not mistaken, they're close to like 120 million people. Because I think number 1 is Nigeria has like 205 million people. After Nigeria is Ethiopia. Ethiopia comes in at 180 million people. And then I believe after that, it's Congo, the DRC. They come at like 160, right? Kinshasa is the largest speaking French city in the world. They have more people who speak French in Kinshasa than anywhere else in the world. And I think after Congo, after the DRC, is South Africa at 65 million people. It's the 3rd populous country in Africa, right? And it's probably number 1 populous in all of Central Africa. What kind of person? Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Madeleine Albright, what kind of good people will take a cab driver with a 3rd grade education and put him to be president over 120 million people? Congo is one of the wealthiest countries in Africa. That's why I can't stand these Democrats. They're racist, but hey, whatever, right? Because like, it's one thing to label somebody a racist, but it's another thing to be racist. Everywhere you follow the Clintons all through Africa, you follow the Clintons in Haiti, nothing good happens to Black people. When these 2 people show up, nothing good happens to people. Right? And like I said, they might be able to escape the justice of men, but they will never escape the justice of God. Those 2 right there, him and his wife, God has a special ordeal for those 2, right? But I'm like, when you sit down and you really think about it, what has Putin done against America? They can't even tell you. They just hate the fact that the man, he's proud to be Russian, right? He's proud to be Russian. They're mad because this man won't bend the knee. That's it. And if you study European history, Western Europe has always had this weird diabolical desire to conquer Russia. It's not just America. You see it with France when Napoleon, he tried that stuff. Look what happened to him. He almost bankrupted France, right? You see it with the Dutch Empire. The Dutch Empire went broke trying to conquer Russia. I don't know what it is with the West's obsession with conquering Russia. I don't know what these Romanovs have done to these people. Right? But can America truly tell us what is it that Vladimir Putin has done that's so bad against America? And then let's talk about what America has done that is horrible against Russia and their national security. Why do you want to put NATO at the border of Russia where you're going to have missiles pointing at St. Petersburg? We saw what happened to Cuba just off the gossip, the rumor that possibly Russia was sending missiles to Cuba, which was a complete lie. And once again, it was JFK, a Democrat. These people, they're racist. They've been racist, right? Look at the legacy of JFK, the Irish. They said, oh my God, because he was Irish, because he was Catholic, they were so mean to him. Look at the legacy of JFK, the same JFK who didn't want to sign the Civil Rights Act. But look at JFK's legacy when it comes to Cuba, how he lied on the Cubans. And what to this day, what that has caused Cuba, right? Bay of Pigs, missiles where? To this day, there's no missiles. They haven't found no missiles, right? This is what they do. It's the same FDR who locked up Japanese Americans in concentration camps. Every time these Democrats, for the most part, come into power, there are abuse against human rights because it's a bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists. They're not good people. They are seriously not good people. But I'm like, how would anybody feel if a foreign country wanted to put some kind of weird military alliance at your doorstep? You are insane. Okay, I'm like, this is crazy. What is this? What is this, right? What is this? What is this? And before Biden got involved, Russia and Ukraine, we're going to sort it out. No, America had to go stage a coup, flip things over, put Zelensky, who happens to be a Netflix actor, a guy that used to work for Netflix, an actor for Netflix, is not running a country and putting this country into debt. He's going to war on debt. And most of the money, if it's not going to buying weapons, it's buying cars. They're not doing anything beneficial. They're not doing anything concrete for the Ukrainian people. They're not building hospitals. They're not building universities. They're not doing anything to make Kiev or to make all of Ukraine better. Right? And they want to sit here and make people believe that, oh, Russians and Ukrainians have no common culture or they have no common ancestry. But I am still waiting. I am still waiting for somebody to tell me exactly what is it that Putin has done against America, that people hate him so much, right? Every time they do their movies, Russian people are always bad. Russian people are always the spies. Russian people are always called Natasha, Petrushka, Minakova. Like, they're always so racist. They're always so racist. Have you ever seen an American movie where they have Russian people in there and the Russian people are actually good people? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, what is this? You know, I have friends who are Russian. I'm like, it is so disgusting. You know, I have a lot of friends who are Russian. It's disgusting. It is really, really disgusting. Always portraying people as spies, some kind of Russian asset, people who hate America. No, like, this is so sick because the vast majority of American people are completely ignorant. And that's why the vast majority of American people are racist people, because you have to be racist. People who only speak one language, they know everything about everybody else. They've never been abroad. The majority of Americans don't even have a passport. The majority of Americans have never even left their own state to go to a different state, right? They can't even speak a lick of Spanish. Meanwhile, Mexico ain't even that far, right? Canada ain't far. They can't speak French. They can't speak Spanish, right? Don't know not a damn word of Russian. But they're constantly maligning these people because they come from a cold place in Europe, because they speak a different language and they have different traditions. And also, if you know, Russians are Orthodox Christians. They're not like regular Vatican Christians. They're different. Like, you don't have, like, when it comes to the vast majority of white Americans, you just don't have the right to be different. Okay? I ain't gonna leave for shit. Do you work for the State Department? Why are you on my channel? Why are you on my channel? Why are you still here? Blocked. Don't ever come back here. You idiot. What the freak? You annoying ass. Okay? Blocked. Anyways, right? So damn stupid. But my point is, you have to also ask yourself that. Because I'm like, how is that even healthy? How's that even healthy? If you're not going to make it your business to get to know people, then don't talk about people, because it's awful. Every time you watch a movie, everybody is always a stereotype. You go on Netflix. Every time they have movies about Latin American people, right? Every time they have movies about Latin American people, these people are always narcos. They're always drug dealers. You have no other story to tell about people in Latin America. It's always a stereotype. Everybody in Latin America is a drug dealer, right? That's all. Go on Netflix. It's nothing but stereotypes. Everybody is a stereotype on Netflix. How is that healthy? How's that healthy? And this is how you condition the people to remain ignorant. This is how you condition the people to remain a bigot. This is how you condition the people to remain racist. It is not okay. It is not okay. And for that idiot to say, all you do is complain. Yes, I'm a complain. Your goofy ass. Do something about it. Do you work for the State Department? Do something about it. I wish you would. Do something about it. Get out of here. And all you do is police who's complaining. Go do something. Go solve something. Go ask for the world to be a better place. Okay? But I'm like, what? Like, I don't know what this weird obsession is with these Russian people. What have they done? But I'm like, this thing, it is nothing recent. Like trying to take down Russia, trying to take down these Romanovs, it is nothing new. It is truly nothing new. I'm like, and a lot of people, a lot of nations who have tried to take down Russia ended up going bankrupt. I don't know what it is, but they end up going bankrupt. But I'm still asking a question. I'm still waiting for evidence because I would like to know, what is it that Vladimir Putin has done against America? What has he done? Seriously, right? But I'm like, these people, I've come to realize, especially like I said, like when it comes to foreign policy, especially because it has a lot to do with the national budget, because a lot of money is allocated for wars, right? Our defense budget is so huge, right? And people want that money, right? These neocons, they want that money. So they do everything in their power to start wars. And because a lot of people are ignorant about other people, other cultures, right? Other countries and the histories of those countries. Like when Tucker Carlson sat down with Vladimir Putin. See, Marlene, I didn't mind listening because I like to hear about history. I really do, right? But there were a lot of people who didn't even have the patience to sit there for 2 to 3 hours to listen to Vladimir Putin talk about the history of Russia. Now, it's possible that he has some elements of propaganda in there, just like American history has a lot of elements of propaganda. But nonetheless, it was quite formidable to see a president who is so well versed in the history of his country, right? And it's funny how also when you see a lot of Americans who go to Russia, it's funny how they'll tell you that the same drugs that cost $3,000, $5,000, you go to Russia, you get the drugs for $5. But they never want you to see that kind of Russia. A Russia that is not built on making people sick. A Russia that is not built on having people go bankrupt to acquire medication. A Russia that is not built on a pharmaceutical industry that intentionally harms people. They never talk about that. Right? A lot of people do very well in Russia. But the way they talk about these Russian people, you would think they're in these caves. They're like stupid. They're archaic. They're savages. They don't respect women. No, nowhere close. Nowhere close. And they thrive on people remaining ignorant. Right? And you see the same thing in politics. Right? As soon as they call somebody MAGA, people already assume white man, poor, uneducated, Midwest, trailer trash, racist, KKK adherent, all kinds of stuff. This is what they do. But before, they were just doing it to foreign countries and foreign entities, right? But now, in order to get people not to vote for Trump, they started using the same methods on actual American voters, on actual American people. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, do most people even truly know Russia? Or you only know Russia through the lens of Western media, which is full of propaganda, which is full of racism, bigotry, Islamophobia, right? But I'm like, it's probably one of the, in terms of history, Russia is probably one of the most rich in history of all the countries in Europe. They're always talking bad about Russia, but yet they buy their gas from Russia. They buy their cereals from Russia. They do this from Russia. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay, these are really smart people. They are incredibly smart people, and they have a great country, and they have a great leader. Point blank, period. Okay, like we didn't see Joe Biden about to be 94 years old, still wanting to hold on to power, and still thinking that he could be president, even though he's about to be a centennial. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. I'm not usually a big fan of Libras, but when it comes to Vlad over there, you know what? For me, I'm still waiting to see what he has done that is so bad. The same thing goes for President Ping, right? In China. They talk about this man, you're like, oh my gosh, like, oh, he's so evil. But you look at what they do here in America, especially under Biden and Kamala Harris, when you see how they try to censor free speech, how they have locked people up for protesting in front of abortion clinics, how they will lock you up for taking your child to a different school district, right? We see the injustices here in America. We see how the court system will treat the poor, treat people who don't have money, okay? So sometimes I do wonder, like, is China really that bad? Okay, Because now, and I feel like that's why this whole TikTok thing is so interesting to me. Because America, a country that purports itself to always be about, oh, free rights and express yourself as much as you want, say whatever you want, right? Now, because TikTok is a platform that does have a way more open discourse, it's because of TikTok that people truly, no, yeah. No, I do, because I feel like that's why the same thing I like about Vladimir Putin is what I like about Donald Trump. I do feel like you should love your country and you should stand behind your country and you should protect your country. Absolutely. Right? Just because America is big and bad doesn't mean you should be scared. And even if you are scared, don't act scared, because that's part of being a man. You have to fight for your country. You can't just allow your country just fall to the hands of America. For what? For what reason? And especially a blue America? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Right? But the majority of Russian kids wake up in the morning questioning whether or not they're born in the right body? No, they don't. Do the majority of Russian kids go around, wake up every day wondering if, oh, am I meant to be a boy? Am I meant to be a girl? I wonder why. They don't have those issues over there. And I promise you, Kevin, if we took a bunch of American students, bunch of Russian students, bunch of Chinese students, bunch of Japanese students, bunch of Korean students, Iranian students, right, and African students, and we said, okay, and Latin American students, and we give them some hard math problems, some hard physics problem, how much you want to bet that the East is going to win? Okay? How much you want to bet? Asia's going to be at the top, then the Russians, then the Iranians. America going to be all the way in the back. We cannot compete. Right? And that's why they're so butthurt. Like, I saw the whole thing. I didn't address the thing about Vivek and Elon talking about this H-1B1 visa stuff and what Vivek said about American culture and how American culture is a culture that puts the jocks over the nerds, right? These people were just like, they were just windmilling, right? Trying to convince themselves or gaslight Vivek into thinking that he's crazy. I'm like, no, he is not crazy. America does have a culture that puts the jock over the nerd. Right? That's why if you're a basketball player, you can make all kinds of stupid money to dribble a ball. If you play baseball, you can make all kinds of stupid money for hitting a home run. If you play football also, you can probably become a multimillionaire catching a ball, right? But how many people have PhDs in physics and they struggle month to month? How many people have degrees in math and they struggle month to month, right? What this is not a nation that goes above and beyond to say, wow, we support people who are smart. No. They support people who are entertaining, which is why athletes will make way more than teachers, right? This is why you'll even go to school and you'll see people who want to beat up the teachers. You will see parents who want to beat up the teachers. Exactly. No calculators, right? You will see parents who want to beat up teachers. So don't sit here and lie to us. But oh yeah, America is such a culture that truly respects education, that prioritizes education. It is a lot. This culture is so messed up right now. You have teachers, you have parents who will go to school and try to beat up a teacher. Teachers are getting their asses whooped every day in these schools. Nobody has respect for teachers. Why? Because people don't respect education over here. People have a lot of respect for sports. They sure do. They have a lot of respect for entertainers. They sure do. But people don't have respect for people who even teach the children. And these teachers, they work hard. I have another friend, she works for special needs kids, right? She's in there getting her ass whooped every day. It is so sad. It is really, really sad. And I keep telling her, girl, you better hang on. You better hang on because you need the job, you need the money. But I'm like, at least do it for a year so you can build your resume. And then you can decide what you want to do. You call the parents to let them know that the child is not behaving properly. They don't care. They'll beat your ass up. Can you imagine? Because people don't care about education, right? How often do you see parents out there beating up a football coach, a basketball coach, or whatever coach? No, because they need that recommendation for their child to go to college on a scholarship or to even make it into the league. Yeah. Like Val said, the kid, he threw a chair at the teacher, the principal, the black woman, the student threw a chair at her. The lady is blind. She lost her eye. So if we lived in a nation that prioritizes education, we would not be here. We would not be seeing this. So many teachers are quitting. They don't want to teach anymore. You have teachers now that have PTSD. You have teachers that have manic episodes. You have teachers that have panic attacks. right? Because they're traumatized. And these teachers, when they go to work to those schools, they have no support. Principals don't support them. Superintendents don't support them. The parents don't support them. And these kids know that. These kids know that. And these kids bully the teachers. They beat up the teachers. They disrespect the teachers because we don't have a culture where people respect education and people are even grateful that in America you can get an education for free for 13 years. No, they don't care. They don't care. So many teachers are quitting. So I'm like, oh, please stop trying to gaslight people. Okay, stop trying to gaslight people. You have never seen a basketball player, a football player, you know what I'm saying, at the high school level, collegiate level, try to beat up his coach. You had never seen the parents try to beat up the coach. Why? Because they need the coach to have access to the money. Right? We don't respect education. One time they did a survey and they asked these young people, what would you like to do when you grow up? A lot of the kids said they want to be YouTubers. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. Let me put my down real quick. Okay? They're like, no. They want to be YouTubers because we don't respect education. We don't respect education. We don't. You know? Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Let me put this baby away. Okay. So he can sleep. And let me be. So I'm like, please. He has to swing. I had to bring it upstairs. Child, going live with this baby is a lot of work. So yeah. Yeah, no, they want to be YouTubers. They beat up teachers. Kevin, it's horrible. It is horrible. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, why are we sitting here pretending? Right? So I'm like, when we're talking, like, even if you don't want a bunch of Indians to come here with the H-1B1 visa, sure, whatever. But you cannot deny that we don't make enough engineers. And even the people who are graduate with an engineering degree, how many of them can actually do engineering work? Because today, people care more about your color before they let you into a department because they don't want to be called racist. Like once upon a time, going to MIT, right? Once upon a time, going to MIT meant something. Once upon a time, going to Harvard, it meant something. Once upon a time, going to Yale, it meant something. Today, it means nothing at all. The prestige is gone, right? They use these Ivy League campuses to protest, to have milk and cookies, to zen, to have mental health days. It is not the same. 1996 going to MIT versus 2024 going to MIT, it's not the same degree. It is not the same degree, right? And we have to be honest. Where AI is going, AI, robots, like the renewable energy, self-driving cars, all this tech of the future, America is behind because, like I said, since 2001, America has been more concerned with going to war than investing in education, investing in research, investing in universities. Let's not even talk about HBCUs. Let's not even talk about them people, okay? They're like, those people, it's like you would think these schools are in Africa. They're so far behind. We have a true problem with education. Another thing also I'm going to say is that the problem also that we have with education is we also have a family problem. Because I truly do not believe that you can raise successful pupils in broken homes. I do not. Because the kind of follow through required for children to do their homework, turning assignments, study, wump it up. You know what I mean? One person can't do it. Right? So it's like, if we continue to encourage or to support broken home, single parent families, we're going to create mediocre students. That's the reality. The reason why a lot of foreigners do so well academically, because most foreigners are raised in a two-parent household. When there's one parent that can be there, apply pressure, and put their entire foot up your behind, you're more likely to have good grades. But when you know that your mom is always working or your dad's always working and you're at home by yourself, nobody's checking on you, you're bound to misbehave. You're bound to take advantage because that's what kids do. That is what kids do. Right? But I'm like, we have to be serious. And I think for a lot of Americans, they're under the impression that, we're like, oh, we're number one in the world. People just say that to be polite. Nobody's contesting that to be polite, right? But even in terms of war, when was the last time America actually won a war? America is good at creating chaos, but they don't successfully complete these wars. They don't successfully complete them, right? But I'm like, if you think the Chinese people are not intelligent, you're crazy. If you think these Koreans are not intelligent, you are crazy. If you think Iranians, Pakistani, all these people are not intelligent because they happen not to be born in America, you are insane. And I'm like, these are the perfect blind spots that lead a country towards like losing its position on the world stage to becoming a second or third world country. Don't ever sleep on anybody. Know what you can do, but also know, like, you know what? They smart too, right? They are smart too. Koreans are hella smart, right? The majority of batteries, like all these, like all the batteries, like the stuff of these batteries, the majority of the world's batteries are made in Korea. They're made in South Korea, right? A lot of the chips that we need for all these microprocessors are made in Taiwan. Them people is they're kind of like Chinese, right? A lot of the stuff that we need made in China, right? Russians also are incredible engineers. Germans are incredible engineers. Like anybody can be smart. Because, and honestly, even like being smart, for as much as it involves like working hard and having a family structure, but also it's about like the gift of being born smart. Some people are just born with these like amazing brains that go like super, super, super fast. Anybody can have that. God gives to whoever he wants to give it to, right? Like I saw a post this morning on Instagram where this man went to like some township or like some village or some ghetto in Uganda. And in all this poverty, this decor of poverty, he found a little boy who's a chess master in poverty. That little boy was born with that brain. God gave it to him. So you can never sleep on anybody. You can't say, oh, because I'm an American, because we're in America, so we will always be the smartest. How do you know this? You're crazy. You are really, really crazy. Like you are seriously crazy. Like you seriously need help. There's a bunch of intelligent people throughout the globe. Because God can give that gift to whoever he wants to give it to. There are smart people all around the world. All around the world. Right? I remember like when Jimmy was doing his master, there was this one kid, he was from Iran. When I tell you that boy would shut it down. They all became scared of him. That boy shut it down. Like the people be in Iran, they're doing like differential equation in the 9th grade. And mind you, a lot of these kids in these other countries, they don't use calculators. They do everything in their heads. It's like, it's impressive. It's like, what? When we were taking differential equation, right? We had these two kids, these two brothers, they were Pakistani, but they grew up in Dubai or like Saudi Arabia or whatever, right? But these kids were like 16, 17. They were twins doing differential equations. They're like, what the heck? What the what? They're like, oh yeah. Either like there's like, yeah, because because like Harvard has like free classes online. So I guess they took the class online with the Harvard website. I'm like, what? Right? It goes to show you when you're sleeping, there's somebody out here working hard. When you're sleeping, there's somebody out here doing all kinds of math. Now, I'm gonna tell you another story, right? Like Trey, because winter break came around. So I asked the boy, do you have anything that you got to turn in when you go back to school? He was like, he has a project for world history, but the teacher said, don't work during the break. I said, okay. So because your teacher said, do not work during the break, so you ain't gonna do no work. He looking at me like, huh? I'm like, boy, be quiet, right? So I made him do his project during the break. But you see this, they're telling your kids, don't do any work during the break. So what? He's gonna play video games for 2 weeks straight? The majority of schools today, y'all listen to me. The majority of public schools today, especially in blue cities, do not believe in assigning homework, right? You have certain topics at school, right? There's certain subjects at school. If you don't go home and practice, like math, for example, right? How you gonna get better? They don't believe in giving homework. I'm definitely not raising one. How you gonna tell the kid 2 weeks, Lonnie? So this boy's supposed to sit here and play games all day? You got me messed up. Girl, I had this child working. And you see, and then the break got extended. So you didn't find something to do. But how can a teacher say to the kids, oh, do no work during the holidays? What? If you should at least say, get started on the project, right? You can say, okay, you don't have to finish it, but you should at least get started. No, they want these kids to be losers. Like, they want these kids to not know how to manage their time, how to plan accordingly, how to stay ahead of the work. You know what I'm saying? They want these kids to be overwhelmed. Because so 2 weeks, just waste the 2 weeks, and then a week before the project is due, now you're going to start stressing out about the project. What if you have things to change? What if you need your teacher to look at it and make recommendations, right? You need to get started ahead. So you know the project was completed. And mind you, he did the project multiple times. I'm like, no, this looks messy. No, this looks like this. No, this looks like that. And now, because I told him, when you do your work, especially when that's a project, you got to have respect for the person who's about to read it. Like your teacher, he's going to read like for 30 students, 40 students. You got to, when you hand stuff to people, it got to show respect for people. Don't turn in stuff to people that's not legible. It's disrespectful. Don't turn stuff to people that's lopsided. Your handwriting is lopsided. Your handwriting is crooked. It's disrespectful. And it's disrespectful, right? Because you're not the only student, and your teacher has to read the same project for many, many, many kids. So like, make it easy for the person to read, make it easy for the person to find the information, and also make it enjoyable for the person to look at your work, because it is your reputation, it is your brain. So start over, okay? He had this one part, he did almost like 3 or 4 times. Then I made him compare, like, look at the first one and look at the last one. When he comes, I have him show it to you, all right? Like, this is what your work's supposed to look like. Make it make sense. This whole year, he's signed up for like English honors, right? When I tell you this whole year, they have not written a single paper. And I'm like, how is this serious behavior? How can kids be, how can he be a freshman in English honors? School started since August. This boy has yet to write one paper. You understand? He has yet to write one paper. What is this? What is this? Right? And we wonder why we have kids who don't know how to communicate. We have kids who don't know how to express themselves, and they go straight for terrorist behavior, because these kids are not great communicators, because at school, they're not giving ample opportunities to work on their writing, to work on get to the point, write shorter sentences, get to the point. You're too verbose, okay? Because I read everything he writes, and I make him do it over, right? But I'm like, we have to start being serious. The current state of the American public school today, it is cause for serious concerns, because unless the child has a rich family, right, they're in a great school district, or they have enough money for private school, these kids right here who are going to public school, the majority of them are getting a subpar education. They are getting a subpar education. Okay, they're not being challenged because, oh my gosh, you're not supposed to challenge the kids. They're going to have a mental breakdown. Oh my goodness, right? You don't give them homework because that gives them anxiety. You don't challenge them. That gives them anxiety, right? They're raising these kids to be constantly anxious and believe that they can't do nothing because everything is a stress factor to them. No, this is absolutely insanity. They truly encourage mediocrity, Kevin. When I wrote to his teacher, because when the semester started, his grade was at a D. I was like, a D? Oh my gosh. So I emailed the teacher because I'm like trying to understand what is going on. The man is going to write to me and say, oh, because I said, okay, like for me, that's his freshman year, based on whatever he's going to do. Sometimes your junior year, you can apply to college, right? If you have a great transcript, you can apply early. You ain't got to wait until you're a senior to apply. So for me, his freshman grades are really important for me. The man's going to say to me, oh, colleges understand that these kids are adjusting their freshman year. Womp. And so I wrote back to the man. Because I told him, I said, because I was very explicit, right? Y'all know me, right? You know me. You know my West African ass. So I said to the man, I want him to have an A in your class. Like, not saying give the boy an A, but I'm saying he needs to have an A in the class, because what's the problem, right? And so he tried to make it seem like, it's okay if he doesn't have an A. Like, colleges understand that it's freshman year, the kids are adjusting. So I replied back to him, and I'm like, but there's somebody in your class right now that has an A, right? And there's currently a student or 2 or 3, I don't know, but there's a few people in your class that's getting A's, right? You understand? Because like I said, once again, a lot of these white liberals are racist. I don't like them. A lot of these white liberals are racist. So for him, he sees a black boy, right? And I'm a black mother emailing him. So he's trying to tell me, oh, it's okay. Nah, motherfucker, it's not okay. Right? I told you I want my son to get an A. What are we talking about? Like, what else are we talking about? Right? I said no. No and no and no, because I have a vision for his life. I have a vision for how he's going to apply to college. He needs to get an A in your class. So we got the grade from a D all the way like an A minus. It was like a 92. This boy done fumbled the bag. He brought the grade down to an 89. You almost lost my mind. Okay. And I keep telling him, you are going to get an A in this class. You don't have a choice. I don't know what this is. I don't know what kind of sick game this is, but you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. How you gonna get A's in everything else? You have A in honors biology. You have an A in honors algebra too. But you're not gonna have an A in history. Are you kidding me? This gotta be a joke, right? This has to be a joke. So no, the pressure will be applied. The pressure will be applied. And you're not about to sit here and tell me that, colleges understand. Understand what? Because there is somebody else in that class that is getting an A. So if somebody can get an A in that class, that means that he can also get an A in that class. I just need you to tell me, yeah, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. No, because they're trying, when you're a black parent, they want you to be okay with mediocrity. Get out of here with that. I did not email you for you to tell me colors understand. Like, I didn't go to college. Like, I'm like, once again, I don't think he knows who he's talking to. Because I'm telling you, they see black children, they already assume no father in the home, mother's on welfare, mom is not educated, right? When I tell you the emails were loquacious, they were loquacious. By the time I was done with this man, I'm sure he realized, like, she's just not anybody. When the grade went up to an A, I sure did make sure to email him. I was like, can you tell me how he's doing in the class? He said, yes, James is doing this. James is doing that. James is doing this. I was like, I know that's right. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. And then one thing you will never do. Oh my gosh, Edwina, one thing I will never allow anybody to do to my children, especially these boys, is to make them believe that because they're black, they're so, the A is asking for too much. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Because you're black, don't if you have a B, it's okay. No. Okay? No. You are never going to look at my kids and try to tell them that, when you're black, you're doing so well. No, he's not. He's doing just enough. Shut up. Go sit down somewhere. Your wicked ass. Okay? Because a lot of these people are racist. They are truly racist. When you think that there's a limit on somebody based on the color of their skin, when you think a black child can't achieve a certain level, like what is so special about your little goofy ass world history class that is so hard, so strenuous, right? That my son can't get an A. Like it's intro to world history. That's not that deep. It really ain't that deep. My son just needs to apply himself. And also he needs to manage his time better and study early enough, right? So we got it fixed. And I've been getting it fixed. I don't play with him because I want him to know. If somebody's getting an A, that means that you can get an A, right? You're crazy. You're really crazy. I'm like, who is he talking to? Like these people are they're heavy, like they're possessed in their heads. They are insane, and they want your black children to identify with that. It's okay. Colleges understand. How they gonna understand when somebody else who was in your age, your grade, got an A? Why didn't you get an A? What is so hard? And my thing is, and I tell them that I said, Trey, if you're naturally a C student, it makes a lot of sense. But you're not. Mommy believed that you can get straight A's. You have an A in AP honors biology. You have an A. It's honors biology, huh? Honors biology, he has an A. Algebra 2 honors, he has an A. What else is out there? English honors, he has an A, right? And French also, he has an A. So you have A's in all your classes, right? But intro to world history, whatever this is, you're not gonna have an A. You won't have a B. Like what the heck? And I told them B, it rhymes with basic. Oh my gosh. Oh my Jesus. Okay. See, my skin is itching. Okay. I'm like, B rhymes with basic. Okay. So now you gotta have standards for yourself. You understand? So then there's this Indian kid, I forgot his name, but there's a young man in his class that's Indian, right? So he started competing. It's a friendly competition, so he can stay motivated. But they had a project due. He's like, "Oh, mommy, project is due." I said, "Okay, cool. Did you read the rubric?" Okay, so I made sure he read the rubric. When he was done with it, we went over the rubric to make sure that everything that's supposed to be in the project is in the project. Because I said to him, I'm like, you don't leave any points on the table. Okay? You take all the points. You don't leave any points on the table. So we read the rubric, did the rubric accordingly. When he went to class, his Indian friend that he's competing with, the young man did not read the rubric. The majority of the kids didn't read the rubric. So they got like C's. He got an A. There you go. Right? Nothing is impossible. This whole academia stuff, if you want to have A's, you can have A's. Don't ever let anybody tell you, like, oh, you know, colleges understand. No, not really. Because freshman year is probably the easiest year you'll ever have. You take everything. You don't leave any points on the table. Like, you're crazy. And I was so shocked because I'm like, okay, if a student has a D in your class, should you not be emailing the parents? Right? If a child has a D in the class, should you not email the parents? No, they're not going to email you so that you can quickly correct the behavior. You know what I'm saying? No, they're not telling you anything. Because these teachers also do not care because they have their favorites. And that's why, if you remember last year, right, with when he was taking geometry honors, right, I asked him, I said, who is your teacher? He was like, he gave me the name, because she's Korean. Right? And I ain't gonna lie, Korean people can have biases against Black people. Korean can be racist also. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. So I was like, okay. He like when that one time when he got the F, the lady never emailed us. But I'm like, if a student gets an F, even if he can do a retake, right? Even if he can do a retake, if a child has an F on the test, you should email the parents. Hey, I'm so-and-so. I'm James's geometry teacher. Da, 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 da. Did you know that he got an F? Or at least, make him sign the test. Like, make him do something to say, okay, like, I reached out to your parents. There's a problem. The lady didn't do that. I said, okay, most likely she has a bias. Most likely she has a bias. So I emailed the counselor. And I emailed her. Then she was like, oh, the counselor has to be involved. I'm like, okay, it's kind of weird, but whatever. Anyways, Marty and I pulled up to the school. You understand? Because I had to meet her face to face. Like, I am the one. No, is he the one? There is nothing in your class that is so hard that my son cannot get an A. You understand? And like the way I was training Trey, because I went beast mode, right? The way I was training Trey, it got to a point where he was correcting her in class. Like, he kept spotting all her errors. Oh, mommy, I corrected her today. Oh, mommy, I corrected her today. Sometimes we would study together. I would see her mistakes. I would email her. Like, you might want to fix this, huh? Right? And so Jimmy said, this lady, she don't know that now she has an extra student in her class. I'm like, I sure am the extra student. You girl, you got me messed up. Okay? We started off with a B. We ended the entire semester with an A+. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. You people are crazy. You are seriously insane. You are perturbed. Like, you are mentally perturbed. Okay? Not on my watch. In the words of Yall, I'm like, there's nothing that hard about your class. There is nothing hard about geometry honors. It's about doing a lot of practice. That's it. Put the reps in. A lot of these things, oh my gosh, this stuff is so hard. No, you're not studying enough. That's it. It is not that hard. You understand? Now, you might have to study for hours. Yes. But you see, today, if you tell students to study for hours, you're a bully, you're mean, you're oppressive. Oh, shut the hell up. Would you rather be poor? Okay? Would you rather be poor? Maybe. Play with the little toys. Play with this. Okay, play with this. Yes, we do. You can go to sleep, huh? Play with this. Yeah, you crazy. They're insane. You guys, these people are crazy. No. There is nothing hard. It's high school. There's nothing hard. Okay, you're not in college. Like, you're not doing a master's degree. It is freaking high school. It is not that hard. And this is what you have to do. This is what you have to do to your Black kids. You got to tell your Black kids it's not hard. Like, what you mean it's not hard? It's not hard. Don't ever tell your Black children that something is hard. What exactly is hard? It's not hard. It might be time consuming, but it's not hard. There's nothing hard about this class. It is just time consuming. Right? But is it really hard? Is it like going to the rice field and growing rice in the China? No, not quite. It's not hard. It is not hard. You know what I'm saying? Just like even recently, algebra honors. I told y'all they were doing like this long division, like you're dividing polynomials. This lady had these kids doing all this kind of weird business. I'm like, what the heck is this? I'm looking at the stuff. I'm like, son, what are you doing? The boys like doing all this hard stuff. I said, Trey, Algebra is about seeing the patterns. I'm like, I really love algebra. I think it's really beautiful. But I'm like, algebra is all about seeing the patterns. Look at these numbers. They're talking to you. Look at these polynomials. They're talking to you. You should be able to notice the pattern and be like, there you go. Right? So I showed him my way. Initially, the boy tried to be a hater. I think sometimes he can't stand the fact that I know so much, but it's okay. The boy tried to be a hater. I was like, oh, Maverick, little baby. Okay. And I was like, do it my way. I said, do it my way first. He was like, but she might want me to do it her way on the test. I said, no problem. But in life, it's always best to know how to do something in 2 different ways, right? So that way you can double check. If you only know how to do something one way, how you know you didn't make a mistake? How do you know? Right? If you have 2 ways of doing a thing, then you can do both ways and see if you get the same answer. So that way you know you're right. Right? Because he was taking so long. I'm like, what is this? So I showed him my way. The boy was like moving through the problems like real quick. Eventually he started to see things like way fast. I was like, okay, Trey. Okay, Trey. You're goading, right? Cool. Then he had the text the next day. He got an A on the test, right? Got an A on the test. And he was like, so I said, okay. Because the majority of the test was long division of polynomials. So I was like, okay, so how'd you do it? Did you do it her way or did you do it my way? He was like, I did it your way. I said, okay. Because my way gave you an A, didn't it? Get to the point, son. Get to the point. There's always a better way. There's always an easier way. Don't let these people confuse you. Because I think sometimes the way they teach math to these kids in these public schools, they really want these children to have low self-esteem. They want you to think that you're dumb. They really want you to be afraid, scared, confused, make lots of mistakes. I don't know what it is, Kevin, but I'm like, there's an easier way for this. This is not hard. Why is she teaching y'all this way? It is so complicated. What is the point of this? But I do believe it comes down to like your self-esteem. Like they don't want you to have a high self-esteem. They don't want you to be confident when you're doing these problems, right? Because I'm like, the way you're doing this, you're more likely to make mistakes because there's too many steps to the way you're doing it. There's an easier way to do this. What? So, he went to the test. He did it my way. She likes it my way. Okay, like the way Usher said, right? And my way, it worked out. Got an A. I'm like, there you go. Mommy knows best. Okay. They're like, it's so damn stupid. It's so damn stupid. And all of that is to cause your children to have low self-esteem. But I say all this to say, never, ever, ever say, oh my gosh, this is hard. This is hard. Even if your child comes to you and says, oh, mommy, this is so hard. Like, no, it's not hard. It might be time consuming, but it's not hard. Right? Now, maybe if you go to med school, that might be a little different. That might be hard, but there's nothing that you're doing in high school that is hard. What you're doing in high school is time consuming. So because it takes a lot of time to get to it, you need to manage your time better. Right? And that is one of my pet peeves with the way they run this high school, because I don't feel as though they are teaching kids time management. If you have 2 weeks off and there's a project due like a week or 10 days after you come back from break, you should tell the kids, hey, take some of the time during your break to start on the project. So when you come back from school, if you have any questions, I can help you. But how can you say to the kids the entire break, do absolutely nothing? So then they're going to do the entire project the week before it's due? How is that okay? And they haven't practiced enough. I'm like, that's all it comes down to. They have not practiced enough. When you have a test and you have anxiety, the anxiety comes from the fact that you have not done enough problems. You do plenty of problems, you will not have anxiety, right? It all comes down to practice. But you're not allowed to assign problems. And practice has also got to be the homework. You can't assign homework. You can't do this. I'm like, this is ridiculous, right? Because math requires practice. Physics requires practice. Chemistry requires practice. You can't just go to class. Okay, I went to class. I took some notes. That's it. How? You know what I'm saying? No, they're confusing the kids. They are the ones confusing the kids. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. It's like, it's insanity. It really is insanity. So I feel like early on, they want to attack these kids. Early on, oh, I'm not good at math. Math is so hard, because they don't want to see, man. Oh, Maverick, go to sleep, bro. They just don't want to see certain people applying for the math department. They don't want to see certain people applying for engineering degrees. They don't want to, right? You know, it's like, you know, the reality of it is, y'all, if we care to be honest, right? The reality of it is they never want, especially white liberals, white Democrats, they never wanted black children in school with their kids, right? But because it's the law now that schools have to be integrated, right? They will integrate, but they will practice a politic of dissuasion. Does that make sense? What would you do? What'd you do? Okay. Does that make sense? So I'm going to let you integrate the school. But while you're in school, I'm going to dissuade you. Does that make sense? So I'm not against, so that way I don't break the law. You see, this is how these evil people do it. Give me a second, yo. Hold on. You get. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. Okay. It makes sense, right? Okay. Yes. So, because per federal law, the schools have to be integrated. However, once the child is in school, there's really no way to enforce to make sure that, oh, you're encouraging the kid, you're pushing the kid. So no, fine. Since we can't stop you from bringing your black kids to our schools, once your black children is in the school, your black children are in the school, we're going to start implementing a politic of dissuasion, right? And so it's in the way that they assign the homework, the way that they go about teaching certain things to make you feel like, you know what? I don't like it. It's hard. It's difficult. It worked. And this is why if you watch carefully, that's why many black boys, for example, eventually are no longer interested in school, because the way they're teaching these topics, they don't want these black boys to care about school. It's all intentional. It's all by design. Because anything you do, especially like when it comes to math, for example, what is so diabolical about giving people two options? Because let's be so honest, right? Some people use the right side of their brain better. Some people are left brain better, okay? Like James, he's left-handed. Jimmy's left-handed, so he uses a different side of his brain. I'm right-handed, so we use a different side of our brain, right? Why do you not give people options? Because some people, if you show method one, it might be friendlier for their brain. Like, oh yeah, it works for me, right? Another person, method B might work better. So once we recognize that as human beings, just like our fingers, even our own fingers on your own body, none of your fingers have the same fingerprint. Make it make sense, right? Our own fingers don't have, like, you don't have the same fingerprint across all your fingers. Every finger has a different fingerprint, right? So we should also realize that all human beings have different brains. We don't all have the same brain. So how can you say this one method has to fit all brain types? So if you're left brain dominant, you have to do it this way. If you're also right brain dominant, you have to do it this way. No, you want these people to fail, right? You're not serious. That's why I have no problem that's why I had no problem when Trump talked about dismantling the Department of Education. Absolutely. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do with that thing. I don't care. Because even here in America, for example, like even here in America, if you study the test scores, grades and test scores of Black American children before integration, these children were exceptional. Like, it's insane. And many of them, their parents were blue collar workers. And these kids had like straight A's. Many Black children, many Black American children who were not integrated had better scores, better grades, better reading comprehension, better math levels than white children who went to these better schools. You have to really look into it. It is not a joke. You know? Sorry, y'all. It is not a joke. And you know how you can even know I'm not lying? Even though I'm not lying, but when Thurgood Marshall goes before the Supreme Court, right? His legal team was from Howard University. The people, I guess, from the government who were trying to uphold. That's okay, man. That's okay. Okay. The people who were representing the government, who were trying to uphold separate but equal, their legal team came from Harvard, right? But those Howard students were able to give Thurgood Marshall better talking points to defend why separate but equal was unconstitutional than the people who were getting help from kids from Harvard. Nah, okay? Goes to show you, right? Sometimes you do wonder if integration was a good thing. I'm just saying, right? But it's like, but as more and more Black American children integrate these predominantly white institutions, their scores go down, their self-confidence goes down, their ability to believe in themselves, nosedive, okay? Self-confidence, nosedive. Like these kids are no longer spectacular the way they used to be. I wonder why. Something happened within those walls of those schools. And I think is what I call a politic of dissuasion. Make things more harder, make things more complicated, more opaque. You add more steps, like you're making things extremely difficult because you don't want these kids to believe that they can do it, right? Because you don't want certain people to apply for engineers, which makes sense because the reason why we all go to school so we can have great jobs, right? If you train Black children to be just as competent in the STEM fields as white children, they're going to go to college and do what? Major in STEM, right? So now there's more competition for white kids when it comes to who's going to have a seat in a STEM department, right? And then whoever has the the STEM degree probably will have the higher paying job. Does that make sense, you guys? So it's like you have to dissuade people to not aspire to the jobs that pay the most money. Think about it. It makes a lot of sense, right? Because if all these Black kids are extremely exceptional in STEM, there's more competition for the white kids now because they're going to have to be even more exceptional. No. So what do? You dissuade the Black kids from even caring about STEM. So that way you don't add extra competition to white kids who want to major in STEM because they know that's how you make the most money, right? Like this, I'm telling you, this mental warfare, spiritual warfare, or even attacking your self-esteem, they do that at an early age. And that's why as a parent, you can't stand for that. Okay? You can't stand for your child having a B, a D, a C. Like, why? Why? There's nothing hard about going to high school. If anything, high school is all about managing your time and just busy work. Get to it, right? But you got to have high standards for yourself. But I feel like, yeah, it's intentional. And it's about dissuasion. If we make it hard enough, convoluted enough, we had all these steps and all these steps and all these steps, eventually you're going to give up. Especially when you don't have parents to say, no, keep doing it. Keep fighting. Let me help you. Let me study with you, right? The child is just, the child is all by himself or all by herself, having to navigate through all of that. And most young people are going to give up. They want these kids to give up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, no, you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, even DC, they had schools in DC that had great ratings. But if you compare anybody that cares to look at history, anybody who compares the test scores of Black American children before integration versus what's going to happen to their grades after integration, I'm telling you, it's a nosedive. Why? Because these people don't want these kids to be exceptional. We can't stop you from coming in here because it's the law, but we'll make sure you don't succeed, right? And that's why they're really quick to label most Black boys as having ADHD, having autism, all kind of behavior problems, right? Because all of that is to make you unable to apply successfully to college and major in a very challenging discipline where you can come out and make amazing money and take care of yourself, right? Everything is war out here. Like you really got to be woke. Like you really have to be woke. Like you seriously have to pay attention, right? But this is it. And I'm like, people need to wake up. People seriously need to wake up because I'm like, the world of tomorrow, when it comes to all this tech, AI, chat GPT, all this, you know, artificial intelligence or robots being made, self-driven cars and things like that, my Lord, okay? People like, there needs to be a strong incentive for Black parents and Black children to really care about STEM. Like you absolutely have to, because otherwise, what other job is the child going to do? You know what I'm saying? What other job are they going to do? I even think like they need to have all kinds of like coding programs over the summer for a lot of Black children to get into coding and to know how to code, because that is the future. It is the future, right? They always do something. And I'm like, so you really have to be on top of that. You truly do. It's a lot of work. It's exhausting, but hey, you know. So that's that. But I'm like, this is why when it comes to companies like TikTok, right? Me, honestly, I'm like, if they want to ban TikTok, go for it. Do whatever you want to do. I don't think the man should sell TikTok. He said he was not going to sell TikTok. Um, that civil rights movement is extremely questionable. He said he was not going to sell TikTok. And I think he shouldn't sell TikTok because they really want his algorithm. Like, they want to know how the algorithm works. I do believe that if they ban TikTok, Chinese people seem to be quite resilient. They'll come back with a different app. Even right now, TikTok also has another app called Lemonade. I don't know if that's going to be banned or if it's just TikTok that is being banned. But I'm like, if you did it once, you can do it twice, okay? If you do it twice, you can do it 3 times, right? But banning TikTok, but you're not going to ban Temu. You're not going to ban Alibaba. You're not going to ban AliExpress. You're not going to ban DHgate. You're not going to ban Shein. Like, a lot of Americans today have given their information to plenty of Chinese-owned, Chinese-operated companies, and they're not going to stop. It's too late for that. Okay? It is just too late for that. Now, I do believe that if TikTok is banned, well, I'm glad that it's no longer topic, Dolina. I'm glad it worked out. But I do believe that, like, if TikTok is banned, it is kind of sad for the people who put a lot of work into TikTok. A lot of people put a whole lot of work into TikTok, making their content, posting their content. You have a lot of companies also who sell a lot of products through TikTok. You have a lot of businesses who use TikTok to make money, to promote their businesses, to get customers to the door, right? TikTok, it has helped the U.S. economy. It really has helped the U.S. economy. So I don't know. We'll see who's calling who's bluff, because he said he's not selling TikTok, right? And I don't truly believe that the people who wanted to ban TikTok truly wanted TikTok to be banned. I think what they were trying to do was scare the man into selling TikTok. But he said he's not going to do it, right? And he hasn't budged since then. And even like when you're on TikTok, because I order a lot from TikTok shop, when you're on TikTok, it doesn't even seem like they're stressed out also, because like I think the man, he's made up his mind. ByteDance also, they've made up their mind, because I feel like if they sell their algorithm, what else do they have? Because it truly is the algorithm that makes TikTok. I think Facebook, Meta has tried to replicate it. I think YouTube also has tried to replicate it, right? But they have not been successful. Even maybe Snapchat also, but they haven't been successful. So I'm like, why would you sell? Like, why would you sell your company? You know what I mean? Yeah, they don't seem stressed at all. Like they're doing their thing on TikTok like it's business as usual. I don't know. It's really crazy, right? But I do believe that if you did it once, you can do it again. Because they're really smart. And I think I really hope that a lot of American people, especially American-born people, get to a point where they realize that there are some really, really smart people out there. There are some truly, truly smart people out there. I know that a lot of times in the media, they talk poorly about China, that Chinese are Chinese, but I'm like, Chinese people are really smart. You have some incredibly smart Chinese people. You have some great Chinese entrepreneur. And I think also it could have a lot to do with their religion. I think a lot of Chinese are Buddhists, if I'm not mistaken, right? A lot of Chinese believe in Confucius. A lot of Chinese believe in the Tao or the Taoism, right? But a lot of those religions like Confucianism, Taoism, and things like that, there's no savior. I was really thinking about that. Like in those religions, there's no savior. There's no Messiah. Like you're on your own, okay? You are on your own. So it's up to you to regulate your emotions. It's up to you to regulate your mind so that you can survive. They don't believe in Jesus. Like you see, like in Christianity, there's a savior, right? There's this God, there's this like Jesus Christ who's going to save you through his blood, come back on resurrection day for the New Jerusalem, right? They don't really have that in their faith. In their faith, you're on your own. You're on your own. So you got to think right, act right, be resilient, have the right mindset, and persevere. So I feel like maybe that's why Chinese people are extremely resilient mentally, because in all the faith that come out of there, there's not a single faith that relies on this one God who is coming to save you or coming to give you like salvation. Like, you're on your own. And one Chinese philosophy that I really like, because I had to revisit that with Trey Trek, is Taoism. Because with the Tao, it's like, not only are you on your own, but it's up to you to pick the right perspective. so that you don't suffer. So it's giving like when life throws you lemons, make lemonades out of it, right? That's kind of like what you have to do. You understand? That's kind of like what you have to do. You have to like know how to look at situations and not let those situations break you. So I'm like, So when it comes to the TikTok people, I could see them saying, you know what, if we did it once, we can do it again. And they have a lot of money. ByteDance is, I don't know how many billions or trillions they have at their disposal, but they can do it again. You know, I think Mark Zuckerberg is extremely jealous of TikTok. He's extremely jealous of the success of TikTok because even when you look at TikTok Shop, if we're being honest, Instagram kind of did it first, right? Instagram came up with this notion of you can be on the app and you can shop on the app, you can order on the app. It's just the way that TikTok did it, they did it way better, right? TikTok did it way better. But otherwise, if we're being honest, Instagram was the first one to bring this whole notion of like a shoppable social media. But it could also be that they saw it in Asia and they brought it here, right? We never know. Because you guys, when I tell you this, let me tell you, I probably looked for the video. When I tell you that streaming in China, even Korea, it's like big business. These people do what I do. Like they stream all day pretty much. They show all these products and the people just be buying it. They buy it. Right? Like it's like QVC, but it's like live streaming. So you have like your favorite influencer, and then he'll show all these products. They have all kinds of commission. They've even had scandals about that. But like these like shoppable influencers, like they're a big deal in China. Like America's not that way yet, but in China they just like go on. They use the internet a lot. They're on the internet. They watch these people. Whatever they recommend, they buy it on the spot. And I think a lot of them use WeChat. They use WeChat to buy the stuff they see on those live streams, right? But that's how the Chinese do it. So it could have been that Meta saw that and China tried to bring it here, right? But they were not as successful. TikTok has managed to be incredibly successful with TikTok Shop. And I will say this, compared to Instagram, on TikTok, even though they'll tell you, I do have my issues with TikTok, but I will be honest. I can be honest. Compared to Instagram, you have to be honest and say you see a more diverse group of CEOs make money on TikTok than on Instagram, right? Instagram tends to heavily prioritize white people, okay? Mostly white Americans, especially white Jewish American, okay? When you go to TikTok, for example, it is not surprising to see a Black woman making millions of dollars on TikTok Shop, right? Even on TikTok, one of the most followed person on TikTok at one point was that boy Cabby, right? The Senegalese guy from Italy, right? He had like the most followers on TikTok. You would have never seen that on Instagram, right? One point in time on Instagram, the majority of people that had millions of followers were white people, right? And I do believe because Meta is in California, because Meta is full of white boys, white nerds, white tech boys, right? They do have a bias for the girls that they are attracted to. They do have a bias for what they want to see. So whatever those nerds want to see, that is what they're going to prioritize. When it comes to the Chinese, because they're not really into that kind of weird American culture-ish, they're like, okay, whoever can get it, can get it. And so I do feel like when you go on TikTok, you can see a variety of people be successful. You can see a variety of people reach 1 million subs or even more followers, right? You can see a variety of people have their businesses on TikTok Shop and make a lot of money on TikTok Shop. You can like look at Keith Lee, right? Would Instagram have ever made a Keith Lee famous? No, because I think Mark Zuckerberg, being that he is a Zionist, I think he's racist. I really do, right? There are a lot of Black people who made it super big on TikTok that I don't believe would have never made it big on Instagram or on YouTube. Now, Mark is saying that he's going to move some of his operation to Texas, especially when it comes to censoring people and censoring free speech on Meta, on all his apps. So maybe we'll see like more openness because Texas is not as obsessed as California, right? But I'm like, the Chinese people, they have given a fair chance to a diverse group of Americans that are not predominantly white, which is why I think the Anti-Defamation League, which is pro-Zionism, pro-Ashkenazi Jew, which I think that's why they have an issue with, because they're not used to a world where their whiteness, their Zionism, has main character stage. They're not used to that. Yeah, they're not used to that. Because when you go on TikTok, it is not dominated by Zionist beliefs, Zionist people, Zionist, okay? You go on TikTok, anybody can make it. TikTok has created a lot of celebrities. Like, it has made a lot of people famous. It has made lots of people wealthy. If you blow up on TikTok, it's so easy to blow up on YouTube, right? Because of TikTok, YouTube has been more open about, they've been more generous with views. They have been more generous with their algorithm. Today you see a lot of small influencers, you see a lot of small content creators on YouTube who are getting all kinds of views, right? Like, even my other channel, like, it was like 300 people. One video had like 19,000 views. You would have never seen this in the old days of YouTube, right? But because TikTok, no matter how big you are, TikTok can put your content on the For You page. You can have a small account and you can get millions of views. It truly democratized who can be seen and who cannot be seen, right? Whereas like the old system is like, you were seen if you had enough subscribers. Like, you had to have a big audience in order to have lots of views. TikTok said, no, you can be small and have lots of views. Like, what's the problem? Because it's about the content and not the person, right? YouTube was this way. YouTube was more so about the person and not the content. Instagram, Facebook, it was more about the content and not the person. But once again, whether you look at Google with Sergey Brin and his buddy over there, they're both Jews. You look at Instagram, you look at Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, Jewish, okay? These people have a way of looking at the world. And I think a lot of people, a lot of Ashkenazi Jews, they truly need to confront their inherent racism for other people. They truly do. Because it's not just Palestinians, it's not just Arabs, right? They have issues with a whole lot of people, right? And because you can even see it here on YouTube, the kind of Black content that thrives on YouTube is brain rot content, right? Look at the kind of content that is made by Black people that gets the most type of views on YouTube. It's as if YouTube is a direct co-conspirator in the destruction of Black people, right? I saw a video where this young lady walks up to a mic, she's fully tatted, and she got a blinky on her side, right? And I'm like, how come this video is not taken down, right? If I came on this live and I had a blinky, I'm sure my live would be taken down. I would have all kinds of copyright violations. But when it comes to certain kind of content, urban content, rap content, degenerate content, YouTube will not censor anything. They will not hide anything. They won't cover anything, right? Because they want Black people to identify with a certain image. You understand? It's as if YouTube is part of the slave trade. Like, I don't even know how else to say it, right? But it's giving slave catcher behavior. Like, what is this? What is this? It's the 20 versus 1. It's pop the balloon. It's gangster rap. It's drill music. Like, anything that involves Black people acting a fool. YouTube has no problem with that type of content being on their platform, right? Excessive nudity. Like, I don't know, the most deranged behavior you will find on YouTube. And they never censor that. They never take that down. They never tell people to redo their thumbnails, nothing at all, right? Because let's be honest, a lot of Jewish people in America who are in the entertainment business make a lot of money from Black people self-harming themselves and propagating a message of self-destruction. Because a lot of these record labels do not belong to Black people, right? So there is an inherent investment. There's a serious investment in making sure that Black people self-destruct, because it's really confusing to me, right? Hazy, why is it that you only see this content on Black YouTube? Why is it that on Black YouTube is the only ethnic part of YouTube that looks like this? Like what is this, right? But you say anything else, like last time when I talked about the vaccine, I had to wake up at 6:30 in the morning and take some training. I'm like, what the heck, right? But if you come on here and you're rapping about the streets and killing, unaliving, and you have a blinky on your person right there being filmed, put on YouTube, there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm like, that needs to be talked about, because YouTube is extremely exploitative. It's exploiting Black people. There's that little boy, I forgot, he's a little Black boy like this, is a Gemini. He got Maverick's birthday, right? That little boy, he's in all kinds of content. He's 10 years old. He is 10 years old. Every time you see that little boy in the content, it's always extremely sexual. It's extremely everything is so sexual. I'm like, he's a 10-year-old. The comments are not blocked. The video is not taken down. The thumbnail is not taken down. How can you have this child in this content, right? But they're extremely protective of that Asian kid, Ryan, who does the stuff for the children, right? YouTube is extremely protective of Ryan because he's Asian, right? But when it comes to that little black boy, I forgot his name. I can see his face. I can't think of his name, right? But when it comes to that little black boy, right, who's protecting him? I see a lot of deplorable content over here with so many black children who are not being protected. And the content is monetized. The comment sections are wide open. The thumbnails are crazy AF, right? And YouTube does nothing to correct that behavior. And I'm like, that is so exploitative. No, black YouTube has a problem. It really is. It's the majority of the content is mindless content. If it's not inspiring violence or telling you to become a drug dealer, right? It's inspiring violence against the gender. It's like these gender wars that are never ending, right? But this is what YouTube keeps pushing towards black people. Why is that? But you'll see any other kid out here who creates content for YouTube is extremely clean, it's extremely sanitized, the comments are blocked, the kids are protected, right? But I'm like, why is this young boy in all this depraved content? He is 10 years old. He is 10 years old. This content is extremely sexual. Exactly, right? TikTok also shifted the music industry. So many black artists became stars off of TikTok. Doja Cat, Mooney Long, a lot of oldie black, yes, right? And so also because of TikTok, the music industry, which belongs to a lot of cashew people, lost control of black artists. They could not control the black artists. And I'm sure during the rise of TikTok, way more people did not sign with the label and instead went independent, right? I don't even think that Ice Spice is signed to a label, right? So I can see how all of that also causes a lot of ire because a lot of Jewish people own these record labels. And they historically have made money by signing black artists and giving them horrible music deals, horrible contracts. Don't come for me. It's the truth, though, right? Because like it really triggers me sometimes. Like I see it a lot with Ben Shapiro. Like Ben, he has no issue saying whatever he wants to say about black people, right? Ben will say whatever he wants to say about black people. Then he'll hit you with, oh, facts don't care about your feelings, right? But somehow when it comes to a lot of Ashkenazi Jews in this country, and when people are expressing their grief with some people in their community, they always want to act aloof. Like, oh my gosh, why are you saying that? Oh my gosh, you must be anti-Semitic. Oh, be quiet. You mean to tell me that you're not aware that some people in your community have taken advantage of black people? Like, stop doing this, right? Stop doing this, right? It's like Ben can say whatever he wants to say about black people. And sometimes he is right? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. But why is it that when you're an Ashkenazi Jew and when people are saying things about some members of your community, you can't say, you know what, you're right. It's true. It does seem like there is a pattern where a lot of Ashkenazi Jews own record labels. They have black artists sign horrible deals. They get rich and the black artist gets poor, right? How's that anti-Semitic? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this? Right? We should be able to speak freely about certain things. That does not mean go and hate Jewish people, go hate Ashkenazi Jewish people, go hurt the people. No, we're saying we have to talk about that. And if you care about your community, you should talk to your brother or whoever's doing it. It's like, you know what, y'all got to stop because it's not fair, right? We see why these people also think that all of us are extremely greedy people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, they really did, because Mooney Long, I don't think she would have gotten the Grammy without the TikTok. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of her songs went viral. Otherwise, she would have had to go through an A&R. She would have had to wait after Beyonce released this and that. Wump, right? I don't think she would have gotten a Grammy. But some of these songs got so big organically, there was no denying it. There was no denying it. And the music industry really saw itself losing a lot of control over who gets to be famous, who gets to have the streams, who gets to have the song of the summer, who gets to be pushed to the audience, right? Because TikTok gave people the power. The people had the power. People got to choose what's the best song. People got to choose who they hit forehead. People got to choose who they wanted to support. You don't have to do that. You know what I mean? So, it's like, hey, and also compared to Instagram, I will say this. TikTok does not rely on nudity. No, Instagram is like baby version of OnlyFans. There is too much nudity on Instagram. There are too many people that are half naked. It's too much. It's just way too much. When you go to TikTok, people on TikTok, even though sometimes I think the girls are crazy, but hey, they do give me great content. But I will say, when it comes to TikTok, people on TikTok have more conversations. Like, you have more conversations happening on TikTok, right? You learn new skills on TikTok. You discover new recipes on TikTok, right? You can do way more positive things on TikTok, because TikTok is not based on the size of your butt. No. They talk more. Like, it's more about conversations. It's more about recipes. It's more about like making your life better, even though sometimes there's a little too much consumerism. But compared to Instagram, Instagram is laced with nudity. Okay? Instagram pushes a lot of nakedness, a lot of nudity. Then they have the audacity to try to check you for how you write your comments. I'm like, oh, y'all need to go ahead and check all these naked people over here. Okay? Right? But I'm like, Instagram, it got to a point, it was just an app about how you look, your body, your boobs, your abs, your this and that. And it's like the people on TikTok were truly not, the people on Instagram were truly not offering anything meaningful to anybody. Okay? But if you go on TikTok, the people, they are having conversations, even though I do think sometimes it's like, okay, like y'all delusional. Okay? But at least they're trying to converse. Okay? You have recipes. You have how to put things together. They talk about the news. They talk about politics. They try to have different point of views. But people on TikTok, they're more community minded. They are more.
Hi, mommy. Mommy, close the door.
How was school?
School's good. Didn't learn too much, but I'm going to study some biology because I'm about DNA synthesis, but protein synthesis and DNA structures.
Oh, you have biology today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Sorry, baby. Sorry. It's your brother. He woke you up. Oh, I see why you're crying. I didn't plug your thingy. Sorry, baby. Why is it not working? Tell me you didn't plug it in. Sorry, little baby. Like to sleep. You got it. Good job. You're so cute. Okay. So it's like it became kind of weird. I was like, this is a lot. But people on TikTok, I feel like TikTok is more of a village. Instagram is more of a city. Okay, it's like a big city. You don't really know anybody over there. But when you're on TikTok, it does feel like for some people, it's their village. Like they go in there just like talk and talk and talk. So they have great conversations out there, right? But yeah, he's grown up. He's like, what, 14? But I'm like, hey, ban it. But I do feel like whoever played a part in having TikTok banned, people are going to go out and vote. They're going to go out and vote for these senators. They're going to go and vote for these representatives. And a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. Yeah, I'm not a big, like, I never even used Twitter like that because before Elon, I felt like Twitter was just way too disrespectful. It was extremely disrespectful. Now, now it's also called X, right? I feel like Instagram is just a place X is just a place for like quick information grab. You know what I'm saying? Because 140 characters though. Like, there's no real videos like that. It's kind of weird. But TikTok, I guess because you do have videos, people are talking, so maybe that's why you feel like you're connecting more with the person. But before it was X, I was never a fan of Twitter because I felt like Twitter is where the mess got started. Okay. And I feel like on Twitter also, it's very easy to be misunderstood because you only have 140 characters. So I'm like, yeah, this is not going to end well. Right. But I do feel like if they do ban TikTok and TikTok never comes back, I think these people will take it out on the polls. I really think the people will take it out on the polls and a lot of people will get fired. I think Hakeem Jeffries, he's not even Speaker of the House. But I feel like someone like Hakeem Jeffries, for example, he's going to have to answer for that. But at the same time, the majority of people also who use TikTok are liberals, right? The majority of people who use TikTok, I think, would identify as like Biden supporters, Kamala Harris supporters, right? So it's their administration who did that to them. Okay, they wanted Joe Biden to win. They wanted Kamala Harris to win, but somehow you're not keeping up with these things that they're doing in the in Congress, in the House, in Congress, right? Joe Biden also signed it. So why would you sign something knowing dang well that it affects the livelihood of over 150 million Americans? Just because you wanted to have full control of the app. You cannot have full control of the app. Oh, okay, right. But I'm like, ultimately, Joe Biden signed it because I feel like when it came down to it, right? When it came down to it, that like the Democrats, liberal, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the Zionists, right? Especially the ADL, they truly wanted TikTok to bend the knee. They wanted to turn TikTok just like they did with Meta, because Mark Zuckerberg went right along with it, right? They wanted TikTok to bend the knee, and they wanted TikTok to say, okay, you can do whatever you want with the app so that we can make sure that Kamala Harris wins. And we can also make sure that people are not supporting Palestinians, right? I think those were the two goals. Less support for the Palestinians, more support for Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Kamala Harris has to win at any cost. And nobody should question how there was no primary. Nobody should question how she even gets to take over for Joe Biden, right? They didn't want anybody to question anything. You understand? And anybody who says otherwise, take their account down, suppress them, censor them. This is what they want. I don't think that TikTok was fully willing to do all of that. So because of that, TikTok is the one that gets accused of, oh, because you're Chinese, because you are for a foreign enemy, wumpty wump wump, wump, right? But now we're noticing that ever since they lost, ever since the Democrats have lost, even Mark Zuckerberg is starting to expose them because he knows they're no longer going to be in power. They can't hurt me no more. So right now, when I woke up this morning, I saw that Mark went on the Joe Rogan podcast. I would play it, but it seems like you get a copyright when you play his stuff. But Mark went on the Joe Rogan podcast. He talked about how he's going to try to work with free speech on Instagram, bring it back to Instagram. You know, Mark Zuckerberg is trying to redo his image. I think he wants to be like Elon 2.0. He wants to be seen as an alpha male, not a nerd anymore, and things like that. But I'm like, okay, well, we'll see how that goes, right? But Mark is also coming out and talking and exposing because he was part of the censorship, right? Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, there was an excessive amount of censorship. Even YouTube did it too, right? YouTube was also part of it, okay? The majority of American social media websites went along with the censorship agenda of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Okay, because they did it to save their company. TikTok most likely did not do that. And because they didn't do it, that's the price they're paying right now. And I do feel like also if Kamala Harris had won, you guys, I think a lot of people would have lost their YouTube channels. A lot of people would have lost their Instagram account. You know, you would be surprised how many times I got put into Instagram jail. Okay, the number of times I got put into Instagram jail, the number of times. Even one time they tried to close my Instagram account and somehow I was able to get it back real quick, right? But YouTube, I went to YouTube jail twice, right? I went to YouTube jail twice. I got some community warning. I mean, it was just crazy because if you were not kissing this lady's behind, you were going to get in trouble. You were going to get in trouble because the mandate was everybody has to say, go Kamala, go Kamala, go Kamala, right? Even when it came to that thing, you were not supposed to question that as well. And this is why even today, California does not have a lot of firefighters because if you didn't want to take the, you were fired as a firefighter. So that's why they don't have enough firefighters. I saw planes coming from Canada to try to quell these fires, right? But California does not have enough firefighters because they fire the people because the people did not want to take the, okay, right? And I'm like, had this lady gotten elected, censorship would have been worse. It would have been worse. And they would have been dire consequences because she talked about it. Hillary Clinton talked about it. Joe Biden talked about it, right? They don't want you to say anything that doesn't kiss their behinds. Like we were truly going to live under authoritarian rule. Like you are insane. No. So I was like, no. And this is why I don't even think like Joe Rogan was like that excited to support Donald Trump. But even Joe Rogan too, they were going to come for him. Like they were going to come for him. So Joe also had to support Donald Trump. You know, a lot of people supported Donald Trump, not because, oh, I'm such a fan of the Donald. No, people understood what was at risk. Your First Amendment right. Because unless you kiss their behinds, you're not going to be able to say a thing. They're going to take everything from you. These people do not believe in human rights. They don't believe in the Constitution. They don't believe in the Civil Rights and Bill of Rights. They don't believe in any type of rights. You only have the right to say what they tell you to say. So this is why a lot of people were rooting for Donald Trump. It's not because, oh my gosh, like when I was a kid, I just couldn't wait to vote for Donald Trump. No. But people have to protect themselves and their ability to feed their people. But Joe Rogan, had Kamala Harris won, and Joe Rogan, he wouldn't have had a show. He'd have been censored. Like the mere fact that when he dropped this interview with Donald Trump, the mere fact that YouTube shadow banned the interview, they shadow banned the interview, but somehow people went and found the interview and still make it go viral. But yet YouTube did not want to put it as like trending on the page. They won't do it. So if they can do that to Joe Rogan, given the size of his audience, what about the rest of us? It would have been really bad. It would have been truly, truly, truly bad. Because it's like, especially with TikTok and what they're doing to TikTok, you are realizing that these liberals, these Democrats, these demagogues, these people are insane. They want absolute control. They want to control everything. What you see, what you hear, what you can and cannot question. Control your body. When they tell you to put something in there, you have to do it. If you don't, there are consequences. If you remember, even during COVID, they were trying to propose this idea of having like a vaccine passport, like for you to even stroll around the neighborhood, for you to have access to restaurants. You would have had to have a special card. Otherwise, you can't access any place. I'm like, what is this? What is this? Okay. Hey, Erica, they keep talking about China. What they were going to have in store for us, it was going to be worse than China. They love espionage. They love to control people. They want to know what you're saying, what you're writing, even in your DMs. If you guys don't know this, they even read our DMs. Like your DMs are being read. They read your DMs and they tag you based on what you write in your DMs. They wanted full control. Why do you think Eric Snowden had to run for his life and now he's currently in Russia? Because the kind of espionage they do on the American people, it's out of order. But they know as long as they can keep distracting people with racism, right? Or, abortion rights, the people will never ask the deep questions, right? So they manufacture these goofy ass civil issues, right? When there are bigger issues at large that the people need to really start talking about. But I'm like, no, Kamala Harris president, you guys, even me, I wouldn't be surprised if I would have lost this YouTube channel. Okay, I would have lost my YouTube channel. A lot of people, I think people like Officer Tatum, he would have lost his YouTube channel. Joe Rogan lost his channel. A lot of people would have lost their channels. Because how dare you question Queen Kamala Harris? Because that's what she was going to turn into, a queen, a monarch. Because imagine that, a person nobody voted for her becoming president, a woman who barely campaigned becoming president, a woman who barely shows that she's competent or even talking eloquently becoming president, right? A woman who was able to raise a 1.4 billion in 15 weeks and squandered all the money and was still in debt. Can you imagine? You do nothing, like you do the bare minimum, and then you get to become the president of this country. This lady would have gone insane. It would have gone to her head. It would have gotten to her head. And even all these Democrats who rooted for her, once she had gotten in there, nobody would have been able to control her. How you going to control her? When you break the law, you break the rules to make somebody an exception, right? Once they're in there, you cannot control that person. And because now she knows how it works, she even going to lock your ass up. Even those people got locked up too, right? That's why you don't do stuff like that. No matter how much you hate someone, you don't break the rules because you have to elect the person. Because what message are you actually sending? Seriously, you really want to live in a world where you don't compete for nothing and stuff is just given to you? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So that's why Marlene, I sure did get out of bed and I sure did make videos against this lady because she could not be the president. And I'm so glad she's not the president. And more stuff is going to come out. Look at California. Huh? Karen Bass. She cut $17 million from the firefighters' budget. I'm like, how can you cut the budget? Knowing damn well every year California has these crazy fires. Gavin Newsom, there's no water. The fire hydrants have no water. Look at California, y'all. Look at how they're running that state. Look at how they're ruining that state. They're running California to the ground. Imagine having somebody from California be the president of the USA. We were all going to suffer. So I'm like, no. Look at Gavin Newsom. Look at how he's running California or failing to run California. Look at how these people lost everything. Like, you look at these videos, you are scared for your life. It's like everything is burning. Everything is burning. Everything is burning. People are losing everything. People are losing everything. There's no water in the fire hydrants. They don't have enough firefighters. Spend all their time insulting these men. All men are this, men are that. I'll pick the bear for the man. How come these bears ain't coming outside to save these homes? How come these bears are not coming to rescue people? Right? Because when real ish happens, men are needed. The majority of firefighters are men. The majority of people who are currently like trying to save people, save their property, rescue pets, rescue the elderly are men. It's the majority of them are men. Where are these women? Where are these women? Always talking down on men, always saying, yes, Kevin, there's no water in the fire hydrants. There was no water. No water. And then they were saying like they didn't also want to use salt water from the ocean because they didn't want to damage their equipment. I'm like, so you don't want to damage your equipment, but you don't mind that it destroys people's homes? You see, like the Palisades, wherever that neighborhood's called, Kevin, there's nothing. There's nothing left. There is nothing left. There is nothing left, Kevin. There is nothing left. There's this one man, they say he literally died with the water hose in his hand because he was trying to save his house from the fire. I'm like, sir, you have to run. And no house worth your life. Karen Bass was in Ghana. She cuts the budget by like 17, 20 million. She intentionally cut the firefighter people's budget by 17 or 20 million. And then she takes a flight and she goes to Ghana. So while she's in Ghana, the city of LA is burning down. She's nowhere to be found. She's nowhere to be found. I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. And I'm like, this is an act of domestic terrorism. This is truly an act of domestic terrorism. Like, make it make sense. Truly, truly make it make sense. How is this fair? You know, how is this okay? Right? And some people are saying that it's arson. Some people are saying that there are people out there who are intentionally setting the place on fire. Yes, baby. Yeah. And they're saying so far, they haven't counted everything, but they're saying so far it's going to cost about $50 billion to repair the damages, right? $50 billion. Also, currently, California is currently in a deficit because a lot of companies like Tesla, a lot of big companies have moved out of California. And Gavin Newsom did nothing to coerce, to sway these people to get them to stay in California. So the state itself is at a deficit. On top of that, just fixing LA is going to cost $50 billion. Where are they going to get this money? You know? And on top of that, when you think about like the number of illegals, there are so many illegals in California. You have a lot of people who dress like homeless people. They're not really homeless people. They're terrorists. Okay? You have a lot of people who, she went back to Ghana, the country, West Africa. She was in Accra for the because there's a new president in Ghana. So she went to Ghana. She was in West Africa. She was gone. She was not here. She came back recently. So she cuts the budget and she dips. You know? So I'm like, imagine Kamala Harris being president. You guys, we truly would have suffered. It's not even just like free speech. The economy would have suffered. The job market would have suffered. Even like the sheer level of incompetence. Like, you would have had so many incompetent people in the White House. It is not a joke. We really would have suffered. Like, when I tell you every day, I thank God that this lady did not win. I don't even have the words to express that. I don't even have the words. But just looking at California today, seeing how incompetent these people are running California. Imagine these people running our government, like our actual federal government. You guys, we would truly be out here suffering. These people are so unserious. They are so unserious. You know, because I'm like, they're saying they're catching people for arson. I don't have any regret supporting Donald Trump. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank God this lady did not win. You would have seen people lose their channels like this. You would have seen people lose their Instagram account like this. You would have seen people lose their their entire livelihood just gone. Because this lady would have turned into a queen. Like, you would have to bow down to her. You can't criticize her, because then her surrogates will come attack you. They're going to attack you, shadow ban you, right? So I'm like, I mean, she might not even go and live there. She might go live somewhere else. She might even stay in DC, right? I'm like, oh my gosh, right? But I'm like, so the TikTok ban, either way, I think I'm gonna be okay. But you know, I do feel bad for the people who put a lot of work into their TikTok. I do. They're a little crazy sometimes, but you know, it does take a lot of hours to create content, to post content. There are people who posted on TikTok for over 3 years, 4 years. You know, they grew up on TikTok. They made friends on TikTok. They built businesses on TikTok, right? And, you know, to have that be taken away like that, just because you have a government that wanted to control free speech, is kind of disgusting. It truly is kind of disgusting, right? You know, but I mean, there's always YouTube though, but you know, that's why when you have social media, you got to have multiple platforms. But I do believe that even if TikTok is banned, right? Yeah. Oh, I love TikTok Shop, but they can do it again. I think that they have Lemonade, or they can create an even better app. But knowing what I know about Chinese people are extremely resilient. So if they're banned, they will come back. If they're banned, they will come back. They will come back, because my thing is, unless you're doing the same thing, you apply the same treatment to all Chinese apps, which is Temu, Shein, Alibaba, AliExpress. Who else is out there? DHgate, right? There are a lot of these apps like that, right? But unless you apply that to all these apps, you're not serious, right? I think a lot of American entrepreneurs realize that TikTok is a money-making machine. A lot of American billionaires want TikTok because it's a money-making machine. I would not be surprised if TikTok had like $1 trillion market cap. You know what I'm saying? I would not be surprised. That app is extremely profitable. If I'm not mistaken, over Black Friday, I think for Black Friday, TikTok made about $100 to $200 million, like something crazy. People were on TikTok shopping like crazy for Black Friday. Okay, so the jobs they're creating, the amount of product they're moving, you know, it's a money making app. It is a money making app, and I know a lot of people want to buy it. So ultimately, I think they themselves going to pull it back. Yeah. But I'm like, for me, I'm like, even if TikTok goes away, they'll come back with something else. And I believe they'll come back with something better. Like, one thing I have learned about life is that you should never be afraid to lose anything. Because there's nothing you lost that you can't rebuild. If you did it once, you can do it again. And again, and again, and again. So don't live a life of fear. Like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? You're going to do it again. And you're going to do it again. And you're going to do it again. And you're going to do it again. You should never be afraid to lose anything. Okay? Don't ever be afraid to lose anything. You can do it again and again and again and again and again. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, don't sell your company. Don't sell your company. Don't do it. Okay? Because that was like 5. Because the thing is, like, it's really long. Hold on. That was 1 day ago. Let me see. If I can find something recent.
Circuit, you argued that the
Wants to it.
Let's see what they're saying. Hold on.
Assist or cooperate with the Chinese government's intelligence work, and to ensure that the Chinese government has the power to access and control private data that the company holds. So are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is in fact subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government?
Well, Your Honor, I don't think you are supposed to ignore that at all, but I also don't think that it changes the analysis for a couple of reasons. Look, TikTok and
Well, just hold a second.
Hold on. Let's see how it starts. Let's start from the top. Oh, he was an intern at Facebook? Really?
C-SPAN's cameras live outside the Supreme Court for the case dealing with TikTok and the potential ban of the app in the United States. Also let you know, over on C-SPAN today, we could see President-elect Donald Trump scheduled to be sentenced on felony charges 10 days before he's inaugurated for his second term. And if we hear from those exiting the courthouse today from Juan Merchan's sentencing there, we will take you there live. That'll be over on C-SPAN.
Let's see.
Since that could be addressed, disseminate us bite down.
Garland and the consolidated case. Mr. Francisco.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Under the act, one of America's most popular speech platforms will shut down in 9 days. That shouldn't happen for 3 reasons.
Okay.
First, TikTok Incorporated is a U.S. company speaking in the United States.
Okay.
The act requires it to go dark unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. Whether you call that a ban or a divestiture, one thing is clear. It's a burden on TikTok speech. So the First Amendment applies. Second, the act is content-based from beginning to end. It applies only to social media platforms that have user-generated content, except for business, product, and travel reviews. Within that content-based universe, it singles out a single speaker for uniquely harsh treatment. And it does so because the government fears that China could, in the future, indirectly pressure TikTok to disseminate foreign misinformation and propaganda. Finally, the act can't satisfy any standard of scrutiny. The government has no valid interest in preventing foreign propaganda. And its fallback, that it seeks merely to prevent covertness, makes no sense, since that could be addressed with a risk disclosure. The government's real target, rather, is the speech itself. Its fear that Americans, even if fully informed, could be persuaded by Chinese misinformation. That, however, is a decision that the First Amendment leaves to the people. Given that the government's data security rationale cannot independently sustain the act, it is also grossly under-inclusive and ignores the most obvious, less restrictive alternative, simply banning TikTok Incorporated from sharing any sensitive user data with anyone. In short, this act should not stand. At a minimum, you should preliminarily enjoin it, which will allow you to carefully consider this momentous issue and, for the reasons explained by the president-elect, potentially moot the case. I welcome your questions.
Exactly what is TikTok speech here?
TikTok, Your Honor, uses an algorithm that in its view reflects the best mix of content. What the act does is it says TikTok cannot do that unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. That's a direct burden on TikTok speech, much less of a burden than the one that this court struck down in the Simon & Schuster case, where all the author had to do was take a certain amount of proceeds and put it into an escrow account for a short period of time to satisfy a civil judgment.
So why does a restriction on ByteDance, which is not a citizen, is not located in the U.S., a restriction on TikTok?
Because what the law says to TikTok is that TikTok, you cannot use the algorithm that you prefer to use unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. So the law therefore falls directly on TikTok itself. It imposes a burden on TikTok speech, again, a much more significant burden than the one that was struck down in Simon & Schuster.
So you're converting the restriction on ByteDance's ownership of the algorithm and the company into a restriction on TikTok speech. So why can't we simply look at it as a restriction on ByteDance?
Because I think the burden falls directly on TikTok, and I can use a hypothetical that helps illustrate the point. Suppose that China used its leverage over Jeff Bezos's international empire, including his Chinese businesses, to force the Washington Post to write whatever China wanted on the front page of the Post. Surely the government couldn't come in and say, Jeff Bezos, you need to either sell the Washington Post or shut it down. That wouldn't just violate Mr. Bezos's First Amendment rights. That would also violate the Washington Post's First Amendment rights, because they are ultimately the one that's suffering the burden under that law, because they have to go dark and close up their books.
Counsel, you began by saying this is a U.S. company operating in the United States.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the ultimate company that controls it, ByteDance, was found by Congress, and I quote this, to be subject to Chinese laws that require it to assist or cooperate with the Chinese government's intelligence work, quotes, and to ensure that the Chinese government has the power to access and control private data that the company holds. So are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is in fact subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government?
Well, Your Honor, I don't think you are supposed to ignore that at all, but I also don't think that it changes the analysis for a couple of reasons. Look, TikTok and
Well, just hold a second. Well, as I said, you began by saying this is a U.S. company operating in the United States. And it seems to me that you're ignoring the major concern here of Congress, which was Chinese manipulation of the content and acquisition and harvesting of the content.
Sure. And I'll start by saying that TikTok Incorporated is a United States subsidiary operating in the United States with its own set of free speech rights.
Do you dispute the fact that ByteDance has ultimate control of TikTok in its corporate organization?
Yes, Your Honor, I do dispute that, but I also don't think that it matters, because even if China could exercise overwhelming power against TikTok versus ByteDance, I don't think it would change the analysis. And I can take that Washington Post hypothetical and ratchet it up a little bit to help illustrate the point. Let's suppose that the Chinese government had actually taken the Bezos children hostage, and it was using that leverage in order to force Bezos and the Washington Post to publish whatever they wanted on the front page of the Post. So China effectively has total control. I still don't think that Congress could come in and tell Bezos either sell the Post or shut it down, because that would violate Bezos's rights and the Washington Post rights. Maybe what they could do is come in and say, you need to disclose the fact that you're under this amount of coercion, so that the people who are looking at the paper understand it and can make their own assessment. But I think the First Amendment rights of both Bezos and the Post would be directly implicated, notwithstanding that China in that scenario has effectively total control over what gets printed in the Washington Post.
Counsel,
You know what? You know why? You know, this is why I believe as though. This is why I believe intrinsically America is racist, right? Because couldn't the argument also be made that Israel also has a lot of pressure, applies a lot of pressure on Mark Zuckerberg, right? Because sometimes, that's just me, that's me, Marlene, right? Sometimes when I look at people like Mark Zuckerberg, Ben Shapiro, and a lot of these Ashkenazi Jews, right, who are in the media here in America, right? Sometimes I wonder if they're actually American or if they're like Israeli first. Even like the guy, the governor of Pennsylvania, right? What's his name? Josh Shapiro. Is that his name? Remember, hold on. What's that guy's name? Josh Shapiro, right? Okay. The governor of Pennsylvania. My thing is, if you see yourself as an American, right? Why don't you enlist in the American military? No, this dude goes and he enlists in the IVF. I'm like, but why? Like, do you see yourself as an Israeli first, or do you see yourself as an American first? Because for a lot of these people, I am really like, me, Marlene, I am seriously concerned. Like, are you an American, or are you an Israeli in America who's over here just defending the interests of Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Because somebody could say the same thing. And I wish you would have said that, because me, I would have gone there. Because when you're dealing with racist people, when you're dealing with racist people, you have to confront racist people exactly for the racism. Don't miss word with these people. Okay? Because sometimes, and a lot of times, does it not feel like everything that Mark Zuckerberg does is for the interest of Benjamin Netanyahu, right? The stuff you can talk, even so many people. I'm not a big fan of Talcum X. What's his name, y'all? What's the white boy's name? Maybe here. I'm not a big fan of that white boy. What's his name? Talcum X. Sean King. Is that his name? Wasn't okay, right? But someone like Sean King, he lost his Instagram account, right? Because he was exposing a lot of the killing that Benjamin Netanyahu was doing to the Palestinians, right? You have someone like Minister Farrakhan. Minister Farrakhan is not allowed to have a Facebook account. He's not allowed to have an Instagram account, right? Because according to Mark Zuckerberg, he's an anti-Semite, okay? Like anybody who criticizes these Ashkenazi Jews, Mark Zuckerberg would make sure that you have no place in the social media ether to express any of your thoughts. Because anything you say that they don't like, it's a problem. We saw YouTube wake up one day. They gave Candace Owens 3 strikes back to back to back. And then they demonetized her back to back to back to back. When you see that YouTube, Google, whatever, Alphabet, whatever, this Google thing was created by 2 Ashkenazi Jews, Sergey Brin and his homie, right? Could we also not argue that maybe also these people are working on the behest of the Israeli government? Okay. How's that any different? Oh, because Israeli, those Ashkenazi Jews are European Jews, right? They're white. So you feel like, oh, what's white is safe. But because the ByteDance, what's it called? The man who's running the TikTok, he's Chinese. Well, he said he's from Indonesia or Singapore, whatever he said he was from Singapore, whatever, right? Because he's Asian, because he's Chinese, because he can speak Mandarin, right? Like him, not that's a problem. Because, oh, that's China. No. So I'm like, if you're gonna ban TikTok off of that, you should also ban Meta off of that. No, it's like it doesn't make no sense. That's why I say this is when you have to be brave enough to say this is when you see that America is intrinsically racist, right? Because who is YouTube to say that Candace Owens cannot speak on Benjamin Netanyahu? Who is YouTube to say that Candace can't say this, and that about Israel, and not even the Israeli people, more specifically, the prime minister of Israel? Today, you speak about Benjamin Netanyahu, it's as if you spoke about all the people of Israel. Are you insane? Right? He's a public servant. He shall come and he shall go. They treat this man like he's the second coming of Christ, like he's the Messiah for these people. I'm like, no, he's not. Okay? He's an elected official who needs to be fired, by the way, right? But how is that any different? How's that any different? We're like different. We're supposed to sit here and pretend that we have not seen Meta, that belongs to an Ashkenazi Jew, Zuckerberg, right? Who was being swayed by the Anti-Defamation League that is also ran by an Ashkenazi Jew, who they just go around here and bully people. I could even go as far as even saying the NBA, right? Because the NBA, it also feels as though they're sitting here fulfilling the mandate of Benjamin Netanyahu. Because look at how they treated Kyrie Irving for just sharing a link to a documentary. It wasn't even that deep. It was, and also, not to be funny, but it was a poorly made documentary. Like, it wasn't even that deep, though. If it was a great documentary, okay, I can see why you're threatened. That thing was horribly made, right? But not only he had to sit with a rabbi, he had to do community service. He also got to give $500,000 to Ashkenazi Jew events. I'm like, that's extortion. That is extortion. Right? So it's okay to be American born of Ashkenazi Jewish ancestry, to do everything at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu. Then you're not seen as a foreign asset. That is perfectly fine. But if your skin is yellow, your eyes are slanted, you speak Mandarin, you speak Korean, you speak Japanese, right? And you have ties to your homeland, then you are a problem. And then you have to, you're a threat to national security. You're a threat to this. No, you people are a bunch of racists. You are just a bunch of racists. Like me, Marlene, if I was Mr. Noel Francisco, I would have gone straight there. And I would have had receipts on the number of times that at the behest of the Israeli government and the ADL, right? Mark Zuckerberg has gone out of his way to terminate people's Instagram account because he feels as though what they're saying is not friendly enough to Benjamin Netanyahu or the cause of Zionism. Like, no, and even YouTube as well. Okay? That is crazy. If having a parent company in China automatically makes you a foreign threat, a national security threat, then we have to say the same thing about anybody who's in America and is constantly fighting for the interests of Israel. That is not okay. Are you either an American or are you an Israeli person? How does Josh Shapiro get to serve in a foreign military and be the governor of a swing state as important as Pennsylvania? Right? And nobody says, but that's bizarre. Why would you not enlist for the American army? Do you see yourself as Israeli? Right? But he's never considered to be a foreign asset. He is never looked at as a foreign asset. He is never looked at as an asset for the Israeli, the IDF. No. And you really had some people sitting here contemplating this man becoming vice president. Some people wanted him to be the president. Oh, we want to have a man that used to be a member of the IDF be the president of America? What next? Right? And I don't know what's going on, but it does feel like in recent time, America is like America's like the stepping stool of Israel. We do whatever Israel wants us to do. We kill whoever they have a problem with. We censor whoever they don't like. We hurt whoever he doesn't like. Like, no, this is America. And we need America to regain its autonomy. So if you have an issue with Chinese influence, I also need you to have an issue with Israeli influence. I don't even understand how somebody like Hakeem Jeffries ends up taking over $400,000 from the Israeli lobbyists. Why? Was he elected by those people? No. Why are you taking their money? Why are so many Democrats taking money from Zionist lobbyists? For what reason? Right? And nobody sees that as a threat to national security. But if you're Chinese, you're Japanese, you're Korean, or you're Arab, and you do anything, oh, it's a problem. Oh, it's a national security threat. No, y'all racist. You are racist. You are racist. If it doesn't look like you, automatically it's a national threat. Oh, so the only way to not be a threat to this country is to look white, to be white, to sound white, or to have European ancestry. Otherwise, you're a threat to this country. Like, go sit down somewhere. Everything is Israel this. I didn't even know that Israel is the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu, once again, is the reason why Obama went after Gaddafi and he murdered Gaddafi. For what reason? What has this man done to you? But whoever Benjamin Netanyahu does not like, America will go ahead and murder this person, murder the head of state, kill the person, create all kinds of wars, and install extreme people at the head of these countries. What tag? A tag on YouTube? What do you mean by a tag? Right? They are extremely protected. Like I said, so bizarre. I'm like, why? Why would you enlist in the IDF? Are you an Israeli first? Or are you an American first? And that's the same question I would love to ask Ben Shapiro. Do you identify as an American or do you identify as an Israeli? Right? The same thing for Mayorkas. Mayorkas, I have the same question for him. Garland, same thing. What's the other one? Even Blinken. I have a question for Blinken. Do you identify as an American or do you identify as an Israeli agent? Right? Because you see the foolishness that Blinken is doing in the White House, because we know Joe Biden's not running anything. Okay? But when you see the foolishness that Blinken dude is doing in the White House, right? He is moving on the commands of Benjamin Netanyahu. How does any of this benefit the American people? It doesn't. It does not. It benefits their Zionist mandate. And for the past 20 plus years, maybe even longer than that, our American foreign policy has been running concurrent with the wishes of Benjamin Netanyahu. And I'm like, how is that okay? People are paying their taxes so we can use that money to go kill whomever he doesn't like. How is that okay? How does that serve the American people? Right? And they gaslight people by taxing everybody an anti-Semite as soon as you start asking relevant questions. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. This is very bizarre. But I'm like, that's where he should have gone. Go there with these people. Because when you're dealing with racist people, do not beat around the bush. Okay? When you're dealing with racist people, you need to let them know you're racist and I see you exactly for what you are. That's it. Because all these like trying to give these legal arguments, no. The main thing is they're Chinese. We don't like them because they're different. Therefore, we'll say all these evil things about them. But hey, Israel, we like Israel because they help our interests in the Middle East, which is to kill all these Arabs and steal their oil. That's it. Like, go sit down somewhere. Like, you're crazy.
Let me break this down. I understand your argument that there is a First Amendment right that the U.S. company has. I'll go that far with you, okay?
I'll take it.
Because we're affecting their ability to talk in whatever way they choose. The Washington Post could choose without any influence or threat against the children of Mr. Bezos to promote Chinese policy, and our First Amendment would permit them to do that if they chose it independently, correct?
Yes.
Now the question becomes, so that's just a given that they have a First Amendment right. The next question is, assuming they do, what's the level of scrutiny we apply? Isn't that what the issue here?
That is certainly one of the issues, Your Honor.
All right. So if we get to that side of the issue, that TikTok USA has some sort of First Amendment right, taking your example, if the government said no speaker is free to speak under a criminal compulsion by someone else because of extortion, because of kidnapping, we are doing this because it is the only way to ensure the safety of people that they are not going to be kidnapped or threatened, their lives threatened. You don't think that the government has a compelling state interest in saying, if there is a threat, a physical criminal threat against someone to do some activity, that the government couldn't say, I'm not questioning whatever the content is of that activity. I'm simply saying we, in our governmental powers, have a right to say, you can't do that. You can't speak.
Sure, Your Honor. So to take your question in pieces, I do think that they would have a compelling interest in that scenario to do something. But what I don't think is that they could simply target speakers and speech. Take, for example, generally applicable laws like the
So you think in that situation that the only thing the government could do is tell the Washington Post, disclose to the public that you are saying this because you are being forced to?
So sure.
That's the only remedy the government could undertake?
No, Your Honor, but I want to make sure I understand the hypothetical. The compelling interest is in preventing this kind of compulsion, coercion, and ultimately harm to children. And I think that the government has a lot of different ways they can address that through speech neutral laws. And I was going to point to things like the Trading with the Enemy Act or Russia sanctions. You can broadly say and attack problems.
They haven't been very effective.
Well, be that as
we're still having people kidnapped. We're still having coercion.
And be that as it may, you can say to Americans, you cannot collaborate with our enemies at all. And if you do that, you're going to be severely punished for doing
All
that.
right, we can go on to the effectiveness of the remedy. But the point is, I believe that even if your First Amendment rights are impinged and there is some protection, the question is at what level of scrutiny?
Yes, Your Honor.
And whether that
Sotomayor, she's so mediocre. I don't know if you ever heard this lady like think and talk out loud. Sotomayor, to me, she's a DI. She's incredibly mediocre because what she's saying is, oh, if we know that there is like criminal duress, we should say, okay, you just can't talk because right now they have your kids and whatever you're saying, you're going to say things are not true because you want to make sure that your kids are safe. Okay, sure, whatever. But my point is, right, let's look at TikTok. TikTok has 150 million people, right? Let's assume that the CEO of TikTok currently, his children are trapped in some basement somewhere and what's it called? In Tiananmen Square, wherever it's called, right? And President Ping is like threatening to kill his children unless he gives all the American information, or he just writes all kinds of crazy stuff and publishes all kinds of crazy stuff on TikTok. What this lady wants us to believe is that the American people, like the 150 million plus American people who have accounts on TikTok and who consume TikTok videos, don't have enough intelligence or discernment to be like, this is kind of odd, right? So American people are just so dumb, they're just so gullible that no matter what you feed them, they'll just eat it up. So they need the government to censor information before they have the opportunity to decide whether or not they want to believe in that. That is some bullshit. The government can do a better job determining what is misinformation, what is propaganda, what is good information, better than 150 million people collectively looking at the content, consuming the content, commenting on the content, and saying like, you know what, this is a bit odd. No, because see, this right here involves a bigger threat to our freedoms, to our freedom of speech, and also what is the size of the government? And this is why I am against a big government, because now we've gotten to a point where government is saying we don't believe that the American people can decipher misinformation. The American people require intervention from the government in order to decide what is good for them and what is bad for them. Is that really how Thomas Jefferson thought about this? Right? I don't know how many people work in the government, but ultimately, you don't have 150 million people working for the government, right? You have way more individuals who are consuming TikTok than people who work in the government. And I do believe, even though, our public school system could do better, but I do believe that if you expose 150 million people to the same amount of content, the American people eventually can decipher for themselves whether this is true information, misinformation, poor information, or information that is truly given to them under duress. And when the government thinks that they know better than 150 million people, you guys, we are now in authoritarian Elaine, this don't make no sense, right? Because I would love to know, and I would ask that question, right? How exactly does the government know what is misinformation or what is not information? Is the government the only source of credible information? Right? Because when the government says we're going to be in charge with policing, right? When the government says we're going to be in charge of policing, what is good information? What is misinformation? We saw that happen during COVID. And who was right? Was the government right or were the people right? You know what I'm saying? It's like when I tell you these liberals, they absolutely despise the Constitution. They absolutely despise free speech. And they despise the fact that God has given all of us self-agency. That's why they want communism. That's why they want socialism. And that's why they want dictatorship. Because what is this? Right? The government is like, oh no, Marlene, we don't want you to read this because, you know, you're not good at telling misinformation from good information. Right? So let us, Maverick, let us decide what is misinformation before you ever see it. What? No. Because when we were in COVID, we saw exactly what happened to the people. There were people who were not even against it. Mary, hold on. You had people who were not even against the jab. You had people who simply said, I want to wait until I know more. They never said they will never do it. They will never take it. The people simply said, given that this is moving a little too fast, right? Give me more time to kind of like, you know, read it over. Oh, no. You do it now or you don't do it. Do it now or you lose your job, right? There were people who were saying, maybe we can try this. Oh, how dare you? We have to trust the science, right? We had Dr. Fauci saying like, oh, you have to do social distancing. Fast forward, the man said he made it up. They asked the man, was it based on empirical science that you came up with a 6 feet social distancing, whatever it was? He was like, no, I just made it up. You see this, right? We have seen the government, quote unquote, try to protect us from ourselves, trying to protect us in the interest of national security, trying to protect us like, you know, against this and that. And we saw what happened. And this is why today, California does not have enough firefighters, right? America has 300 million people. Maybe like a good 20,000, even 30,000 work for the government, right? Why would we ever trust 30,000 people, 50,000 people, even if they had AI at their disposal, to say, you know what, we're going to filter what we think is good information versus what we think is misinformation. And we'll make sure that you'll never encounter the misinformation. Huh? What? No. I have to, even like, you know, I think as a person, I think as an adult, I think as a U.S. citizen, I think as anybody who's here legally and protected under the Constitution, I think even people have the right to be exposed to misinformation. Right? You understand? Just like when there's a sex scene, right? When there's a sex scene, you can have sex scenes. You can even have drug scenes in your content. You just have to put the label. PG-13, rated R, blah, 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 blah. Right? Because we could also say pornography, sex work, all that stuff, it truly corrodes the people because we see the consequences of sex addiction, right? But they're not stopping all these people from putting all kinds of sex scenes in the movies, right? Okay, but what we do is that we label these movies like PG-13, rated R, rated X. So the viewer knows, okay, this is about to go like this. This might contain this. This might contain that. It is at your discretion. But I think adults have the right to be exposed to misinformation. Right? People have the right to be exposed to misinformation. We see it all the time with CNN. Right? For the past 8 years or so, CNN has excelled at providing the American people. Maverick. CNN has excelled at providing the American people with ample misinformation. ABC has done the same. MSNBC has done the same. The majority of mainstream liberal media is nothing more than misinformation. They tell you what they want to tell you, how they want to tell you, when they want to tell you. They omit the stuff that they don't want to tell you, right? Because there's a need for narratives, right? But how often do you go on CNN and you are given a true account of what really happened? or what was really said. No, right? Watch MSNBC. There's no ethical journalism on MSNBC. It is sheer misinformation. It is intentional. These are nothing more than intentional narratives, right? And they have been extremely divisive because their goal is to be divisive, right? What would have happened if these people had properly covered the Hunter Biden laptops? What would have happened, right? What would have happened if they had properly covered what Joe Biden did when he was in the Senate and his relationship with Ukraine and how Hunter Biden got to have the job in Ukraine, even though he had never been to Ukraine? What would have happened, right? There are many things that are not properly covered. Even Kamala Harris, right? Is it misinformation for people to know that when she was district attorney, she was locking people up for truancy, right? She locked people up. They never covered that. She goes on the Breakfast Club and then she tells Charlamagne, because he asked her, was anybody ever arrested? The lady says, no, nobody ever went to jail. But we know that's a lie, right? And yet she's part of the government. She was part of the government in California, and she was part of the government in the federal government. And she intentionally sits there and she lies to people. She lies to people, right? So when you look at what the government does, like, is it really in our best interest to say, okay, we want to trust the government. We want to entrust the government with the responsibility to parse through the content, parse through the information, and we want the government to decide what we should consume and what we should not consume. That is not what the government is for. And I don't think these founding fathers, when they wrote the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, that this is what they had in mind. These are crazy powers to give to the federal government. Where, like, after this, where does it stop? When does it stop? Where does it stop? But I'm listening to her. I'm like, she's a complete idiot. She's a whole DEI. Like, why is she up there? Right? But if you have 150 million people on TikTok who are consuming the TikTok, even if that man has his kids in a basement somewhere, being threatened somewhere, right? I believe that no matter what he publishes, because of open dialogue, because of open conversation, eventually he's going to be exposed. And the consequences of him being exposed is that his platform will no longer be credible and the American people will go elsewhere. That's the whole point of capitalism. That's the whole point of having a free market. If you don't deliver a great product, you will lose the support of your customers. They will go elsewhere. So maybe in the beginning, the misinformation might work because it might be credible. But eventually, people will realize that this platform is not credible. And we see that happening with ABC, right? Their ratings are down because it took as long as it took. But now people are realizing that ABC is not credible, right? CNN, their ratings are down. It took as long as it took, but people are realizing that they're not credible. MSNBC, their ratings are down. They're even talking about selling the network. Why? Because it took as long as it took, but people are realizing that this network is not credible, right? So if TikTok wants to play the game of spreading misinformation to the American public, it might work for a season, but ultimately, because there are more people than whoever works at TikTok or even works in China, right? The people are going to realize that this platform cannot be trusted. And because the platform cannot be trusted, they'll go somewhere else and they'll create a new product. Same thing with YouTube and Rumble. A lot of people felt as though YouTube was heavily censoring people. YouTube was excessively shadow banning people. YouTube was excessively demonetizing people. So the people created Rumble. The American people, to some extent, know, even if they might for a season allow themselves to be seduced by people with ill intentions, people with poor information, misinformation, half information, but eventually we have seen time and time and time again, the American people, a vast faction of the American people say, you know what? No, I don't want this anymore. Let me go over here. Let me start a new business. This is also why Discord came to be and Telegram came to be, because there was a point where on Twitter, people felt as though they could not have free discourse. They didn't feel safe. So they came up with Discord. They came up with Telegram because they're like, okay, there has to be a better way to have this conversation. It came to a point people no longer trusted WhatsApp. So they came up with Discord and they came up with Telegram, where the servers, they could control the encryption of their servers. Like, we don't need the government for that. We need the free markets for that. Like what they're trying to, like whatever they're trying to fix here with this quote unquote ban, which is just punishment because the CEO of TikTok did not bend the knee and let Kamala Harris go crazy on his app, right? They're just mad. But my thing is, whatever you're trying to fix right here, you will fix that through the free markets. The best way to combat misinformation is to have more people involved in the business of news. Because if you have more people doing news, if you have more people reporting on the news, right, then consumer or news now have more opportunities to hear a diverse point of view. When people have diverse point of views, it becomes harder to feed misinformation to the people, right? This is why this election played a whole lot differently. Because Trump, instead of going traditional mainstream, which I told you, one of the big reason that CNN and MSNBC and ABC and all of these people had issues with Trump, because Trump was not a conventional candidate. Trump was not a conventional presidential candidate, meaning he's not going to run ads on your network. He's not going to beg you to endorse him. He's not going to beg you to have segments. So he was not spending money with those people. The major issue that a lot of these networks had with Trump is not because of his person, it's not because he's a racist, no, whatever. The major issue they had with Trump is that Trump was not spending enough money with them. Because the way elections have gone traditionally, whether you're running for president, you're running for the Senate, people usually use the media. They go to mainstream media, traditional media, and they pay for ads. Trump was not paying for ads because he's one of the first politicians to have even more followers than some of these networks, right? I think he has 80 million on Instagram. He has something crazy on X. He has followers on YouTube. Like Trump organically has followers. He doesn't need CNN. He doesn't need MSNBC, right? Compared to someone like Kamala Harris, people didn't really know her. So she needs traditional media. She needed mainstream media. So she's going to pay the money. Had Trump paid these people a lot of money, they would have had a more fair coverage of him versus Kamala Harris. But because the man did not need them, right? They had to attack this man. It's no different than when you have rappers or artists, for example, right, who refuse to sign to a major label. When you don't sign to a major label, especially if you are independent and you are successful, they will do everything in their power to make sure you never get a Grammy, right? It's not because you don't deserve the Grammy. They're just not trying to they don't want to how can I say, they don't want to legitimize what you're doing. Because if you go independent and they have no money, they make no money off of you, and you get to win a Grammy, that kind of exposure and that kind of celebration, you're only going to inspire more people, right, to not sign with these record labels. If these artists are not signing with these record labels, they know exactly what's going to happen to them. Okay? They are going to be obsolete. Maverick, hold on. They're going to be obsolete. And these record labels do not want to be obsolete. So they have to make sure that if you don't sign with them, right, there are certain awards, there's certain type of recognition that you will never get. Right? Because they need to make sure that people sign with them. And it's no surprise that the majority of people who have Grammys are people who are signed to a label. And if you're not signed to a label, you're not going to have a Grammy. They will punish you because how dare you not sign to a label? It's the same thing with Trump. How dare you not pay for ads? How dare you don't beg us to make you famous? How dare you don't beg us to, to pitch you to our audience? He doesn't need those people. And that's what people can't stand. When people, just like the Pharisees, when people are used to having power and control for so long, where everything revolves around them, they control everything. They control distribution. They control the narrative. They control the people, right? When people are used to that, anything that threatens that control, they lose their minds. And you see it with Don Lemon, right? Don Lemon is having a hard time because he doesn't understand how people are no longer trusting, believing mainstream media, right? A lot of people don't care for him. And it's really shocking to him because when he worked at CNN, he was in a bubble. He really was in a bubble, right? But I say this all the time. The people who went into lockdown are not the same people who came out. The world was a certain way before COVID. After COVID, people's eyes are wide open. People have changed. And I think the powers that be can't deal with the fact that today, the American people are not so sheeply, okay? They can't deal with the fact that today American people ask a whole lot of questions. They ask a lot of questions. And when you are running when you're running hold on, Maverick. When you're about controlling people, when you're about like, censoring people and things like that, it hurts you. It drives you insane when you realize that the mask is falling off. And a lot of people starting to see. A lot of people starting to understand. A lot of people are questioning. And many times those who are questioning stuff are right. You know what I'm saying? They usually will call you a conspiracy theorist. This is just a conspiracy theory. Blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, those conspiracy theorists are usually right. I wonder why. They do everything in their power to shame you when you think differently. They do everything in their power to ostracize you when you think differently, right? Because they don't want anybody to get any idea. Don't be like her. Don't think like her. Don't ask too many questions. Don't do this. Don't do that. They want people to be submissive. They want you to be submissive. And if you notice, that's why they even have celebrity culture. Because those celebrities are incredibly submissive. And when you're submissive, you get to quote unquote be successful. When you are submissive, you get to have a big house. When you're submissive, you get to have the Grammys. When you're submissive, you get to be famous, right? Hey, Lacey, like notice that, right? People who are usually successful are people who don't pose a threat to the current state of power, right? If you don't challenge the status quo, if you don't challenge those who are currently in power, they will make you successful because the goal is discipleship. The goal is to teach people submission, right? But when you ask questions, when you're a disruptor, when you don't do what they tell you to do, when you're like, I don't know, they will shame you. They will mock you. They'll ridicule you. They'll cancel your career. They'll cancel your livelihood. They'll make your family hate you. All kinds of stuff. We saw what happened during COVID. We saw how they treated people. They snatched people's jobs away. I mean, they were so mean to people. And now you fast forward, you don't even have to do it. Nobody's talking about it anymore. Nobody's requiring you to get a vaccine. Nobody's requiring you to get the jab, right? But people have changed a lot. Maverick. Even celebrities, right? Celebrities don't hold the weight that they used to. Like before COVID, people were obsessed with celebrities. Oh, this celebrity's doing this. This celebrity's doing that. Before COVID, concerts were selling out. Albums were selling out. Like everything was just selling out. Merch was selling out. After COVID, people came out of quarantine. People came out of quarantine. A lot of people, Maverick, stop. A lot of people came out of quarantine. They don't care about celebrities. They be cussing them out. People are so dismissive. A lot of celebrities can't even sell concert tickets. A lot of celebrities are going broke because people don't care anymore about celebrities. And I'm like, they are really struggling because they don't know how to control people anymore. They don't know how to control people anymore because before entertainment, sports, celebrities, these were the puppets that the powers that be, the Matrix, were able to use to get people to fall in line, to get people to want to live a certain way, to see life a certain way, to aspire to certain things, right? But after COVID, like a lot of things were disrupted, and they don't know how to get people back to the plantation. They don't know how to get people back to the plantation, and they feel like TikTok played a big part. Hold on, Maverick. Hold on. What is this? What is this? And they feel like TikTok played a big part in waking people up. And because of that, they want to make an example out of TikTok. You guys, because honestly, y'all, we were never supposed to wake up. We were never supposed to wake up. Come on social media, have these mindless conversations, talk about clothes, talk about celebrities, talk about reality TV shows, right? They love us like that. They love us when we're mindless, okay? If anything, they want us to be mindless. But the kind of stuff people started to see and understand because of TikTok, people's eyes started to open up because of TikTok. Like, oh, no. We can't have these people waking up. We cannot have these people waking up. Yeah. We cannot have these people waking up. And it goes to show before this season, the majority of America was asleep. The majority of America was asleep. But today, a lot of people, even with these podcasts have opened a lot of people's eyes. These podcasts have opened a lot of people's eyes. The fact that today a lot of people would rather come to YouTube and get their information from YouTube than CNN, MSNBC, ABC, right? And their viewership is down. Oh, it triggers that, right? You should have seen how they were so upset because Joe Rogan had 17 million. He had a lot of people, right? He has like 17 million subs on YouTube. Like when her people told her not to do the Joe Rogan, they didn't think that Joe Rogan was that much of a cultural phenomenon. Okay, they didn't see it. But what happened after Trump went on the Joe Rogan show and how the endorsement of Joe Rogan catapulted, like it just took Trump to a whole nother level, like the jealousy because of that. Because today, it's no longer mainstream media who decides. It's the people. It's the podcasters. It's the streamers. It's the TikTokers, right? It's regular people. People that can't control. Right? So now a regular person can have 16 million followers. A regular person can have 5 million followers. A regular person can talk directly to other people, right? We've never seen stuff like that. So they're losing a lot of control, and they're losing a lot of money, and they're losing a lot of votes. Because they truly thought people were going to go along with the sham, okay, and have Kamala Harris be president. They really thought that. And now they're mad because look how much money they put into that thing for her to win. And the girl lost. She didn't even get a single swing state. Okay? She completely lost. No.
The action is content neutral or not.
I agree that is the way that the analysis proceeds. Here, we believe that the level of scrutiny should be strict scrutiny.
What is the relevance of the history? Chief Judge Srinivasan, in his opinion, in the D.C. Circuit, emphasized that there is a long tradition of preventing foreign ownership or control of media in the United States, going back radio, television, and what have you. I would think no matter the level of scrutiny, that history has to be important, and I want to get your response to it.
I don't actually think it's important in this context because that history all arises in the context of bandwidth scarcity. And in that context, you have the government that's in the position of doling out a limited number of licenses. And when you have to dole out a limited number of licenses, you by definition have to pick winners and losers. And when you have to do that, you get a certain amount of discretion. I think that's the whole basis of those cases. You can't really take those cases
keep going.
You can't really take those cases and extend them to an area where there is no scarcity, like the World Wide Web, because once you do that, there's really no limiting principle. There's no reason why it wouldn't also apply to really popular books or magazines or newspapers or chains of newspapers. The bandwidth scarcity, I think, is really what justifies the greater discretion that the government gets in that area.
Mr. Francisco, let me see if I can break this down. Suppose that TikTok were outright owned by the People's Republic of China. Would you make the same argument?
I wouldn't be making the same argument, Your Honor.
Why not?
Because there you would have to confront a very different question, whether a foreign government that was speaking in the United States has First Amendment rights. And I don't know that the court has ever addressed that. But here we've got a U.S.
No, I understand that. I just want to see where you draw the line. So it's true. The court has never held that a foreign government has free speech rights. And if we were to hold that, I would think it would be because speech by a foreign government, particularly one with enormous resources, is not protected. Allowing that does not serve the underlying interests of the First Amendment, which are, among other things, fostering democratic self-government and furthering the search for truth. So let's assume that we start with that. All right. What if TikTok were then not owned by the foreign government, but it was undisputed that TikTok was totally controlled by the foreign government, could not do one thing without the approval of the foreign government? That's different?
I do think that it is different, Your Honor. For example, I've given the hypothetical that I've given, but there are a lot of companies in this country that have foreign owners, not just companies like Politico, which is German-owned, or Al Jazeera, which is partly owned by the government.
Well, I understand that, but what would be the reason for drawing that line?
Sure,
because there's a good reason for saying that a foreign government, particularly an adversary, does not have free speech rights in the United States. Why would it all change if it was simply hidden under some kind of contrived corporate structure?
Because it is a U.S. speaker. I'll give you another example. AMC movie theaters used to be owned by a Chinese company. Under this theory, Congress could order AMC movie theaters to censor any movies that Congress doesn't like or promote any movies that Congress wanted. And I think the reason is that here, where it's conceded, you actually have a bona fide U.S. company. It is not simply a Chinese cutout that is the Chinese government speaking itself.
All right,
but
let's
an
say that's not
independent
a
United
complete,
States company.
let's say this is not a complete answer to your First Amendment argument, but would you be willing to concede that this is a very important factor that should be taken into account in deciding whether there's a First Amendment violation?
Well, Your Honor, I think that it does help supply a compelling governmental interest, but I still think you have to march through the strict scrutiny analysis and analyze their interests. I do not think that they have a compelling governmental interest in the manipulation of content. I think that is in the teeth of the First Amendment. And if you look at the government's brief and the rest of the record in this case, that's really what it's focused on. Their complaint is the fear that the content could be critical of the United States government or could undermine our democracy. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Francisco, I just wanted to follow up on that line of questioning with just some fact questions, because it seems to me there are a couple of things that the parties still dispute about facts in this court, which is a little unusual. The government says that TikTok US has no authority or ability to alter the algorithm or recommendation engine, but must simply follow ByteDance's directives. You disagree with that in your reply brief.
Yes,
somebody has to be right and somebody has to be wrong about that. What's the fact? What does the record show?
Well, Your Honor, we are here on a record, and there is nothing in the record that says that TikTok, like any other subsidiary, doesn't have its own independent making authority. If you look at their record sites, what they point to is the ordinary types of control that a parent company has over a subsidiary company, but it doesn't change the fact.
All right, what is the fact? Are you prepared to make a representation?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact is that TikTok Incorporated, as a U.S. company, does have a choice over the algorithm. Now, it would be an incredibly bad business decision for them to abandon this algorithm, and they very doubtful would ever do it, but they have that authority. What they clearly have the authority to do is shut down the platform in the face of Chinese pressure. That's actually what they agreed to do in the National Security Agreement. I think that underscores why TikTok Incorporated, as a U.S. company, does have its own set of First Amendment rights.
Okay, and then another fact question.
The thing I just thought about, Maverick, okay. You know the one thing I just thought about, because we also have Asian car manufacturers here too, right? I think, like, especially with Trump had these people come over here and create plants, right? Even what he said about, oh, there's going to be a bloodbath, because right now, Maverick, you have a lot of car manufacturers in Mexico right now making cars, especially those EVs, right? So let's say these people came here also. Are we going to say that because they're Chinese car manufacturers, that they're also saying all the car data, like how fast you drive, who bought the car, when they bought the car, you know, because a lot of electrical vehicles, but even these cars today, they're so high tech, Maverick, they're so high tech, right? So are we also going to say that ultimately, like, what you going to do about these cars also? Because are you going to have is there going to be a fear that Chinese auto manufacturers who manufacture cars in America, who are still connected to parent companies in Beijing, in the Shenzhen, in the Guangdong somewhere, are we also going to say, well, because these are Chinese car manufacturers, that they pose a threat to national security because they might sell your data, your speedometer data, any kind of data to the Chinese government, right? And also, for as long as American people have been buying from China through Shein, Temu, Alibaba, AliExpress, TikTok, and any other form, DHgate, like, I'm like, by now, what data that China could be looking for that the China don't have already? I'm really confused. Like, what novel data about the American people could TikTok be gathering on behalf of the Chinese government that truly the Chinese government does not already have, right? Even the majority of our appliances, like refrigerator, dishwashers, washing machine, dryers, TVs, a lot of our appliances are made in China. Even our earphones, even Apple, these things are made in China. How do we know that? And then the thing about Apple too, Apple has a lock, like it has a really shut system. Like, you know, you really can't go into your phone. You really can't go into your MacBook Pro. You really can't go into your iMac, right? How do we know that these people don't have something in there? Because did anybody ever look? Right? And given the number of units that Apple sells nonstop, can Apple say that they've checked every single device that came out of China to make sure that there's not some kind of spyware device? We are expected to sit here and pretend as if we're not excessively reliant and dependent on China. It's ridiculous to me. right? Even coming for TikTok this way is stupid to me because the majority of our bonds, like the you know how the Treasury issues bonds, a lot of the U.S. bonds are owned by China. So you don't lose sleep at night knowing that a big part of our debt is owned by China. But you lose sleep at night because you fear that TikTok might be used by the Chinese government. Like, you're really not serious, right? We owe a lot of money to China, right? So when the Chinese people, when the Chinese government comes to the U.S. market and they buy all these U.S. treasuries, you're not scared. That don't scare you, right? But TikTok is where you start to lose sleep at night. Like, you people are a bunch of racists. Okay, you're a bunch of racists. My thing is, I really do wonder, maybe, like, I don't know, this dating behavior, maybe, okay, you know, but I'm like, what novel piece of data about the American people can TikTok provide to the Chinese government that the Chinese government doesn't already have? Right? Seriously. From, like, I don't know, right? But I just feel like where we are in the game today, the majority, if you use the internet, you live on the internet, you shop on the internet, you have to make peace with the fact that the majority of your data is bought and sold, repackaged, retraded, and sold all over again. But I'm like, what is it that the Chinese people could want to know that they don't already know? And they need TikTok to know that information about the American people. I am confused. I am really, really confused. But I'm like, the majority of our bonds are owned by China. The majority of the American debt is owned by China. We owe China a lot, right? So I don't know. I think the national debt is more of a matter of national security than TikTok is, right? But once again, for me, I feel like it's all about controlling free speech. It really is.
Before the DC Circuit, you argued that the Chinese government has made clear in public statements that it would not permit a forced divestment of the recommendation engine. Does that mean that some key component of the recommendation engine is under Chinese control?
No, Your Honor. What it means, and this might warrant a little more explanation, what it means is that there are lots of parts of the source code that are embodied in intellectual property that are owned by the Chinese government, and they would restrict, like the United States restricts the sale of those types of things to foreign governments. It doesn't alter the fact that this is being operated in the United States by TikTok Incorporated.
Okay.
So
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. And then you represent that the divestiture is not feasible within the Act's time frame. I'm sorry for these fact questions.
Sure.
I just want to understand what's before us. Would it be feasible in any time frame? I take the government doesn't dispute that it's infeasible in the 270 days provided by law. But would it be
Your Honor,
feasible?
I think, at least as we understand how they've interpreted the qualified divestiture provision, it would be exceedingly difficult under any time frame for two principal reasons.
The way he's talking about the algorithm here, right? Because he was like, it's not so much that Chinese control the stuff, but the Chinese government could have some type of algorithm that's also involved in the stuff. It's the same way. If you believe that the NSA doesn't work with YouTube, you're crazy, right? If you believe that the NSA does not work with YouTube, you're crazy, right? The NSA works with a lot of social media companies like Facebook, like all these these cookies. There are a lot of things that you get from the NSA. Why? Because sometimes these people have grants, right? They have grants that they were given by the federal government. They've been doing research on that. So there are certain things where they already have breakthrough in the research. So sometimes you work with the government because they do have some piece of code that you need, right? And sometimes the code is proprietary, right? So it's the same thing. Like if Facebook was to operate, I guess, in China, right? Facebook could have elements of code from the NSA. Now, does that mean that the whole thing, shebang, bang, bang, is ran by the U.S. government? No, but there's certain element of codes that are ran that belong to the NSA. So if you give you give all your code over to Chinese government, they will be able to identify pieces of code that came from the NSA. And that ultimately could be a matter of national security, right? I'm like, yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? But I'm like, for me, once again, between China buying the majority of our U.S. Treasury bonds versus China owning TikTok, if they do own all of TikTok, I don't know, right? But I think the national debt, because if they force you to pay that debt and you don't have the money, you could default, right? And then what happens if America defaults on payments on its loans versus TikTok giving data or whatever to the Chinese government. Defaulting on your treasury notes is way more serious. It's way more serious. You people are not serious. Okay? But I'm like, me, Marlene, he should have compared this to, he should have asked the question, how is this man being Chinese? Okay, and you say, oh, because he's Chinese, so ultimately he must be working on behalf of the Chinese government. How is that different than Mark Zuckerberg, who is an Ashkenazi Jew, right? Who's a strong sympathizer of Benjamin Netanyahu and the state of Israel, who's extremely intertwined with the ADL, and him also working on the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu. How's that any different? And how do we know that the information that is given, how do we know that the information given on platforms owned by Meta, right, are not given with the intent to misinform people about the true state condition and welfare of the Palestinian people, especially those who live in the Gaza Strip? Why is it that anybody who questioned the recounts of Benjamin Netanyahu and how he's treating those people is automatically be labeled as an anti-Semite by the ADL? And why is it that the ADL has so much sway over Meta? Okay, because why? Because they're all cousins? Like, how's that fair? How's that fair? I'm like, why do these people have so many privileges in America as if like they're such a, I don't know, you would think like they have special DNA or something. No, we're all people. You're either an American or you're not. Like, what is all this, right? But when you look at how Ashkenazi Jews are treated in this country, you would think that they're above everybody else. They can never do no wrong. They're never held to any, you can't question them. You can't ask them any questions. You can't disagree with them. You cannot have a different point of view, because anything you do where you're not kissing their ass and saying, okay, how many more weapons do you want? How many more Palestinians do you want to murder? How much more land do you want, right? If you're not engaged with that, then somehow you're automatically an anti-Semite. When being a Semite is not just about being an Israeli. There are a lot of people who are Semites. Palestinians are Semites. Amharic people are Semites. There are a lot of Northern African people who are Semites. There are a lot of Arabs who are Semite. So why is it that anything that they don't like automatically classifies as anti-Semite language? The stuff that Benjamin Netanyahu does against those Palestinians also classifies as anti-Semitism. Point blank, period. Okay? We're getting tired of this. We are getting tired of this. This is insanity.
The first is that there's a global team of engineers that are some in China, some in Europe, some in the United States that maintain and update the original source code. And as we understand their interpretation, a qualified divestiture would prohibit any kind of coordination with that global team of engineers. The other reason is because, as we understand how they're interpreting it, a qualified divestiture would divorce the US platform from the global content. So for example, there are videos created in the United States, there are videos created in Ireland. In order to get global content, we need access to the Irish videos, they need access to the US videos. We understand that couldn't happen.
Okay, so you think it's probably not feasible in any timeline?
Well, Your Honor, I think it'd be extraordinarily difficult.
Okay, last fact question, then I'll yield the floor here. The government admits that it has no evidence that TikTok has engaged in covert content manipulation in this country, but says that ByteDance has responded.
Videos, we understand that couldn't happen.
Okay, so you think it's probably not feasible in any timeline?
Well, Your Honor, I think it'd be extraordinarily difficult.
Okay, last fact question, then I'll yield the floor here. The government admits that it has no evidence that TikTok has engaged in covert content manipulation in this country, but
do y'all see this? So this dude says, Gorsuch, whatever his name is, the Supreme Court justice right here, he's saying the government admits that it has no evidence that TikTok has done any form of manipulation. Then why are they the only ones that's facing this? So you have no evidence that they've done anything malicious with the content. You have no evidence that TikTok has done anything to intentionally misinform the American people. You have no evidence that China has coerced, pressured, even kidnapped this man's children in order to dismantle erroneous information to the American people. But yet, in the House of Representatives, you guys wrote a bill just for TikTok. Hakeem Jeffries was okay with it, right? And in Congress, the bill passed with just TikTok. Joe Biden signed this knowing that it only targeted TikTok. When you have nothing against these people, you have no evidence. Why are we here? Why are we here? Because we're Chinese? You're racist. I would have said that. Why are we here? You're like, you want to ban someone, you want to ban an app that you have no evidence has done anything wrong. on the premise that they're connected to China. So, in the case that you might, what about Facebook? Have they put that much energy to know how much information on Facebook comes straight out of Israel? Hold on, Maverick. Hold on. Okay. But I'm like, this is racism. This is really being racist. Okay. So you have no evidence that they've never done anything wrong to this day. For the number of times that they've threatened to cancel TikTok, ban TikTok, to this day, you have no evidence that TikTok has never done anything against the American people or the American government. But yet the bill was specifically for TikTok. You guys, I swear, there's no way Mark Zuckerberg is not involved in this. There is no way Mark Zuckerberg is not involved in this. There's no way. There is no way.
Says that ByteDance has responded to PRC demands to censor content outside of China and other countries. Again, you deny that in your reply brief. Somebody has to be right about that.
Well, Your Honor, the problem there is everything that follows what you just read is redacted, and so I don't know what it says. What the record shows is two things. The record shows first what you just said. They haven't done anything here in the United States with respect to TikTok Incorporated. And second, the record also shows through our transparency reports that we haven't removed or restricted content on the TikTok platform in other parts of the world. And TikTok doesn't operate in China, it operates in other parts of the world. We haven't removed or restricted content at the request of China. That's what we put out in our regular transparency
Removed or restricted, though, doesn't necessarily cover covert content manipulation, though, right?
Well, Your Honor, I'm limiting my response to what's in the record.
Okay.
It's very difficult for me to respond to things where I don't know what the accusation is.
I have other questions about the secret evidence in this case, but we'll get to that later.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Francisco, can I ask you a question about the relevant speech here? So it strikes me that this is a little different than your Bezos example, because there it's clearly content discrimination because we're talking about the ability to post particular articles versus other articles. Am I right that the algorithm is the speech here?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I would say it's the algorithm is a lot of things. The algorithm has built within it. It's basically how we predict what our customers want to see.
The editorial discretion.
Yeah, the editorial discretion. It also has built within it the moderation elements. All of this kind of comes together when the source code is translated into executable code in the United States. In the United States, that executable code is then subject to vetting, review, moderation through content moderation algorithms, and so it ultimately lands on the TikTok platform.
But what we're talking about as a NetChoice is the editorial discretion that underlies the algorithm. And I just want to be clear, a lot of your examples talk about, including the Bezos one, the right of an American citizen to repeat what a foreign entity says or say, I'm hitching my wagon to China. I want to say everything China does. Here, the concern is about the covert content manipulation piece of the algorithm. That is something that ByteDance wants to speak, right?
Well, Your Honor, I think
this lady from Louisiana, I think she's one of the only ones who didn't go to an Ivy League, so she's a bit remedial. This girl, that's the Supreme Court justice out of Louisiana. I don't know where she went to law school, but girl, you sound hella stupid. And the problem, you see, and I think this is where we're going to have issues in the future, because these justices, these lawyer people, many of them are not tech savvy. This is going to be a problem, even with AI, because guys, low key, high key, AI is a thief. I don't know if you realize this. Oh my God, I love AI. I love AI. Oh my God, AI is so convenient. AI is stealing people's information. Like, how they say, like, steal like an artist? That's exactly what AI is. It steals. It steals a lot. Okay? This is not some, like, I don't know, self-regenerating intelligence. No, it's a great thief. It steals very, very well. Okay? But I'm like, we're going to get to a point where the way these justices are not technologically savvy, they don't understand algorithms. They don't understand tech and how it evolves and how fast it evolves. They might make horrible rulings because they just don't understand the technology. And I don't know how they're going to fix this, right? Because you're even going to get to a point where even these algorithms, people are going to start fighting with these algorithms. And they might even go all the way up to Supreme Court. And I don't know how these judges are going to be okay. Like, they're going to have the sophistication, right? The technological sophistication to be able to be proper arbiter of these cases when they're brought before the court. Like, I don't know, but she sounds hella stupid, okay? Because she's like, oh, covert. Baby, you can call anything covert, right? If, for example, like, when we wake up, how sometimes when you go on Google will change the color of the font, or like they'll match a holiday, or they'll match some type of cause, right? Google changes that, right? Somebody could say like, oh, every time Google changes their font or Google celebrate some holiday, right? That it's a covert messaging for something. One could even argue, like if one day you ever see, what's it called? You ever see Google have more red, like, you know, like they use more red colors in the way they do their thing as opposed to using more blue. We could say, hey, that's communism, right? Maybe it's a wink to communism. Anything could be covert, right? Because if you like, if you don't like someone, or if you really want to abrade somebody's like right to speech, you can say that whatever they say is covert for something else. But ultimately, do you have proof of what you're saying? Do you have evidence? No, you don't. So when you say things like, oh, but how do we know that ByteDance doesn't want to speak to some covert what? Right? You can also argue, hey, if I go on Facebook, right? You see how Facebook, the colors of Facebook are like blue and white? Somebody could argue that that's the Israeli flag. So I could say, oh, maybe it's covert alliance to the Israeli government. Let me show you what I mean. Because my girl, you sound remedial. Like you people, like you, hold on. Right? See, hold on. Let me show you, right? You see, like, do you see Facebook's color palette, for example, right? How is that different than the flag for Israel? How's that different? Right? You see that? Right? Do you get my point? Do you get my point? Right? Do you get my point? So if I see these colors, right, and then I see these colors, how do I know that this is not covert messaging to say that Facebook is a covert IVF Zionist app? Girl, let's go there because you're a racist. I'm gonna finish you off today. I don't have time for this foolishness. Anything can be covert. Why is there so much baby blue all over Facebook and Instagram? Are you trying to say to the river to the sea, all of that will belong to Israel? We can go there. Anything can be covert. So at this rate, we should shut down all these social media apps because everybody has a covert message. Like, girl, what's it on somewhere? Like, you make no sense. You really make no sense. I could even pick apart the peacock from from NBC. Why is the logo of NBC a peacock? I could argue that maybe you're connected to some, like, I don't know, Assyrians or something in the Babylon, because back then also a peacock was quite a symbol, right? Why is your logo a peacock? We can just keep going. Like, we can all find covert messaging all over. I can find a lot of covert messaging in Disney and their movies, right? Does that mean that Disney is tied to some lodge, some Masonic lodge that thrives off of human kidnapping, child trafficking, and things like that? Girl, is that what you want to do? Right? But she's extremely remedial. I mean, she's the only one who didn't go to an Ivy League. So, you know, it's quite questionable. Okay. But I'm like, you look at the logo of Facebook, and you look at the flag of Israel. Is this really a coincidence? Or is this covert messaging? Is this an ode to a Zionist mandate? The people have questions. I have questions. Do you have questions? I got plenty of questions. And we can keep going. Right? Somebody could even argue that the logo of Instagram, because when you look at Instagram, the colors, like, you know, it's kind of like, give my background over here. It gives you horizon. What are you trying to say? From in the horizon, you're gonna take the Gaza Strip from these people? Like, we can just keep going. It can give the dunes. Maybe you have a plan to attack the people in the Middle East and take all their land. We can just keep going. What exactly are you trying to do here, sis? Right? Because I would have told her, like, ma'am, do you think you have a racist bias? Somebody should ask these Supreme Court justices that. Because I'm telling you, when you deal with racist people, you got to say it straight to their face. I think you're racist. What? Okay? So it's like, oh, it's okay, Lacey. I'm not going to take it down. Maverick, mommy needs a little break. You're too heavy. Okay? Does that make sense, you guys? So I'm like, I don't really get what she's trying to say here. Right? But I've always found it quite odd that the color palette for Facebook literally matches the color palette of the Israeli flag. Why is that? Is that random? Okay, thank you, Erica. Like, seriously, like, we could just keep going, right? But like, you look at things. So, okay, why do you have more red? Are you communist? Like, what are you trying to say, right? Because we can all see something in something. Like, if you really want to see a thing in a thing, you can see it. It's up to you. But I will say, why do you see those things? Because you have inherent bias, right? Because in your head, Israel is safe. China is threatening, right? In your head, Ashkenazi Jew is somebody that I love, and a Chinese is someone that I hate. Where did you learn to hate people based on their provenance, their skin color, their nationality, or the color of their flag, right? Hey, boo, right? You got to ask yourself that, because you're a racist. You are a racist, right? When one color triggers you and another color does not trigger you, it gives gang member. And that's why I feel, and I don't say this to be mean, right? This is why I truly believe that it will always be hard for white people to not be racist, because white people move like gang members. They move like gang. I don't know how to explain this. They literally move like gang members, especially white liberals, right? You know how, like, if you're a Crip, if you see blue, you want to kill somebody. If you're a blood, you see like what? Crip is blue. Which one is blue? Crip is blue, right? Okay, if you're a Crip and you see somebody wear a red bandana, you want to kill the person. If you are blood, you see somebody wear blue, you want to kill the person. Gang behavior, right? And I would argue that a lot of white people, this is how they move. This color makes me feel safe. This color makes me feel threatened, right? This person makes me feel good. This person makes me feel threatened. And you'll ask her, do you know the person that makes you feel threatened? Do you know this person directly? No. Oh, okay. Have you ever talked to them? No, but I see it on TV. Fuck what you see on TV. Have you ever sat down and actually talked to this person? No. Like, do you know how many white people get like become extremely uneasy when they have to read an Arab name? They're like, oh my God, Muhammad al-Safari al-Mustafa. Okay. Do you know how Arab people feel when they have to read Diane von Furstenwijk? Okay, like the freak. Right? But they're the only ones who have intellectual impediments when they have to read foreign names. Like they do too much. Like even when they have to be like a Nigerian and like Motola, shut the hell up. It's not that hard. Okay? It's not that hard. But they want you to know, like, oh, this is so foreign to me. This is so shut up. When you see their names, it's all kinds of crazy names. Like, oh, like even the Supreme Court Justice, like Gorsuch, whatever his name is, like. How do you know that some people don't read your name and like, oh, wow, that must be a colonizer. That must be a white terrorist, right? That must be an invader, right? Like they think they're the only ones, like when they read foreign names, oh, I have qualms about it. We read your names. We also have anxiety about it. Okay, thank you very much. But I'm like, girl, you sound crazy. Like, make it make sense. Really make it make sense. You are insane. You are really insane.
I think that ultimately it's TikTok's choice whether to put it on the platform.
And you don't want that. Is your client disclaiming
we absolutely resist any kind of content manipulation by China at all. But what I do want to focus in on is what their asserted interests here. They do talk about covertness, but it can't possibly be that all they're concerned about is mere covertness. If all you were concerned about was the covertness untethered from the underlying content, that's something that could be easily addressed through a risk disclosure.
But that goes to scrutiny, the level
Yes,
of the application. Let's say that I agree with you, the First Amendment is implicated, and I'm trying to figure out what level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out what content, if any, discrimination is going on here. You know, there's disproportionate burden. Let's say that I agree with you about that. No one is preventing you. I mean, you're seeking access to a particular source code, engineering, the recommendation feature. It's the technology that you want. You're not trying to repeat, as in the Bezos example, if we take the speech that the government's concerned about to be the covert content manipulation rationale, you're not seeking to utter that speech.
That's correct, Your Honor. What we are seeking to do is use an algorithm that displays the combination of content that we prefer our users to see on the platform.
And the government doesn't care about that. I mean, the government is fine with you doing that. You can invent it yourself. It doesn't even care what content that displays, cat videos or whatever.
Yeah, but I think that the way that the analysis has to unfold is first you ask, is this law burdening our speech? I think we agree that the law is burdening our speech. Then you have to look at whether the law itself is somehow content-based, not just what their motivations are, but whether the law is content-based. And here, the trigger for this law, the one thing that gets it going is if you operate a social media platform that has user-generated content, unless that content takes the form of a product, travel, or business review. Then within that universe of content, it says there's one speaker we're particularly concerned about, and we're going to hammer home on that one speaker. And then just to make the rubble bounce, they come in and tell us that one of the reasons they're targeting that speaker is because they're worried about the future content on that platform, that it could in the future somehow be critical of the United States or undermine democracy, to pull examples from the government's brief. So I think there's.
I get what he's saying, right? I hope you get what he's saying. So they're saying, like, government saying, we haven't found you doing anything wrong. We don't think that you're even colluding with the China, right? But in the case that you could, so you haven't even done it. You know what it's giving? That's how you know it's like it's Kamala Harris all over again. You know what it's giving? When Kamala Harris said that she's going to tax unrealized gains. You're like, what? Once again, you haven't even made the money, but we're going to tax you on what we think you're going to make. I said, what? And the sad part is, when she was saying that, a lot of people, once again, socialists, communists, these crazy people, were like, oh, yeah. Because they're thinking it only applies to stocks and bonds, right? Because a lot of people in this country have this unvetted hatred for rich people or anybody who's not pretty much like living paycheck to paycheck. So they were clapping for that. Oh, she wants to tax unrealized gains. So let's clap. But I'm like, you are also forgetting that if you are a homeowner, you also have an asset, right? Stocks and bonds are one form of asset, but a house also is another form of asset. So if you own a house, a condo, if you own any kind of property, these people could show up tomorrow and say, oh, you know what? Your house that you bought for $300,000, we think by next year it might be worth $6 million. And we want you to pay taxes as if the house was currently worth $6 million. Do you understand that? So what would that lead to? People would eventually have to abandon their homes, not because you can't make your mortgage, but you just can't pay your property taxes. So I'm like, this is why we can't celebrate this, right? Or even your car, anything, like whatever they want. They can go, oh, you know what? We think that this right now, even though it's only worth like 300, we think in the next 3 months, it might be worth $12,000. So we're going to assess taxes on you as if it was currently worth $12,000. I'm like, what? This girl is crazy, right? You will not be president. I'm like, to me, it sounds similar to what they're saying is that you have not been caught, TikTok, you haven't been caught doing anything wrong. However, we're going to write a language that specifically targets social media apps and that specifically targets people. It's not if you're what, cooking or traveling, doesn't pertain to you, but it pertains to like people who give their opinions, for example, on TikTok. So if you're a person who sits on TikTok and you share your thoughts on TikTok, they want to make sure that certain people in the future, not that they might, not that they will, but just in case certain people on TikTok want to have a certain discourse, they're not going to be able to, because the government acts like God, and they know that the day you do, everything that comes out of your mouth will be misinformation. So it's like me, for example, right? You know how like sometimes I can talk about celebrities or talk about whatever, but they could be like, you know what, Marlene, when you first started off your channel, it was mostly like a beauty channel, skincare channel. But we've noticed that recently you've been radicalized and you talk more about politics. And we have noticed that you don't usually say the things that we want you to say, because if you don't say what mainstream wants you to say, automatically you're spreading misinformation. So we don't know. So we don't know what you might say tomorrow, because maybe, you know, we gave you like 2 community strikes, whatever, and then we made you take the whole vaccine workshop, right? So we think that maybe 3 months from now, you might say something that violates our community guidelines. So we'll just go ahead and just bloop, 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 bloop. You're like, what? Right? So you haven't even said it, and already they want you to lose everything because they think you might say it, right? And I'm like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine a world where you are being sanctioned, not because of what you've done, but what they think you might do? Do you see how dangerous that is? It's like saying, okay, you go for car insurance, or let's say you go for car insurance, right? No, you go for property insurance, right? You go for property insurance. And the people say, because you're Black, we have to apply a different model to you, because Black people in America commit 13% of the crimes. Now, you don't have a criminal record, you have yet to commit a crime, but because you belong to this risky group, we have to apply a different model, and based on that model, you're going to have to pay a higher premium. Girl, what? That's discrimination. I mean, to me, it's discrimination, because you cannot punish someone based on what you think they might do a week from now, even tomorrow, a year from now, 3 years from now. And also, you cannot also specifically target that person based on their provenance, because this law specifically applies because TikTok is connected to China, right? If it was an American-owned company, would you have the specific language? No. So first, where they're from plays the part in it. Because of where they're from, now you want to regulate how they speak. And that discrimination, right? Come on, it's the same thing. So if you go for homeowners insurance, they can say to you, because you're Black And because Black people commit most of the crimes in this country, we have to apply a different model to you. And to some extent, this is why a lot of insurance companies have been doing, which is why a lot of people do not feel bad for the man who got pewed on the streets, because his insurance company has the highest rate of denials in the country. I think they deny about like 31% of their claims, right? Because they use algorithms to deny people of their health insurance claims. You see, it's extremely discriminatory, because what exactly is this algorithm taking into account that other healthcare, other insurance companies are not, that you have such a high instance of denials like this? It's discrimination, right? Because AI is not cruel. It's the people who write the code who are cruel. Because when you write code, which is why I really can't stand when people say things like, oh, it's not me, it's the computer. Oh, we didn't deny your application. The computer denied your application. No, somebody has to write the code. When you write code, you can put bias in code, right? You can write bias in the code. There's a lot of ways to say Black without saying Black. You can target a particular area code. You can target a particular zip code. You can target a certain age group. You can target a certain income. You can target a certain educational level, right? And when you put it all together, it does give Black, right? You might not say, oh, we're not going after Black people. No, you're not explicitly going after Black people. But once you say to yourself, right, we've identified that for in this area, Black people pose a higher risk. So because of that, we want to give specifically Black people a higher premium, right? You're not going to say, oh, we're particularly attacking Black people. No, but you can put certain area codes. You can put certain income, household income. You can put certain educational level, right? You might even train the computer to recognize, okay, if it's a woman with 3 kids, no man, maybe she's Black, right? There are ways to create a profile that says like most likely as a Black person without you saying it's a Black person. We're not stupid, because people write the code, and you can write implicit bias in the code. You can put bias in code. You can put bias in anything. Anything people touch, you can put bias in there, right? And that's why it's good to have other people who look at the code and who look at the algorithm to make sure it is not implicitly biased, because people have biases. Even the mere fact that the majority of our tech companies or social media companies are nested in California, right? It leaves incredible room for bias, because most people in California are extremely extreme. They think they're always right. So if you are from Virginia and you don't espouse the same beliefs, then, oh no, you are an extremist. So they're going to start flagging your content, right? That's why California should not have the monopoly. Mary, California should not have the monopoly when it comes to what is considered like bullying on TikTok or on Instagram. Because no, if you're in California, right, and you read my comments on Instagram, yeah, you're gonna be offended because I don't think like you. But am I actually being hurtful? No, right? If 2 people are having a conversation about, if you put a person that is pro-life and a person that is pro-choice, right, we could have valid points. But the way Instagram is, the pro-life person is most likely going to be punished for bullying. They're going to be put to Instagram jail because it is so offensive to think that somebody is fighting for the life of an unborn child, right? Because to me, Maddie, what are you doing with your feet? Okay? To me, if you have a pro-life person and a pro-choice person, as long as they're not being disrespectful, oh, go kill yourself, wumpty wump wump, that's a little too much, right? But today, if you don't agree with anything that is like pro-left, pro-blue, you go straight to Instagram jail. You're like, they're like, oh, are you sure you don't want to edit your language? Are you sure? I'm like, what the fuck? What did I say? Right? Because to those moderators who are in California, how dare you not think like me? And the majority of liberals, progressive, are extreme radical. Anybody who doesn't agree must be silenced. How is that fair? Right? How's that fair? And this is why when it comes to a lot of conversation, they skew extremely one way. There's only one way to do things. There's only one way to look at a problem. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. And that's why when Trump won, the majority of mainstream media Joyless Reed was going out here telling people, cut your family off. If your family voted for Trump, you have to cut them off. Why? Why? Do you know why everybody voted for Trump? No, you don't. You're not even encouraging discourse. Oh, you didn't vote the way I wanted to vote. I don't want you in my life. Okay, go, bye. But that's her. But what happens when you have people who moderate speech on a really important social media platform like Instagram or Facebook? And they think like Joy Reid. Well, if you don't agree like me, you go straight to Instagram jail. Or better yet, we'll just take down your entire Instagram. Even though you could have had your page for 10 years. You could have had your Instagram account for 14 years, for 15 years, right? So I'm like, while they're sitting here trying to like do all this to TikTok, they need to do it to Facebook. Because Facebook took a lot of pages from people for simply expressing their point of view, not wishing harm on anybody. Right? But what was Facebook covert intention when you completely censor any speech that slightly disagrees with the mainstream talking points? Like, what is this? Like, I'm like, this is not okay. You know, because a lot of when Mark came out and he made his little statement about free speech, whatever, you should have read the number of people talking about, Mark, give me back my Instagram. Give me back my Instagram. Right? A lot of people lost their Instagram. Like, take a page, you know what I mean? Take a page like the Shade Room. Look at how big the Shade Room is. Is it not concerning that you don't have the conservative Black version of the Shade Room, right? So it's like, if Shade Room is like pro-liberal, pro-Black. Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
There's no way to get around the fact that this is a content-based speech restriction, and you do have to go directly to what their interests are. Now, their principal interest is—
Could I, because I think I'm a little bit surprised by one of the answers that you gave to Justice Barrett. I had understood that TikTok's essential complaint here is that they wouldn't be able to use the algorithm that ByteDance has invented, and that they want to use the algorithm that ByteDance has invented.
100%. And if I was unclear on that, Your Honor, I apologize. That's
okay, because I think what Justice Barrett was saying to you is like, what's the problem here? Because ByteDance is a foreign company. Or maybe this isn't what Justice Barrett says, it's just what I say. ByteDance is a foreign company. And you started off with Justice Alito saying, you know, well, we would be making a different argument. And of course that's true. I mean, I would think that Alliance for Open Society makes it pretty clear that you have to be making a different argument with respect to a foreign state or a foreign company. So let's say that they don't have First Amendment rights. The only First Amendment rights lie in TikTok, which does have First Amendment rights. And I guess my question is, how are those First Amendment rights really being implicated here? This statute says the foreign company has to divest. Whether or not that's feasible, however long it takes, TikTok still has the ability to use whatever algorithm it wants, doesn't it?
No, Your Honor, and their rights are implicated at a most basic level. In 10 days, TikTok wants to speak. In 10 days, because this law was passed, TikTok cannot speak unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. That's not just ByteDance's choice. That is a condition that's imposed by law.
Now, the part also where, this is why I say these people, they're out their league because they're too old for this. The part also that's kind of quite concerning to me is that it's not just that ByteDance wants to speak through the algorithm, right? The American people also wants to speak. Because I feel like this, like the way this went, there should have been a lawyer for TikTok, but there also should have been a lawyer for the American people who create content for TikTok, right? Because like it said, the algorithm, so okay, you have 150 million people who make content for TikTok, right? The algorithm goes through all that content and says, okay, I want your content, your content, your content, your content. That's why the other lady said like editorial, like discretion, right? The algorithm will parse through all the content made for the day and it decides who goes on the For You page. You understand, right? When you change the algorithm, not just because of ByteDance, right? But let's say they divest from ByteDance and then they change the algorithm, then we risk a situation where we go back to a social media of old, which is the social media like YouTube, where in order to be seen, you need to have the followers, right? Or it's the social media of Meta, where in order to be seen, like you have to pay money to be seen. Let's talk about that part, because I always thought it was so illegal. Like, Facebook Meta needs to be sued. I always thought it was so illegal, right? If you're on Instagram and you have earned 200,000 followers, right? Who is Instagram? Who is Meta? Who is Mark Zuckerberg to say, yeah, I know that 200,000 people agreed to, hey, I'm subscribing, I'm following because I want to see more of this content, right? Instagram first said, we're not going to make the content chronological, right? They said, we're not going to make the content chronological. What we're going to do, like, they see you when they pretty much see you. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Here you go, sir. Okay. They say we're going to, like, we know the people sign up. We know they want to see your content, but you know what? Since we run the platform, we'll just distribute your content to your audience whenever we feel like it. And people started complaining because the content on Instagram was no longer chronological, right? Then they upped the ante. They was like, you know what? Not only are we not going to make it chronological, now we're going to make you pay if you want people who have willingly subscribed to you see your content. Right? Because it would make sense to say, Marlene, if you have 200,000 followers on Instagram and you want to reach 1 million people, there is a deficit of 800,000 eyes that you don't have, right? So you have to pay money to access the extra 800,000 people. I agree with that, because those 800,000 people do not agree for me to show up on their feed, right? But Instagram said no. Meta said no. Not only is the content not going to be chronological to the people who have adults who have willingly agreed to see the content, but now we're going to make you pay for even the people who have agreed to see you, for you to even show up on their timeline. How's that okay? Okay, yeah, I'm here. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, how is that okay? So there's two types of social media of yesterday that we don't want to go to. What the algorithm on TikTok does is that when it goes through all the content that's being made for the day, it's a bit more fair compared to other people, right? You can have people who are really big already, their content might be seen. But for the most part, when it comes to TikTok, we have noticed that most people who are usually not seen because they don't have the big audience, because they don't fit the aesthetic of a baddie, because they don't have big booties, or because they're not putting a bunch of Ferraris over their content, we have noticed that TikTok is a bit fair in a sense that TikTok focuses more on the content than who is making the content. So when you change the algorithm, therefore you change the editorial leeway of the editorial discretion of TikTok, you're silencing a lot of American people who will never actually have a voice. So I'm like, I do feel like when it came to these oral arguments, the American people, the American content creators should also have their own representation going before the Supreme Court. Because if you change the algorithm, the small people will never be seen. Even the businesses, the small businesses, the local businesses, those who have extremely suffered under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's regulations during the whole COVID crisis, because over 200,000 people closed their businesses, right? Those small businesses, they don't have the marketing budget to compete with a Budweiser, to compete with a L'Oreal, to compete with whoever else is out here, that, like with a BlackRock. They don't have that kind of money, right? And what TikTok does, TikTok gives a chance to local businesses, people that have small marketing budgets, $10, $5, $20. It allows them to truly have market penetration in their local market, better than a huge American conglomerate or a foreign conglomerate. So I'm like, no, you're not just silencing ByteDance. You are silencing American people who use the app to be heard, to be seen, to express themselves, to have commerce, to make money, to pay their staff. So I'm like, no, they should have had a lawyer also for the people, go before the court and speak about how they're being silenced. And that's not okay. Because Marlene, if I'm being honest, I don't want to go back to the old days of social media. You know, I have no intentions again to BBL. I really don't, okay? I have no intentions again to BBL. I have no intentions of wearing a bunch of weaves. I have no intentions of, being naked on social media for attention. I have no intention of doing pranks to get views. I don't want to have to degrade myself to get views, right? When it comes to TikTok, a lot of people who make and forming, educating content on TikTok, they have found great success. They don't have to degrade themselves. Okay? You can educate people on TikTok. You can show people how to cook on TikTok, and you can make it. You don't have to be naked. You don't have to take your clothes off. You don't even see a lot of OnlyFans models on TikTok. You don't even see a lot of people who have OnlyFans use TikTok to promote their OnlyFans, because TikTok is extremely conservative when it comes to that hypersexual stuff, way more so than Instagram. You will go on Instagram and you can find a lot of OnlyFans who use Instagram to funnel clients to their OnlyFans account. You won't see that on TikTok, right? So I'm like, that's really bizarre. But I'm like, no. And this is why, and I feel like this is why our culture looks the way that it does, because it is excessively dominated by the entertainment industry, right? And because they have more money, because they control the platforms, because they control distribution, right? Now people have this notion that life should be a certain way because you don't have a counter voice to say, no, you can also live your life like this. That's why I thought about the whole Shade Room thing. To me, Shade Room is extremely liberal, progressive, hella democratic, right? For Black people. But are we really to believe that you don't have 25 million Black conservatives also who have a voice, who deserve to have a voice, who deserve to have a platform? But most likely you will never see that on Instagram. Because I will argue to say the reason why the Shade Room is so big, because Instagram supports the Shade Room in being that big. Right? So when you only have Black liberal voices get the most views, get the most content on Instagram, it makes it feel as though being Black and liberal is the way to go. Being Black and Democrat is the way to go. Being Black and progressive is the way to go. What if you had Shade Room 25 million and you had something like the Black conservative 25 million? At that point, I think now a lot of Black people would have to confront their paradigms. Like, wow, you know what? There's 25 million over here. There's 25 million over there. You know what? Maybe it's not so bad. But when there is complete attrition of conservative voices, especially Black conservative voices, because they don't have a strong reach, which Meta censors. It's intentional. But when it comes to the Shade Room, whatever they post, it just picks up like a freaking wildfire in Los Angeles. It's intentional. Right? And that's also a covert message, which says to you, if you're Black, to be Black and Democrat is being Black. To be Black and liberal makes you Black. To be Black and progressive makes you Black. Is it really that? Or is all of this manicured to confuse you? It's confusion. Okay? Of course. Right? Of course. You understand? And that's why she was invited to the White House, because the goal is you have to keep Black people voting Democrat, right? But is that really the job? Is that really the place of Meta? But then when you go on TikTok, you notice that the Shade Room does not have that much power on TikTok, right? Because that's not how it works, because people on TikTok are more free thinkers for the most part compared to Instagram, right? Instagram is really a plantation, right? TikTok, people try to be a bit different, okay? They somewhat try to think for themselves. But like I said, to me, seeing what happened with the whole Israel committing a genocide on the Palestinian, right? TikTok had a lot of content and people's eyes were wide open. Of course, Trump also used TikTok, and Trump also ran quite a successful campaign on TikTok. So, they were extremely bothered by that, right? Because they have to keep the people on the plantation, but it just can't keep going. Hold on.
It definitely has effects on TikTok if ByteDance acts in the way that you are assuming it will act. So this is not to say that the First Amendment isn't involved, because TikTok is going to suffer some pretty severe incidental effects. But they are incidental, aren't they? Because the statute only says to this foreign company, divest or else, and leaves TikTok with the ability to do what every other actor in the United States can do, which is go find the best available algorithm.
Yeah, I very much disagree that the effects are incidental, because the way that this law works is it is only triggered if somebody is engaging in speech based on their content. User-generated content, except for business, product, and travel reviews, it then singles out a single speaker, and you have the concession for the government that one of the reasons they've singled out that speaker.
A lot of emphasis on the idea of just like, I think what you're basically saying is that all speaker-based restrictions generates strict scrutiny. I'm not sure that we've ever said anything like that. Let's put aside your argument that this is facially content-based. It seems to me that your stronger argument, or at least the one that most interested me, was this argument of, look, if the government is doing something specifically for the purpose of changing the content that people see, that has to be subject to strict scrutiny. But I don't see that as affecting TikTok as opposed to as affecting ByteDance.
Well, no, I very much do see it as affecting TikTok because they choose this algorithm because it reflects a mix of content. The government's fear is that China could come in and pressure TikTok through ByteDance to TikTok to alter that mix of content to make it too pro-Chinese or too anti-American. That is very much directly a content-based charge straight at TikTok. The other point I would like
I hear you that it might very well have that effect. I guess what I'm suggesting is that the law is only targeted at this foreign corporation, which doesn't have First Amendment rights. Whatever effect it has, it has. Maybe ByteDance will figure out a way to put this on open source, and then TikTok will be able to use the algorithm.
So, Your Honor, if I could take that on directly, because I think TikTok has First Amendment rights to the extent ByteDance is speaking in the United States. It, I believe, has First Amendment rights. If you conclude that neither has First Amendment rights, then surely the creators have First Amendment rights. But if you take a step back, what their position is that none of these entities, this is the universe of entities affected by this law, none of these entities have the authority to assert First Amendment rights, which means that the government really could come in and say, I'm going to shut down TikTok because it's too pro-Republican or too pro-Democrat or won't disseminate the speech I want, and that would get no First Amendment scrutiny by anybody. That cannot possibly be the case. Yet that is the effect of their position. The last point I'd like to emphasize, though, is this law, like the Playboy case, like the Hobby Lobby case, has built within it a less restrictive alternative, which is the general provision, by definition designed to protect against the very harm the government is identifying. Suppose New York State passes an asbestos abatement law. They say these types of buildings have to abate asbestos. In addition, New York Times, you have to abate asbestos in your building, and they say there are two reasons for this. One, we want to abate asbestos. Two, we hate the New York Times editorial page. Surely, at the very least, what you're going to say is you can't target the New York Times directly. What you can do is throw them into the general process. We think that's the minimum that should be done here.
Thank you, Counsel. We've been talking about connection between the regulation of TikTok and the burden on expressive conduct. And your basic position is that interfering with the ownership of TikTok constitutes a direct regulation of the expressive conduct of other people. What is your best example in our precedent of a situation where a regulation of corporate structure or something else has been treated as a direct regulation of expressive conduct?
The regulation of a corporate structure as Your Honor, I don't have a case in my fingertips. I can consult.
Well, I don't have one at my fingertips or any other
rebuttal, but I think it's quite clear, though, that if you're saying to a company, you have to stop talking unless somebody else does something, and that's imposed by the force of law, it directly affects that company's speech.
Well, it's again, I don't know if it's directly affecting the company's speech or the speech of third parties, and I'm not sure what where your emphasis is. But again, I'm not sure there's another case where we've said that regulating a company others' expression should be treated as direct imposition on their speech in terms of the standard of review, for example, when it's based on derivative regulation of corporate structure of somebody else.
Well, Your Honor, I think that I would concede that this is a pretty unprecedented case. I'm not aware of any time in American history where the Congress has tried to shut down a major speech platform. But I think that if a law imposes a direct regulation on a third party, that in turn results in shutting down somebody else's speech, and they do it for content-based, viewpoint-based reasons, and in particular on this record, because the speaker.
Did you hear how he said viewpoint-based? So that involves podcasters too. This is what I'm saying. Like that's why Joe Rogan came outside, is that he's endorsing Trump. Because I think people who know Joe Rogan, he really was not trying to endorse Trump, but he was like, hold up, wait a minute, right? But if you do, like he said, if you do travel content, shopping content, consumerism content, clean up my fridge content, they don't have an issue with that. The government has an issue with people who share their point of views, especially on matters of the country, right? So podcasters, especially people who do political podcasters. And why is that? Because it just like a Joe Rogan or anybody else out here that has a big Candace Owens, another one, anybody who has millions of people who listen to them, when people listen directly to an individual as opposed to a mainstream network, because those networks also believe it. They're being ran by these parties, right? If you looked at the election, I think it's quite obvious that mainstream media is in cahoots with the Democratic government, right? The Democratic Party, sorry. They had no critique of Kamala Harris. They didn't critique her not one time. You even saw, is it PBS or whatever it is, 60 Minutes, right? Go above and beyond to re-edit the interview, slicing up pieces to actually make Kamala Harris sound coherent, because the lady was incredibly incoherent, right? So when they were editing the interview of 60 Minutes, there's a lot of things that she didn't say, but they made her say it through the way that they were editing the words. Like, oh, let's take this word, let's take that word, let's take this, because the lady was completely incoherent, right? The mere fact that even Kamala Harris, her brother-in-law, her little sister, her husband, he used to be like the legal counsel for Uber, right? He's involved in some $5 billion, $3 billion scandal, fraudulent scheme. It never made the news. It never made the news, right? Kamala Harris, the way she went after Tulsi Gabbard, because Tulsi Gabbard ended her first, presidential run, right? She put the lady on a criminal watch list. She put the lady on a terrorist watch list. So Tulsi Gabbard, every time she travels, dogs have to follow her, marshals have to follow her, all kinds of crazy ish abuse of power. You understand, right? Like the way they're out here giving special protection to Pfizer. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Joe Biden signed something recently that Pfizer can't even be sued until 2029. Because Biden is doing everything in his power to protect Pfizer. Why is a president going above and beyond to protect Pfizer? Why is he protecting a pharmaceutical company? Right? And once again, do you see it anywhere on mainstream media? No, you're not going to see that. Right? Because the DNC controls mainstream media. These people are controlled. Because they're controlled, they get to operate in the American market. When it comes to individual users on TikTok, because anybody can go on the App Store, download the app, create an account, and start talking. And because the algorithm is so generous, you might just be a regular person, and then boom, you have 3 million followers. You have 3 million views on a video where you are extremely critical of Kamala Harris. You see that, right? So they want an algorithm where they can control who the algorithm chooses, so that most likely the algorithm is going to choose their influencers. You understand me? And that's extremely dangerous, right? Like, for example, you saw what happened with the hurricanes in that place in Georgia, wherever it happened to, right? They were trying to convince the American people that, everything is fine. FEMA is out there. But because of TikTok, we quickly realized that if you were in a part where you voted for Trump, or if you had signage on your yard that you were a Trump supporter, FEMA was not knocking at your door. You were intentionally being discriminated against because you had a Trump signage. So if you have elderly people in there, children in there, handicapped people in there, oh well. Because it is just tough luck that you happen to be a Trump supporter, right? Then the whole thing about the whole $500, which is normal. Me living in New Orleans, I think most people know that what you get from FEMA is $500. Anything after that, you even have to return the money if you get approved. But it's always a loan, right? They're like, oh no, they're not giving $500. They're not giving $500. When you had clear videos of Mayorkas even saying that FEMA was underfunded, because a lot of the money that was meant to go to FEMA, or that FEMA had, they send the money to Ukraine, right? They didn't want people to know that. But I'm like, there are videos of Mayorkas saying FEMA does not have enough money to last through hurricane season. How is that misinformation? Because they want you to, the stuff you see for yourself, the stuff that you heard for yourself, they want you to question your own reality, right? I mean, it's a host of instances. But because of TikTok, a lot of people saw the aftermath of the hurricanes, and they saw how people were being treated. They saw how FEMA was discriminating against Trump supporter, because automatically, if you're white and you're a Trump supporter, you're a racist. If you're a racist, then you're hostile. And if you're hostile, nobody should go knock on your door. I'm like, girl, what? Right? And we saw the black girl get in trouble for that because her and her manager and her superiors were actively discriminating against anybody that had a Trump signage on their lawn. I mean, that is so inhumane. You have no idea why people support Trump. But it's incredibly racist to assume that, oh, if I see a Trump signage, then you must be white and you must be a racist. So therefore, you don't deserve any kind of help, any kind of rescue, any kind of food, any kind of services. Are you kidding me? These people pay taxes. We saw more generosity being given to Ukrainian people than to actual American people because they've made the mistake of supporting Donald Trump. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. When it also came to the immigration crisis, right? Especially these gangs in Denver, Colorado, Trente de Agua, because the mainstream media was not talking about the gangs, right? Mainstream media in cahoots with the FBI, intentionally, right? Who you friends with, right? Mainstream media and in cahoots with the FBI under Joe Biden intentionally cooked the books on crime in America. And they intentionally omitted a lot of cities, especially many cities in California that have crazy crime rates because they wanted to convince the American people that crime was down. They did the same sorcery in New York City, convincing the people in New York City that crime was down. But at the same time, Mayor Eric Adams is asking for marshals. He's asking for U.S. Marshals. Why are you asking for U.S. Marshals in the subway if crime is down in New York City? Because crime was not down in New York City. Crime was up. Crime was up. And now you see every day somebody's getting thrown in front of a train. People smear poo-poo on people's faces. People are butchering people. People are getting decapitated in New York City. You see now crime. Now that Trump is president, every day they're no longer hiding what is going on in New York City, right? But they were trying to hide that. The migrant crisis and how much these illegals were receiving, how much money they were receiving, the hotel, the stipends, being able to work for Uber Eats, for DoorDash, having all these cars and all these mopeds, right? They wanted to keep that hidden. But because today the media is the everyday person, this is the dream of the forefathers, right? This is what free speech looks like. So because of social media, because of TikTok, people started asking questions like, hold up, wait a minute. How much money are you getting? Where are you staying? Who's paying for your hotel? Right? Because they didn't want us to know. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, in 4 years, just 4 years alone, 8 million illegals crossed the borders. They didn't want us to know. Trente de Agua taking over Denver, kicking people out of the apartments, knocking at your door with automatic weapons. Okay, barging into people's apartments with automatic weapons, demanding rent from people. The majority of police in Denver does not want to get involved. The people are on their own, having to fight a foreign gang in Denver, Colorado. The mayor came out here, started lying. The governor came here, started lying. The police chief started lying. But the people on TikTok had the receipts, right? When it came to, when it came to Springfield, Ohio, eat the dogs, eat the cats, eat the goose, okay? They were trying to make it seem like Trump was crazy. But no, once again, the TikTok, especially TikTok and YouTube, a lot of people pulled up with the receipt. Like, yeah, these geese they're missing, okay? Some people even confessed to eating the dog and the cat, okay? But a lot of geese were missing, right? Nobody knew that overnight, 30,000 Haitian people had been dropped off in Springfield, Ohio. Because it was never talked about, right? This whole thing about this asylum application, a lot of people did not know about the C1B1 application and how even like narco traffickers are using that app to smuggle people into America and to find drop-off location to drop people here illegally using an app made by the U.S. government. People didn't know. There's a lot of things people did not know. Right? This whole catch and release stuff. A lot of people didn't know, but TikTok got the receipts. Right? So they understand. If people are no longer going to mainstream media to receive their daily bread of indoctrination and propaganda, right? We're going to have a country where politicians are actually going to be required to work. There you go. We're going to have a country where politicians are actually going to have to deliver. We're going to have a country where people are actually demanding more out of politicians. A lot of people did not know what was going on in Chicago. But what was going on with the migrant crisis in Chicago with Mayor, what's his name? With Mayor Johnson, right? Became mainstream news because of social media. It started on TikTok and it started on YouTube because a lot of YouTubers started to cover what was happening in Chicago. That's how I became informed. I was informed of this whole Chicago thing through YouTube. I mean, what is going on there, right? Where people saw children, especially Black children, being told to stay home because they had to use the schools to house the migrants. A lot of things were exposed because of social media. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known. Because when you watch MSNBC, you watch ABC, you watch CBS, PBS, I mean, you name it, right? You would think there's nothing wrong in this country. Everything is so good. 8 million people cross this country illegally. And when they're caught, they are released. And they do all kinds of absurd foolishness, commit all kinds of crimes, right? Okay? We saw illegal people beat up police officers in New York City and be released on no cash bail. One guy, they gave him a bail for $1 after he beat up the police officer in Times Square. Like, what the heck? Because if a Black person had beat up a police officer, they'd be dead by now, right? So, sorry, a lot of things people were made aware because of social media. Initially, oh, that's fake, that's AI, it's Photoshop, conspiracy theory. But eventually, people started to realize, oh, no, this is real. This is really happening. This is seriously happening. These crimes are really, really happening, right? When it came to New York and the way New York is doing police reform, prison justice reform, and bail reform, right? We had no idea that you had people out here who were caught, released over 130 times. Like, what the heck? When are you going to finally lock this person up? You have people who were caught, released over 36 times. They're not being detained until they hurt someone or they kill someone, right? But this whole bail reform program in New York City, like especially in New York State, a lot of people had no idea. But because of social media, people became aware that there are people in New York City who've been arrested 40 times for the same crime. And they have no bail. There's no cash bail. There's no ankle monitor. There's nothing. They get caught, released, caught, released, caught, released, because the DA does not want to be seen as racist. So because of that, the majority of the populace in New York City has to suffer. This ain't no way to live. You know, the whole squatter scandal. We had no idea that in New York City, you could squat into somebody's house and you could not be evicted. Right? Because of social media, we saw homeowners get arrested for trying to evict squatters out of their homes. You guys, there is so much we didn't know. And if somebody told you that story, you would think, oh, you're making this up because you're a Trump supporter, right? And this is why this is why mainstream media and these politicians, especially the Democrats, were able to be so divisive, because I've come to recognize like there was so much information asymmetry, right? A lot of people don't know a lot of things. So, like, for example, if you're Black and you're a woman and you support Trump, it's like, what the heck? What the heck? Because the majority of people are not ill-equipped. They don't have the right information. They only have what the Shade Room says, what DL Hughley is saying, what MSNBC is saying, what CBS, what is this, right? Because that's all they see. Then that's all they care to see. But when you actually educate yourself, you're like, wow, there is so much that is not being covered on TV. But the squatter stuff, to me, it was so shocking. So if you're a homeowner, you cannot evict a squatter person, especially if they made any kind of renovation to your property. If they change the locks, if they cut the grass, if they apply a little bit of paint, they can say, well, I improved the house. I made some renovation, so you can evict me. So now you, the homeowner, you actually have to go to court and you have to engage in a proper eviction process. So they can enter your house illegally. They can stay on your property illegally, but you have to be legal. You have to be a law-abiding citizen to remove an illegal person that's on your property illegally. Like what? Make it make sense. So they can be illegal. They can use illegal means to access your property. But you, the homeowner, okay, you have to use legal means to evict somebody who never should have been in your house in the first place. When these eviction processes are not only costly, time consuming, but they can take like 2-3 years. And the whole time, the person is in your house. We've seen all kinds of people get arrested. Black women, black man, white woman, Latina woman. We have seen so many homeowners get arrested. And we see these squatters with a grin on their faces as the homeowner is getting arrested for trying to regain their property. I saw this black woman, she still has to pay the mortgage and she has to pay the property taxes while these people are in her house. She was arrested. Can you imagine? Your whole life, you've never got arrested. Your whole life, you've never been to jail. And now because you want to remove somebody from your property, they arrest you. They put the handcuffs on you and they put you in the back of a police car. They embarrass you, degrade you. They take you down to the station. They take your fingerprints. They take your picture and then they lock you up like you did something wrong. We didn't know all of this. You understand? And like DeSantis, when DeSantis became aware that this was happening, he quickly changed the squatter laws in Florida. New York has yet to do it. Governor Holcomb, Kathy, whatever her name is, she has yet to do it. The Senate in New York, in Albany, they have yet to do it because there's no reprieve for homeowners. Because it seems as though, and I see it with the fires in California. It seems as though in America now, especially with the left, like progressive, whatever, it seems as though they are waging war on anybody that has any kind of wealth. If you have any kind of asset, they want you poor. It's giving like the French Revolution, like when they came after all these noble people, just like stripped them naked and cut their heads off, right? But that's really what it's coming down to. Janae Aiko talked about she lost her house in a fire. They were making fun of her. Oh, you don't have the right to complain. Shut the hell up. I don't know what the heck. She bought her house. She worked to pay for her house. But no, because today, to these liberals, these progressive, these crazy people, because they're insane. If you have a property that makes you wealthy, that makes you a millionaire, or I guess whatever, so you don't have the right to cry. You don't have the right to say that you don't want to rent to people. You should not have any rights because you happen to be rich. Because the Democratic Party, the way it stands and what it espouses today, it teaches people to have hatred for ambitious people, rich people, successful people, anybody who has any kind of property. You deserve to have your property stripped away from you. Or maybe it burns, and who cares? Because if they're poor, you should also be poor. If they're struggling financially, you should also struggle financially. And I'm like, I know. So if you're in your city and you're in your state, and mainstream media says something that you know is completely erroneous about your city, you have the right to record it. You have the right to record. Like if they're saying, like, oh, crime is down in Memphis, but you know that crime is not down in Memphis, you have the right to pick up your phone and record as much as you want and post on TikTok to let people know. But that's the part that they don't want. Because if they say crime is down in Memphis, they need all the American people to believe that crime is down in Memphis so that they can get reelected. No. If crime is not down in Memphis, if mainstream media lies that crime is down in Memphis, people have the right to say, no, crime is not down in Memphis. And here we have receipts to show you that crime is not down in Memphis. Hey, Sylvia. But what they want is brain rot content, entertainment, food, travel. But they don't want any opinion unless they are responsible for the opinions that are being propagated on TikTok. And how dare TikTok promote anybody that they don't control to have sway over people. That's the real issue here, right? And the fact that, and the thing is, the fact that Facebook is not up there, the fact that Meta is not up there, the fact that Snapchat is not up there, the fact that YouTube is not up there, it should make you feel like, you understand? Which means Meta is a government operative. Meta does whatever they tell Meta to do. Right? The fact that Google also is not being asked to be banned because Google is extremely submissive. Alphabet is extremely submissive. Because why is there only TikTok that's up there? Because maybe it could be that this Chinese app is the only real app in America that really does provide more free speech than even apps made in the US owned by quote unquote American people, right? Because if TikTok was in their pocket and if TikTok did whatever they wanted TikTok to do, I promise you, TikTok will not be facing a ban. But when they try to silence, I've come to recognize this. First, they call you a conspiracy theorist, whatever. But when they try to silence you by any means necessary, right? You're probably saying something right. You're probably speaking facts. You're probably most likely are telling the truth, right? We saw what they did during the COVID, right? We saw how they try to shame people. Even Joe Rogan, they came after him. Oh, he's crazy. He's promoting horse tranquilizer on people. Wumpty wump wump. You know what I mean? They were banning people, doing community, like what's called fact checkers on everybody. And now Mark Zuckerberg is saying, oh, I'm no longer going to use fact checkers. Oh, I wonder why. Okay. You don't want George Soros money anymore, right? But who's fact checkers? Nobody knew. They just show up out of nowhere. Oh, whatever's in this post is fake. Says who? Says who? Right? So I'm like, it could be that the Chinese app was maybe the only true app in America that was truly giving the American people a taste of what real freedom of speech looks like. Okay? Because this is really bizarre.
That is ultimately being shut down. They don't like the speech of that particular platform. That's a real problem.
So it may be a real problem or may not, but I just am wondering if there's any precedent where we have that same connection and that it affects the standard of review, for example. You would treat it as a direct restriction on expression. Even the only thing the law does is say, in this case, somebody other than the Chinese government has to own.
So we don't have any direct precedent along the lines that you're citing, but we do have precedents. We have cases like Akara. And what Akara says is if the law is totally speech neutral, then that's one thing. We have cases like O'Brien, which say if the law doesn't care about speech but happens to draw in speech, that's another thing. Both of those cases make clear, however, is that when the law is concerned with the content of the speech, when the justification is based on the content of the speech, that's cases like Reed 2, then you do trigger strict scrutiny.
So then I think your argument comes down to, is this direct concern with speech, or is it concerned with the potential for Chinese interference with the level of interference indirectly? In other words, they're not coming back. The Chinese government, TikTok, doesn't care what the people are saying on TikTok. That's not the concern. The concern is that they are regulating a particular channel of communication. And I just wonder if there's any precedent for that type of thing. They're not saying we're going to restrict this content and that content, but not this. They're just saying we're going to be in a position where we can control what happens, whether it's based on expression, whether it's based on anything else.
So, Your Honor, I disagree. And I think if you take a step back and look at this record, I think it is quite clear that it is focused on both current and potential future content on TikTok, TikTok Incorporated. Here, you don't have just an act that is based on speakers and speech. It's triggered by speech. It's focused on a single speaker, TikTok Incorporated.
Justice Thomas, thank you. Justice Alito.
What if Congress
And the other thing is, because sometimes everybody has to deal with their own hypocrisy, right? America goes around the world talking about, oh, we're leaders in free speech, we're leaders in democracy, da, 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 da. You know what I mean? But the problem is, America is not about free speech, and it hasn't been for a very long time. And I think with COVID, we really saw that, right? So I think because the world is watching this, American people are watching this, everybody's watching this, but the world is watching this, right? What does the American government and the Supreme Court justice look like saying, you know what, we just don't want some of our people, some of American citizens to have the right to say certain things on the internet, right? Because that is censoring speech. And for as long as we know, these are things that they've always accused China of doing, right? Oh, China controls the people. China controls what you can say. China, the Chinese government, right? And then they don't control anybody. But yet somehow Eric Snowden can come back to America. Right. So I do feel like this is some weird, sorcery where it's like we truly don't want the vast majority of our population to really have access to free speech, because that could topple the government, right? Or the powers that be, even those who run the government, who are not even elected to run the government, because, it's one thing to elect a politician, but you should always look at the donors of that politician to truly understand who really is going to be running the White House, right? Which was one of my other biggest fears about Kamala Harris, because for somebody who's unqualified and honestly as mediocre as Kamala Harris, right? Why would people give her so much money, right? Why would, the girl can't even speak coherently. She could not express a single thought coherently. I grew up middle class, the lawn, the yards, my next door neighbor had a small business, right? It's like people just knew what this girl was going to say every single time, because nobody was more rehearsed, more fake, more Pinocchio-ish than Kamala Harris, right? But yet she was able to raise astronomical amounts of money. That is very bizarre. But no, it makes sense. She's an idiot. An idiot are easier to control, right? Idiots are easy to control. If this woman was actually intelligent, most likely she never would have gotten closer to the White House, okay? If she was extremely intelligent, she never would have even agreed to be on the same ticket of Joe Biden. One moment you call him a racist, but as soon as he offers you a job, he's no longer a racist. Interesting, right? But how a lot of people were not like taken aback by, wow, like this lady, like she was quite unimpressive as a DA, unimpressive. Attorney General of California, unimpressive. As a senator, quite dumb. Vice President, never even made it to the border. Okay, what exactly did she do for someone to be like, wow, I see such ability to lead in this lady. I see such visionary in this lady. I see so much leadership in this lady that I think she deserves $1 billion or 300 million or 400 million. Absolutely nothing. Okay. So then it comes to be, okay, so if you don't see any leadership qualities in her, why would you give her this money? Because she's easier to control. Right? So Kamala Harris was going to sit there and it was going to be pretty much like a proxy government. Like you're going to have all these random people that you have never seen, but whose dollars you've seen or you counted, telling this woman exactly what to do for the next 4 years. And including her indulging in her pettiness as a Libra. No, it's not going to happen. Because why are they giving you this money? Right? When you look at the Trump campaign, not only did Trump raise less money than her, which is to me is good because you don't want to owe too many people money, right? But he raised less money than her. He spent less money than her, and he won all the swing states, right? Where he could have paid for TV ads, he went on the Joe Rogan podcast for free, right? She could have gone on the Joe Rogan podcast. She said no. She'd rather spend $500,000 on some ball in Vegas somewhere where the tourists are. $450,000 a day, right? She'd rather waste money on the Call Her Daddy podcast to talk about blowjobs and God knows what than to actually go on the Joe Rogan podcast with like 17 million subscribers, right? So this lady is extremely idiotic. And she's also not financially savvy. So why would anybody want to give her all this money? Because she was going to be a slave. Because all these donors, y'all, they are no different than shark. It's no different than getting a loan from these shark people. Okay, it's the mob. It is the mob. And when you take their money, you owe these people a lot of favors because you took their money. Do you truly want to have a U.S. president that owes a bunch of people that you don't know an innumerable amount of favors? I don't think so. Thank you, but no thank you, right? But that's exactly what we were going to get with Kamala Harris, a woman who was not going to be in charge at all, right? Now, to some people, the notion, like just the idea, right? The performative idea, representative idea of having a woman president, the first Black woman president. For some, I guess it was enough, right? But for the rest of us, no. Okay, you're a woman, and I don't care, right? Because who owns you? And Kamala Harris would have been a slave. And I'm gonna say this: I'm not a fan of hers, right? But I do believe that her not winning the election, it was also good for her because she wouldn't have had any peace. Like to low-key, high-key, it's a good thing she didn't win because all these people, they were gonna be calling her number nonstop. I want this. I want that. I want this. I want that. I want this. I want that. Because when you take money from people, just like the Bible says, you will know no peace. You are a slave to your debtor, right? So by her not winning, she's like, hey, I'm free. I didn't win. I don't owe you anything. Gotta go. Okay. So I'm like, oh, no. No, and no, and no, and no, and no. But we have a problem in this country is that we have believed for so long that in America, people truly had free speech. We really did. Even when it comes to these elections, if we're being honest, the fact that you have a two-party system, though, are you really free? I don't know. Okay. I'm glad that Trump won. But at the same time, we saw a lot of people who couldn't make it on the ballot. Like JFK, is it RFK Jr., right? He could not make it on the ballot because the Democrats kept suing him and kept removing him off the ballot. We saw with Jill Stein, like you see a lot of people who probably also have great ideas. They get stifled. They don't get to go too far. They don't have the support of mainstream media. So even when it comes to voting for a president, are we truly free like that? I don't know. But for a very long time, It's like, okay, America is the land of free speech. You can say whatever you want in America. And people really used to believe that until quite recently, right? It was China is repressive on speech. Russia is repressive on speech. The Middle East, because they're Muslim, they're repressive on speech, right? And today we are also seeing that America also is extremely repressive on speech, right? It was not that bad when they thought that someone like Trump could never become president. But the fact that the people, the common man, I think that's the problem. The common man has kind of regained some power, and that someone that the establishment never saw being president, never wanted to be president, was not just president once, but he's about to be president all over again. And just because the people had the power, the people had the information, and the people were responsible for spreading the information. Even the mere fact that you had Amish people who don't use technology, they don't come outside. They don't, meddle in this modern world. Like, they stay to themselves. The mere fact that even Pennsylvania, you saw the Amish country just come outside in droves because they too feared Kamala Harris. That said a lot, right? This election was just so deep. I mean, like, if you look at the map, the whole thing was just red. It was just red. So moving forward, what does that look like for the establishment? Right? What does that look like for the establishment? And I think now they are realizing that the common person has a lot of power. The common person is able to inform, to educate, it's like that one time when they had the what's it called, the Egyptian summer. They had some kind of summers where like all these like governments were like toppling down, like in Egypt, et cetera, et cetera. It's fun when it happens in other countries, but the fact that it's also happening here, because that thing and what's his name? I forgot the Egyptian president, but he was toppled out of power through Facebook, right? The same thing now is happening with America, where social media is the reason why a lot of people are realizing that the vast majority of these politicians are up to no good. The vast majority of these politicians are a bunch of liars. The vast majority of these politicians are not doing anything they promised to do. People are truly looking at Washington and they're asking themselves, why are these people there? Why do they make so much money? What kind of laws are they passing, right? And can I change any of this? The power is coming back to the people. The power is coming back to the people. The mere fact that Trump won both the Electoral College and the popular vote signals that people want the power back. It's no longer the DNC. No, people want the power back. You see, these Democrats, if you watch carefully, they've stopped being about democracy since Obama, because between Biden and Hillary Clinton, they imposed Hillary Clinton on the people. People did not want Hillary Clinton. They imposed Hillary and she lost, right? When it came to the whole COVID situation, I truly believe that had we not been in quarantine, they wouldn't have been able to put Joe Biden in power, because I believe they cheated. Now, when it comes to Kamala Harris also, people did not want Kamala Harris. The lady did not go through a primary. She went through her own primary. She didn't even make it to Iowa. She dropped out because her campaign was horrific. It started off with a lot of high, people were excited, but it died down, right? How they thought they could bamboozle people all over again to go for a candidate that honestly does not have any kind of appeal besides the fact that she's a woman and she's pro-abortion, right? Okay, but they tried it again. But they should have had a proper primary. No, the DNC thought they could impose their candidate on the people, because once again, it's like, okay, we know what's best for y'all, right? Yeah, you could vote, but ultimately we have the final say so. That's how the DNC operates. They have the final say so. You can vote for Bernie Sanders. You can vote for Elizabeth Warren. You can vote for whoever you want to vote for. But if the DNC does not want that person, they will simply cheat. They'll take the vote, they'll take all the whatever, and they'll give it to who they want to give it to. And that is the person that will eventually be the official candidate for the DNC, right? They don't respect democracy over there themselves, right? So twice now they've tried. It hasn't worked. You understand? And I hope they get it before, we get to 2028. But if they don't, I don't really care, right? But you can't force people. You can't force a party's candidate on the people and say, well, this is what you have to vote for because this is the less of two evils. It don't work. and it did not work. And the lady lost. And she lost. It was quite embarrassing. Okay. 15 weeks, $1.5 billion in debt for 20 million, not a single swing state, right? It's embarrassing because nobody asked for this lady. Nobody asked for this lady. So the fear is like today, moving forward, is that the American people are truly going to have, freedom of speech, where you can say how you feel. You can say what you think. You can report on what your eyes are actually seeing. Sorry, you can report on what your eyes are actually seeing and not what the mainstream media wants you to see. They can't take that. They cannot take that. They want to take the power back. And the people are like, no. So I think it's a great thing for the world to see. Is America truly a country that stands besides free speech and allowing the American people to speak freely? Or are we no different than China? And because we don't have the courage to say that we want to control free speech, we're saying, oh, no, it's not that we trust, like, we don't mind what you say. We just feel as though it's Chinese influence. So if you're not kissing Kamala Harris's behind, it's because the Chinese government paid you? No. We need to stop. We need to stop.
If there were nothing in this act about content moderation or covert manipulation, what if it was just about preventing what Congress viewed as an enormously powerful, popular application from gathering an arsenal of information about American citizens? And they said, this is the worst offender, and we're going to require divestiture by this offender. Would there be a First Amendment problem there? And if you think there would be, what would the level of scrutiny be?
Yes, there would be a First Amendment problem if you had a law like this that was only focused on speakers, those who use user-generated content other than product, travel, or business.
Well, Congress concludes that this particular entity is the worst. This is the worst offender, and it happens to be an entity that is involved with speech.
If all you had, so I want to make sure I understand the hypothetical. The only provision you have is one that says this company has to shut down because of data security.
Right.
I would have a different set of arguments. I think it would still implicate the First Amendment, particularly where you have strong evidence that they were being targeted in part, at least because of their speakers and speech. Suppose Congress passed the law that you
Well, you're changing that. You're changing the hypothetical by injecting congressional concern about the
Okay, well, I'll put that to the side.
So what would your argument be? It would be an equal protection argument?
No, I'd still be saying that ACARA itself makes clear that where a law disproportionately burdens just a speaker, we have to subject that to scrutiny to suss it out, to suss out whether the asserted interest is the actual interest. There, the asserted interest is in data security. I think I would have a couple of arguments under whatever form of scrutiny you wanted to apply, whether it is strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny in that context. I would say first that law is dramatically under-inclusive because it categorically exempts e-commerce apps that this record shows have comparable ties to China.
You say I don't want to prolong this too much. You say this is not like ACARA, I think primarily because you say that the divestiture requires the new company to cease using the algorithm, right?
No, I think it's not like ACARA for a much more fundamental sense. ACARA involved a totally speech-neutral law. It didn't go after speakers at all. If you had a law in ACARA that said we're going to prohibit prostitution in bookstores only, then I think that ACARA would have come out differently. There would have at least been, some kind of intermediate scrutiny, potentially strict.
All right, well,
that's the law that I think is your hypothetical.
Away from the hypothetical that I posed for the purpose of narrowing in on what your argument is. I understood you to say that
I just feel like you shouldn't even let Alito take you there. Because when he says, like, oh, Congress has deemed that you are the worst offender, I'm like, but how they deemed I'm the worst offender when you said earlier that they say they have no evidence of wrongdoing? So how do I go from I haven't done nothing to like now I'm the worst offender? Like, how do we make this leap? I am so confused. Like, this is why sometimes you have to listen to what you're being asked to before you answer and be like, I'm so sorry. Like, what? Why am I the worst offender? Right? And does Congress have proof that TikTok is a worse offender than Facebook, for like Meta, for example? Like, no. If you said earlier, like, remember the justice who read it, he's like, oh no, like Congress said that they have no evidence. They have no evidence that TikTok has done any wrongdoings. They have no evidence that TikTok has ever given any American data to the Chinese government. So if you have no evidence of wrongdoing, how exactly am I the worst offender? I am confused. So I don't know, how does that apply to me? Yeah, I don't see how that applies. You know what I'm saying? If they were caught doing, if TikTok was caught doing something, that's different. But to this day, you people have not caught TikTok doing anything. So how exactly is TikTok the worst offender? And you know the way these people are over here like stuttering like this, right? They know damn well they're up to no good. Okay? Like I said, it's about free speech. They don't want certain people in America to have the right to go on TikTok and say whatever they want to say, especially when the algorithm can just out of nowhere give you millions of views, which we really have never seen before in America, right? Because like I said, especially on YouTube, if you wanted to have 100,000 views, you at least had to have 100,000 subscribers, if not more, right? With TikTok, you can seriously have 1,000 people. You can have 1,000 subs. And you can post a video, you go to sleep, you wake up the next day, you have like 20 million views, right? You understand? And because they do a lot of things, these people in politics, these people in power do a lot of things that they don't reveal to the American people. God forbid somebody is privy to something, puts it on TikTok, the algorithm exposes it, and now people are like, oh my gosh, we didn't know this. We had no idea. We had no idea, right? Like, remember how like they claimed that they accidentally had sent like $6 billion to Ukraine? Like they made a mistake and they sent a $6 billion payment to Ukraine, right? I don't know if that came out because of TikTok, but I'm like, things like that without social media also, a lot of people would know. The kind of mismanagement of funds that occurs at the Pentagon. Oh, you guys, you should see how the Pentagon wastes money, right? Money just disappears at the Pentagon. All kinds of money just disappears at the Pentagon. And nobody talks about it. 1 billion here, 2 billion over here, 3 billion right there. There's all kinds of money disappearing at the Pentagon. Nobody talks about it. When it comes to Medicare, every year, Medicare loses $100 billion to fraud. Every year, right? Are they trying to do anything to stop it? No, because most likely there are people who benefit from that. But every year, Medicare loses $100 billion worth of fraud. And they keep paying the same frauds over and over and over. And they're not doing anything to stop it. And also, you could say, why would they stop it? Because if there's ever a deficit, all they have to do is raise taxes on people. Right? And it's going to work because all you have to do, especially if you're a Democrat, is to run and to say, I'm going to tax the rich. I'm going to tax the rich. And because a lot of people who don't have enough money or who are living paycheck to paycheck are quite miserable, and they're miserable and they're angry and they're bitter, they're like, yeah. I'm going to vote for you because you're going to tax the rich. But if you actually look at our you look at the revenues that the federal government takes in, right? And you look at how that money is spent, you would realize that is there ever a need to even raise taxes? Does the government really need to raise taxes? They need to manage the money better. There's no need to raise taxes, right? They don't need to raise taxes. They might not even need to raise taxes for the next 5 or 10 years, right? But as long as you are divisive, especially that's what the Democrats do, as long as you are divisive, it's us versus them, it's the rich versus the poor, it's the, the nobles versus the proletariat, like, what I'm saying? As long as you keep being divisive, which is what the Democratic Party does, right? People are going to vote for you, right? But if you have a measure of integrity and you look at these numbers, you probably will say, like, do you even need to raise taxes? I don't think so. I personally don't think that the federal government needs to raise taxes. They need to manage the current amount of money they have, manage that better, right? You can cut the defense budget. You don't need all this money to go kill people, right? You can also cut a lot of fraud, but they have a lot of money. They have a lot of money. They waste the money because that's what governments do. And for those who believe that a bigger government means like a more equitable, a fairer America, you are sadly mistaken. A bigger government means more money will be wasted. More money will be wasted because when it's not your money, you don't care. And that's what we see with the majority of public servant. The majority of people who work for the government, who are responsible for all this money, it's not their money. It's not directly their money. You think if it was somebody's money, they would just make a mistake and send a $6 billion payment to Ukraine? No, they would not. It is taxpayers' money. It is not their money. Remember that one time I showed you all this Fox News segment, and the girl was saying, like, I don't know how many people who work at the IRS, but it's a lot of IRS workers who owe money back to the IRS. They have back taxes they haven't paid, but yet they go to work every day hunting down, tracking down people who are late on their taxes. Meanwhile, how can you work for the IRS and you're not even up to date on your taxes? That makes no sense, right? But when it's not your money, it is a lot easier to persecute other people. To throw away the money because it's not your money. And if you ever need more money, all you'll do is just raise taxes. And nobody says, hey, you know what? It's enough. You don't need to raise more taxes. You need to manage the money better. And this is why some people, even the federal government, should be fired. Because there's a lot of people who are hired by the federal government and honestly don't do any meaningful work. They should be fired. They should be fired. Nobody's job at the federal government level should be subsidized because we don't want to fire government employees. No, we can fire you, okay? If you are not meaningful, if you don't do meaningful work, you should be fired. You need to be fired. But the federal government is extremely wasteful. They are extremely wasteful. They don't need to raise more taxes.
That would not be a solution to the problem, because one of Congress's motivations was based on the content of TikTok. Am I wrong in that? Did I read your argument incorrectly?
Well, I think that I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. I certainly think that because one of the motivations was content, that is an enormously important fact. I was trying to answer your hypothetical where we were trying to take that out of the mix. And the reason why ACARA is different is because ACARA didn't just simply say no prostitution in bookstores. That's what your hypothetical effectively says. It says no data security problems in speakers or in this particular speaker. And I think that that would trigger at the very least intermediate scrutiny.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
What do you want to say to my question, which is, Justice, the Chief Justice asked you whether or not we've ever had a case where pure ownership was at issue and not speech. And I don't think we've had one like that. You're right. But I don't think that the question gets to the essence of your argument, is it? The essence of your argument is you're being asked to divest because of speech, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if I get past that, if I go to Justice Alito's point, which is, I don't think it's just about speech, it's about data control. If it's about data control, and assume, for the sake of argument, that I believe intermediate scrutiny applies to the data control provision, then your arguments would be different, wouldn't they? They would be under inclusiveness, they would be other arguments, correct?
Well, I think they'd be very similar because I think the nature of our arguments work just as well under intermediate and strict scrutiny. If I can unpack that a little.
No, I'm not going to, because we're going to run out of time, because we're going to need to figure out what intermediate scrutiny means. But I'm not sure it means what you do, which is, I don't think any of our cases have ever suggested that we have to use the least restricted means under intermediate scrutiny. In fact, our cases have said we have to use a reasonable means.
And if I could respond to that point specifically, I completely agree it's not a least restrictive means alternative, Your Honor, but you do have to at least consider alternatives. Here, if the concern, let's take the data security concern, which you put your finger on.
I know you want to keep going on, but I can't let you, because I can't monopolize the argument, okay? But let me just get to the bottom of that, all right? You seem to suggest that Congress has to actually look at all of—
You ask this man a question, and when he wants to answer the question, you cut him off. Like, girl, you're so mediocre. Oh my—
the alternatives and say no. I don't think we have a case that says that.
I am
If
not
from the record, it's clear that alternatives won't be adequate for whatever set of reasons, isn't that enough?
If the record were clear on that, that might be enough.
Now
But
I
here
take that.
on the
Now let me
key-
go to the next question and the last.
If I could, Your Honor, just one sentence. If on the key less restrictive alternatives, they had actually considered them and said what you suggested, this would be a different case. But our point is that on the key, most obvious, less restrictive alternatives, a law, for example, that simply prohibits TikTok Incorporated from sharing any sensitive user data with ByteDance or anyone else, there's nothing in the record that suggests they even considered it. And that's why it would fail under even intermediate scrutiny.
We have a different problem, which is that the record shows that there is no sharing that could happen that wouldn't put the data at security. But we can go past
That's
that.
incorrect, actually.
No, because the NSA doesn't.
I'm not talking about the NSA.
Or even anything else. But putting that aside, one last question. Assuming that the covert manipulation issue is one, I think that what remains is, to the Chief's question and Justice Alito's questions, if the covert manipulation is a concern, then the question becomes, what kind of burden does it put on TikTok USA? And I think your point.
You know what I would have loved for this man to have done? I would have loved for him to ask her, can she give an example of covert manipulation that she has observed on TikTok? Because this is like, I'm so confused. Like he should have asked her that. I'm like, ma'am, politely, can you tell me like an example of covert manipulation that you've observed on TikTok? Because I wonder also, like, do any of these Supreme Court justices, do any of them even use TikTok? This is why I say, like, in the future, Marlene, I don't know if you're gonna have if you're gonna have two different kind of Supreme Courts, I don't know. But it's like I really have a hard time with believing that these Supreme Court justices will be up to par when we really start having some serious tech conversation. Like if there's ever if there's ever any case brought up before the Supreme Court that truly involves technology and algorithm, like even the other one, the way she was talking about that algorithm, oh, but you could just put on open software. I'm like, girl, what? Like, you think these algorithms just like come out of thin air? It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And if you went to law school and you never coded a day in your life, I could see how to you it's just code, because you never wrote code. You're crazy. You are really, really crazy. You are truly crazy. Certain things can be open source. Certain things cannot be open source, right? There's a reason why Apple chose not to be open source, for example. And I think that's probably why the Macs are way more secure than PCs, for example, right? Because like, especially back in the day, the way you used to have to buy like McAfee, to protect your computer, you had to buy all this antivirus stuff to protect your computer, because a lot of the PCs were just getting attacked. They were just getting attacked by viruses and malware. You don't usually see that with most products in the Apple ecosystem. You don't really see that, right? But I'm like, you're just saying things because you read it somewhere, or your aide or someone told you that. You don't know nothing about this. Stay in your lane. But as we move forward and we start talking about AI, or even start talking about, I don't know, robots, self-driven cars, like there's a lot of things, right? I'm like, how are these old Supreme Court justices going to be able how are they going to be up to par for these conversations before the courts? Like, I don't know. It's really bizarre. But I'm like, sis, an algorithm, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And this is why people are willing to pay billions, if not even trillions, to get TikTok. If it was so easy to do, a lot of people would not be trying to buy TikTok. It is not that easy. It's not that easy. It's hard work. It's really hard work. But I think sometimes also, like, that's something I've come to realize. I feel like sometimes in America also, people give too much importance to lawyers. Like, look at the Senate. Like, look at Congress, for example, right? The majority of people in the House of Representatives, the majority of senators are lawyers. Look at the national deficit, right? There's a lot of things lawyers don't know. The majority of presidents have been lawyers. Look at the outcome, okay? A lot of lawyers this, lawyer that, hire a lawyer for this. No, sometimes lawyers make things worse. They do, like sometimes they really do. But one thing I have come to recognize is that a lot of times too, like lawyers don't know a lot about money, and sometimes don't know enough about algorithm. They don't know enough about tech. But you look at the national deficit, you look at our national debt. It's like, are you even surprised that it just keeps going up and up and up and up? Because you're surrounded by a bunch of lawyers. You look at the federal government and how it's so wasteful. There's so much money being wasted because usually the president is a lawyer. These people are not good at managing money. They're not good at like running a tight ship. That's why I say, like, I pray that we get to a place where one day we have more senators who are coming from like, accounting. Yeah, we need more finance people, more accountants, more CEOs. Like, we need people who actually have experience in the world of business going into politics. Because I think then there's a lot of waste that's not going to be had. And a lot of American people might be like, wow, it's nice. Like, we haven't raised our taxes in such a long time. Why? Because you actually have money people in Congress as opposed to lawyers. I really do feel like sometimes lawyers make things worse, But I'm like, ma'am, it really is not that easy. It really is not that easy.
Is that requires strict scrutiny because it doesn't permit them to speak to the Chinese government through the algorithm and promote whatever speech it wants to promote through the algorithm.
It
Correct?
doesn't permit them to speak to the American public through the algorithm.
Right.
And promote whatever type of speech they want to promote on the algorithm. And I also think that this covert manipulation is a little bit odd. They're not concerned just with covertness. If all you were concerned
I'm going to
with
ask
was secret-
she about that. How do you disentangle the two things?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice Kate? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just on the data collection interest, I think Congress and the president were concerned that China was accessing information about millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, including teenagers, people in their 20s, that they would use that information over time to develop spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI or the CIA or in the State Department. Is that not a realistic assessment by Congress and the president of the risks here?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not disputing the risks. I'm disputing the means that they have chosen. One way, the most direct way to address that, all of this user data sits on data servers in Virginia controlled by Oracle. I'm not talking about the National Security Agreement. What I'm talking about is a law that simply says to TikTok Incorporated and its U.S. employees, you cannot share that user data with anybody. You can't give it to ByteDance. You can't give it to China. You can't give it to Google. You can't give it to Amazon. You cannot give it to anybody under threat of massive penalties. They never even considered that most obvious alternative. And so whether you apply intermediate scrutiny or strict scrutiny, it's not a least restrictive means test, but you got to at least consider the most obvious alternative.
So you acknowledge the risk that Congress and the president were concerned about.
No.
You're just saying the means they chose to address
Say
that
no.
risk
Say no.
were
Say no.
incorrect,
So
not permissible.
I certainly acknowledge the risk, but I think there are lots of reasons, not just the one I just gave, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law. When it sits alongside of the impermissible covert manipulation risk, I think it falls under Mount Healthy. It's no different if they came in and said, we passed this law, one for data
I
security.
understand that, but just on the data collection, that seems like a huge concern for the future of the country.
No.
And Your Honor, again, it is a concern, two responses. First, it is a concern that can be addressed directly. The reason why there's no evidence in this record about whether that kind of direct prohibition on TikTok Incorporated from sharing sensitive user data with anybody, including ByteDance, the reason why the record is devoid of any evidence of that is because Congress never considered the other side of the balance. And that's the minimum that Congress has to do under the First Amendment. It's got to at least consider the consequences of shutting down a speech platform used by 170 million Americans against the benefits of an alternative, like simply saying to TikTok's employees, you're essentially going to get massive fines, potentially jail sentences, if you share any of that sensitive user data with anybody. Not TikTok, not ByteDance, not China, not anybody else in the world. Yet there's nothing in this record that suggests they even considered that alternative.
What happens after January 19th if you lose this case? Can you just spell that out?
At least as I understand it, we go dark. Essentially, the platform shuts down.
Unless there's a divestiture.
Unless there's a divestiture, unless
Presidential
President Trump
extension.
exercises his authority to extend it by night, but he can't do that on January 19th. On January 19th, we still have President Biden. And on January 19th, as I understand it, we shut down. It is possible that come January 20th, 21st, 22nd, we might be in a different world. Again, that's one of the reasons why I think it makes perfect sense to issue a preliminary injunction here and simply buy everybody a little breathing space. This is an
What do you
enormously—
mean by shut down too? Can you just spell that out?
So
If you
the app, the app is not available in the app stores. That's at a minimum. But in addition, what the act says is that all of the other types of service providers can't provide service either. Now, there's enormous consequences for violating that for the service providers. So essentially, what they're going to say is that, I think we're not going to be providing the services necessary to have you see it. So it's essentially going to stop operating. I think that's the consequence of this law, which again is why a short reprieve here would make all the sense in the world. It's an enormously consequential decision, and I think all would benefit if it weren't necessary.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So I just want to, it's kind of following.
Yeah, like this lawyer, Mr. Francisco, you get on my nerves. Because my question is, what data exactly that is so distinct to TikTok are American users providing to TikTok that they're not providing to like Minecraft, right? Or Fortnite. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is this unique piece of data? I'm so confused because Mr. Francisco also, I don't think he understands the algorithm also. Like, he needs help also because I don't know what he's doing. But my point is, I would really ask like data collection. What, like, oh, but if one day they work in the State Department, okay. So are you fearful that China is going to know how many hours they used to spend on average per week on TikTok? Like, I'm so confused, right? Or they happen to like a Nara Smith cooking video. What is like what? I am so confused. Okay. What is the one piece of data? Now, let's say if I have a 17 or 8, let's say I have an 18, 19-year-old, right? That is currently an avid user of TikTok. What piece of data could TikTok give to the Chinese government that would make it so 10, 20 years from now, this 18-year-old who's like what, like now 28, 38, could not work for the State Department? He was too engaged with Norris Smith cooking videos. He watched too many cat dancing videos. I'm so confused. Because if that's the case, are you also going to monitor how much Minecraft he was playing growing up? Are you going to monitor like how many Discord servers he was on? Like, because young people, when it comes to young people, their digital footprint is way more, I don't know, Libra, okay, than whatever kind of footprint they have on TikTok. Because most 18, 19-year-old, they spend a lot of time on Twitch. They spend lots of time on YouTube. They spend lots of time in gaming rooms. A lot of these people have Discord. A lot of these people have Telegram, right? So my thing is, what is so unique that somebody that's 18 could do on TikTok that 10 years from now would make it impossible for them to work for the State Department, right? Because I would also say, given that OnlyFans, oh yes, I'm gonna go there. Given that OnlyFans is a British company, right? OnlyFans is owned by British people, right? Why aren't you afraid that the kind of content that some 18-year-olds are also engaging with OnlyFans would make it impossible for them to work in the State Department? Because who's to say that an 18-year-old right now who's looking at Batty Baby, okay, meet me outside and say, you know what? Maybe I do want to be a little stripper. Maybe I do want to be a little sex worker on the OnlyFans, right? Are you trying to tell me that what she does on OnlyFans is not going to be as prohibitive when it comes to her eventual interest in working for the State Department? But if she's too much on TikTok, especially on the TikTok shop, somehow the Chinese government will be able to manipulate or to, I guess, blackmail her. And then if she goes in the State Department, she will become a foreign operative. Because if that's the case, we also got to talk about OnlyFans. Because what is, like, when people sign up for OnlyFans and they put their naked pictures up there and then you decide to close your account, what does OnlyFans do with that content? Right? If like, what's it called? Sukiana, right? Sukiana, she had an account on there, all kinds of nasty stuff on there, right? Sukiana woke up one day, she closed her OnlyFans. Is the data completely erased? Or does OnlyFans still get to keep this American person's data somewhere in Manchester, somewhere in Leeds, somewhere in Newcastle, somewhere in London, somewhere in Woolwich, Westchester? Like, the people have questions, right? Because who's to say that one day we might also be at odds with Great Britain? And how do I know that Great Britain is not going to weaponize that so that if she does decide to work for the State Department, now you have her nudes? Because think about this. The OnlyFans has a lot of nudes of people. OnlyFans doesn't just have nudes. It has nudes. It has pornography. And also it knows the men that were on there. People who sign up to accounts to watch all this voyeurism, all this nasty ass pornography on OnlyFans. You're on there. Your username is on there. Your IP address is on there. Your credit card data is on there. The mere fact that TikTok does not promote pornography, the mere fact that TikTok is not an app that sells sex and that preys on men who are, I guess, deprived of like feminine affection and things like that in exchange for money, right? I would say, I personally would think that OnlyFans would be a bigger threat to national security. Because how many young people in a university right now are on OnlyFans, right? How many young people are currently in like STEM majors have OnlyFans? And they put their credit cards up there and be watching that stuff, right? Who's to say that some of these young people are not going to be working for the State Department, for the NSA, for the DOE, for the Department of Defense, all kinds of stuff, right? And now even MI6 could weaponize that. Like, oh, when you were 19, we saw you watching underage porn on OnlyFans, and you paid $350.60 to have access to that porn, and you use a Visa ending in number 665. That's your card, right? Because here's your billing address. Okay, so who could hurt people more? I would say OnlyFans. But like I said, because you're racist, right? Because when it comes to matters of national security, there is no ally. Because one day Great Britain could turn on you. Just like France could turn, anybody could turn. So if our interest is really to protect the youth and to make sure that tomorrow, when these young people grow out of foolishness and decide to be productive members of society and decide to work in our government, that nothing that they've done in their youth could be used against them, then I would say we also got to look at OnlyFans. And we can't just turn a blind eye to pornography in exchange for a bunch of credit card numbers just because it's a website that is owned by British people. Okay? Because how do they store the data? All the data, from the American people who create the pornography content to the American people who buy the pornography content. How's any of this stuff stored? Yeah, it's like, it's really, to me, it's really ridiculous. I don't know, Mr. Franco, maybe because he's not outside, but me, that would have been my question. Because me, I think because on OnlyFans, I've never been on OnlyFans, you know what I'm saying? They do say that it's only adult people who put their pornography up there, but how do we know there's no child pornography on there? How do we know? And how do you know one day you're going to click on this thing, this girl claims she's 18, 19, and then 10 years later, we find out that she was actually 16. And now here you are, you work at the State Department. Would your behavior on TikTok be more threatening to you, or would your behavior on OnlyFans be more threatening to you? I would argue that your behavior on OnlyFans would be more threatening to whether or not you can be trusted to not turn on the U.S. government, because now you are being threatened with your online nasty voyeur activity when you were 17, 18, 19, or whatever, at some college somewhere studying computer science at MIT. Right? So what's the problem? Once again, you're racist. Like, because this obsession with the Chinese people, it's a very, very bizarre. If there was sex, like, I don't know, if there was like sex and like weird things like that being sold on TikTok, I could see it. But to not see OnlyFans get the same amount of scrutiny, especially when they talk about how much money they're paying these girls to get naked on that app, that's crazy. So pornography is not a matter of national security. But people expressing their personal thoughts on what is currently going on in this country is a matter of national security. You need to stop lying to yourself, okay?
Following up on Justice Kavanaugh's questions, let's say I agree with you that some level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out which level of scrutiny applies. I'm trying to figure out if there's content discrimination. And let me ask you a different question than I did before about the algorithm. I mean, you keep saying shut down. The law doesn't say TikTok has to shut down. It says ByteDance has to divest. If ByteDance divested TikTok, we wouldn't be here, right? If ByteDance was willing to let you go and willing to let you take the source code with you, that would be fine, right? We would not be here.
Well, Your Honor, if ByteDance divested, then the law wouldn't fall on TikTok. But the law, not ByteDance.
But that's because of ByteDance's choice, right? I mean, well, this is like Justice Kagan's point. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how we account.
So remedial. Girl, when he was talking about this algorithm early on, you were not listening. I'm like, this is crazy. He already told you why he can't do that, right? If they divest from ByteDance, there are pieces of their algorithm they're going to have to give up because the Chinese government does not want to give up those pieces, right? So if they do divest from ByteDance, what TikTok is will no longer be the same TikTok. It will be a different TikTok. That different TikTok is not going to be successful. Like, girl, it's not that hard. Okay. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it is not that hard. She's not bad. Because she's trying to make it seem like, oh, but what's the big deal? Just sell the company. Because once again, you don't get it. How did you even become Supreme Court Justice again? Did you even deserve it, or be like a DI from Donald Trump? Okay? Like, no. It's not that simple. Right? They have they work with a lot of people. I'm like, this man spent a long time explaining to you how this algorithm works and how they have different teams across, like they have teams in China, they have teams in Europe, and they also have teams in America. If they cut off their mother company, it is not the same company. If they sell TikTok over, it will no longer be the same TikTok. It will have the same name, but the algorithm that you call the editorial preference will no longer exist. It will be something new. And that something new will not be successful. So if you're saying just divest so you can have a failed business, then I'd rather close my company. Mr. Francisco, you need to do a better job explaining to these people, because it seems like you don't understand the stuff yourself. TikTok, y'all need to hire me so I can go up there, okay? If they cut off ByteDance, it becomes a whole new product. It keeps the same name, but it's a new algorithm. That new algorithm is going to fail, because it is not what people have come to love TikTok for. And they can't replicate that without the help of the mother company called ByteDance in the China. Okay. Yes, I know it's kind of far-fetched because you're white, but yes, Chinese people are able to create something unique that only Chinese people understand. I don't know how else to say that. Okay. I guess America does not have the engineers yet, right? But it's not that hard. But if they do divest, it becomes a new algorithm. The new algorithm will pick different kind of content that the people don't really care for. So eventually the business is going to fail. So why kill TikTok of a slow death? If you want to ban the app, we'll just ban the app. Because if I can't do my business the way I need to do my business to be successful, then I'm not going to do it. This is not communism. Because what you're implying, Justice Barrett, is exactly what communism is about, where the government tells you how to run your business. This is not what the free market is about. So therefore, I either keep my algorithm the way it is, right? Or I don't. And if I don't, we go black. And if we go black, it's okay. We'll come back with a brand new app. Like, sir, don't sell your app to these people. Like, I'm like, no, because like, I'm telling you, these people have never coded. It's not that hard. When you haven't, like, if you've never coded, when you don't write code, you think it's a joke, right? Because you haven't written code. No, but it's just code. Oh, it's just an algorithm. People think it's just so easy. It is not easy. You know what I mean? It is not. Writing code is hard. It is really, really hard. Like, it's really hard. But she never had to write code because most likely, how much you want to bet, she was a political science major, no code. Then she majored in law. Law is not that hard. I'm not trying to be offensive, but going to law school is not that hard. That's why Fannie Willis has a law degree. It ain't that hard. That's why Nathan Wade has a law degree. It is not that hard. It's a lot. I'm telling you, it's a lot easier to go to law school than to have a master's in physics. It's a lot easier to go to law school than to even maybe do even a master's in statistics. It's really hard. Law school, you just go there, you read a whole lot of stuff, you memorize a lot of stuff, and then you have to know how to argue. That's it. But it's like the kind of thinking that you develop, you know, like thinking that you have to develop, like problem solving skills that you have to develop when you are a STEM major, like not just for undergrad, but grad school and even all the way up to the PhD. It's extremely challenging. Law school is not that hard. Law school is not that hard. It's a lot of memorizing. You just memorize cases. You memorize cases. They just memorize cases, right? But like actually try to code. But I promise you, if she wrote a code that she was so proud of, and somebody told her, oh yeah, just sell your code, it's not a big deal, she would lose her mind. Like, what the fuck? Do you know how many hours I had to work to put this code together? Because she thinks writing code is just the work of like one person, 2 people, 3 people. The algorithm for TikTok, it could have 5,000 engineers. But when you don't know, you don't know. Right? And it could be that certain part of the algorithms that only those Chinese engineers could do it because a lot of people in China are way further advanced than a lot of American programmers. It is a real thing. That's why Mark Zuckerberg has not been able to replicate the algorithm. Because it's not that easy to find engineers that can do it. It's not that easy. If it was, they would have copied. Like, remember years ago when he wanted to buy Snapchat? Snapchat said no, right? He turned around the next day and he had the stories, he had the filters. It was very easy for Mark to replicate what Snapchat had, right? How come it's not that easy for him to replicate what Instagram, what TikTok is doing? How come he can't take Instagram Shop to the levels of TikTok Shop? Because it ain't that easy. Because believe it or not, there are people in China who are quite exceptional, right? And these American people, these American social media companies have yet to find the same talent who can do what these people have done. I told y'all, I said, these people in Shenzhen, they're something else. They are truly something else. It is not a joke. But when all you do is consume American content, you think the smartest people in America live in America. You think everybody that is so smart lives in America, and anybody else is in a third world country in a hut somewhere, walking, fetching water. It's like you are insane. I think sometimes they should have like cultural exchange programs where like these universities take a lot of their students and send them to China so they can see what it looks like. Oh, wow, that's crazy, right? But they have a lot of smart people out there. I showed y'all Shenzhen. Once upon a time, it was like a little fish town. They were all poor. They had the famine. And today, these people are incredibly smart as fuck. But I'm like, it's going to be a new product, and it's going to die. It's gonna die of a slow death. It's gonna end up being like Snapchat or Vine. Like, what? Imagine going from being the TikTok to having the same fate as Vine. You might as well close it down, because to me, I think it would make more sense to just like die knowing that you were the greatest app to ever live than to want to sell the app only to later on be compared to Vine. It's like Lauryn Hill, right? She never came back and made another album, because if you make a second album and it's worse than the Emancipation of Lauryn Hill, you lose like your icon status. So she made one album, she got 5 Grammys, and she never made any music after that. Because then people say to themselves, wow, I wonder what it could have been, right? It's better to leave on that note than to say, okay, I'm going to divest and change the algorithm and work with these Americans who truly don't understand what makes TikTok TikTok. And then you're going to die of a slow death. They're going to start making fun of you, and you're going to end up like Snapchat, or you're going to end up like Vine. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah. But it's like,
Account for the reality of third-party choices and the choices of third parties, that the whole reason for the law being passed in the first place.
Yeah, Your Honor, I still don't, I think that the way the analysis works is step one, is there a First Amendment violation?
Right.
Step two, you get to the question that we're grappling with. What standard of scrutiny do you apply? Typically, what you do is you ask, is this law content-based? Is it content-based based on its face? Is it content-based in its decision? Here, we know it's content-based on its face because it says what it says. We know it's content-based in its motivation because the government concedes it's content-based in its motivation.
Well, that's not quite what I'm asking. I mean, let's see, that's the dispute between you and the government. Is it content-based if it's about divestiture and not about telling TikTok what content it can display on the platform?
And I think it has to be, because I think that really goes to the first question. Does the burden fall on the speaker? If the burden falls on the speaker, that triggers the speaker's First Amendment rights. But the law is in fact content-based, whether it comes in the form of a divestiture or something else. When the law specifically says it's content-based, we're worried about the content on the platform. And when the government tells you that one of the things that we're worried about is TikTok, not ByteDance, but TikTok Incorporated and TikTok in the United States will, absent the divestiture, have a mix of content that we find objectionable. They will mix around their videos in a way that is too pro-Chinese or too anti-American.
Okay,
and that is TikTok, the platform.
Let me just ask.
And it's so funny though, like listen to this, like this argument about content-based. It's fun. Once again, I think it's really, really funny how excessive pornography and sex work is not seen as a threat to national security. Right? When we know what it does to people, the man and the woman, right? The number, like you guys, I don't know if you've seen like the number, like the total amounts of payouts made by OnlyFans. It's like 100 billion. I don't know. It's something really crazy. Like it's so much money. Like to see how many people are spending, how much money people are spending on pornography. I might play that for you, right? Consider how much Americans are spending on pornography every year. Through OnlyFans, right? And like I said, it's a British company, right? Then consider TikTok Shop, for example, where like I said, like for Black Friday, they made about like 100 or 200 million for Black Friday. But this is like people are buying goods, right? These are American businesses who are selling lotion, cups, mugs, clothes, makeup, hair products, right? I mean, these are actual products, right? They're making $100 million just selling products. OnlyFans is making billions of dollars selling like pornography. You understand, right? And the U.S. government is not concerned, which is why sometimes you even have to ask yourself, right? And I say the U.S. government, meaning Joe Biden, especially since he signed it, right? Or the senators, all these Democrats who are so concerned about ByteDance, whatever. But this is how when you see that some politicians, some people in the government, there is no way that they don't have a hand in sex trafficking, in human trafficking. You know what I mean? Because to me, if you're going to talk about national security, protecting young people, being concerned about the content, the sheer volume, the sheer dollar size of the markets, like the market value of OnlyFans is extremely concerning. To know that you have that, because I'm like, who's buying all this pornography? It's young men, right? Who's buying all this content? The vast majority of consumers are young men who might one day, like you said, work in the State Department, even become Supreme Court justices, be in Congress somewhere. You know, like, listen, firefighters, mayors, people of power. And at a young age, before they even get to those offices, right? Look at how much of an appetite they have for pornography. And the government's like, oh, no, that's fine. Because allegedly it's owned by Great Britain and Great Britain is an ally. So it's okay for an ally to be the number one distributor of pornography in a country, right? Is that what allies do? Is that what friends do to each other? Right? Great Britain is Great Britain, or these British people are allegedly cousins, or they're like allied to America. But it's the number one app for pornography in this country. Nobody distributes as much porn pay-per-view than freaking OnlyFans. And we say, oh, no, that's fine, because these people are British, they're allies, they're cousins. Once upon a time, they used to oppress us. We threw their tea, went to war, but now we're besties, right? But is this what besties do to each other? Right? But then the Chinese government, who's, I guess, being accused of somehow being able to weaponize content, whatever, sure. The kind of money, the transaction that they're doing revolve around creating commerce in America. Your OnlyFans revolves around selling pornography. And at a very young age, having young men addicted to sex. Right? And teaching young girls that instead of going to school, finding jobs or having businesses that they could, like legitimate business with product that they could sell on TikTok, just take pictures of your naked self, take pictures of you playing with yourself, be half naked on internet, right? And take pictures of yourself. I'm like, that content does not perturb the government whatsoever. Like nobody at the NSA is concerned. Like these Supreme Court justices don't seem to be concerned. The appellate court also doesn't seem to be concerned. Joe Biden does not seem to be concerned. There is no way that a lot of our politicians are not pimps. Like there is no way that a lot of our politicians do not have a meddling hand in this whole sex trafficking, human trafficking business, because it's very, very bizarre. This is seriously bizarre. Because if I had to choose between, do I ban TikTok or do I ban OnlyFans? I'm banning OnlyFans. Some days I can't stand TikTok, I ain't gonna lie. But if I had to choose between, do you ban TikTok or do you ban OnlyFans? I think you should ban the website that promotes pornography. You know what I'm saying? But it's very bizarre because they never attack pornography. They never attack pornography. They never attack sex work. They never have any issues with any platform, foreign platform, whatever, that sells this stuff, that makes it easier to sell and distribute and capture credit cards in order to have pay-per-view, voyeuristic content. They don't have an issue with that, right? But their biggest fear is, can individuals make a TikTok that where they express their point of views that does not support the current government or the current, I guess, like political party, I guess, right? That's where they get really scared. So it goes to show they want people to be addicts. They want people to have some kind of addiction. But what they don't want you to do is to be a free thinker that is, not under duress. Like you're not under any kind of duress. You don't have any addiction, right? If you're over here and you see? And so they've made more than TikTok. I don't think TikTok Shop has generated more than $6 billion in 2023. I can look it up, right? But I do think that OnlyFans makes more money than TikTok. And that's a business that was funded and created by British. And I think the majority of the data is being stored in Great Britain, Manchester, Leeds. I don't know. They could even store the data in India. What do I know? But I'm like, OnlyFans for me seems like a bigger threat when it comes to one day they could use, like, if you find out like 5 years from now, like 10, 15 years from now, somebody becomes like head of the NSA, and then you can go into the back end of OnlyFans and be like, oh, wow, we have his credit card data. We have his username. We have this. And we can say that he watched this girl. He watched that girl. He watched this girl. Maybe he even sent her a note. Maybe he sent her a little message, right? They would have access to all of that. So why is it that paying for pornography, you know what I'm saying, is not seen as a threat to national security? If it's not that a lot of these politicians make money from this whole this whole sex stuff. And a lot of them also were friends with, what's that man's name? Jeffrey Epstein, right? So we know that a lot of politicians, enjoy human trafficking. They really do.
One last question. Why is it impossible to divest in the 270 days, even assuming that the Chinese government hadn't said you couldn't?
Sure, and this is the exchange I was having with Justice Gorsuch. There are two basic reasons. The first is that the underlying source code, that's the source code that comes in here and then has to be converted.
But that's what Justice Gorsuch said, just not ever. So it's not really that you can't do it within the time frame. It's that you really couldn't ever divest because you never are going to get the source code.
So, well, let me unpack that a little bit. No, it's that with the underlying source code, it takes a team of engineers to update and maintain that. It would take us many years to reconstruct a brand new team of engineers to do that with respect to the source code. With respect to the sharing of content, that was the different reason. In theory, we could kind of send our salesmen around the world, go to Ireland, go to Finland, go to every country and say, look, you used to automatically get our content, but now you got to separately sign up for our platform.
Last point, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. It's not that you couldn't execute the disentanglement. You could say we're independent. You just can't recreate TikTok in any kind of way.
Well, I think that any new TikTok would be a fundamentally different platform with different content.
And that's exactly what I said. It would not be the same product. Y'all could have said that a whole lot sooner. Y'all talk too much. You see, that's why I said lawyers, they make things worse. This conversation didn't even need to be this long, okay? It would be fundamentally, it'd be a different product. Fundamentally, it'd be a different product. And the thing about her too, she doesn't realize like how hard it is to find engineers. Like even with this whole conversation about this whole H-1B visas, oh yeah, we have American engineers. Oh, but girl, shut up, okay? You can have engineers, but then you can have engineers who've never seen what you want to do. Because listen, even like the code, like the languages, not everybody, no, we don't want that today. Not everybody writes the same language. Like some people are good at like Ruby on Rails. Some people are good with like with Python. Some people are good with like C++. Some people might be good with this language, right? A lot of people don't know how to code in all the languages. And it's not that easy. It really is not that easy. Like it's really, really hard. But I think sometimes people think, oh yeah, if somebody has an engineering degree, then everything should be all right. No. And sometimes you also have to train people. And then you can train someone and be like, you know what? It's still not working out. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. Because one thing I've come to realize, like when it comes to people who look for jobs, I think a lot of times, a lot of people who seek jobs are truly under this mindset of like, oh, like, but my job should train me. To some extent, yes. But the vast majority of jobs, they want you to be ready to go. Right? Because what if we train you and you're still not up to par? You should have some level of training, but it's like, they're not going to train you for 1 year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Like, child, they're not your college professors. You also have to know how to self-study, right? And also, what if they train you and now that you know what they want you to know, now you're going to another company trying to get hired because you want to make more money? You know what I'm saying? No. So nobody wants to be taken advantage of. So that's why, for the most part, people usually want to hire people who are pretty much ready to go. You might need like 10% training, but you have a good like 90%. Like you have a pretty solid 90%. But most people are not out here trying to train people from scratch. Oh, hell no. Because once I'm done training you, what you gonna do? Like, you know what? Maybe I can see if I can get a better paycheck somewhere. Oh, okay. No. That's not how it works. But like I said, because Candace Owens was trying to talk about that. And I'm like, Candace, be quiet, okay? Shut up. Because you, Candace, how many jobs have you seriously created? Like, you're in a cute little podcast, right? You run a podcast. Nobody's sitting here waiting for Candace Owens to come up with the next technological breakthrough that's going to save the U.S. economy, okay? You don't know how to code. You've never coded. And my thing is, how many jobs do you create? Even to run the Candace Owens show, how many people do you actually hire? Because I'm sure most people are contractors, right? Because you don't want to have that weight. So shut up somewhere, okay? If you've never been in tech, you don't work in tech, you've never had a tech company, you never had to hire engineers, you never had to work with engineers, we don't want to hear from you. Like, seriously, we don't. Because shut up, just be quiet.
Which is yet another reason why I think this is a content-based restriction that falls directly on TikTok incorporated itself in our platform.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm back to some of the questions that Justice Barrett and Justice Kagan asked about the sort of threshold issue that you point out, which is there a burden on the speaker? I'm trying to understand what the burden is that you are articulating and whether it really isn't about association and not speech. You say you have in your brief some cases that talk about American speakers being free to choose whether to affiliate with foreign organizations. And the colloquy you had with Justice Kagan made me think that what you're really complaining about is the inability to associate with ByteDance and its algorithm. That it's not really about, if TikTok came up with its own algorithm or bought an algorithm from some other company or devised it or whatever, this law would have nothing to do with them from your perspective. But the problem I think you're articulating, and this is, I'm seeking your clarification.
Sure.
The problem I think you're articulating is that you want to use ByteDance's algorithm and therefore associate with ByteDance, and Congress has prohibited that by requiring divestiture. So isn't this really a right of association case under the First Amendment?
I think it's both, Your Honor. I do think that that is a component of it. We want to use the algorithm that we think reflects the best mix of content. That's the algorithm that reflects the best mix of content. What this law says is we can't do that unless ByteDance exercises a qualified divestiture. But I also think more directly what this law does is it says to TikTok Incorporated, if ByteDance doesn't exercise a qualified divestiture, you have to go mute. You cannot speak at all.
No, I don't think it says that, though. I mean, if TikTok were to post-divestiture or whatever, pre-divestiture, come up with its own algorithm, right, then when the divestiture happened, it could still operate. It doesn't say TikTok, you
I
can't
think that's
speak.
theoretically correct, Your Honor, but I think that also underscores the content-based nature of the restriction.
No, but the fact, excuse me, the fact that that's true suggests that you're wrong about the statute being read as saying TikTok, you have to go mute. Because TikTok can continue to operate on its own algorithm, on its own terms, as long as it's not associated with ByteDance. So isn't this really just all about association?
Your Honor, I think it is partly about association, but I'm going to take another shot at explaining why it's not just about association.
Okay, well, let me just take you down the association path for a second, because if it is about the association of TikTok with ByteDance.
Look at how much energy she has behind this when she's never written a single line of code in her life. You should have asked her, Your Honor, have you ever written a line of code? Have you ever written a line of code? Okay. Loud and wrong. Look how she's like her voice is shaking. Like, oh no, it's about association. Like you can just divest and you can still run TikTok. It wouldn't be the same product. Right? It's the same thing. It's like you, ma'am, Miss Jackson, right? If you divorced your husband, would you not be like, you could technically function, right? But would you still be the same woman? No, you'd be a divorced mother of two. Right? Like it's not, I don't know. Is it really that hard? It is not that hard. Right? They could do many things without being attached to ByteDance. What they're trying to tell you is they're not going to be the same company. Therefore, they're not going to make the same amount of money. But so who is the U.S. government to say, we require you to operate this way, even though we know it's going to kill your business? Girl, we're not in a communist country. Like we are in a free market. Like this is the free market, right? Just like you could divorce your husband. Right? And then you'll go back to being Ketanji Brown because you divorced the man. You can function, but you are not going to be a divorced mother of two. And your life is going to change. Now you're going to have custody. Who's going to pick up the kids? You drop off the kids. Do I have them over the summer? And that is going to change your whole life. It doesn't mean that it's impossible, but are you going to have an optimal life? Most likely not, because it's better to be married than to be divorced, fighting for custody over two teenagers. Bam, bam. It is not that hard. Like it really is not that hard. It really is not that hard. They're not saying it's impossible. They're saying they don't want to, because the U.S. government should not tell you how to run your business, especially when the way they want you to run your business will ultimately kill your business of a slow death. Because the people who use TikTok, I don't think you use TikTok, are no longer going to enjoy the product. So if your goal is to just kill TikTok, because that's what you're asking for, right? Change the algorithm, change the editorial discretion, create a brand new product, take a gamble that the people could still like it. But yet TikTok is the only one that's being asked to do that. Not Facebook, not Meta, not Snapchat, not YouTube. Girl, are you insane? Are you okay? Right? And it's like, no. So if that's the case, we'll just go black. Right? And then you can say that you feared about, hey, Diana, you can say to yourself that, oh, it was because we're trying to protect the American people. No, you just didn't like the fact that TikTok give a voice to people that usually are silenced. And that voice has been incredibly powerful. And that's what scares you, right? But nothing is impossible. However, why do they have to start from scratch? Just because you have an issue with parts of the algorithm that are tied to the motherland, the ByteDance in the motherland. Like, no, I don't want to do that. And honestly, I really think they need to let the app go black. And if somehow Trump can come back and save it, do it. Do not sell your app. Do not sell your algorithm. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do it. Okay, they're going to destroy this app. They're like, oh, Mark, they were saying like, oh, like Jeff Bezos could buy it. No, we don't want TikTok to turn to Amazon. Jeff Bezos doesn't know anything about running a social media app. He knows how to run an e-commerce app. Then you had, oh yeah, that thing was funny. I mean, he does look like a Mr. Lady. I'm like, sir, right? Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, he says he wants to buy TikTok. It's like, no, Michael O'Leary, we don't want you to run TikTok. You don't know anything about running a social media app because all you people do, you just see like money signs, right? TikTok is way more than that. For a lot of people, TikTok is their village. Like TikTok is like their emotional support community. Like just go on there and expose all their business. All their friends are on TikTok, right? TikTok is not just a place to make money. So I'm like, no, Jeff Bezos should not get close, should not get anywhere close to TikTok. No, thank you. Okay. But he looked like one though. He's so muscular with that little pink lipstick on. I'm like, you know, I mean, you should have gotten there sooner, but they're just, I don't think they're gonna, I mean, maybe if they ban it here, they might ban it in Canada. I don't know. But my point is, no government should tell a business how to run its business, especially like when you purport to be about the free markets. You know, because what you're asking them to do is like career suicide because of some threat that they have yet to violate. But in case one day some user, like, girl, what? No.
Then don't we have cases that seem to undermine your view that Congress can't do this? I mean, I thought we had cases about Congress prohibiting association with terrorist organizations, prohibiting association with foreign adversaries. And so why doesn't this fall?
Why would you call China a foreign adversary when everything we have comes from China? Well, that makes no sense. It's like they want to pick and choose, right? The majority of goods that come into America are made in China. So if that's the case, then close the port of LA. Close all the ports. Because how do you know, like in our refrigerators, they're not putting ticking time bombs? Like, you know what I mean? Our TVs. How do you know they don't have tracking devices in our TVs? How do you know they don't have ticking time bombs or listening devices in our air conditioning units or in our like you're insane. Even this whole thing that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris were doing about the solar panels, a lot of the stuff that you need to make those solar panels, they have to get the components from China. So how do you know they don't even have explosive for those solar panels to go boom, 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 right? You know what I'm saying? Like those so much stuff we have comes from China. So I'm like, if the Chinese really wanted to kill us, they could have killed us a long time ago. It is not that hard. Right? If anything, I would say that the level of work ethic today in America, the way people despise working hard in America today, right? That is a matter of national security. People don't want to work. So it's got to a point that they have to import illegals. Like, we import so much because people don't want to make that. Exactly. Always insulting the Chinese. Even all these black women who buy hair from Chinese people, right? They could have put all kinds of weird chemicals on the hair and we could have started going bald and like having all kinds of issues. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, if the Chinese really wanted to hurt Americans, they would have done that a long time ago. Show me one thing that's not made in China. They could have all of our iPhones explode. They could make our iPhones explode up in the air. What are you even talking about? You're such an idiot. They do what? Okay? No, she's not really bright. She's another DI. Okay? Like, girl, you make no damn sense. Like, oh, a foreign adversary. You really think, I'm like, Americans are so funny to me. You truly think, if China really wanted to fight America, you think they can't win? These people have 1 billion people. So it's like for every American, 3 Chinese could die. Like the Chinese can afford to die 3 times. There's so many of them, right? There's 300 million people in America. There is 1 billion people in China. They could there's like for one American, it's like 3.1 Chinese. Okay, so you have to kill 3 of them. They have to kill just 1. It's a lot of people. It really is a lot of people. And then like us, they have a lot more men. They have a lot of men because, like once upon a time, they would limit how many girls you could have. So today, China has way more boys than they have girls, right? So they could actually afford to die because they're a bunch of bachelors. They're never going to have wives, okay? But I'm like, you really think if China wanted to go to war with America, they couldn't win? You really think if America wants to fight China, okay, China doesn't stand a chance to win? We are not talking about the China of Mao. Okay? We're not talking about the China before Mao. We are talking of the China of President Ping. And yes, these people could win. Absolutely. You were like, over here, we have this fake G5. Chinese have G6. Like, you know, like for the phone, like the internet thing, they have G6. This is the reason why they won't let Huawei come to America. Because if Huawei came to America, Apple will go out of business. If Huawei came to America, Apple, I'm telling you, Apple will go out of business. Right? We have a lot of protectionism over here because we don't want to see some American companies just, you know, become obsolete because you cannot compete with these Chinese people. Right? But if they were to let Huawei come to the like North American market, oh no, a lot of people be ditching these iPhones. And it'll be a problem because right now, if you really think about it, Apple has a monopoly. Okay? Apple truly, truly has a monopoly. Right? But all the Chinese adversary, I'm like, girl, bye. If that's the case, close the ports, let all these goods, all these containers coming from China, make everything stop. And then let American people make their own stuff. If you truly believe inherently that the Chinese are so dangerous and they have so many evil intentions against American people, then do the same thing. But it's funny how Americans want to sell to China, Europeans want to sell to China, they even want to sell luxury goods, that overpriced trinkets to the Chinese, right? Chinese buy a lot of luxury goods. They buy a lot of things, right? They even buy iPhones. But how would you feel if they said, oh, America was a foreign adversary, America was a foreign adversary? There's a lot of American companies who make a lot of money selling in China. Right? So I'm like, you don't even mean what you're saying. And also you don't know a lot about algorithms. Like you're just slow. You're a DI. Like Joe Biden picked you because he needed to give one for the black girls, right? But you ain't too bright, sis. You are not too bright. If you were to divorce your husband, would you not be the same person? In a sense, you would be. Would you not be able to function? Yes, you would be. Would it be easier or harder? It would be harder. Would you prefer to stay married or divorced? I'm sure you would like to stay married to your husband. It's the same thing with ByteDance, right? Have you ever had people question you because your husband is white and then you're black? So people question your loyalty. Is that fair? It's the same thing, right? Their husband is ByteDance from China, but they're American. Just like you're an American, you're a black American, and your husband is a white man. Some people have been questioning your allegiance to the culture, right? How would that make you feel? It's the same thing. I don't know why it's so hard. You could divorce the husband, but most likely you don't want to divorce your husband because it makes it easier for your assets to raise your kids. You know what I mean? For your schedule, you probably have a routine. You do this, he does that, and you both get to enjoy your kids. That's what they're saying. They want to stay married to ByteDance so they can continue to enjoy their kids, which is the algorithm. Together, TikTok and ByteDance have came up with a great algorithm. It's like their child. And you're asking them to divorce just for the sake of divorce, even though they're still in love, and to split custody. They're like, nah, girl, I love her, he loves me, and we want to raise our baby together. Who is the U.S. government to say, divorce your husband and raise the baby by yourself? TikTok is not trying to be a strong woman out here in the streets, raising babies by herself. Okay? That's it. That's that. Let the people have their algorithm. But TikTok, I think y'all should just go black. Go black.
Fall into that kind of group of our jurisprudence?
Well, at least as I understand all of those cases, they applied strict scrutiny. The material support statute most definitely applied.
And ultimately upheld the law, so fine.
But sure, and I think if we go down the strict scrutiny road here, I don't see that this law can possibly be satisfied under the interest that they assert here. But I do want to emphasize why this is also about TikTok speech. Even under your hypothetical, where theoretically they can say something differently than they are saying today, that in and of itself is a direct restriction on TikTok speech. They can't engage in the speech they want to engage in. They have to engage in a different kind of speech, the speech they don't want to engage in. That is a direct burden on TikTok incorporated speech.
All right, no, there are apparently less speech restrictions on Facebook. It's false, because until Mark Zuckerberg brings back Minister Farrakhan's account on Facebook, no, Facebook is extremely restrictive, right? If there are less, he needs to bring back Minister Farrakhan. Minister Farrakhan needs to have his Facebook back. What is the problem? What's the problem? Why can't Minister Farrakhan be critical of the Jews in New York City? And especially if they've done harmful things to the Black community in New York City, right? Minister Farrakhan deserves his account. Who is Mark Zuckerberg to say that when Minister Farrakhan expresses how he feels based on how he grew up in America and the things that he has seen some Jewish people do to his community, who is Mark Zuckerberg to say, oh, that's hateful? Why is it hateful? Did it happen to you, Mark? You ever been Black? No. So what the heck? Okay, like the truth, because you in your head, oh, I'm an Ashkenazi Jew, so we're so amazing, we're so awesome. You know, how dare you say anything critical of us? Because just because you people as a community, you're nice to each other, does not mean that you don't have some people in your community who are not mean to Black people. What's the problem? And also, he needs to let him have an account. He needs to give him back his account on Instagram. And then YouTube needs to let Minister Farrakhan have a YouTube channel. Why they take his YouTube channel down? What is the problem? He has to go on other people's platforms to have a voice. Why? No. I'm like me, I will always let Minister Farrakhan have his account back. He deserves to have an account. Of all the years I've known Minister Farrakhan and I have listened to Minister Farrakhan, he has never said, go hurt white people. He has never said, oh, go seek revenge on white people, this, and that. Even the stuff that Dr. Umar says, like Black women forever, snow bunnies never. You will never see Minister Farrakhan talk like this. But he does talk about the wrongful things that were done to Black people in this country, as he should. And if he grew up in New York City and he has seen certain things that some people of the Ashkenazi Jew community have done to Black Americans, right? And he wants to speak about that, he has the right to speak on that. But Minister Farrakhan has never said, go hurt white people, take this and that. Like even, what's it called? Even Charleston White. Charleston White has said that, oh, you should go assault white women as a form of reparation. I mean, like the man says some of like the most lewdest, craziest, insane things I've ever heard in my life, right? You will never hear Minister Farrakhan talk like this. But he is a Black man of a certain generation who grew up in an America that was extremely racist, where certain things were allowed to be done to Black people. And that's his experience. And he has the right to speak on that. And maybe Mark, instead of being offended because you think, oh, I'm an Ashkenazi Jew, so my feelings trump everybody else. No, maybe you should humble yourself. You weren't even born when those things were happening. So how can you say it's hateful? Do you know what America was like at that time? Did you see it for yourself? Do you know what it was like to be Black growing up in Harlem? And being persecuted by a lot of people who came from Europe, okay? You don't know. You don't know. But as soon as the man expresses himself, oh, he's hateful, that's hate speech, and then you just ban him from TikTok. You ban him from Facebook. Why do you ban Minister Farrakhan from Facebook? Okay? Why? Please. Then he wants to go sit there on the Joe Rogan show and act like, oh, you know, I didn't really want to censor people. The government made me do it. Mark, shut up. You were glad to go along with that. Be quiet. Because you never thought that Elon was going to buy the Twitter, and you never thought that Elon was going to be the people's champ. So now you don't want to be just a nerd. You want to be on some alpha stuff. It's a little too late to be red pill now. We're tired. Okay? So, yeah, but I'm like, the man has a right to have a YouTube. He has the right to have an Instagram. He has the right to have a Twitter. He has the right to have a Facebook. And even right now, Minister Farrakhan's like, he's like 80 something. Like he's like 80, 85. What threat? Like what imminent threat is he to you? Like seriously? Right? But it's about controlling people, because how dare he said that there's some Jewish people who were not nice to a lot of Black American people in New York. It's the truth though. It's not fake. Now, if you, Mark, if you're not informed, just ask the man for some receipts. Now, if he lies, you can simply say, no, you've lied. You can correct the man, but you don't have to completely outright ban the man from having any kind of social media presence. Like he couldn't have a Facebook page. He could not have a Facebook account. He could not have an Instagram account. And then YouTube also banned him from having a page. I'm like, wow, y'all banning Minister Farrakhan. What is the problem? What's the issue? Like, seriously, like what the heck? Has anybody banned Ben Shapiro? You know what I'm saying? He went and made this diss record against Black people as like pretend to be a rapper, saying all kinds of facts don't care about your feelings, wumpty wump wump. But as soon as Candace Owens says Christ is king, oh, then he wants to fire her. Boy, bye. Like we're getting tired. It's getting old.
I think I
Wholly
understand
apart
that
from
argument. Let me ask you a question about your colloquy with Justice Kavanaugh. Did I understand you to concede that there is a compelling interest and that the problem is really tailoring? I mean, you said, I understand the risks. I don't hear you suggesting that the risks don't exist. So it sounds like we've gotten past, even if we're in strict scrutiny world, we've gotten past the compelling interest part of this.
No, Your Honor. What I was saying is that all you had standing alone were the data security. That would be a different case. Here, when you have the content manipulation sitting right alongside of the data security, that taints the data security rationale. If Congress came in and said, we're passing this law for two reasons. One, we really care about data security. And two, we hate the speech on TikTok. The data security wouldn't alone sustain that law under cases like Mount Pleasant.
I understand, but why you're equating, we don't want foreign adversaries to be able to manipulate the content on this platform. You're equating that with we hate the content. And I'm just trying to understand why.
Because
But
content.
and my thing is, even for her, as a U.S. Supreme Court justice and somebody who just got there quite recently, is it prudent for her to low-key, high-key imply that China is a foreign adversary to the U.S.? Does she have presidential approval to say that? Did the NSA give her approval to say that? The FBI, CIA, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who gave her the authority to low-key, high-key imply that China is a foreign adversary to the U.S.? I'm like, ma'am, you're saying this. By Monday, the stock market could crash. You are insane. Like, you're really an idiot, right? Like, even if we do feel like there's there's some like submarine, you know what I'm saying, competition between America and China. Do you, when you're a Supreme Court justice, is it your place to say that China is a foreign adversary to the U.S.? If these statements start a trade war tomorrow, could you make sure that the American people are okay? Right? Because if the Chinese say tomorrow, you know what, since we're a foreign adversary, we no longer want to supply the U.S. Can you sustain the supply chain? Because I'm like, she's really stupid, this lady. And this is why they call her DI. You see this? Because she's pretty much implying that China is a foreign adversary. Did the president give you the green light to say this? Whether it's Joe Biden, Donald Trump, who told you could say these things? Like, I'm like, who told you could say these things, right? Because if the Chinese say, oh, okay, come to find out, us in America, like, we're not, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was kind of assumed that President Ping was going to come to America for Donald Trump's inauguration. Well, if President Ping is coming for the inauguration, how can he be a foreign adversary? What, like, even last year or so, even this year, I don't know if it was this year or last year though, but wasn't President Ping in China? Wasn't President Ping in China for, wasn't President Ping in California for some kind of like honorary visit with Governor Newsom? But I'm like, who gave you, who gave you permission to say these things? Like, you can't, you're a Supreme Court justice, so you can't say that. Because see, had this gone yesterday, we would have woken up on Friday. You don't know, you could have affected the stock market. But I'm like, do you have permission to say that China is a foreign adversary to the United States? Based on what? Based on what? Like, I'm like, she's insane. She is really insane. She's seriously insane. And watch, I don't know, maybe these fires in LA might even affect the ports, right? But I'm like, you guys, we saw like during quarantine, we saw what happened to the supply chain when we could no longer get the goods freely from China. You saw everything was so expensive. Even toilet paper, right? When the boats could not come here freely, be docked, the goods being retrieved, the trucks going to get the stuff, right? But during the quarantine, you saw how like life was hard because a lot of things could not be, they couldn't come freely from China. It was really hard. It was really, really hard. But the reality is a lot of our manufacturing is no longer done in America. It is currently done in China and other places around the world, right? But China does a lot of stuff for us. But my thing is, I did not know that China was officially a foreign adversary. Like, girl, you are really crazy. Like, you are seriously crazy.
manipulation is by definition a content-based distinction. Look, everybody manipulates content. There are lots of people who think CNN, Fox News, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times are manipulating their content. That is core protected speech. That's why they put so much weight on this mere covertness.
Right, but that analysis is just about content-based versus content neutral, and therefore whether you apply strict scrutiny. I'm in the strict scrutiny world. Okay, I'm assuming that you're in that world. Does the government have a compelling interest? And so I'm trying to understand why the government's argument that we have data manipulation concerns, which I understood you in colloquy with Justice Kavanaugh to say is a risk, and we are concerned based on what Justice manipulation in other places. Are you saying those are not compelling government interests?
I am 100% saying that content manipulation is not just not a compelling governmental interest, it is an impermissible governmental interest. You could not go to CNN or Fox News and say, we're going to regulate you because you're manipulating the content. Impermissible.
Okay, can I just ask you one last thing? You say with respect to the tailoring issue that disclosure you think is a possible more narrowly tailored. I'm just wondering whether disclosure under this court's case law and the law of lower courts doesn't carry its own First Amendment complications. That wouldn't we have compelled speech problems if disclosure was required in the situation?
Sure, Your Honor. Now, look, I might think so because it's wrong, but they think the factual predicate is right. And if the factual predicate is right, then there are no First Amendment problems at all under outer. And the case is a problem here. Not all disclosures are perfect. I'm not here to argue that they are, but you've always got to consider what the alternative is. And here, the alternative is shutting down one of the largest speech platforms in America. The reason there's no as to disclosures is because Congress never even undertook that balancing in the first place.
Thank you.
The bare minimum that has to be done before we take an unprecedented step of shutting down the voices of 170 million Americans.
And you see, and right there, if you didn't keep up with like what happened, are you guys still here? If you didn't keep up with what happened with this whole TikTok thing, the TikTok ban, from the time it made it to the floor of the House of Representatives, right, to the time that it went from the House of Representatives to the Senate to like Joe Biden's desk, I don't think it took more than 4 days. Like it was super fast. Okay, it was really really fast. Oh, well, right. It went really, really fast. And it's so that's why he's saying like they barely had time to consider a lot of things because they were really moving fast. Because I do believe since the elections were coming, right, especially them not knowing that Joe Biden was going to drop out, they really want to make sure that TikTok was on board to go crazy like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, yes, right? Because it was super fast. Let me show you this one video. Hold on. I saw this one today. Hold on.
His nearing deal to buy TikTok as ban looms. Here's what we know. Okay. Here's what we know. So April 20th, 2024, House passed legislation against, by the way, is this one with Kevin O'Leary's breaking us down?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you play this clip first? And then I'm going to go to Tom and we'll get some commentary. Go for it.
That was one topic, but I had another agenda item that was very important to me. And we announced that this morning. I have joined with Frank McCourt to buy TikTok, and this is a very complicated deal. It's a deal. We're going with President Trump. This is a part of the situation. We have to work, and we want at midday. Trump will be who we have to work with to close the deal in the months ahead. So let him know. As well as others in his cabinet, that we're doing this, and we're going to need their help.
Well, that's going to be a very interesting story.
I have a timeline here. Let me read the timeline, then Tom, I'll come to you. April 20th, 2024, House passed legislation TikTok in a decisive 360 to 58 vote. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries stated the bill was designed to address legitimate national security and privacy concerns. 3 days later, Senate voted 80 to 19, approved the bill. Senator Maria Cantwell. The legislation aimed to prevent foreign adversaries from conducting espionage, surveillance, maligned operations operations harming vulnerable U.S. government personnel. Day later, President Joe Biden signed the bill into law requiring TikTok to be sold or banned. TikTok responded stating it had invested billions of dollars to keep U.S. data safe, and our platform free from outside influence and manipulation. Month later, May 7, TikTok filed a lawsuit against the federal government.
You see how fast they went. April 20th, it's on the House floor, right? The 23rd, it's already in the Senate. Like, you see how fast it's moving? April 24th, it's already signed by Joe Biden. So this is what he's saying. That's why their lawyer is saying, like, they didn't even give enough time to consider things because they were moving so fast, even though they had no evidence, right? And of course, the ADL doesn't like it. I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg doesn't like it. A lot of people who are Ashkenazi Jews don't like it because it's giving a lot of support to Palestine. Joe Biden also knows that he has to gear up to go against Donald Trump because I think their first debate was in June, right? If I'm not mistaken. So they really wanted to get TikTok to submit. So everything moves super, super, super fast. And I think they believed that they were going to scare the man into selling TikTok. And then the man came out and said, no, I'm not selling TikTok. I'm not doing it. But instead, I'm going to sue the federal government. Right? So the first lawsuit came in May, and then until it at least to today, and they intentionally put it in there that they would TikTok would have to be banned on the 19th because Joe Biden being petty, he's a Scorpio, right? Being petty, he put the date of the 19th because on the 20th, Trump would be in office. He's very vindictive, that man, right? He does a lot of vindictive stuff. He's been doing all kinds of messy, vindictive stuff lately, right? He's not a good person. So he intentionally puts it in there that exactly. He intentionally, they move super, super fast because they want to screw everybody else. Exactly. You see how, so that's why the guy was like, but they didn't properly consider alternative, before strict scrutiny could apply. No, because it was never about it's not about national security. They wanted to use TikTok as an instrument of propaganda. And the CEO of TikTok did not bend the knee. So here are the consequences. That's it. We are not, he's extremely vindictive, extremely vindictive. He's been doing all kinds of petty stuff.
Arguing the ban violated the First Amendment rights of the app and its American users. A week later, May 14th, 8 TikTok users sued the federal government claiming the ban was unconstitutionally overbroad and infringed on their First Amendment rights. December 6, 2024, a month ago, the U.S. Court of Appeals for D.C. District denied TikTok's petition to review the outweigh TikTok's First Amendment claims. The court also declined TikTok's request to halt the ruling. 10 days later, December 16, TikTok filed an emergency injunction request with the Supreme Court, arguing the pause was necessary to create breathing room for this court to conduct. And the CEO of TikTok, Xiao Chu, met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago requesting support for an injunction that was ultimately not granted.
So,
2 days later.
And this is why I think Mr. Francisco is before the Supreme Court because he wants an injunction. So he's like, okay, can y'all kind of slow down? Let Trump come in and we can kind of see how we figure this out. Now, Ketanji, she has a battery in her back because Joe Biden put her there, right? She probably identifies as the Black Sisterhood, and she was going to swear in Kamala Harris, even though it was never going to happen because she's not the Chief Justice, okay? But she has a battery in her back. Sotomayor also has a battery in her back, right? Garrett, that lady, Amy Garrett, she's lost, she had that one. She's whatever, right? So it's they're doing too much. They're doing way too much. But I personally think that they should just let the app go black. Call these people bluff. Go all the way with it. You didn't sell now. Why are you going to sell by tomorrow? And plus, how are they going to sell this app in 9 days? It's not possible.
December 18th, Supreme Court agreed to review TikTok's challenge, schedule an oral arguments for January 10th, which is tomorrow, just days before law's effective date. December 27th, Donald Trump opposed TikTok ban in a court filing, stating he could secure a political resolution to keep TikTok in after his January 20th inauguration if Supreme Court intervenes. January 3rd, the Justice Department asked Supreme Court to uphold the law mandating TikTok's ban or sale, arguing the app hadn't presented sufficient justification for a pause and that Trump's argument lacked visibility. January 2nd, I'm buying it, Tom. Your thoughts with things going on right now with TikTok?
Yeah, so this all starts, and people saw headlines. This is the behind the scenes. This is the deep dive, and that's really helpful.
Okay, let me go. I'm gonna go back to this one so we can kind of finish this one. Hold on. Now you have more context to what is going on, but they move super fast with TikTok.
Mr. Fisher?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Wholly apart from the company's legal interests here, the act directly restricts the rights, the First Amendment rights of American creators to participate.
That's what I wanted to say. Okay, so people, TikTok content. Okay, so you have a content creator. He had an attorney, but I feel like a lot of people, all these TikTok millionaires, they should have all been there and had a lawyer. Like if TikTok made you a millionaire, if TikTok changed your life, you should have had a lawyer and gone up there. People who have businesses, if TikTok saved you from bankruptcy, you should have had a lawyer. You should have been up there also. And say, if my business go broke, I'm suing the federal government. Okay? But good, at least somebody got the lawyer up there.
Of the modern in the United States of America. And the act therefore is inescapably subject to strict scrutiny because of amendment implications. Indeed, any level of scrutiny under this court's case law, because the act and the reasons behind it defy our history and tradition, as well as precedent. American creators have long and always enjoyed the right to foreign speakers or work with foreign publishers. Americans even have the right under the Lamont case to receive information from foreign speakers, indeed foreign governments.
And you know what? You know what is so funny? You know what is so funny? Like y'all didn't sign up for this today, but let's go. Let's do a little history class, right? Imagine when we have, because one could consider, even though it was like it was a little revolt, whatever. But I think one could make the argument that the Boston Tea Party was a form of self-expression. Now you can say, of course, you're destroying somebody else's property because you're taking somebody else's tea and you're just throwing the tea in the water. Right? Somebody can make that argument, but the Boston Tea Party, right, is it's a freedom of speech because the people are saying we don't want to be with England anymore because they tried through various means to this is bizarre because if you remember your American history before we get to the Boston Tea Party, right, first and foremost, people used to have to house these red coat, they call the red coat people, right, with the little muskets, right? But because people here were not really considered Americans, they were considered property of the crown. So you had to house these soldiers into your homes. And from what I remember reading, some of these soldiers were over the top, assaulting people, raping people, all kinds of foolishness, right? Then there's a whole thing about taxation, right? And so if I remember correctly, those people from the colonies did try to, in a certain way, to let Britain know, hey, this is crazy. This is too much, right? That people being ignored, it gets to a point where they convene at the place where the Boston Tea Party took place. Like, you know what? This is how we're going to be heard. It's a form of expression. It's a form of free speech. There was destruction to property, but the message was heard, right? Somebody could have said, like George V, that's him, right? So George V could have said, right, that the people who are responsible for the Boston Tea Party were under foreign adversary influence because at that time, France also was up there in Canada. You can make the argument and be like, oh, well, they didn't really, these people specifically really did not have an issue with British rule. They really had no reason to be upset with British rule. They really had no reason to be obsessed with George V, right? It's only because they had influence from the French. Does that make sense, you guys? They were under some kind of duress from the French who were up there in Canada. Maybe the French wanted to control the waterways, the commerce of tea. So the only reason why these people behaved this way was because they were under duress by foreign adversary. Because when you look at the Europeans and how they look at like the Americas, oh yeah, it's a free for all, get what you can. France is running to Canada, America's running over here, France runs over there, right? The Espanol, they run to Latin America, right? One could argue and say, oh, the Boston Tea Party is not a true reflection of how most of the people in the colonies felt. That those specific people were quote unquote insurrectionists. They were only doing so because they were under duress by a foreign adversary, being France at the time, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. But is that really the case, right? Is it the case that when people are truly revolting against their government, or when people are airing out their grievances against their government, they're only doing so because they're being bullied by a foreign government, or it's the mix-up, or it's the remake, or it's the editing of a foreign government, right? So it's kind of giving as though every American that lives in America is just so happy and should be so grateful to be an American, that the only way you would ever complain about the current government, or your president, your vice president, or the Senate, is only if there is a foreign government that is making you ungrateful. Like there's a foreign government that has unduly influence over you, because otherwise, why are you unhappy? Why are you unhappy? Like, everything is so perfect in America. It's like, no, because we see that also. We see that with the Boston Tea Party. And it's like, and you realize that the people of the Boston Tea Party did not do it because, oh yeah, France is right there. And I'm sure they talked to the French people, I'm sure. But, oh, you know what? Maybe. No, they did it because they really wanted to do it. The people were sick and tired. They were sick and tired of Great Britain because it was not such a great contract. It was not such a great relationship. Like, no, we don't want this anymore. We don't want this. We don't want this, right? And I feel like this is what they're saying. The only way that you can go on TikTok and then you can see content that is not pro-American, like what they would call pro-American, which is like pro-Kamala Harris, pro-Joe Biden, right? Is only if you have been subject to Chinese influence, right? Or you've been under like Russian influence, right? Because if outside of Chinese influence and Russian influence, there's never a reason why any American citizen would ever be grieved by the government, would ever have anything negative to say by the government. And I'm like, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, right? Because I'm sure, look, let me tell you something, right? And maybe one could even argue that, maybe sometimes it takes the help of a foreign government to make you see that you deserve more rights, right? America has done that a whole lot. When you look at the Pakistans, you look at Pakistan, you look at Afghanistan, right? A lot of time, America has said that one of the reasons why they want to go to Afghanistan, they want to go to Pakistan, because they believe that these women deserve more. They're not just there to bomb these people and take their oil, right? No, they're there for women's rights. They want these girls to go to college. They want them to drive cars. They want them not to wear the burqa, right? You understand? How many times has America said to you, oh, we're going there for democracy because these people deserve, self-agency. They deserve to choose their government, right? Oh, we're going to these countries because we want women to have the right to an education. We want women to do this and that. Okay, cool. Let's assume you're being honest, right? So then you have to agree to the fact that sometimes maybe it does take foreign influence for you to recognize that, my government does owe me something better. My government does owe me something more. When America went to Afghanistan, for example, right? One of the ways that they were able to get a lot of spies and people to help them, especially lots of women to help them, because they promised education for girls. They promised schooling for girls, university for girls. They even told some of the people that, oh, you'll come to America, and then you'll be able to go to college in America, and then you'll experience what it is to have the American dream, and you'll have all these unvetted freedoms. One thing, one point. I'm like, okay, America does that all the time, right? They do it all the time. And this is how they get people to turn their backs on their families. They get people to turn their backs on their current government. They get people to say, oh, wow, like we want to turn our country into America. We want strip clubs like the Americans. We want like nightclubs like the Americans. We want people to drive cars like the Americans. We want to have more women's rights like the Americans, right? So if we believe in globalism, if we believe in globalism, culture exchange, or whatever you want to call it, like the highway to exchanging all kinds of stuff, right? It's like, you know what? Maybe sometimes a foreign government can help you to see that, hey, you deserve more. You should have a louder voice. You should have a more meaningful voice, right? Why would the American government, why would the American government have an issue with another, I guess, like, let's say Chinese, whatever, create an app or come through an app that empowers American people to start asking more questions out of their politicians? If anything, sounds to me like you should be thinking China, right? Because this is what America has always purported herself to be about: free speech, right? No corruption, people asking questions, right? You know, I don't know, you know, but it's like, hey, you've done that to other people. You have toppled governments. I mean, you've done all kinds of stuff, right? By telling people that, hey, if you walk with us, if you work with us and you help us do this or that, we'll give you a better government. We'll give you access to school. We'll make it so that girls can go to school. We'll make it so that girls can have like motorcycles. We'll make it so that girls can drive cars. You made all kinds of promises, right? But ultimately, it led the people. Am I still here? Oh, okay. I'm like, but ultimately, it led the people to see, like, you know what? Maybe we can have something better. You know, I don't know. What do you guys think? Hold on.
So that leaves the government with its implication and its use of the phrase national security in this context. But that just simply doesn't change the calculus. Throughout our history, we've faced ideological campaigns by foreign adversaries. Yet under the First Amendment, mere ideas do not constitute a national security threat. Restricting speech because it might say about our leaders or undermine democracy are kind of things our enemies do. It is not what we do in this country. And so we think the court should reverse, and I would welcome the court's questions.
How exactly are the creators' speech being impeded?
So two ways, Justice Thomas. First, I just point you to the text of the statute, which directly regulates text, images, real-time communications, videos. My clients, the creators, are the ones creating that speech and posting it to speak to other
But it
areas.
doesn't say anything about creators or people who use the site. It's only concerned about the ownership and the concerns that data will be manipulated or there will be other national security problems with someone who's not a citizen of this country or a company that's not here.
So there's two ways, and I think the Sorrell case is where you look for the analysis of the First Amendment burden here. As I said, the text of the statute regulates our speech, and then you point out ownership, and this was talked about a lot in the first part of the argument here, so let me be very clear. The American creators have a right to work with the publisher of their choice. So imagine somebody wanted to work on post speech on Twitter, now known as X, and Congress passed a law saying, we don't like the current owner of X. The current owner of X has to sell that platform or else it has to shut down. People who post on that platform and who indeed some of them make a living commentating, engaging on current events, news, politics, would have a First Amendment claim to work with
using that
particular
argument,
publisher.
you could have said that about the breakup of AT&T. You could say that about the foreign limitations on foreign ownership of broadcast companies.
Well, no, I think that you have to dig a little deeper than that, Justice Thomas. It's not mere foreign ownership, and it's certainly the broadcast cases I'll get to in a moment. But it's foreign ownership because of a particular perspective. If you boil it down to an essence, the owner of a print media or online media publication is the essence of the viewpoint of that publication. The current owner of X or the current owner of Fox News or the current owner of MSNBC has a particular perspective, and working with that particular platform is shot through with the ownership from top to bottom.
But why couldn't Congress with certain foreign organizations that have interests that are hostile to the United States? I mean, I thought that's what Holder versus Humanitarian Law
But how
Project.
could she say that China has interests that are hostile? Like, this girl, she is an idiot. She looks like an idiot. I don't like. She's always like, she looks so funny to me, right? Like, what?
I don't really understand what you mean.
Right, so I'm glad you're bringing that up.
Yes.
So when it comes to national security, you are right that Congress can prohibit Americans, to use that case as an example, from associating with terrorist organizations or other organizations that to the. This case just slightly different. What the government tells you in its own brief that it is worried about here are the ideas that might be expressed on TikTok. We might undermine you with doubts about democracy. We might have pro-China views. And so if you look to whether that is legitimate interest, my fundamental submission, this I think goes to the last colloquy you were having with Mr. Francisco, is that is an impermissible government interest. And you look throughout our history and tradition, I think the place I would point you most directly would be the opinions of Justice Brandeis and Whitney and Justice.
I don't understand how that's distinguishable from what's happening in Holder.
You are really slow. You are really, really slow. Like, lady, you really are DI hired. Like, you are truly slow. She is slow. She is, and you know what? Let me tell you this, right? This lady right here, you know, if you remember, right, when RGB, what's her name? RGB, what's that lady's name, child? RBJ, what's her name, you guys? RGB, what is her name? What is her name? Ruth Bader Ginsburg. There you go. Okay. If you remember, right, because you know, when she got sick, right, because she was getting sick, she got sick, whatever. They wanted her to step down, okay? Obama and them wanted her to step down because they didn't know if she was really going to make it. She said, oh, nobody can do it like I do. Nobody can do it like I do, girl. Nobody can do it like I do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's only me, I can do this. I'm like, okay, ego, right? And she also said that she wanted to see the first woman president. I'm like, girl, what? Okay. So she didn't want to step down. So she held on, and guess what? Hillary lost. Okay. Then she got really, really sick. She had to officially step down because maybe she's going to die. I guess she's dead now. Right. So that left an empty seat. But when Obama was there and they wanted her to step down, you know, Ketanji was on the short list. Right? Like he was like, oh my gosh, Joe Biden elected Ketanji Brown to the Supreme Court. Shut up. Okay. She was on Obama's short list. It's just that Ruth Ginsburg did not want to step down. And I will say this. There was a season where I was like, is she a racist? Because I'm sure she knew what the short list was about. I'm sure she knew the names of the people who were on the short list, right? So initially I was like, okay, is she a racist? Like, did she not think that a Black woman could do what she's doing? Like, what is the problem? Because Ketanji is twice Harvard, like, so Harvard undergrad and Harvard for law school. Okay. All right, cool. So I was like, okay, sure. So I don't know, right? But I'm gonna tell you this. The more I hear Ketanji Brown, the more I hear how she thinks and how she deliberates, right? I don't think the lady is exceptional. You know, you can go to an Ivy League twice and you can still not be exceptional. Like, I don't find her exceptional. Like, I never be like, oh, wow, like that's so deep. Like, yes, girl. You know, she doesn't impress me. I am not impressed with her. Okay. So like now I've kind of walked it back. Like, you know what? Maybe this is why she was not impressed. Because, you know, me, yes, initially I saw complexion, white woman, Black woman, white woman is very sick, doesn't want to step down. But it could be that Ruth Ginsburg was more familiar with her work. Like she probably read her cases, she read her decisions, right? She read how the lady writes. And maybe that Ruth Ginsburg was not impressed by Ketanji Brown. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm like, maybe that's why she didn't want you to take her place. Because honestly, okay. But I do feel like this lawyer, the second lawyer, the white man, the second lawyer, I think he's way better than the Latin lawyer. Okay, Mr. Francisco, I feel like I wish he would just get to the point. He talks too much. So he's confusing himself and he's allowing them to confuse him. The new man, the white man that's coming up, I like him a whole lot better. Like he gets straight to the point. Exactly. She can't define what a woman is, for example, right? So I was like, maybe it could be that Ruth Ginsburg, she read her pieces. Like she read her work, she read her opinions, right? You know, she probably did her research on Ketanji Brown and she was not impressed. And I'm telling you, there was this case, the first time I heard her, opine and things like that, it was with the whole Colorado thing. And should Trump be on the ballot, right? And when I heard her speak, I was not impressed. I was like, what? What is this? Okay. And now here we are in this one. I think to me, she comes off adversarial. She's extremely emotional. She's almost attacking the man for like pretty much trying to do his job. But I'm like, girl, like, have you ever written a lot of code in your life? Like you make no sense. But she's not impressive.
So can you just say a little bit?
It goes to the nature of the national security threat. So my position is the government just doesn't get to come in and say national security in the case is over, or you don't get to associate. You have to dig underneath. Holmes said in his Abrams dissent, and I know that was a dissent, but that has been vindicated over time, is that it's not enough to say national security. You have to say, what is the real harm? Is it is it terrorism? Where our battleships are located?
Justice Kavanaugh presented a number of potential risks with foreign adversaries using covert manipulation of the data platforms that are being used by
You're saying a whole bunch of nothingness, you idiot. Number one, ma'am, he's not talking about Justice Kavanaugh. He's talking about Congress. Because Congress said, oh, we fear that there's a risk of like national security. And he's saying the way Congress phrased it, they should have explicitly stated what was their concern of national security. We're not talking about Justice Kavanaugh, right? Justice Kavanaugh, he's listening and he's giving his opinion. Was Justice Kavanaugh there on April 20th, 2024 in the House? No. Was Justice Kavanaugh in the Senate? No. Was Justice Kavanaugh Joe Biden? No. What they're saying is, before Congress gets to be this extreme and move so fast to say, well, it's either this or that, they should at least state out what is their true cause of national security concern. Are you concerned that they're going to take this data, this, that, or this, that? Which is why I said I would like to know what specific piece of data Is Congress afraid that if TikTok has access to it, it poses a threat to national security? Because I would also want to know, what piece of data is TikTok capturing that Minecraft has not captured, right? That Fortnite has not captured, that Telegram has not captured, that Discord has not captured. And we're even OnlyFans. And we are sitting here and we don't even know what is the one piece of content, what is the one piece of data that is a unique identifier for every single specific American user that uses that platform to say, based on this specific identifier, if the Chinese government has a hold of this, an American person can be threatened, can be coerced, can be bullied, can be blackmailed into perpetuity. We don't even know what that piece of data is. It could be anything. Right? And the reason why you don't want it to be specific, because then we can say, well, Minecraft has the same data. Even Shein has the same data, right? Temu grabs the same data. What is it that TikTok is specifically grabbing every time American users interacts with their platform that no other social media platform is grabbing, that no other Chinese platform is grabbing, but it's only TikTok that's grabbing it? We don't even know why we here, right? So that's what he's asking you. You're like, oh no, but Justice Kavanaugh is not the one who wrote the complaint for the government. Girl, that's why I'm saying, like, this lady, she's not impressive. You know what, you guys? I think if I had higher self-esteem back then, I probably would have gone to an Ivy League, because I used to think it was so hard to get into an Ivy League. But now when I'm seeing the kind of people who went to an Ivy League, I'm like, what? I could have gone in. I should have applied. Maybe I'll apply. I'm like, you know what? I really should have applied, because the more and more I see certain people who go to these Ivy Leagues, y'all, I am not impressed. I think it's the name. I really think it's the name. I think once you're in there, college is college, grad school is grad school, because these people are truly not impressive. Like, girl, yeah, we're not impressed. We need the government to tell us, because even I want to know. So that way I don't submit my data. But I would want to know, what is a unique identifier per every American user that TikTok is harvesting like this, that they are sending to China, that could pose a threat to me? But it's like, oh, the data. Data could be anything. My age, how many hours I spent on TikTok, my address, right? What else? I'm Black, my favorite kinds of videos. What exactly is TikTok grabbing that has y'all so scared? But whatever OnlyFans is grabbing over there, where there could be underage pornography, is not scaring you people. We want to know. We really have questions. We really, really have questions. This is really bizarre.
Today, that would then make it more likely that people would turn into spies and do terrible things to the United States. This is a hypothetical, but you know what I'm saying?
I get it. So I think if I understood Justice Kavanaugh correctly, he was talking about the data security argument. So let me just pull these apart. You first have an argument, and the government itself separates these two arguments in its brief. The first argument, the one I'm focusing on initially, is the content manipulation argument. And that argument is that our national security is implicated if the content on TikTok is anti-democracy, undermines trust in our leaders. They use various phrases like that in their brief. So my primary submission is that is an impermissible government interest that taints the entire act. Now, there's a secondary argument the government makes, and we say you don't even get to that, because once you have an impermissible motive like that, the law is unconstitutional. But even if you could get to that, Justice Jackson, I do grant that data security and the way Justice Kavanaugh spelled it out is compelling. That is compelling, but that's not the question. You just don't ask in the air, was Congress worried about data security, or could it reasonably be worried about data security? You say, can this act, the act before you, be sustained on data security grounds? And our answer to that has to be no. You don't have to look any further than the divestiture provision itself, which says that the content recommendation algorithm cannot be used in the future. Well, that has nothing to do with data security. So the core feature of the divestiture provision is going at content manipulation, which I said is impermissible. You can't uphold that under data security grounds. And the rest of the act, when you look at the covered companies provision, Justice Jackson, if this were primarily a data security law, what you think you'd find is what kind of data is procured? How is it stored? Is it shared? Those are the things.
Because if you do that, you have to talk about OnlyFans. Because consuming pornography, that can always be used against you. Because what if one day they come back and say, that girl, that one thing you saw, and you were subscribed to for a day, for 6 months, for whatever, that girl, when we thought she was actually 16, she submitted fake paperwork and she was actually 12 or she was actually 17. Right, you guys? You hear what I'm saying, right? Which, like, that's extremely crazy. Because when you're a person who's consuming only fan content, right? You are trusting that the app itself has done its due diligence to for you to believe in good faith that nobody that is posting sex work content is underage, right? It's the same thing like when you go to a bar. When you go to a bar, like when most adults are going to a bar, right? You are believing that the bar, the managers, the security, right, have done a great job vetting whoever is inside the bar. So that way, if I want to kiss somebody, I want to hook up with somebody, have sex with somebody in the bathroom stall, I should not have to fear, like, is she really 18? Or could she be 17? Because you assume that the bar itself, to protect itself, since it's selling liquor, is making sure that nobody that's under 21 should be up in this mug, right? So now if you're in the bar, you think, okay, we're all here, we must all be 21, right? So in good faith, you're like, okay, I'm gonna hook up with this girl because in good faith, I'm assuming she's 21 or older. You kiss her, y'all go in the bathroom, y'all have sex, right? Then the next day, the young lady says, oh, by the way, I'm 16. Right? Now, are we going to say, oh, the man who slept with this young lady, oh, he's a predator, he's this, and this, and that? Or do we say, you know what? He had good faith in believing that she was 21 years old, given the venue, given the fact that you have security at the door, given the fact that people's IDs have to get checked, right? Given the fact that I saw her drink liquor, she was being served the liquor, right? Like, no, this young man is not a creep. He honestly believed that she was 21. Am I making sense, you guys? Making sense, right? So when you're using an app like OnlyFans and you put your credit card information in there, you put your billing address in there, and then you start engaging with sex work content, right? What happens if one day you realize that, where OnlyFans was promising that, oh yeah, we do such a good job making sure that nobody's under 18, then you realize it was all a lie because a slew of people were actually 16, 17, 12, 13, and now you've consumed underage, you know what I'm saying? Should you get arrested? Right? Should you be blackmailed? And it could happen, right? Because like I'm saying, they have your credit card, they have your credit card information, and they have your billing information. It could happen that one day you could get a knock on the door saying, like, you know what? You consume underage content unbeknownst to you because you thought the app was safe. You thought the app was doing their job, making sure that there's no content creator that's under 18, whatever they do over there, right? But come to find out, it was not real. Some people they checked, but for a lot of people in that particular in that particular country, or people who came with this IP address, they were not really checking. And these people were part of some ring somewhere, and they were human trafficking somewhere, and they were locked up in rooms 24 hours, having to make content for the OnlyFans. Hey. So
things you think you'd find under covered companies, but you don't find that. What you find is, are text images shared? Is content being shared between users? Is it being created and posted in a social media platform? So I don't dispute for 1 second that data security is a very important thing, and Congress in this very law regulated data security in other ways with data brokers. That's perfectly permissible. But the question before you today was narrower. The question is this law before you sustainable on data security grounds? And that answer has to be no.
Congress doesn't care about what's on TikTok. They don't care about the expression. That's shown by the remedy. They're not saying TikTok has to stop. They're saying the Chinese have to stop controlling TikTok. So
that's not what they said, Mr. John Roberts. That is not what they say. They absolutely care about what the app is. They care. You're making things up right now. Congress, the people there, they absolutely care. Which is why they say they want to control who gets to say it and when they're saying it.
Not a direct burden on the expression at all. Congress is fine with the expression. They're not fine with a foreign adversary, as they've determined it is, gathering all this information about the 170 million people who, use TikTok.
Well, again, Mr. Chief Justice, if I may, let me separate the where you started, which was the content manipulation, and then go to the data security part of it. So
Well, the
I
first part was
understand-
I'm not talking about the content manipulation. I'm talking about the content harvesting.
When you say content harvesting, do you mean people's
They've
data?
got
or
all
that-
the information, whatever whatever algorithms they want, that has access to the personal information, or at least information that is not readily available about 170 million Americans. And whether they're going to use it in 10 or 15 years, when those people grow up and have different jobs in different places, or whether they're going to use it now. That, at least as I look at the congressional record, is what Congress was concerned about.
Well, I think
and they're not concerned about the fact that it is available. As I said, the remedy is just somebody else has to run TikTok. So they're not concerned about the content. They're concerned about what the foreign adversary is doing.
So if I may, I think to answer your question properly, I think you have to separate two things. One is the content recommendation algorithm, and that's what I was speaking about a moment ago. That has nothing to do with data security. That doesn't itself procure data. That just determines what videos people see on their feed on TikTok. As to that, I think the answer is inescapably that the government and Congress itself was worried about content. The government itself is here saying national security. So like a mix of cat videos or dance videos doesn't affect national security. No matter what happens, the only thing that can affect national security are the substance of those videos. And when the government's pressed in its briefing, it outright tells you that. It says, what we're really worried about is sowing doubts about US leaders, et cetera. So let me turn then to data security. Yes, there were various congresspersons, and in the record that we have in the DC Circuit, there were conversation about the problem of data security here. As I said, I don't dispute that that is a valid governmental interest. So I think you addressed whether that alone can sustain the act in two steps. First, you would ask, if you have an impermissible motive and a permissible one, can we sustain the act based on the based simply on the permissible motive? And I think for the reasons Mr. Francisco said, and we lay out in our brief, that alone, the answer is no under Hunter against Underwood and other cases. Even if you could get just to the data security question, again, you'd have to ask the question, would this law have been passed by Congress for data security reasons? Because you're being asked to uphold a law based on that single governmental interest. And when you look through the provisions, like the content recommendation algorithm provision, like the covered company provisions, the answer is no. And if you're still in doubt on that, just go back to the under-inclusiveness problem. Would a Congress really worried about these very dramatic risks leave out an e-commerce site like Temu that has 70 million Americans using it, and every bit the connection?
Does Congress have to go all or nothing on that? I mean,
it doesn't have to go all or nothing.
They isolate a particular problem, and they might be getting to what you're talking about next. Who knows? But you're really sitting up there and saying Congress would not pass the divestiture law if data security were the only interest.
So I'm saying it would not have passed this divestiture law if data security were the only interest. It's very curious why you just single out.
Because you guys know what he's saying here? Because he was like, okay, Temu, that's a lot. Temu has 70 million American users, right? So Temu captures a lot of data. But the only thing is, there's no content being made on Temu. It's just e-commerce, right? So for the other man to say, the Justice Roberts to say, like, oh no, this is not about content. It is about content because Temu, Chinese, TikTok, Chinese, right? Let's just simplify it, right? TikTok is Chinese, Temu is Chinese. If there's like 150 million people on TikTok, 150 million users, or 170 million users on TikTok, you have 70 million American users on Temu. They both capture data. But the one thing one does and the other that one does not do is create content, right? TikTok creates a lot of content. There is content on TikTok, and the content is what you fear. So it really is about the content. You don't really care about like capturing the data, because if that's the case, if the Chinese were foreign adversary, TikTok, Shein, Temu, DHgate, Alibaba, AliExpress, all these things, I don't know, all these apps, I don't know if I'm missing any other app, right? But all these apps would have to also be called in whatever this provision was. Why is it just TikTok? Because TikTok is the only one where people get to make content, and TikTok has an algorithm that distributes the content. And then they fear that that content might be disparaging to the people. So it's like, no, stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to
TikTok
yourself.
alone and not other companies with tens of millions of people having their own data taken, in the process of engaging with those websites, and equally, if not more, available to Chinese control. So I'm not trying to say that Congress has to do everything at once. I'm trying to say that once you've concluded that content manipulation, for the reasons I've said, as a matter of our history and tradition, has to be impermissible.
Is there another site like this one that covers half the American population?
I don't think, just by way of sheer numbers, Justice Sotomayor, that the answer has to be no, but 70 million seems like a lot.
170 million is a lot, but put that aside and then go to the next question, which is, how many of these sites have all of the data collection mechanisms that TikTok has? From what I understand from the briefs, not only is it getting your information, it's asking, and most people give it permission to access your contact list, whether that contact list has permitted them to or not.
But Timu does the same thing. That's why, ma'am, have you ever used TikTok? Girl, what? Timu does the same thing. So does Shein. The majority of these apps want to see who you're friends with so they can connect you so you can make recommendations to get a coupon code. Girl, what?
So they can now have data about all of your contacts and anything you say about them. How many other sites gather information by keystrokes to be able to do voice and finger ID information if they choose? And there's a whole lot of data stuff that was discussed in the brief that I don't think any other website gathers. So,
but if you're a Supreme Court justice and you don't think that any other website gathers that, why didn't you check? Isn't that your job? Don't you have AIDS? If you you should have known that before you sat up there today, right? But I'm like, I don't think any other site, ma'am, and you're a Supreme Court justice, why didn't you check before you sat there? But I'm like, a lot of websites want to sync to your phone, want to talk to your friends, know who you're friends with, and you can just say no. You can just say no. Now, TikTok taking your fingerprints, I never heard of that. Because even, I'm like, any app also that sells in the Apple App Store, right? They also have to adhere to Apple's policies. You can't just be making them all kinds of random policies for yourself. If you have an app inside of the App Store, you also have to abide by Apple's policies in order to be able to sell in the App Store. So I don't see Apple allowing TikTok to capture people's fingerprints. I've used TikTok for a hot minute, but I've never been asked to give my fingerprints. Never. TikTok has asked me, like Facebook did. A lot of apps do, Instagram. Many of them want to sync to your phone. Like when you create a new profile, Instagram wants to know who your friends are. Facebook wants to know who your friends are. Temu wants to know who your friends are. So if they buy something, you can get like a coupon code or whatever. But I'm like, a lot of apps do that. You just have to say no. You simply have to say no.
Wouldn't this be a unique site? If I viewed the evidence that way, how would this be under-inclusive?
Justice Sotomayor, I don't think a lot of the suppositions you're making actually bear out. And as Justice Gorsuch was pointing out, one of the obviously the real challenges in this case is it comes to you without an ordinary trial record compiled and all the rest. So we have only limited amounts of information, but absolutely these other websites are taking much the same kind of information, if not more. And as to the contact list thing, I think that points out one other aspect of this. That is voluntary decision by an American user to share that information. In the Riley case.
But not informed.
Even if that could be solved. If you don't think it's informed, that could be solved by a warrant or disclosure.
No, that can't be, because for the United States, the threat of using that information is what is at issue. It's not whether the user thinks it's okay. It's whether the U.S. believes that it could put sites at issue. But let me ask you one last question and fundamental question. Assuming that content neutral data collection concerns were is one of Congress's provisions, divest because of this. Why can't we separate that out from how we analyze the algorithm question? And couldn't we sever the two provisions to say divestiture is right, but you can't force them not to discuss algorithm?
Well, I think the reason why you can't do that was Mr. Francisco explained. I thought I'd direct you to a case like Hunter against Underwood and just analogize it to this situation. If what you had is the government saying, we are shutting down TikTok or requiring divestiture for two reasons. One, because we think it helps the Democratic Party too much. And number two, because we're concerned about data. I think that first interest would be a poison pill. That would be an impermissible, or because we think there's too much pro-Catholic content on TikTok. I think there are some interests that are just so constitutionally verboten that I think that just makes the act unconstitutional, and you can't go looking for other interests. You send it back to Congress. Look, if you want to pass a data security law free and clear of this impermissible interest, you go ahead and do it. So, can I say one other thing, Justice Sotomayor, just because I think it is also telling here that even if you didn't buy that poison pill argument and you just asked whether Congress would have passed this law, something else that I think you might notice is even if all this act goes into effect and the law goes through, TikTok gets to keep all the data. So wouldn't the data security law require them to expunge that data or get rid of it or something? Exactly. I mean, it's a very weird law if you're just looking at it through a data security lens, and maybe Congress could do better.
Good job.
Often we require divestiture.
Good job. He got her ass. Do you guys get this? He got her ass. He got her so good. He got her ass real good. Because he was like, girl, if Congress was really worried about the people's data, American people's data, they would have said, not only do we ban TikTok, but before we ban you, we need you to erase all the data. Erase all the data, and then you're banned. They're saying no. Either you go black or you sell the business. So they can go black and keep all the data. So ultimately, you don't care about the data. You care about control of the content. Mr. Fisher, good job. Not okay. TikTok should have hired you. Because Mr. Francisco, he might have the resume, but he's not impressive. Are y'all still here? Oh my gosh, do I still have a live? Why is he okay? Y'all were typing and you just stopped. You guys still here? 9:35. Oh Lord, do I still have a channel? Okay, type and let me know if you're still here. But I'm like, this makes a lot of sense. Okay, you're here. Okay, good. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, wow, I didn't even think about that. But he's right though, because there's no language in the law that Congress passed that says that before they go black, they have to erase all the data. Oh, Ms. V, you're still here, right? There's nothing in there that says that. So you claim you care about national security, but if they go black, they keep all the data. He said, yeah, you still have a channel. Kevin, I just still have to check. Trump has not taken office yet, right? I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. If you care about protecting American people because you feel like, oh, they're doing all this, they're taking all this data, in the language that Congress wrote, like from the House, when they wrote that in the House, it was signed by Congress. They should like, you know what? Before you go black, we require you to delete all the data of our American users. Like delete everything. The content, the whatever, delete everything. But because they're not writing that, let's assume TikTok goes black and somehow they were able to come back. Everybody's data will be on there untouched. Which is probably why I can see why TikTok is not freaking out. Because if the language said that you have to erase everything and then you go black, they would have started telling people to move all of their content to like Lemonade and things like that, right? But they're not saying that because of the language. So they can go black with all the data. So whenever they come back on the App Store, all you have to do is just log back in and most likely you'll see all your content. Like your content is not going anywhere because this was a shame. These people are not serious. They are truly not serious. This was just to put pressure on them so that they would support like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris.
Sure. For antitrust reasons, for example.
You are crazy.
And as I take it, your argument here, and we don't think of those as normally implicating the First Amendment interests of users or people who might speak or associate with editors. And the difference here is, as I understand it in your mind, that this law is motivated by a content-based interest. Is that a fair summary?
I think that, and the only thing I would add to it is just the prior step, which it is regulating the speech itself for content-based reasons.
Yeah, yes. We don't do that in the antitrust area, but exactly. Say this law does. Okay.
Exactly.
And it does on the covert content manipulation side. Do you think that's a compelling interest or not? Forget about the tailoring for a moment.
No, my point is that preventing content manipulation, whether it's covert or not,
is simply
is
not
impermissible if what you mean by content manipulation are the kinds of interests the government is saying, like undermining trust in our leaders, undermining trust in democracy. That's Whitney and Abrams, and like those cases.
I got it. I got it.
So,
just a couple more. I'm sorry. I'll finish up real quick. And so that would take us to the tailoring question. And there you say disclosure. And alerting Americans that there is covert content manipulation possibility, putting aside the data collection part of it, telling Americans that there is covert content manipulation going on in TikTok, or at least it's possible. And the government says that's just simply not enough. And the DC Circuit did too. And I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
Right. So I think that's the only aspect of the governmental interest that could be permissible, the covert part. And my answer, as you just said, is disclosure solves that problem. And you have a law, a longstanding law, which we haven't talked about yet today, that gives you that example. Again, under a history and tradition test, you look at not just precedent, but laws and traditions of our country. Look at the Foreign Agent Registration Act, passed in the run-up to World War II. And the concern was Americans would be controlled by foreign agents to speak and advocate cerern causes.
We didn't ban them.
We did not ban them. All you did is require, Congress, all Congress did was require a disclosure.
Certainly I wasn't around for that.
And you know what the funny thing is? We can also say that about AIPAC, right? Because AIPAC is a foreign agent that gives a lot of money to politicians, right? But somehow AIPAC has yet to register as a foreign agent company in America. And yet they put a lot of money in people's pockets, like Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden. It's a lot of Democrats who take money from AIPAC. And seldom do they disclose it. They barely disclose that they take money from AIPAC. Chuck Schumer also takes money from them people. The vast majority of people in Congress, even the Black Caucus, a huge faction of people in Congress who are Democrat take a lot of money from AIPAC. They don't disclose it, right? Number two, AIPAC has not registered as a foreign agent, and yet it's on American soil, and its number one goal is to just fight and lobby for whatever Israel wants, for whatever Benjamin Netanyahu wants, right? And they don't come after AIPAC. They don't come after AIPAC. They don't have nobody's forcing AIPAC to register as a foreign entity in America. They don't have to. They're not being they have to, but they're not being required to do so. And yet they spend so much money in our elections, right? Remember that guy, Bowman, the black guy who pulled the fire extinguisher thing in Congress, and he lost his seat in Congress. Well, guess what? AIPAC funded his opponent's campaign so that he would lose his congressional seat, and he lost his congressional seat. Like, AIPAC has a lot of power. They have a lot of power, and they put a lot of money in people's pockets, right? And they're not registered. And people take a lot of money from these people, and it's perfectly okay. But when it comes to TikTok, they'll say, "Oh well, a disclosure is not good enough." But I'm like, okay, but then why doesn't that apply also to AIPAC? Because AIPAC should properly register, and they should have a proper website where they let the American people know which senator, which representative, which politician they are giving money to. The American people have the right to know. So then when you say, "Oh, we're pro-Israel," they're like, "Oh, because you just received money from AIPAC," right? Even Fetterman, the guy from Pennsylvania, he also took money from AIPAC. A lot of people take money from AIPAC, and they don't disclose it.
On the secret evidence point, I'm concerned about the government's attempt to lodge secret evidence in this case without providing any mechanism for opposing counsel to review it. And I expressed that concern in Zebeda, and I noted that there are mechanisms to read in counsel and that other countries, including our allies, often do that. I just wanted to give you a chance to give me your thoughts on that.
Yes, Justice Gorsuch, we made all those arguments in the DC Circuit, so there was a flurry of motion practice about whether or not the government could rely on classified evidence. Those motions were never resolved. What the DC Circuit did, I think you probably noticed from the decision, is say we're going to decide this case solely based on the public record. And my understanding is that's how it comes to this court.
It's
But if the court were ever
It's interesting that Congress hasn't acted in this field. I mean, we have in the FISA area, lots of opportunity. They have regulated this area, and it does seem like an area that Congress might want to pay attention to, given the increased appeals to secret evidence that the government has made in recent years. Last question for you. Could the new administration after January 20th, Mr. Francisco suggested that it might be able to extend the deadline, even though if you were to lose here by January 19th? Is that possible as you read the law?
I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a question for the Solicitor General. But
it certainly is. I thought maybe I'd give you a chance too.
So, as I understand the law, it's 270 days unless extended. And once that time runs, I'm not sure you're talking about an extension anymore.
Okay.
There's ex post facto law that kind of does this stuff.
Thank you.
Can I take you back, Mr. Fisher? Let's say I agree with you that if you're talking about content manipulation, that's an inherently content-based rationale for acting. So if
you see, I don't know who is this one, and it really goes to show you. I really wonder if these people do their homework before they show up, though. Because you see, with the first one, Francisco, they kind of bullied him a little bit. But this new lawyer, Mr. Fisher, he's on his stuff, right? So I'm like, oh wow, because he's exposing us. But I really do wonder if these people do their homework before they actually set up there and hear these cases. Because for Sotomayor to say, oh, I don't know, but I think that no other side does this. It's like, man, you are you're one of the highest judge in the land, right? Why didn't you do your homework? Why didn't you just sign up for a whole bunch of maybe grab it? I don't know, get somebody to buy a phone that's not really your phone, and then just download a bunch of apps and then see what you notice. Why didn't you do that before you came here and sat your behind down? I really don't get it. You should have opened a Temu account, a Shein account, an Alibaba account, a TikTok account, even an Instagram account, a YouTube account. You should have opened plenty of accounts before you stood up there today, so you would know exactly what these apps do and what they don't do. And do you have any say-so on whether they can just have access to your contacts, right? And also, because these apps, you get them to the Apple app, like the Apple Store, right? You should have read the terms of condition for any app designer, whatever, that wants to sell an app or put an app on the Apple Store, right? But I don't think these people do their homework. It's like they just walk up and they're like, okay, we're just gonna start asking you questions, and then and I'm like, it seems extremely disorganized, and it seems extremely unserious. You have aides. You should have had all your aides print, 500 pages of the Apple Store policy for developers, so you would have known what Apple itself will allow and would not allow, right? Because then you'll know. Oh, if an app is on that, if an app is inside the Apple Store, they have to adhere to these types of rules. Because where you came off with this, they take your fingerprints and stuff. I don't know where I don't know which app that's about. I don't know, but there's no app that sells on the Apple Store that can just take fingerprints like that. Because Apple also protects its users. You just can't be doing all kinds of random stuff. So I'm like, you didn't do your homework before you got up there. Seems pretty lazy to me, if you ask me.
If Congress had passed a law that says we hate the content manipulation that TikTok is doing, that's strict scrutiny land, and I don't know that the government can do that, however important and the interest. But that's not what Congress is doing here, and this is the same kinds of questions that I asked Mr. Francisco, because if let's take it as a given that Congress actually can do whatever it wants with respect to a wholly foreign corporation or a foreign government. And so Congress could act with the intent to interfere with the content manipulation that a foreign corporation is doing. And so now we're in this strange world where we're saying they can't act with respect to TikTok. They could act with respect to ByteDance. Why isn't this Congress acting with respect to ByteDance in the sense that all it's doing is saying ByteDance has to divest, and then TikTok can go about its business, use whatever algorithm it wants, use whatever content moderation policies it wants, just like everybody else does, choosing from everything that's available on the open market?
So let me answer that question in two parts from the perspective of the creator Americans who want to use this platform to speak to other Americans. So the first thing is what the act does, as you said, Justice Kagan, is prevent us from working with a application that is owned by ByteDance that uses this algorithm. Well, that's exactly what we want to do. That's our editor and publisher of choice that we think best disseminates our speech.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is if you just assume a world without TikTok, that where it's only ByteDance,
Yeah.
and you were trying to say, well, we really want to work with ByteDance, and Congress was saying we think ByteDance presents national security interests, and they don't have First Amendment rights; they're just a foreign corporation. I think that in that case, the government. I mean, tell me if you think this is wrong. It just doesn't matter that you have creators who want to work with ByteDance because ByteDance is a foreign corporation with no First Amendment rights. Is that what you're contesting?
So that is what I'm
You know, and my thing is, you know what's so funny about what she just said, right? Do you see how when people's livelihood is not threatened, they don't care how other people make money, right? Because she works for the U.S. government. So it's like no matter what, she's going to get a paycheck, right? Now, she's secure. So she's like, well, why can't you do it like this? Or why can't you do it like that? Because she's not going to have to change her career. I hope I'm making sense, right? Because I see that a lot. Like, you know how some people be like, okay, I want to be a content creator. And then people be like, okay, well, I'll just go get a real job. What do you mean? Like to you, it might not be a real job, but to somebody else, it's a real job. Because ultimately, what is a job? Like, what is a job, right? If you decide to do something like for 40 hours a week, and that's what you do, and then there's a possibility for you to make money, how is that not a job, right? But for a lot of people, it's not a job because for them, you're not suffering enough. Have you ever seen this, right? Like a lot of times, like people will have hate juice against content creators because they feel as though you're not suffering enough. That, oh, like, see, I have to get up in the morning. I have to get dressed. I have to, you know, drive my car, face traffic, or like, you know, take the metro, wumpty wump wump, right? Like I have a boss, I have a manager, right? People, they feel, okay, I have a real job because I am suffering to make money, right? When you're a content creator and you get to work from home, for example, right? A lot of people will have resentment and they'll say, oh, that's not a real job because girl, whatever. But entertainment is a real job, right? Giving people advice is a real job. Whatever some people do on social media, but however you choose to however you used to sell your time to the marketplace, right? And then you're paid for doing that. I'm like, that is a job. So you work for the U.S. government. So you're going to have a job. But the people who make a living off of TikTok, right? Can we really say that they can readily just go apply for a job, right? Like, for example, if you close TikTok tomorrow, can we say that let's say you have like 200,000 content creators who make a monthly income from TikTok, and they've been doing so for the past 2 or 3 years, right? Right? Can we easily say that if you close TikTok by January 19th, by the 21st, all these people will have a job? Right? Can they go back to working a regular job? No. So I think that sometimes there's like some type of bitterness, like some type of jealousy where people want to see content creators suffer because they think creating content and getting paid for it is too easy. Because I'm here, I'm suffering, I'm toiling, you work from home, you get PR, you have all these eyes on you, you have people who compliment you. So therefore, I want you to suffer the way that I'm suffering. She gives me that type of vibe, right? Because just because there's a whole lot of jobs or whatever, just because you close TikTok, you cannot guarantee that if you have 200,000, even 1 million people who make a monthly income from TikTok, that those 1 million people within 2 days, or at least within like a month or so, will be able to replace whatever money TikTok was giving them. Am I making sense, Edwina? Does that make sense, baby? Right? Because some people feel like, oh, well, there are a bunch of jobs. Yeah, there are a bunch of jobs, but everybody's qualification is different. Some people might be overly qualified. Some people might be underqualified. But at the end of the day, they were able to create a job for them. It might not be a job to you, but it's a job to them, right? And I think some people get mad because, oh, it's too easy, or all you do is put clothes on, or you do Amazon hauls, because a lot of people don't know how much work goes into creating content. You guys, sometimes it can give you a migraine, okay? Making the content, editing the content, putting music on the content. Child, I'm like, oh my gosh, I've been editing this video for like a month. because some days my head just hurts, right? But I do feel like a lot of people are spiteful of content creators. So they want to see the content creators lose it all. Ban the app, let the app go black, and then let's see how these people like fare. Because I promise you, they're going to lose their house. They're going to lose their fancy apartments, or they're going to lose their Mercedes, or they're going to lose, you know what I'm saying? People want to see other people lose things. A lot of people are jealous. And, you know, I've seen that with the election. I'm like, this hatred towards Trump, I really think it has to do with the fact that he's a billionaire. And people think that when you're super, super rich, you never have problems. Everything always goes your way. You know, you're a bad person because you have money. Because I'm like, this is bizarre. Because the way they pretend that Joe Biden is like a lamb without any kind of specks, no flaws, I'm like, okay, that's crazy, right? Because in their head, billionaire, bad person, billionaire, bully, billionaire, demon, billionaire, Satanist, right? And anybody else who makes less than a billionaire, oh, you're a good person because you're poor. Yeah, it's jealousy. And that's the way she sounds like, because I would have told her that. Because I'm like, Justice Kagan, you make it seem like if we ban TikTok, these people who work there can just find a new job tomorrow. Or these companies, these restaurants who are banking on TikTok to promote their business so they can make payroll. You act as if they could just, hey, TikTok is banned. I could just run a local ad. Who reads the local newspaper? Oh, TikTok is banned. I could just go and just do an Instagram post. It's not the same. It is not the same. It's truly, truly not the same. And it's like, and that's why you see that these justices are just way too old and they are completely out of touch. You make no sense, right? Because if your livelihood was being made from TikTok, you would do everything in your power to protect the right to choose one's publisher, right? If you, and especially even when you're a Supreme Court justice, you guys are not even required to write enough papers, right? Because you're a little bit lazy. Like, how many cases do you see throughout the year? Like 2-3 cases, right? You barely write anything. Because I'm like, even being a Supreme Court justice, it should be like when you're a tenured professor, you should be forced to like write 20 or 50 or 100 decisions a year. Like, you need to prove that you're not wasting our money up there, right? You barely hear enough cases. You barely write decisions. Like, what do you guys actually do? You're extremely lazy, right? But your job is protected. But I'm like, if you were depending on YouTube or Instagram or whatever to make a living, because sometimes you do have to diversify, right? Some people need all three. They need YouTube, they need TikTok, they need Instagram, they need Snapchat, they need Lemonade, they need all these apps in order to make enough money because every algorithm behaves differently. And I've seen that. Like, you can post y'all, I'm telling you this, you can post a video on TikTok. You might get like 20,000 views. The same video on YouTube can get 1 million views. Then that video can get 100,000 views on Instagram. Just because one video got 1 million views on TikTok doesn't mean that you're going to get 1 million views across every platform with the same piece of content. Remove the logo. No. And that's why I think, like, sometimes, like, when you're a Supreme Court justice and we're talking about these serious things, you should also have a conversation with people who do these things, not just this lawyer, like, talk to the real people so you can properly ascertain whether you agreeing to ban TikTok or keeping TikTok, how it's truly going to affect the American people. Because right now, all I'm seeing is like a bunch of lawyers talking funny and all y'all getting paid, okay? Your money guaranteed for life. These lawyers, Mr. Francisco, Mr. Fisher, all y'all gonna get paid. But what you people are not understanding is that there are hundreds of millions of people on TikTok. That's how they make a living. And you cannot guarantee that if you ban this app, these people can just go apply for a job. And then by next week, they'll be able to make just as much money by just applying to some random job. Because I think a lot of people just can't stand the fact that on social media, people have an advantage. You see, like Edwina, for example, right? Edwina, she went to school, like med school, something like that, but she went to school. But the flexibility of social media made her able to have a job because she's also like a fitness person, right? She's a fitness coach, she's a fitness influencer. But because TikTok, because social media, you can post when you want. You can go to the gym when you want. You can create your content whenever you want to. Like Edwina has like almost like 1 million people on Instagram, right? If she had to have a steady job and go to med school, maybe she wouldn't have done it. I think sometimes people don't understand, like, People think like social media is so easy because a lot of people haven't created content like that. And a lot of people have not created content consistently where they can build a meaningful community, not just the size, because you can have a bunch of people, but nobody cares about you. But like where you really have a meaningful community, right? But it's a lot of work. It truly, truly it's a lot of work. It has more flexibility, right? Because being a content creator has more flexibility. However, it's a lot of work because you have seen that many content creators are going back to getting a 9-to-5. Why? Because you have to be self-disciplined, because you work for yourself. Nobody's going to say, hey, you got to go post, you got to go edit, you got to go record. You're your own person. But whatever you don't put in, you ain't going to eat. If you post once a month or you post like once every 3 weeks, whatever I'm doing over there, right? Even here sometime because of Maverick, right? You're not going to get the same results as somebody like Edwina. Edwina has an amazing platform. I'm serious, right? But it was not given to her. It was earned while going to med school. It is a lot of work. So sometimes people only see like the what's it called? The veneer of social media. Oh, look, she has a nice body. She goes to the gym. She's getting paid. Girl, because content, it makes it look easy. You do it. Create content for 4 years straight from like 0 views, 1 comment, 2 comments, okay? And just keep going until you get to a place where you have a platform with almost 1 million subs on Instagram. It is not easy. You know, it really is not easy. And I really think that a lot of people, it's extremely like, it really is extreme jealousy. Yeah, even with the fires, like some people are laughing at these celebrities that they've lost their homes. I'm like, come on. A lot of these celebrities, not everybody's an Illuminati. Like not everybody is like Beyonce rich, right? But there are a lot of celebrities, they do okay money. And there are a lot of celebrities too who are also living paycheck to paycheck because they signed a bad record deal. But ultimately, if Janae Aiko wants to cry about her house, everything, it's not even just the house, her pictures, her child's pictures, like everything just went up in flames. You know what I mean? A house she grew up in with her kids, you raise your kids, your memories, everything just gone. The car is gone. The house is gone. They're over here making fun of Janae Aiko as if she doesn't have the right to cry because she lost everything. I saw this man, he's like in his 90s, like he lost the house. He's had this house for 60 years. I started crying. Like, what is this? What is this? Right? But I'm like, there is so much jealousy nowadays. It's like, well, just close the app and then watch them start over because people can't stand the fact that social media has allowed some people to be entrepreneurs, has allowed some people to break the mold, has allowed some people to not be traditional, has allowed some people to be young and make a lot of money, right? Has allowed some people to build a huge audience and they won for nothing. But there's nothing on social media that you see that honestly you can't give yourself. The problem is you have to be consistent, but it's not easy work. It's not easy work. One time even Brown Sugar was here, like she was like, oh my gosh, Mommy, I'm so tired of editing. It is a lot of work. When you see somebody on YouTube and they have like 450 videos, long form content, like that is a lot of work. That is a lot of work. So I think sometimes people just look at like, okay, where you are right now, and people tend not to look at the kind of work that you had to put in to where you are. You know what I'm saying? You can use it too. The problem is you don't have the consistency. You need to have a boss. You need somebody to yell at you. You need somebody to tell you, be here at 9 o'clock, work until 5 o'clock. You're not, sometimes not to be offensive, but some people are not self-driven. You need somebody to have their whole foot up your behind for you to be inspired to do some kind of work. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, a lot of people think, oh, but you're just a content creator or you're just this and just that. Like, you know, even me, I'm going to tell you this. That's why, like, early on when I started YouTube, maybe that's why I wasn't consistent because for my husband, my parents, and even my in-laws, like, it's like people were acting like as if I was crazy for wanting to create content on the internet. I guess eventually it got to me. I was like, well, maybe it's not serious enough. So I guess I have a business because, you know, people will make you feel like you're crazy. Oh, what you mean? You're going to sit here and talk about makeup. You're going to sit here and talk about skincare, right? Because sometimes people will try to make you feel bad for trying to make a business out of what you love because they're not able to do something that they truly love and make a living out of what they love. And it's like, no, Justice Kagan, you can't look at it this way. You love the law. So therefore you chose the American government to ultimately be your publisher, right? They give you a platform to express your ideas. That's why you're a Supreme Court justice. But some people, ByteDance and what they offer has been great for their business. It has been great for entrepreneurism. And this is what America is about. It's about the free market. Okay? People have the right to say, okay, I'm going to go here and make a living. You have yet to tell these content creators how exactly this app from TikTok poses a national security risk. Because I do believe that if the American people and the majority of these content creators, if they were truly properly informed that engaging with TikTok in this way or in that way could really bring harm to all of us, I think the majority of American people would just close the app. Congress wouldn't even have to write a law, right? If you told us that the more we engage with TikTok, we're opening ourselves to being bombed or to having another 9/11, I think the majority of us would close the app because we love being Americans. We don't want to bring harm to ourselves. We use TikTok because it's the best way to get to people without having to go through the foolishness of Instagram. But you're not even telling the American people why is it that engaging with TikTok, giving their relationship with ByteDance is a threat to national security. You're just saying, oh, it's a threat to national security because it might make people not trust politicians. Nobody should trust politicians. They're elected officials. And this is why we put a term limit, besides you guys, we put a term limit on most politicians and how long they can stay in power. Because absolute power corrupts absolutely. We don't need TikTok to tell us not to trust politicians. We have seen politicians break their promises over and over and over. You think because of TikTok, now like, oh, you know what? Now I can't trust politicians. Nobody's trusting politicians. We never did. Maybe now we trust them even less. But I would say it has nothing to do with TikTok. If anything, it has to do with mainstream media. If anything, it has to do with how they handled COVID and how they treated people who were not so willing to, you know what I'm saying? That's that. People see things, but it's not TikTok. TikTok could confirm it. Like, oh, wow, I knew I wasn't crazy. But if you take the way Joe Biden and people handled the Rona and the way people were being penalized for it, the way mainstream media was telling people, don't talk to your family if they don't have to this, don't let people come over for Thanksgiving, the mainstream media made people become extremely dubious of the people on TV and the politicians we see on TV. Because these people don't hate us like, they pro-Americans, okay? I'm just saying. But you don't need TikTok to know that you should not be trusting of politicians. Like, that's crazy.
Testing. So you said two things, though, so I could be clear. There's two aspects. Do we have a First Amendment right to work with a foreign company or even a foreign country to publish our speech? And then there's a national security part that you put into that, which goes to the justification.
Forget that.
Forget that. Yes, let's do that. So if that is right, Justice Kagan, then American creators have no right to make documentaries with the BBC. They can't work with Al Jazeera if Congress wants to prevent that. Any number of other publications that are state-owned wholly or partially. And even under Lamont, remember where you're not even creating speech, you're just listening. That was speech from China that the court said you have a First Amendment right to receive.
Would I be right to say that your position is that because of the users who want to associate and want to partner with this foreign corporation, the foreign corporation ends up having, in your view, the exact same First Amendment rights as your users do? In other words, it's irrelevant that the foreign corporation doesn't have First Amendment rights.
I don't think it's irrelevant because you could imagine a situation where no American distributor or speaker wants to work with that. But let me put it to you this way. The Communist Manifesto written by Karl Marx has no First Amendment standing on its own in America. But if a bookstore wants to sell that publication, I don't think Congress can prevent it from doing so.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
No.
I'm good.
Okay. So I want to press you a little bit on the distinction. But
notice how it's mostly women who ask the most stupid questions on the entire panel. It's mostly the women who have the dumbest questions. And it's mostly the women who want to just cut in. They just try to cut everybody else to say what they have to say. You see, this is why they say women can't lead. These four ladies here have been asking nothing but dumb questions. They're so out of touch. Even their hairstyles show you they're out of touch. Okay? Make it make sense, right? But I'm like, what? Stop interrupting people. And like I said, it's okay to say, I don't know. Which is why a month ago, December 16, right? Okay? This is why December 16, when they became aware that they were going to have to hear these arguments, they should have started doing their homework. Get a phone, start downloading these apps, see what they're about, right? No, like even their hairstyle, sure, they're out of touch. Get a phone, start downloading these apps. Like Ms. V said, talk to your grandchildren, even talk to your kids, talk to your grandkids, talk to other people, right? Like have a bunch of people come in. Like we want to talk to you. Like tell us more about this app. Like what is this? You know what I'm saying? And even you have a fake account. Try YouTube Shorts, try Instagram Shorts, the Reels, try TikTok, whatever, right? And then see, what do you think about these apps? Read their user agreements, and y'all lawyers, okay? But I'm like, it seems to me they didn't do any homework. George was sitting here, oh, we want to protect American children from like 10 years from now, like what if tomorrow, like they want to work in the State Department? Well, like it's about the data, like how do you collect the data? Like we're worried about fingerprints. Well, did you do your homework? Extremely incompetent. And this is why I also have a strong issue with hiring women just for the sake of hiring women. You need to hire people because they know what the hell they're doing. And I think it would have been nice also if we had we had Supreme Court, at least one Supreme Court justice that was up there that was well versed in like tech algorithms, like maybe someone that has a bachelor in computer science and then goes to law school and then becomes a lawyer, right? Because then you have a better understanding of what the heck you're even talking about. But these are just moms. These are just moms with law degrees who are just allowed to be Supreme Court justices. Because I'm like, what? You make no sense. But it doesn't seem as though they've done any of they did any homework before sitting up there today when you've had almost a month to prepare for this. It's giving Kamala Harris. She needs like 2 weeks to prepare for one debate. And on top of that, they gave her all the questions and they gave her all the answers and it was still mediocre, right? But if you know that you have this thing coming and it affects the livelihood of over like 20, 30 million people, you have to do your homework before you show up. Like you can't do stuff like this, because I'm like, right now, the economy is not great. A lot of people don't have jobs. A lot of businesses are like tinkering, like they're quite close to bankruptcy. The economy is not great. If you ban this app, are you okay? Because I think we should just get to the point. If you ban this app, are you as Supreme Court justices willing to bear the financial ramification of what this is going to do to the U.S. economy? From the jobs that people will lose at TikTok, and TikTok pays really well. From the job that people will lose at TikTok, the businesses that will have to stop selling and trading because of TikTok, the influencers who will stop making money on TikTok, are you okay with that? And if you're okay with that because you need to protect national security, you are okay with having 10, 20 million young people be unemployed, then by all means do it. Because on the 19th, we're not selling anything. You decide what you want to do. I'm not selling anything.
Because in Lamont, the prohibition worked directly on the American. Like you have to specifically request this information that comes. This is working kind of as Justice Kagan's questions were pressing you. This is working on ByteDance. It's not saying to your creators, you can't post on ByteDance. That's indirectly going to happen if ByteDance chooses itself not to permit TikTok to walk away with the code. So does that matter, that distinction between Lamont and this case?
No, for two reasons. One, under the Sorrell case, you look to not just the law itself, but its practical operation. And the practical operation is prevent us from working with ByteDance. So that's one answer. And you bring up Lamont, and Lamont's actually a very important case I'm sure you all recognize here. It's important to look not just at the court's opinion, but look at the briefing in that case. The government itself never came in and argued there's no right to receive this information. That's the sort of greater argument. All the government argued was, of course, Americans have a right to receive this, but it's just not so much of a burden to require them to raise their hand to get it. So Archibald Cox, when he was the Solicitor General, said to the court quite explicitly in the brief, we're not even going to make this argument because we think it's so contrary to history and tradition. All we're going to argue is the burden isn't enough. Now, what happened is the DC Circuit kind of turned that upside down and said, oh, Lamont's just a case about the burden. Well, that's because that's the only argument the government was even willing to make in this court. There was no argument that Americans didn't have the right to hear that speech.
What about, so I think this goes to Justice Gorsuch's questions about antitrust divestiture. Let's say that for antitrust reasons, or let's even say not for that. Let's say for suspect First Amendment reasons, Congress tells Jeff Bezos that he has to divest in the Washington Post. He can no longer own the Post. And let's say that neither Bezos nor the Post challenges that. but let's say that you represent clients who really like the post as it was, who really want to keep receiving the post, who really want to publish op-eds in the post.
Yep.
Would you have standing? Like, what kind of a claim would you be making there?
I believe so, Justice Barrett, and the court has cited Lamont in other cases in more recent years to say we've recognized a right of American listeners to receive information from others. And remember, even that is a lot. That's only a small part of the argument I'm making on behalf of the creators. I don't mean to diminish Mr. Francisco's arguments on behalf of the company and ByteDance, but the core speech in front of you in this case are the videos and other forms of communication that people like my clients are posting by the millions every day on this platform to share with other Americans.
Can you win is it possible for you to win and Mr. Francisco to lose, or you rise or fall together?
No, I think it's possible. I mean, I don't think we should. But
was it possible for you to win and him to lose? I mean,
let me put it this way. If you were to conclude that something about the corporate ownership structure, and I think there was some conversation about this earlier, impeded Mr. Francisco from being able to assert full-throated First Amendment rights in this case, I would step in and say, well, certainly we can do that and get you to the strict scrutiny. And then the arguments pretty much line up. Then you're in a question of, can the government satisfy strict scrutiny? And I think, Mr. Chief Justice, you asked about, do we have cases for this and that? I think that the idea is, yes, we have cases that say, once you're in strict scrutiny, that regulating the content because you don't think it's going to be pro-American enough or it's going to be too pro-foreign interest is just verboten under the First Amendment. That's the history and tradition. And Justice Kavanaugh, when you asked about the broadcast cases, they're grounded not just in scarcity, but they're grounded in scarcity in a particular way. It has to do with the absolute need Congress has for licensing in a world of scarce resources. And so that's the very small carve out that even in Turner, the court wouldn't extend to cable television that exists for broadcast licensing. And if you look on the 200 plus years of our country for any other example of foreign ownership of media being regulated by Congress, let alone being permitted in the case law, you are not going to find it. And I think the reason why is because everybody has understood that if you're not in a world of scarcity where licensing is impossible, you cannot give the government, and in this more extreme example, the president himself, unbridled discretion to choose who is a proper owner of a speech platform in this country. Because it is so hand in hand with viewpoint. As I said earlier, any number of owners of big media enterprises, whether they be Americans or foreign citizens, could be accused of having a particular viewpoint, but speakers who engage in those platforms have choices they can make. And so, on behalf of our creator clients, we find it not at all satisfactory to be told, well, look, just go post somewhere else. It's not enough to tell a writer, well, you can't publish an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal because you can publish it in the New York Times instead.
Exactly.
Just like
that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Well, if TikTok is not there, then just go post on YouTube, or just go post on Instagram, or just post on Facebook. Girl, what? And it goes to show because you're not a content creator, because that's not how you make your living, right? It's the same thing with an artist. It's like just like they said, okay, assuming they're let's say you have this one art studio, right? And they're like, okay, well, we've deemed that this art studio now is pro-Hamas. Right. And so you can no longer go there, but they don't really tell you how exactly it's a pro-Hamas. Oh, no, it's just pro-Hamas. So since you're an artist, you can no longer go to the studio because it's pro-Hamas and now make you anti-Semite. So just go over to that other art studio. It's like, what? Not all art studios are the same. Hello? It's not the same neighborhood. It's not the same clientele. Does that make sense, you guys? Because let's say if you have a painting, right? Because location, like they said in real estate, location is everything. But if you have this one studio that's in downtown Manhattan, right? The location itself might make people take you more seriously as an artist. Does that make sense? So if you're downtown Manhattan, if you're somewhere near Madison and Fifth Avenue, right? And that's where you display your art, you could low-key charge $1 million, okay? Because location is everything. Oh, wow. It's this art, it's this art expose, on Madison Avenue. People are already thinking oh yeah, this got a big artist, right? Whereas, no offense, right? But if you go down another art studio, maybe somewhere in Harlem somewhere, right? Man, who won't give you even $5,000? It's the same art, same artist, but it's different location. Location. Okay? So just because I could post on Instagram, just because I could post on YouTube, location is everything. TikTok, with their algorithm from ByteDance, they give me something special. They give me something that YouTube can't give me. YouTube also, whether it's like their long form content, usually like long form on YouTube, even like live on YouTube, especially long form, but it gives you something that other platforms, their long form, it don't hit the same, right? Somebody could argue that, okay, being a streamer on Twitch, right? Or like being a streamer on Kick, whatever it is, it's not the same as streaming on YouTube, because those communities over there, people are more into like tip culture. They give out more money, right? So it might be more beneficial to be streaming on Twitch so you can get more money. You understand? Somebody else might like Instagram for different things, right? But people have the right to choices. People have the right to variety, especially when Congress has not specifically stated what specific, threat to the national security is TikTok posing that Timu's not posing, or any other app is posing out here. They're not telling the people. They say, oh, well, it's a threat to national security, so we want to ban it. And I'm like, no, that's not sufficient.
Here to say you can publish it on Instagram or some other platform, not just TikTok. TikTok has a distinct editorial and publicational perspective, and it particularly benefits people like my clients who are not famous people. They're not actors from Hollywood who have a lot of people following them. They're ordinary American citizens whose content that they create on the platform gets privileged by way of the quality of that content. And that's what's so powerful about the platform. So whether you're an ordinary American citizen, or I might add, whether you're a presidential candidate in our last election, if you want to reach new and different audiences, TikTok is the place people go.
This may not make any difference for constitutional purposes, but just out of curiosity, I'd like you to explain what the practical consequences would likely be for your clients if TikTok went dark, as Mr. Francisco put it. There, I assume, is a great demand for what TikTok provides. And if TikTok was no longer there to provide what your clients really want, is there a reason to doubt that some other social media company would not jump in and take advantage of this very lucrative market?
There are two reasons, Justice Alito. One is many of the declarations from my clients actually explain they've tried on other platforms to generate the kind of audience and engagement they've been able to on TikTok, and they've fallen dramatically.
Yeah, I know they haven't so far, and I'm just wondering whether this is like somebody's attachment to an old article of clothing. I mean, I really love this old shirt because I've been wearing this old shirt, but I could go out.
Do you see what he's doing here? So he's saying, he's comparing people's livelihood to his old shirt. Like, oh, you're just doing too much. You're too extra. Because his income is guaranteed. It's guaranteed for life. Right? Exactly. His income, and you see, this is how people are. When their livelihood is not threatened, people don't have empathy for other people. Right? But what if you were back in law school and you had a professor that was not so nice to you? And somebody said, well, you know what? You could just drop out of this school and just go apply to another law school, right? Because maybe you're just being attached. But would it be that easy, though? Because then you will say, oh, but Marlene, even though he's not being a nice professor, this is my dream law school, right? I've made friends here. I actually like my dorm. I like my RA. I like this. I like that. It's just this one professor I just can't stand. But I'm like, oh, well, who cares? Just apply to another law school, right? What if you came to this law school on a scholarship? And if you go to another law school, you'll have to start everything from scratch. But yet it's the same curriculum. It's the same classes. I'm like, well, these are all people. You can always make new friends. But is it ever that easy to make new friends, though? Right? And just because you can, does that mean you should? Because you're being dismissive to how much work it takes to start all over again. Because you don't have to start over again. Because your job is guaranteed for life. So my thing is, Justice Alito, if you could face these hundreds of million people who are, if the app goes black, they're going to be completely like without money. They're going to be destitute. Some might not even make their rent. Some might not even ever, a lot of people will be seriously hurt, right? After everything people had to endure over COVID, especially these small businesses who, barely made it out of COVID with their businesses, right? Could you face these people and say, oh, you know what, just start all over again. Just all over again, right? Because right now they're not in your courtroom. And that's the problem with elitist mindset. You're an elitist, okay? I think a lot of y'all you're just elitists, right? I don't even know if a lot of you guys, you even know what it's like to even like work a regular job, having to start over and things like that, because you're set for life. You are set for life. And you're telling these young people who have given themselves hours and hours, days after days, weeks after, because I'm not that consistent, okay? But this is what they do, and they actually enjoy doing it. And part of being an American is you have the right to create your American dream. And for some people, creating content is their American dream. This is what they dream. They've always dreamt of doing it. They wake up in the morning. They look forward to doing it. The same way you can see yourself being a Supreme Court justice until God calls you back. Some people, they can see themselves creating content until the Lord calls them back. Right? And this is how they want to do it, especially when Congress has not properly expressed or told us how exactly is this algorithm a threat to national security. If it's not that you felt as though the app was not enough like pro-Democrat, it wasn't enough Biden, it wasn't enough Kamala Harris, it wasn't enough pro-IVF, it wasn't enough pro-Zionist, right? That's the only issue here. But hey, people don't care. And that's also that's also being an American. People have the right not to care. But you're not going to take something away from people because you feel as though when it came to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, the temperature of these content creator was like a bit lukewarm. So because of that, they must be punished. People are not slaves. I don't know what it's about these Democrats. I just feel like they keep wanting to turn America into some weird monarchy where everybody's like into like indentured servitude. Like, no, America is not a democracy. It's not a monarchy. Okay, people here have the right to do what they want to do when they want to do it. And if they chose not to be pro Kamala Harris on that app, can you blame them? Maybe she should have had better policies. Maybe she should have been ducking. The moment she knew she had the so-called nomination, she should have taken as many interviews as possible, but she was hiding. So you can't be mad at people for not embracing somebody who did everything in her power to hide as much as possible. The lady was hiding. Okay, so no, but I'm like, these people, they've worked really hard. I know I'm not consistent, but people who are extremely consistent, you know, I kind of feel bad for them because, yeah, like I kind of feel bad for them because some people, honestly, they are extremely consistent. You know, content creation is their job. Content creation is their career. Being a content creator is their American dream. They work, they pay taxes, they stay out the way. They don't use welfare. They don't use government assistance. They're able to give themselves a great life by creating the content and using ByteDance as their publisher of choice. And especially if you're not going to tell us specifically how ByteDance poses a threat to the American national security, we just think that you're just being vindictive. You want to punish people because people did not vote for Kamala Harris. That's it. And that needs to stop.
And buy something exactly like that. But no, I like the old shirt. Is that what we have here, or is there some reason to think that only ByteDance has this the ByteDance has devised this magical algorithm that all of the geniuses at Meta and all of these other social media companies, they couldn't, no matter.
Yes, they cannot just delete it. It's not a joke. And Lizzie, like I told you, he did not do his work. He has never used TikTok. He hasn't used TikTok. And because he's an old school American, how dare you tell him that Chinese people have done something better than these geniuses? Because to him, Mark Zuckerberg is a genius. These Chinese people, they're the children of rice farmers. People need to deal with their inherent biases. Like, it's going to do you some great good. Supreme Court Justice, there are geniuses also in China. Might be hard to believe, but there are a lot of geniuses in China. And I really want you to, I want you to ask yourself, what makes you believe that Mark Zuckerberg is a genius? Because if Mark was such a genius, why did he not finish college? Like, I always want to, like, all these crazy white people who always believe that they're so prodigal, their kids are prodigal, they're so smart, they have to drop out of school. If you're so smart, you should finish your degree sooner. What takes 4 years should only take you like 2.5 years, maybe 2 years, because you're a genius. No, these people are so smart, they can never finish college. Are you actually a genius? I don't think so. Okay, I think you people, mostly, you know, liberal white people, you have this insensate need to feel like you're so special. You need to believe that you're these magical unicorns. No, you're regular people. And that's the same foolishness that Elizabeth Holmes was on. She dropped out of Stanford and they dubbed this girl a genius. No, she's a terrorist. She's a biomedical terrorist. And had her machine been put into Walgreens, she would have hurt a lot of people. Had her technology been put into all these Walgreens, she would have hurt so many people, right? If you're such a genius, then finish your coursework. You're such a genius, finish fast. Right? I can't say that my sons are geniuses, but even if I felt like they were geniuses, I would compel them to finish their degree. You're so smart, right? Then do it fast. You know, you're so smart. So you're so smart that you have to drop out. It doesn't make any sense to me, right? But just because in your head, Mark Zuckerberg is a genius, it doesn't mean that China has no geniuses whatsoever. No, it's hard for you. But I think also, sir, if you had done your research on ByteDance and you had studied the age of the man who created ByteDance, you'd realize that he's also a genius. Right? But once again, like I said, you didn't do your work. Y'all don't do your homework. You just show up and just sit there and think you know it all because you think like, oh, I'm a Supreme Court justice. Like I have this this judicial wisdom that nobody else has. Do you know who made ByteDance? That man is super young. Even the guy who has Tencent, the guy who founded WeChat, I don't even think he's 45. He's worth like 45, 60 billion. I don't even think he's 45 years old. These people are super young. The owner of Tencent is not older than 45 years old. The guy who created ByteDance also, I think he's like super young. But you see, per the Chinese culture, they didn't drop out of school. They finished school. Because if you're a genius, you should finish school. Finish soon. Like, go fast. You're so smart. Just go faster. But yes, there are certain things that Chinese engineers have been able to do that American engineers have not been able to do. Yeah, they're like, he's crazy young. These are young ass people. You know? So, yeah. They didn't do the homework. Because if he had done his homework, he would be impressed with the young man who created ByteDance. Because if you've seen how he started ByteDance, like, oh, wow, that's impressive. Even the young man the young Chinese man who created Tencent, had he studied him also, he'd be impressed. The founder of Huawei, he would be impressed. But that's why most Americans, to me, they live in a bubble. Like, they don't study other people. So in their mind, it's like, what do you mean? Like, this is so hard to do. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. Right? Mark was able to replicate Snapchat like piece by piece, but yet he hasn't been able to crack the code on TikTok. Why? Because these people are really good. You know, most Chinese people probably work like 12 hours, 15 hours days. Like they work like crazy. Like they probably work like 100 hours a week. Most Americans work like 40, 50 hours a week. So on the sheer the sheer kind of like volume alone, like they spend more time coding. If you code 100 hours a week versus the average American coder who codes like 50 hours a week, yes, the Chinese are going to go further. They get there before their bosses and they leave after the boss. Chinese have crazy work hours. But if you work 100 hours a week every single week, you are going to be better than the American coder who only codes 50 hours a week. It's not that hard. Like, it really is not that hard.
Put their minds to it. They couldn't come up with this magical thing.
I think empirically, other companies have been trying for a few years to catch up with TikTok and replicate it and have been very unsuccessful. So that ought to tell you something. And so just imagine the algorithm here as a collection of thousands of editors. You know, imagine the floors of an office building being filled with a collection of editors. You could imagine a situation where that collection of genius that is on a particular floor cannot be replicated by another group of people. And that's kind of what you have here.
All right, I understand that.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Anything further, Justice Alito?
Yeah, one other question. I'm intrigued by your Mount Healthy Hunter versus Underwood argument. I mean, maybe you're right, but Mount Healthy arose in an entirely different context where you're trying to get to an employer's motivation. Hunter versus Underwood involved an extreme situation where the court looked at the records of a state constitutional convention and came to the conclusion, apparently, that racism was the only motivation for what was done. But it does seem to me to be potentially quite unworkable and contrary to what we've generally said about legislative intent to apply the Mount Healthy framework to a congressional enactment.
Or do you recognize, or do you acknowledge that that would be very difficult? Because when an act of Congress is passed, there could be more than 250 different motivations for the votes that were cast by the members.
Yeah, I totally understand that. And in Hunter, the court actually engaged with that problem to some degree. And what Hunter said is, to avoid that problem, we're going to look just to two things. One is the state's brief, which I'd say is the Solicitor General's brief by comparison here, and the text of the law. And here, that's the only thing I need to rely on to get you to the place that they wouldn't have announced.
Well, it gets you to the place that this was part of what motivated Congress. But why does it get you home? Well, and particularly when there's a severability clause in this act.
It can't be only part of it. It has to be enough to sustain the entire act, or at least the parts that you wouldn't sever from the act. And so I think the reason why is because it's not just the content recommendation algorithm part that can be theoretically, I guess, severed out. It's also the covered company provisions, and it's just the whole approach of the statute that is based on content, not on data security.
All right, thank you.
So, okay.
Justice Sotomayor?
No, I'll save it for the SG.
Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Jackson?
One quick question. You repeatedly say that from your perspective, the government's motivation is that the content might be too anti-American or too pro-China, et cetera. So that's why you think this is a content-based restriction. But I guess I'm curious if you would say the same thing if the government had articulated its rationale as saying, you know, our motivation is to limit foreign interference in American social media platforms or discourse. Isn't that a different motivation from the standpoint of how we characterize this?
I agree, but then the question I would ask if the government said that, which I think kind of in the reply brief, maybe the government does say that, is that how on earth are you then serving a national security interest? You know, if all you're doing is just saying, we don't like a foreign country rearranging cat and dance videos, like it's hard to come in and make a national security argument. So the only way you get to national security, which is the government's own argument, is to look at the substance that's being rearranged and say, we don't like the way the substance is going to be rearranged and curated differently.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
And you know what this shows, you guys? You know what this shows? These Supreme Court justices, not to be offensive, right? But they're not the smartest lawyers of the land. They're not the brightest lawyers of the land. I'm like, this right here is making me, because I think like Mr. Fisher, he probably should take the place of Sotomayor or Kagan, like, you know, like this man is really good. But I'm like, this whole Supreme Court thing, it's really about who you know. It's really about who you know. It's about the circles you hang around. It's about where you went to school, who you know, right? Like who likes you. Can you really get close to a president, finesse this president, and then they put your ass up there? Because compare these people to the lawyer, Mr. Fisher, for example, right? I'm like, that man, Mr. Fisher, he belongs up there. I will quickly replace him with like Sotomayor, Kagan, or like even Jackson. I'm like, you people are crazy. But I'm like, even Alito, I'm not impressed. Because like I said, these people did not do their homework before they sat up there. But I'm like, So these Supreme Court justices, they are not the brightest lawyers in the land. They are just people who are politically connected. That's it. Because are you impressed by this? No, I'm not impressed. None of them actually have impressed me, actually. And even SCOTUS Clarence Thomas, he barely asking any questions because maybe he's overwhelmed. Like he's like, well, what's going on here? He's barely saying anything, right? So I'm like, what is going on? But I'm like, I've come to see, like, I don't think that these people are the smartest. Like they are like the brightest of the brightest of legal minds that this country has to offer that we put up there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, they probably put you up here because you would be like pro-choice. They put you up there because you're black. They put you up there because you would vote for like, you know, pro-life. But besides that, it's like, even like Kavanaugh, like, okay, he sounds hella stupid. But I'm like, these people are not impressing me. So it goes to show it really is a political office. Like you are there because a president needs you to vote this, and that. But outside of that, when it doesn't involve what the president wants, but you really have to like, you know, opine on meaningful conversations, like, or something novel is like these algorithms. These people are completely lost. Yeah. I'm like, he's even better than the Francesco guy. I don't think I think TikTok should have gone with a better lawyer because he does not impress me. Like he was starting to confuse himself. This is like, oh, so is there a national threat? Oh yeah, I kind of agree. Like, why would you agree? Are you crazy? Right? The official came in and he saved the day. I think TikTok should have hired him. He's really good. But I'm like, it would make sense to have Mr. Fisher be a Supreme Court justice than some of these people up there because they're not that good. They're not impressive. And many of them have no idea about social media. Their grandparents, I think he's definitely a grandparent. Okay. She has to be a grandparent. He has to be a grandparent. He has to be a grandparent. These are old ass people for a world that is full of technology. And they don't understand that these young people, these young American people, they don't want to work a traditional job. They want to create content. You know, they want to express themselves. Like, that's the future now. A lot of people don't want to work a traditional job. You know, oh, well, you can just close this app and just go over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? What if your mother had said that to your dreams? Will you be where you are today? Like, make it make sense. So, like, no.
General Prelager.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The Chinese government's control of TikTok poses a grave threat to national security. No one disputes that the PRC seeks to undermine U.S. interests by amassing vast quantities of sensitive data about Americans and by engaging in covert influence operations. And no one disputes that the PRC pursues those goals by compelling companies like ByteDance to secretly turn over data and carry out PRC directives. Those realities mean that the Chinese government could weaponize TikTok at any time to harm the United States. TikTok collects unprecedented amounts of personal data. And as Justice Sotomayor noted, it's not just about the 170 million American users, but also about their non-user contacts who might not even be engaging with the platform. That data would be incredibly valuable to the PRC. For years, the Chinese government has sought to build detailed profiles about Americans, where we live and work, who our friends and coworkers are, what our interests are, and what our vices are. TikTok's immense...
She's such an idiot. I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny, right? Especially white women like her, because I'm sure she's a white liberal. The way these types of girls come on social media and tell us all their business, like they swear, like I think sometimes some people just make me laugh. Like a girl like her, you think Chinese people have to go like into a covert mission to know your business? The majority of white liberal women tell all their business. Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you just offer your advice. Girl, are you crazy? Right? The way some of y'all be drinking and getting drunk, like we have a whole term called white girl wasted. Like they don't even have to go far. You willingly offer advice about yourself. When you wake up, how often you wake up, your morning routine, your nighttime routine, come work out with me, womp, womp, womp. I'm like, just watching YouTube alone, like, you know, even if TikTok never existed, Chinese people, if they really wanted to, they could create a profile for every single American based on how much Americans are so like, extremely open, like they just talk too damn much, right? It's not that hard. It is not that hard. Everywhere you swipe your credit card, it's not that hard. If you think that your credit cards have not been hacked or like they're not being sold somewhere on the dark web, okay? The IRS, if they really wanted to know a lot, they could hack the IRS. They can hack Fannie Mae, Experian. You know, there's a lot of data out there. Even people, when they get like their mail, like their statement in the mail, how many people go out of their way to shred those things to make sure that it's not easily recognizable to you, right? Your medical records. What makes you think that the hospital you go to has invested all kinds of money into protecting your data? Your data is all over the place. I don't see why the Chinese government will need to go to TikTok to be able to have all this like, oh, like we need TikTok to get this, and that. Girl, bye. The iPhones are made in China. Okay, it's just like that one time when North Korea, they claimed it was North Korea Sony Studios, right? So many of these actors and actresses, like their social security numbers was all over the internet. All their data was all over the internet. How much they were getting paid by Sony was all over the internet, right? Because they had made a joke about like Kim Jong-un and he got upset, so he sent the hackers after Sony, right? But I'm like, a lot of American companies are not that hard to crack. Target has been hacked. JP Morgan has been hacked. Experian has been hacked. Maybe Home Depot, I can't remember, but there are a lot of big American companies that have been hacked because they don't do a good job protecting their data. So what is so unique that it's not already on the dark web that China needs the TikTok to have access to? Like, I am so confused. What? No.
Data set would give the PRC a powerful tool for harassment, recruitment, and espionage. On top of that, the Chinese government's control over TikTok gives it a potent weapon for covert influence operations. And my friends are wrong to suggest that Congress was seeking to suppress specific types of content or specific types of viewpoints. Instead, the national security harm arises from the very fact of a foreign adversary's capacity to secretly manipulate the platform to advance its geopolitical goals in whatever form that kind of covert operation might take. The act addresses the threat of foreign adversary control with laser-like focus. It requires only divestiture of TikTok to prevent Chinese government control. And that divestiture remedy follows a long tradition of barring foreign control of US communications channels and other critical infrastructure. So no matter what level of First Amendment scrutiny applies, this act is valid because it's narrowly tailored to address compelling national security threats. Now, my friend Mr. Fisher just emphasized, and I acknowledge, that millions of Americans enjoy expressing themselves on this platform. But the important thing to recognize is that the act leaves all of that speech unrestricted once TikTok is freed from foreign adversary control. The First Amendment does not bar Congress from taking that critical and targeted step to protect our nation's security. I welcome the court's questions.
Is there any difference between content manipulation by a non-U.S. company as opposed to a U.S. company? I didn't hear Mr. Fisher make a distinction between the two.
Yes, and I think the important thing to recognize is that the act here is targeting covert content manipulation by a foreign adversary nation. Now, I understand my friends to say—
What difference does that make?
The difference is that there is no protected First Amendment right for a foreign adversary to exploit its control over a speech platform.
The difference between covert and non-covert.
So I think that Congress's concern with the covert operation was that a foreign adversary could effectively weaponize this platform behind the scenes in order to achieve any number of geopolitical goals. Here are some of the examples that come to mind. One of the pages out of the playbook here is for a foreign adversary to simply try to get Americans arguing with one another to create chaos and distraction in order to weaken the United States as a general matter and distract from any activities that the foreign adversary might want to conduct.
But so that's something that CNN is not already doing. So there's so much unity, like there's so much unison amongst American people. TikTok is going to come and separate Americans. No, I think that's CNN. I think that's MSNBC. I think that's Joy Reid. Okay.
What do you mean by covert, though? I mean, is covert just mean it's hard to figure out how the algorithm works? Because we could say that about every algorithm.
No, the covert nature of it comes from the fact that it's not apparent that the PRC is the one behind the scenes pulling the strings here and deciding exactly what content is going to be made to appear on the site. And another way that
it's just because we don't know that China's behind it. That's what covert means.
Well, I think
it doesn't have anything to do with the difficulty of figuring out what the algorithm is doing. It's just because people don't know that China is pulling the strings. That's what covert means.
What it means is that Americans are on this platform thinking that they are speaking to one another, and this recommendation engine that is apparently so valuable is organically directing their speech to each other. And what is covert is that the PRC, a foreign adversary nation, is instead exploiting a vulnerability in the system.
Well, if that's all it means, that like people don't know that China's behind it, like everybody now knows that China is behind it.
No, but it's the specific content that's being manipulated would be unapparent. And so I think
that's true of every search engine. I mean, you can take any of these algorithms, whether it's X or whether it's you name it. What are the new ones? Blue Sky. I mean, none of these are apparent, right? You get what you get, and you think that's puzzling, and it's all a little bit of a black box. So you can't just mean it's a black box. It's covert. They're all black boxes. And if you just mean what's covert is the fact that there's China behind it, I mean, honestly, really, like everybody does know now that there's China behind it. So I just don't get what this covert word does for you.
I think the problem with just saying as a general matter, China has this capability and might at some point be able to exercise it and manipulate the platform is it doesn't put anyone on notice of when that influence operation is actually happening. And therefore, it doesn't guard against the national security harm from the operation itself.
Isn't that a pretty paternalistic point of view? I mean, don't we normally assume that the best remedy for problematic speech is counter speech? And TikTok says it could even live with a disclaimer on its website saying this can be covertly manipulated by China. In case anybody were left in doubt after today about that possibility. So you're saying that won't work because?
That won't work because it is such a generic, generalized disclosure that it wouldn't put anyone reasonably on notice about when it's actually happening. And the example I've been thinking about is—
argument is that the average American won't be able to figure out that the cat feed he's getting on TikTok could be manipulated, even though there's a
And you know what the thing is? It goes back to the election, right? Like when you watch The View or a lot of these people, these female commentators on MSNBC, CNN, ABC, you name it, right? They were like, oh, the only reason why people voted for Trump because they're uneducated. The only reason why people voted for Trump because they're blue collar workers. The only reason why people voted for Trump because they don't have college degrees. The only reason why people voted for Trump is because what else would they say? white women who are uneducated, white men who are uneducated, black men who are uneducated, Latino men who are uneducated, and like there's no way, like you have to be uneducated, right? Meanwhile, you look at these liberals who are so educated, all they kept talking about was January 6th. They didn't talk about the economy. They didn't talk about the border. They didn't talk about people's safety, the creating jobs. No, they're so educated that all they care about is January 6th, something that happened 4 years ago. How are people buying groceries today? They're not bringing that up. You guys are so intelligent. You're so educated, but you can't even talk about on par topics that people actually care about, right? But they had to go around saying the only reason why people voted for Trump is because they are uneducated. Okay, that black women are more educated than black men. Black men are not as educated. It's uneducated white women. It's uneducated. Oh, so like everybody else is an idiot. They're the only ones who are so smart. And yet they couldn't tell this lady that the way she's talking, the way she has these weird policies, she's not going to win. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't stand losing. So if on TikTok, people are not pro-Israel because they're seeing that Benjamin Netanyahu is a warmonger and he's a genocidal freak, it must be because China is influencing those people. No, people see that it's not okay. It's not that hard to read the history of the conflict between Israel and Palestine and see who's wrong. It's not that hard. It's not even that hard to see that there are people in Israel who don't even like this man, right? You understand? Oh, if you voted for Trump, you had to be manipulated. How can, even the whole McDonald's stuff, right? When Trump went to the whole McDonald thing, people were laughing at it. They were so triggered. Like, how dare these people find this funny? Like, it was funny. We have the right to laugh. Like, it was really funny.
Closure saying it could be manipulated.
But imagine if you walked into a store and it had a sign that said, 1 of 1 million products in this store causes cancer. That is not going to put you on notice about what product is actually jeopardizing your health. And I think that's roughly equivalent to the type of disclosure they're contemplating here. They brought up the example of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA. There you have to disclose the actual content.
If that's true, then wouldn't that be true for all social media companies, for all content? I mean, every editor, every newspaper in its editorial room makes decisions about what it's going to run and how it's going to say it. And every algorithm has preferences, whether it's domestic or foreign. And nobody really knows exactly when those editorial decisions are being made or how. But they're generally aware, and we think that's enough.
I think, though, that there is a real risk that when a foreign adversary has control of that kind of mechanism and a speech platform in the United States, it could weaponize that platform to harm United States interests. And one of the key ways that the PRC flexes this muscle is to suppress speech.
General, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're not arguing about the compelling interest. We're arguing about the tailoring.
Right. And so I guess what I would say, you began by saying the cure for concerning speech is counter speech. Here, I dispute the premise that Congress was specifically concerned about any particular subject or any particular viewpoint. It wanted to close off the capability of a foreign government. But in any event, it's very hard to engage in counter speech when you don't know because someone is secretly manipulating the platform behind the scenes. And in particular, what the PRC has the capability to do is simply silence American voices.
Wouldn't the same thing be true with a newspaper owned by a foreign company and a foreign government? You wouldn't know when it's exercising editorial discretion about this article or that article or how it's doing it. So maybe we just need to shut down the Oxford University Press in America, or you pick it, any other foreign-owned Politico, I was told today, is owned by Germany.
So
that would all be okay on your theory, so long as Congress designates that country a foreign adversary?
We are not asking the court to articulate bright line rules to govern all kinds of hypothetical situations.
I am testing your argument.
Yes, and what I want to acknowledge is that sometimes the court has recognized that a speaker-based preference might reflect a content-based preference. And in the context of ownership of a newspaper, for example, in part because a newspaper is a one-way channel of communication and is generally understood to represent to some extent its publisher's views, maybe the court would more readily infer that a regulation targeting that is actually aiming to target content. But I don't think the court could draw the same conclusion here.
I'm not talking about the compelling interest or any. I'm talking about the tailoring. And you're saying we have no alternative but to stop this speech altogether. We can't rely on disclosure. But you say that wouldn't apply to Politico or to the Oxford University Press because?
In the circumstance where you have a newspaper that is understood to reflect its publisher's views, then you might think that disclosure would be a more adequate remedy there because it's not just holding itself out as a forum for speech between other people. I think social media platforms do raise distinct interests in this regard because what people think when they're engaging with TikTok is that it's organically feeding them videos based on the recommendation engine. And if actually China is behind the scenes engaging in this kind of covert operation, it does present a distinct national security risk. Of course, the other big difference with a newspaper is it's not likely to be collecting sensitive personal information about 170 million plus people possible, and then having the capacity to send that back to a foreign adversary.
General Preleger, can I, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, did I understand you to say a few minutes ago that one problem that ByteDance might be through TikTok trying to get Americans to argue with each other?
That it might be just trying to
If they
foment
do, I say they're winning.
or dissent. That might very well be true, Mr. Chief Justice. And I think the point I'm trying to make is that China is a foreign adversary nation that looks for every opportunity it has to weaken the United States and to try to threaten our national security. And if it has control over this key communications channel, it's hard to predict ex ante exactly how it's going to use that as a tool to harm our interests. But we know it's going to try, first and foremost, by seeking to get the data of these American users, which would be of a piece of all of the activity the PRC has already undertaken to breach our laws. Hack OPM, for example, and exfiltrate the background files and security clearances of 20 million government employees, the breach of Equifax to get sensitive financial data, Anthem to get sensitive healthcare data. We know that the PRC has a voracious appetite to get its hands on as much information about Americans as possible, and that creates a potent weapon here because the PRC could command that ByteDance comply with any request it gives to obtain that data that's in the hands of the U.S. subsidiary.
Thank you.
General Preleger.
This lady, I think she's so racist. If that's the case, then the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury should ban China from buying Treasury bonds. If that's the case, also, we should stop importing things from China because how do you know, like these big old container ships that come in, like with these, with these containers on top, how we know that they don't have bombs in there? We should stop buying from China altogether. Like if we truly believe that China is such a threat to this nation, we should just sever ties with China. And whatever bonds they hold, we should just pay them back their money and be done with them people. But I'm like, you fear them like having data from an app, but it's okay for them to own our national debt. Girl, what? You make no sense. China is a threat, is an adversary, but we keep importing stuff. Like, do you know how many containers come from China every single day? No, it really is not that hard, Lonnie. Like, this is really, really crazy. But I'm like, do people even know how much debt, like how much American debt the Chinese people own? It's the Chinese government who buys our treasury bonds. So if we believe that they're so evil, they're a foreign adversary, why do we let these people buy? Like they have a lot of treasury bonds. What if they say, okay, we want our money back by tomorrow? What you gonna do? But I'm like, I think like people like her are really funny to me because I think they underestimate like how dependable we are on China. We are extremely dependable on China. Like you should have seen what happened when China said they were going to stop taking American trash because we used to ship our trash to China. Like trash, recycle trash. We used to ship all of our trash to China. The people are like, nope, we're not taking the trash no more. They're like, what? What do you mean? They're like, no, now we care about the environment. Okay. But I'm like I said, 20, 50 years from now, when India also becomes a superpower, they're going to start saying the same thing. That India is a foreign adversary. Today, they love India because these people are still extreme cheap labor, right? You know, it's a big country, but a lot of people are in the village. I think over like 200 million Indian people are in the village, okay? They don't have a lot of people like that who are like educated, whatever. But I'm like 50 years from now, India will also be a superpower. They're going to start calling these people a threat to national security. Okay? That's it. But I'm like, girl, if Congress is so concerned about China being a threat to national security, then Congress needs to get a better hold of this national debt, and they need to make sure that China cannot buy any more treasury bonds. And the treasury need to stop selling bonds to China. Okay? You know how like they were saying like, oh, Trump is like Hitler, Trump is Hitler, Trump is this, and now you turn around Joe Biden taking pictures with Trump. You turn around Obama taking pictures with Trump. You turn around this person is taking pictures with Trump. It's like you don't even mean what you're saying. Like you just say things because your job is to just scare people. But you don't really believe what you're saying. Because if China is really a foreign adversary, not only should we stop selling bonds to these people, pay their money back for the bonds, get the bonds back, we need to stop importing as much as we do from China. And we should ban all these apps. Temu, Shein, Alibaba, AliExpress, DHgate, ban it all, right? Stop doing business with China. And we need to find like different suppliers in countries where we don't have foreign adversaries and have those countries be our new, new suppliers. But I bet you won't. Exactly. Like you're not even serious. You're not even serious. We are extremely codependent on our relationship with China. Okay? Like, girl, be quiet.
Suppose that TikTok had no connection whatsoever with any foreign government. It was owned instead by an immensely, immensely rich multinational corporation, and Congress concluded that this multinational corporation really has it in for the United States and is going to use this extremely popular platform to do everything it can to undermine the United States in all the ways in which you think that TikTok may pursue at the direction of the PRC. Would that be the same case?
I think there would be a first order question of whether the multinational corporation itself has First Amendment rights.
All right, it's an American corporation.
So if it were an American corporation, I think that, and Congress disagreed with the viewpoints or content the corporation would display, obviously that's a direct regulation of protected speech and it would trigger strict scrutiny. I think that's different in kind from what Congress was worried about here, which was not regulating speech as such, but instead regulating foreign adversary control.
So your argument depends on the fact that what is at bottom here is the People's Republic of China using TikTok. That's what your argument depends on. If this were an American corporation, it'd be an entirely different thing.
Exactly. And the reason we know the statute is different is because all of the same speech that's happening on TikTok could happen post-divestiture. The act doesn't regulate that at all. So it's not saying you can't have pro-China speech, you can't have anti-American speech. It's not regulating the algorithm. TikTok, if it were able to do so, could use precisely the same algorithm to display the same content by the same users. All the act is doing is trying to surgically remove the ability of a foreign adversary nation to get our data and to be able to exercise control over the platform.
I'm sorry. I just wanted you to respond to Mr. Fisher's argument about the rights of Americans to receive information, say, from the PRC or anyone else, and that even if ByteDance did not itself have First Amendment rights, that Americans would have a First Amendment right to receive that information in the Lamont sense.
Yes, so I think that Lamont reflected a principle that there can be a right of American listeners to receive information. And if Congress is directly regulating that based on disagreement with the speech that's being sent into this country, that's obviously going to trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. But here, I think the users have to be asserting a different type of interest, because what Congress was safeguarding against was not the ability of TikTok to continue to operate or the users to post content. It was focused only on foreign adversary control. And so the users would have to demonstrate that they have some unqualified First Amendment right to post on a platform that's controlled by a foreign adversary, which could use that access to then threaten our nation's security by gathering data on tens or hundreds of millions of Americans, and also use it for covert influence operations of whatever form. And I don't think there's a First Amendment right to do that.
I was trying to think.
My one question is, right, because once upon a time, right, TikTok, it was called Musical.ly, right? When it was Musical.ly and then it became TikTok, right? It came to America. At that point, it wasn't a foreign adversary because we knew it came from China. Because even when you go into the App Store, it says that it's made by ByteDance, right? They went on the Apple Store. People did not know it was the Chinese people, that it was a foreign adversary. Then for like the past 3 or 4 years, they've been outside, right? To the point that even 170 million people downloaded the app. Why didn't Congress stop it? Like when they reached 1 million downloads, why didn't, like at that point, they were not foreign adversary? When they reached 20 million downloads, right? They were not foreign adversary. I would love to know, when did Congress deem, like started being like, oh my gosh, like now we feel as though China is a foreign adversary. Did that happen right before the election? Did that happen when like Musical.ly first started putting their app on the App Store? When exactly did TikTok, that like this whole thing about China is a foreign adversary, China is collecting data, China could influence people? Because if that's the case, why were they ever even allowed to have their app on the App Store? Right? I'm really confused, right? You've let these people put their app on the App Store to the point that 170 million people download the app. You didn't stop it. How did we get here? Now that we have 170 million users, people are accustomed to using this app. It's part of their preferred mode of communication, right? And sharing content and whatever they do on that app. Now it's like, oh yeah, China is a foreign adversary. When did this happen? What exactly happened that made Congress be like, okay, you know what? China is a foreign adversary. Because I would love to know, because I'm a bit confused, right? Even with Temu, right? Temu was allowed to have like 2 or 3 ads during the Super Bowl, right? Why didn't you think that Temu was posting the ad, like was having a Super Bowl ad in order to influence American people to start fighting with each other, right? Now, Temu has 70 million users, like 70 million people have downloaded the Temu app. Yeah, so I'm like, so why didn't do it then? Why didn't Congress do it then? Because how did we get to a point where we have like 170 million users, and now it's like, oh yeah, China is a foreign threat. I'm like, the moment they put that app on the TikTok, on the App Store, they were not a threat. When they reached 1 million downloads, you didn't see them as a threat. What changed your mind? It's the content, right? Because I'm like, this is really bizarre. What changed your mind?
Of whether there's a historical analog here, and this is what I came up with, and you can tell me whether it's fallacious. In the mid 20th century, we were very concerned about the Soviet Union and what the Soviet Union was doing in this country, and the communist.
That they have some unqualified First Amendment right to post on a platform that's controlled by a foreign adversary, which could use that access to then threaten our nation's security by gathering data on tens or hundreds of millions of Americans, and also use it for covert influence operations of whatever form. And I don't think there's a First Amendment right to do that.
I was trying to think of whether there's a historical analog here, and this is what I came up with, and you can tell me whether it's fallacious. In the mid 20th century, we were very concerned about the Soviet Union and what the Soviet Union was doing in this country. And the Communist Party of the United States at that time was integrally attached to the Communist International, which was essentially a Soviet operation, right? So if Congress had said, well, it's very nice, we can have the Communist Party USA, but it has to divest, it has to completely divorce itself from the Comintern and from any international ties that it has, do you think that would have been absolutely fine? And so if the answer is yes, it would have been fine. It's just like this case. Or if the answer is no, why is it not like this case?
So I guess I think I would need to know more information about how the international organization is able to exercise control over the American affiliate. And if it had the capacity, for example, to, in an unqualified fashion, gather data from that affiliate in a way that was going to jeopardize our nation's security.
Well, I'm talking more about sort of the content. Let's put the data collection piece of this aside, which seems not very pertinent to my 1950s analog. But, very concerned about the kind of speech that the Communist Party was making in the United States. And it turns out that that content was pretty well scripted someplace else.
I think if it was specifically a concern about the content, then that would trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. We're not trying to run away from that principle here. Instead, we're making, I think, a narrower argument.
Well, then I think that you're I think you've just given your thing away, because content manipulation is a content-based rationale. We think that this foreign government is going to manipulate content in a way that will that concerns us and may very well affect our national security interests. Well, that's exactly what they thought about Communist Party speech in the 1950s, which was being scripted in large part by international organizations or directly by the Soviet Union.
I disagree that the concern with covert content manipulation is itself content-based, or that it looks anything like the kinds of laws this court has previously said are content-based. The court most recently in City of Austin said you only have a content-based law when Congress is setting out to discriminate against particular subject matters or particular viewpoints. So it's not enough that the law is regulating in the space that involves content in some way. You have to have this motive by Congress to actually want to suppress speech on certain topics or certain viewpoints. Here, Congress just wants to cut the PRC out of the equation altogether, and all of the same speech could continue to happen on the platform. It's like patching up a backdoor vulnerability that the PRC has that we can't totally see around all the corners to imagine how it could use it against our interests, but we know the PRC will do whatever it can to try. And I think
the thing is, even if the content can still occur, it won't be heard, right? That's the thing. They'll be shadow banned. It's like on YouTube. There's a lot of great conversations that happen on YouTube, right? They're not stopping it from happening, but they'll make sure it never gets seen. And eventually, whoever you are, you're going to get discouraged and you'll stop making the content, right? Which I think is what like YouTube tried to do with Candace Owens when they gave her all these strikes, like back to back to back to back, right? 3 strikes back to back and demonetization, because they were hoping that she's like, oh my gosh, like I'm not going to make any money. What is this for? I'm just going to quit. But they really forgot the fact that Candace doesn't even have to do this for money, because her husband is worth $250 million. So the rich wife that she is, she could just make content as a hobby, right? But I'm like, yes. So technically the content can happen on the new algorithm, but the problem is it's not going to be seen, because there's a particular kind of content that you don't want people to see. You don't want it to be heard, because TikTok as it is, right? The media can say, oh, we have to support Israel or we have to support Ukraine. Somebody can make a content on TikTok that shows why we should not be giving money to Ukraine. And no matter how big, like they don't even have to have a big audience, that video can get 2 million views within like 24 hours. That's what you don't want. You don't mind that there are people who don't believe that we should send money to Ukraine. You don't want those people who believe that to be quote unquote made popular, right? Because once that content is made popular, it can give other people talking points. It's like, you know what? Yeah, why are we giving money to Ukraine, right? You don't mind that there's some people who don't agree with what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. You just don't want it to be common practice for people to question Benjamin Netanyahu and how America is using foreign policy and our military, right, to do bad things to bad people who happen to be Muslims. You want to shadow ban people. I'm like, all she's saying is shadow banning. You want to shadow ban people. Make the content, but we don't want it to be seen, right? Now, if you make the content that we like, then yes, the algorithm should make sure that as many people as possible see it, because what you want is propaganda. You want unwavering loyalty to whatever the Democratic Party wants to do or wants to say. And it's like, no, we're not doing this. Yeah, because they didn't think about that part. Because they hit her with, even the video with Kanye, right? Because they turned around and tried to give her like a copyright strike for that video. She had sent the video to YouTube before she went live with the video. YouTube looked at the video and they said it was fine. But then once they got the phone call from AIPAC, it became a problem. Because that's what's going on here. Even with this whole TikTok thing, all of this is because of AIPAC. Because the president of AIPAC has a strong issue with TikTok, because he feels like TikTok is just a bit too pro-Palestine. But today, when you support Palestinians, because these people are so insidious, they'll say, oh no, you're pro-Hamas. Who's Hamas anyways, right? People don't want to see these Palestinian people suffer like this because it's not fair. They should not be displaced from their land. What have they done? And people still want to know how exactly did October 7th take place? Because I am confused. I mean, like me, Barney, I am still confused, right? And allegedly, the the defense minister of Israel has asked for a hearing on exactly how October 7th unfolded, because even he has questions. So is he also an anti-Semite? Is he a self-hating Jew? Like, go sit down somewhere, because these are valid questions. How exactly was Hamas able to come in there and take all these people? How did they take the people? How did they leave with the people? They're talking about some tunnels. Where are the tunnels? Like, we have a lot of questions, but they don't want you to ask any questions. Exactly. Right? Because these people today, these young people today are not Israel obsessed. They're like, what? No, they have questions. And let's be honest, most of these young people today don't even care about religion like that. So they're like, okay, who cares? Okay. They used to bring the land of Jesus. Who cares, right? But I'm like, people have valid questions. There's a lot of things I don't want to talk about, right? And TikTok is exposing a lot of things. And they don't want that. They want to stifle free speech. It's like, no.
That is different in kind from imputing to Congress some motive to specifically get more speech on certain topics or with certain viewpoints. This law was passed by broad bipartisan majorities in both houses of Congress, and our legislators don't always agree on everything. I think it's unlikely that all of them had exactly the same views about what's good content on TikTok or what are good viewpoints. They weren't united on that. What they were united around was the idea that it is a grave threat to our nation if the PRC can itself behind the scenes be controlling how this platform operates.
Why doesn't this act classify on the basis of speaker?
I do think that when it comes to the PRC and ByteDance, you could treat this as a speaker-based restriction.
And aren't speaker-based restrictions almost always viewpoint-based restrictions, content-based restrictions?
The court has said it depends. It hasn't applied an inflexible rule that anytime you are regulating certain speakers, you are invariably regulating based on content. And so the court has said it warrants closer consideration. And here, if you look at the US speakers, TikTok US and the users, none of them are being regulated in a way that suggests it's disagreement with their content. It's all about what our foreign adversary is doing.
It's hard for me to think of situations, maybe they exist, where our classification based on speaker is not viewpoint or content-based restrictions. I mean, that somebody says, Joe can't talk anymore. We're going to shut Joe up. And we don't know what he's going to say tomorrow or 2 weeks from now. We don't know what he's going to discuss, but whatever he says is bad because Joe is a bad person. I mean, that's viewpoint and content based, isn't it?
I think when it comes to a foreign adversary, it's not right to view it that way. And the reason for that, again, is this is a sophisticated adversary nation, and we can't just simplistically say, oh, what the PRC is going to want is to see more pro-China content on this app. As Chief Judge Srinivasan observed, there are various ways that the PRC could try to create some kind of false flag operation and actually promote anti-China content, not to dictate how Americans should think about things, but simply to create some trumped-up justification for a military or economic action that the foreign adversary wants to take against us. And I don't think a concern with trying to ward off that capability.
Why is that viewpoint or content still? We don't know what the content's going to be, but we know it, Joe, is bad.
Because I think the better classification is to recognize that what we're trying to prevent is not the specific subject matter, the specific viewpoints, but the technical capability of a foreign adversary nation to use a communications channel against this.
I guess I'm just struggling how covert content manipulation isn't content-based restriction.
So again, because
it's kind of hard to avoid the word content, and it's kind of hard to avoid the word viewpoint here, isn't it?
I don't dispute that it's related to content, but I don't think it reflects Congress seeking to set out in advance what kind of speech we should have reflecting certain views on certain topics. Instead, it's about trying to close off a vulnerability that our foreign adversary nation could exploit. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that even if you thought this was content-based, all that means is that we're in strict scrutiny. And as the DC Circuit recognized here, we think that this law serves compelling national security concerns that sound in some of the same arguments I'm making here, and that have a longstanding correspondence to history and tradition of trying to prevent foreign control.
And then we get to the question.
My thing is, if you fear being exploited by China, let's say China could even do this, right? Then shouldn't American media be more based, right? Because if CNN, MSNBC, what's it called, ABC, all these people, right? If instead of doing propaganda, they actually did their job, right? And they showed both sides equally. So you talk like Trump, criticize him, but also say when he does something good, right? Joe Biden, don't just always talk about all the things he's done that's always good, but also talk about the bad things, right? If our current legacy media did a better job at being fair, being balanced, showing both sides, right? And actually doing their job, could we then say that China has room for exploitation, right? Because the only way China could exploit or weaponize content, modified content, or whatever, is if currently, as our media is, there are certain things that are not being told to the American people. Right? So is it a China issue or is it an American issue? Right? Is it an American mainstream media issue, legacy media issue? Because if you tell people, yeah, exactly. If we start having if we go back to what the news used to be, where people, because especially there was a point in time where people were way more critical of a president because he was currently in office, right? But what we have seen as it pertains to Donald Trump is that they are more critical of Trump, who's the opponent, than Joe Biden, who's the current incumbent. What kind of democracy, the mainstream media, the legacy media does not criticize the current president. They have nothing but praises for the president. We saw the cognitive decline of Joe Biden. Mainstream media say, oh, there's nothing wrong with him. He's incredibly sharp. We've seen Joe Biden fall out of stairs. We've seen him fall when he's going up on Air Force One. We have seen Joe Biden just walk off the stage. We have seen Joe Biden ask for dead people, people that have been dead. He claims that he talked to dead presidents. Okay. We have seen a lot of concerning behavior from Joe Biden that was telling us something is wrong with Joe Biden. They all know you're crazy, right? There was the special counsel who said that, because this whole this thing about the how you call it, oh my gosh. I can't think straight, right? But all this, all these, oh my, what's the term? What's the term for all the CIA information, FBI information, classified information, right? Joe Biden also had a classified information case. Trump had a classified information case. They said, that they found classified information with Trump and Mar-a-Lago. Joe Biden also had classified information in his garage. The difference was the special prosecutor said the reason why he's not going to prosecute Joe Biden, because after talking to Joe Biden, he's not fit for trial because he recognized that the man had some serious cognitive issues. He said that the man didn't even remember being vice president. He also said that Joe Biden did not remember when Bull passed away. So he's like, oh, wow, this man is no longer the same. And he wrote the report letting the American people know the reason why he's not going to press charges against Joe Biden for having classified information in his garage, because the man is not fit for trial, because we have a thing called the 8th Amendment. He was summoned before Congress. I mean, they did everything to scare this man. He ended up quitting, only for Joe Biden to eventually drop out because we saw his performance with Trump. He was talking and doing all kinds of stuff, and Trump said, "I don't even know what he's saying." So then Nancy, Hakeem Jeffrey, Chuck Schumer went and staged a coup and told him that he had to step down. But the whole time, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, the DNC, everybody was telling us that, oh, there's nothing wrong with Joe Biden, right? Our favorite liar, Corinne Jean-Pierre, always lying, right? Was telling us, oh, there's nothing wrong with Joe Biden. Like, what? No, you're crazy. He's as sharp as ever. At 81, 82 years old, girl, you're crazy, right? They kept on with this farce. So my thing is, if you tell the American people the truth, right? If you stop playing this gang thing that you're doing, because it's turning into a whole gang thing. Like, it's like the Cribbers of the blood, right? If you go back to treating journalism with the respect that it should have, if you go back to treating the American viewers with respect, and you show the good and the bad, like if Trump does something good, say it. If Trump does something bad, say it. But if Kamala Harris does something bad, say it. No, it was everything about Trump is bad. Everything about Kamala Harris is good. Well, you're being deceitful. So once you are concealing information that the American viewer deserves to know, then I can see how there's arbitrage for the PRC to leverage that to say, you know what? Your government is not showing you this, and that. It's like parents who lie to their kids, but then get mad because eventually an uncle, an auntie puts them on to game like, no, your mom's a liar. She never had straight A's in school. She's a lying ass person. Don't lie to your kids. If you didn't have straight A's, don't tell your kids you had straight A's. If you didn't have to walk 13 miles to go to school every day, don't say that to your kids. Tell the truth. But if our legacy media goes back to being more truthful with the American people, I don't see exactly what it is that the PRC would be weaponizing against the American people. But if you're hiding things, well, somebody's going to open their eyes to what you're hiding. So just don't hide. Tell the truth to people. The same thing about the whole jab situation, right? If you tell people what it truly is, then, you know, we're not going to have this issue. But the problem is you guys want to silence people. Well, when you want to silence people, they'll find a way to go talk. Even if it's not TikTok, they have Rumble. They can go on Rumble. Now, what argument are you going to have to try to ban Rumble as well, right? But people have, there's also Discord. There's also Telegram, right? But when you go above and beyond to censor free speech and to keep people from having access to the right kind of information, well, they're going to find ways to get that information. You can't stop people from actually informing themselves. Exactly. Have integrity. If you speak the truth, if you say the truth for what it is, you ain't going to have no problem. If you are honest about the migrant crisis, if you tell the American people how many people are actually here illegally, okay? If you tell the American people how much money was actually spent on the illegal migrant stuff, the shelter, the food, the this and that, then you don't have anything to worry about the Chinese government. The problem is the government under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has been lying to the American people. Right? You understand? You are lying to the American people. And because you have legacy media in your pocket and they do your dirty work, right? You can't wrap your mind around the fact that you don't own X anymore and Twitter anymore, and you don't have TikTok, and you're scared because you wanted to have an ecosystem where you control all social media. You control all forms of discourse. You decide who gets to be heard, who doesn't get to be heard. And no, you can't do that. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. So start telling people the truth, though, and you're not going to have this problem.
Whether there's at least less restrictive means, I get that, and whether disclosure might suffice. On the data security point, your friends on the other side make the argument that if that were the concern, Congress could ban TikTok US from sharing data with anyone, and on pains of penalties that would put people in prison and shut the company down in the future, as the government did, for example, with Arthur Andersen. Why isn't that a less restrictive means available?
So I was surprised to hear petitioner offer that up today, because there was a long course of discussion between the executive branch and ByteDance and TikTok leading up to Congress's enactment of this act that spanned over 4 years, an extensive conversation about what limitations could be placed to protect Americans' data. And it was never a suggestion that there would be any way to create a true firewall that would prevent the US subsidiary from sharing data with the corporate parent. And the reason for that sounds in the technological features of this application. I think there can be no reasonable dispute that the source code development development and the maintenance of this algorithm rests in China, which is why China has sought to try to control export restrictions with respect to the algorithm. And what that means is you need substantial data flows between the companies in order to continue to modify that algorithm, refine it, and so forth. So I don't think that that was an option ever on the table, including with respect to the proposed national security agreement that was insufficient in protecting our data privacy and security concerns.
That didn't come across enough in the briefs. If we are in the world of data protection as opposed to content control, I think it's hard to get around the post-divestiture provision that says you can't do business with them on the algorithm, because that very much is content-based. It's a content-based restriction. But what you're saying is you can't do it for a data control reason, meaning that you can't really run their algorithm without sharing the very data that we are concerned about as a threat, correct?
That's right, Justice Sotomayor, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can look at the specific terms of the National Security Agreement that ByteDance itself proposed. The relevant definition of the accepted data is at JA 239 to 240, and it references categories of information that would, of necessity, technological necessity and business necessity, have to flow back to China. And the relevant categories are in the sealed appendix, but I would really encourage the court to look this up because it's eye-opening. It is at the Court of Appeal sealed appendix 249 to 252 and 254. If you look at that information, it was a wealth of data about Americans that was going to have to go back to China in order for the platform to just continue its basic operations. And there's a legitimate commercial justification for that, but it creates.
Well, my thing is like, why is it sealed? If China is gathered, like because my thing is like sometimes I'm so confused because I just feel like sometimes you don't even need the government to intervene, because if you properly inform the people, they're gonna like delete these apps. People walked off from Snapchat. People have walked off from Facebook. People have walked off from Vine, right? But I'm like, why is what you have that is so jarring, that is so like, oh my gosh, it's so bewildering to see how much data they're collecting on the American people? Create a website and show the American people the kind of data China is collecting on them. Let the American people decide if they're comfortable with the level, like with the data that's being collected, right? And what is being sent back to China. But you act as if like, oh no, we're like, this is so appealing. Like we're like, oh my gosh, like it's too much, but we can't show it to them. But you know, it's a sealed appendix. Why is it sealed? Show it to the people, right? Because what y'all trying to do, first of all, you're wasting taxpayers' money. If you inform the American people and they are completely jarred and they're completely floored, the way they're gonna close these apps and delete these apps off their phones, right? We don't even need this. Why don't you trust the American people to make the right decisions for themselves? If you have access to some information or like a bunch of data that shows that they're going way too far with whatever they're collecting, these unique data points that they're collecting on every American user, you should let the American people know what it is. Because I'm sure if you do, they're like, okay, I've given way more information to my dentist, right? Giving way more information to my OBGYN. I mean, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So like she's just full of it. Because if you were so convinced, you would make sure the American people saw what these data points actually are. But oh my gosh, I'm so appalled. I'm going to shut down my app. Right? But it's sealed. It's in a sealed appendix. Like, why is it sealed? Why can't if it's our data, why we can't see our own data that they're collecting? Why are you seeing it? Why are they seeing it? Why we can't see it? Okay? I would love to see it.
Creates this gaping vulnerability in the system because once that data is in China, the PRC can demand that ByteDance turn it over and keep that assistance secret. And the one final point on this is that ByteDance was not a trusted partner here. It wasn't a company that the United States could simply expect to comply with any requirements in good faith. And there was actual factual evidence to show that even during a period of time when the company was representing that it had walled off the US data and it was protected, there was a well-publicized incident where ByteDance in China surveilled US journalists using their location data. This is the protected US data in order to try to figure out who was leaking information from the company to those journalists.
General, you want us to look at that, and you get to look at it, but your friends on the other side don't get to look at it. That doesn't seem fair.
That's the sealed appendix, Mr. Chief Justice, so it's their information. They can look at it. It's just under seal to protect their proprietary business information.
General, so I want to go back to the discussion about content discrimination, and we're going to shut Joe up. Here, it seems to me like we are saying to ByteDance, we want to shut you up. And so let's say that I think that that is content discrimination based on speaker. Tell me if I think that, Tell me if I have to conclude that it is also speaker-based discrimination and content-based discrimination for TikTok.
No, it is not. And the reason for that is because it would be an anomalous principle to say that an entity outside the United States that can't assert its own First Amendment rights can somehow manufacture that right through the expediency of forming a U.S. subsidiary, especially one that it wholly controls.
So you don't have to stand on that argument that you were having with Justice Alito and Justice Gorsuch to still have your point about content discrimination.
That's right. And I think if you're focusing in on the relevant U.S. entities here, TikTok US and the users themselves, this act isn't regulating them in any way. It's not trying to dictate the algorithm that TikTok US can use. And in fact, Congress, I think, was doing everything it could to preserve access to TikTok in the United States in recognition that Americans enjoy expressing themselves and building community on the site.
But how exactly were they doing that when it was like it went through the House on the 20th of April, Congress the 21st of April, like Senate 21st of April, and it was signed by Joe Biden on the 23rd or 24th of April. So in a matter of 4 days, you want the American people to believe that Congress really cared about their rights to express themselves? Like, girl, no. This happened in 3 days. It was so fast. I've never seen a law go from the House to the Senate to the president's desk and be signed, right? And be put into law in 3 days. Are you kidding me? Right? It's like they really wanted this thing to happen. Why? Right before the election?
One last quick question. Sorry, just one last quick question. Justice Gorsuch had asked your friends on the other side whether the new administration on January 20th could extend the deadline. What's your position on that?
So I think it tees up a statutory interpretation question of whether there can be an extension after the time period for divestiture has lapsed. I would think the court might start with its decision in the Hawley Frontier case, which did recognize the ability to get an extension after a lapse like that.
So it's your position that they could?
We have not run it to ground, in part because it's simply not presented here, and I'm not prepared to take a position on that statutory interpretation question. I do want to emphasize, though, that my friends have pointed to January 19th or 9 days from now as a moment when TikTok might go dark. At the outset, of course, Congress was hoping to prompt a divestiture, but I think the more important thing to focus on now is that even if that were to happen, Congress specifically anticipated it and provided authority to lift these restrictions as soon as there's a qualified divestiture. And the reason for that is because foreign adversaries do not willingly give up their control over this mass communications channel in the United States. And I think Congress expected we might see something like a game of chicken, ByteDance saying, we can't do it, China will never let us do it. But when push comes to shove and these restrictions take effect, I think it will fundamentally change the landscape with respect to what ByteDance is willing to consider. And it might be just the jolt that Congress expected the company would need to actually move forward with the divestiture process. So it's not.
You try to bully them and they call out your bluff. So this is why we're here in the Supreme Court. Do not sell your app, sir. Don't sell it.
Irrevocable.
That's an interesting point, and I hope Mr. Francisco or Mr. Fisher, whoever's delivering the rebuttal, will address it. So if we were to affirm and TikTok were forced to cease operations on January 19th, you say that there could be divestiture after that point and TikTok could again begin to operate the way, continue to operate.
That's exactly right. There's nothing permanent or irrevocable that happens on January 19th. And I think that Congress might have thought that we get in a situation here where a foreign adversary is doing whatever it can to just not comply. It's hoping the United States is going to blink first through our court system or through the executive branch getting cold feet about enforcing the law. But Congress set a deadline, and I think it thought that deadline would have a forcing function.
Well, let me ask you a question about your effort to draw a distinction between ByteDance's speech and TikTok's speech. So suppose that the People's Republic of China funds a movie and there is an entity in the United States, a U.S. corporation, that thinks, wow, this is a great movie. And while the PRC would not have a First Amendment right to show it in the United States, would you say that the American company would not have a First Amendment right to do that? Because whatever expression there is in that movie, it's the PRC's expression. It's not their expression.
No, I wouldn't make that argument. And I want to be really
careful. I thought that was the argument that was being made, no?
No. So our argument is that this is not a direct regulation of protected speech in the first place, or at most it would warrant intermediate scrutiny because of the indirect effects that it might have on the American users or on the U.S. subsidiary. We're not suggesting that if Congress sought to directly regulate and prohibit speech in the United States based on concerns about its content or viewpoint, that's somehow immune from First Amendment scrutiny just because it comes from a foreign source. Obviously, that kind of law is going to trigger strict scrutiny. And I imagine it would be a different constitutional analysis because it's hard to imagine the same profound national security harms that would exist in that scenario as compared to what we have here.
Thank you.
General, isn't the whole point of the divestiture requirement that the content on TikTok would be different if it was owned by a different company? I'm still struggling with your insistence that this is content neutral versus content based when we have that kind of circumstance?
The reason that I am continuing to try to hold the line on that is because there is nothing in the act that would directly dictate any different mix of content on TikTok. The U.S. subsidiary could use the same algorithm, show the same content by the same users in exactly the same order. It's not about trying to interfere with the U.S. subsidiary's exercise of editorial judgment in any relevant sense. Instead, all Congress was doing was homing in on the problems of having a foreign adversary be able to interject itself and be able to harvest
But
the
your
data.
friends on the other
exercise.
side say that the motivation for doing that is because the foreign adversary might influence or change the content. So content matters, doesn't it?
I think that content was relevant to Congress's concern about an adversary having control over the communications channel. I think not, again, because of any particular concern about viewpoints or subjects, but just
isn't
that
that relevance? Isn't that relevance enough to trigger at least some scrutiny, with a heightened scrutiny from the standpoint of our legal tests?
I certainly understand that intuition, and if the court thought that it were prudent to simply try to rule narrowly here and not dictate broader First Amendment principles, we have no problem with the court assuming that heightened scrutiny applies. We think the law easily satisfies it. We do think that intermediate scrutiny is a more appropriate framework for this kind of law that's not directly targeting protected speech. But in any event, there's a compelling national security interest here, and the law isn't just narrowly tailored, it's precisely tailored. It's trying to fix the thing that's creating the problem, which is the PRC's involvement and the Chinese government's ability to exercise this control over the corporate entities.
How are we supposed to think about the two different rationales here and how they interact? The data collection rationale, which seems to me at least very strong, the covert content manipulation rationale, as the hypotheticals have illustrated, raise much more challenging questions for you about how far that goes. And if that alone, if you didn't have the data collection piece, you only had the covert content manipulation piece. And then Mr. Fisher's point, Mr. Francisco's, that Congress would not have enacted this just based on the data collection rationale alone. Just your understanding of how the two arguments fit together.
Sure, and let me walk through our defense of the data protection rationale and why we think it's a full justification for this law, and the court could stop there and then be responsive to their arguments that somehow the interest in preventing covert manipulation somehow taints it. So just on data protection, I think that it should be beyond dispute that, of course, our nation has an enormous interest in keeping the sensitive data out of the hands of our foreign adversary. And it should also be beyond dispute that our foreign adversary has an existing capability through its laws and through the way that these companies are integrated to get its hands on that data. There is no question that Congress was sincerely motivated by that concern. There's a whole lead up to the statute here where the executive branch across two different presidential administrations was expressing concerns about the data problems. Congress was extensively briefed on those problems. It passed a companion data protection statute at the same time that was intended to prevent selling data to foreign adversary nations. The statute is shot through with protections that I think are key to this concern about closing off the vulnerability of access to the data. So that's a sincere justification for Congress's desire here to act. We think it's a compelling interest and it's narrowly tailored. Then you get to the question of what to do about the fact that there's also this interest in covert content manipulation. And in the First Amendment context, this court in cases like Heffron has made clear that once you have a justification that satisfies the First Amendment, you don't need to go further and look at other justifications to decide whether they would independently satisfy First Amendment scrutiny. So I think it's not necessary for the court to go on and probe whether it thinks that covert content manipulation itself independently justifies the law. Now, my friends say that's all fine and good, but they think covert content manipulation is just per se illegitimate. And I honestly don't understand how that argument could carry the day, because just imagine if Congress passed a law that said the PRC can't covertly manipulate TikTok. Obviously, that law is not going to violate any constitutional principle. It's a laudable goal, I think, for our legislature to protect us from foreign adversary interference like that. And so there's nothing that's inherently impermissible about wanting to guard against that risk. Maybe you could say that it sweeps in too much protected speech in the way it's operationalized in the act here, but there's certainly no fundamental taint or anything akin to racial discrimination to call into question whether Congress could seek to vindicate that as one of many interests. So I guess to just kind of bring it all together, what I would say to the court is they have basically acknowledged that data protection is a compelling interest. That was Congress's real interest. It provides a sufficient basis on its own to uphold this law. The court could say just that and affirm.
I don't know how we do that unless we accept your argument that the post-divestiture provision that stops them from conferring on the algorithm is not a speech impediment, meaning it's very hard for me to say that it's not to decide that question, that it is a speech impediment, and one that on its face itself has to be analyzed separately from the data.
So, Justice Sotomayor, let me begin by saying, again, that we do think that an interest in preventing any operational agreement between the U.S. subsidiary and ByteDance, which is the relevant provision you're talking about, is justified by data protection alone. And that includes with respect to cooperation on a content recommendation algorithm, specifically because of the concern that it necessitates data flows between the companies. So I think that as a factual matter, that could justify Congress enacting. But to the extent that you think that actually the prohibition on coordinating with respect to an algorithm reflects some kind of impermissible content-based problem with the statute has a severability clause, and I certainly don't think that it would give the court a basis to invalidate this law or to stop it from operating with respect to all of the provisions that operate to protect data security. At most, it would suggest that that little piece of the law has to be on its own, severed from the rest of how the statute operates.
How does that affect whether we would apply, because assuming it's data protection, then I would think that strict scrutiny wouldn't necessarily apply. I could understand applying intermediate scrutiny. But how do we do that with respect to this part, the algorithm issue? How do we get to intermediate scrutiny with respect to that?
The way you get to intermediate scrutiny there is to recognize that prohibiting foreign adversary control over the operations of the platform, including with respect to the fundamental backbone of the system, is not based on any protected speech or content based in the relevant sense. I've been thinking of it as akin to something like a piece of software you might have on your phone that would allow the Chinese government to listen in on every American conversation. If Congress wanted to enact a law that patched up that vulnerability and said, you can't use that piece of software or you can't coordinate with Chinese companies with respect to it, clearly we would recognize that closing off that capability of China is a laudable and, in fact, compelling government interest. And I think when it comes to the risks that foreign adversary control pose here, it's similar in kind. It's simply trying to prevent access by the Chinese government to the TikTok system writ large, and that includes through the use of the algorithm.
Thank you.
Could the president say that we're not going to enforce this law?
I think as a general matter, of course, the president has enforcement discretion.
Would that then adequately protect, would that be binding? In other words, protect the regulated community such that they could rely on that, your due process principles going forward?
That raises a tricky question. So I think there would be
Then it's
a
not
strong.
going to be adequate.
Well, I think there is a strong due process argument that the third-party service providers could invoke if there were enforcement action based on a period of time when the president said the law wouldn't be enforced. The kind of
They're not going
canonical
to take
case.
that risk unless they have the assurance that a presidential statement of non-enforcement is, in fact, something that can be fully relied on, because the risk is too severe otherwise, right?
I think that they might judge that based on this court's precedent in the due process space and principles of entrapment by estoppel, maybe they have a sufficient safeguard here to allow them to continue to operate. I would think even before a non-enforcement policy were announced, of course, the president-elect would want to review all of the updated national security information that has come in over the last 4 years that undergird Congress's judgment here. But the final thing I would say is that even if you think the third-party providers are simply going to choose not to continue to provide these services because it's too much of a risk to take on, again, that's not anything permanent or irrevocable, and that might be just what the PRC and ByteDance need to start taking seriously some of the public reporting about interest in acquiring the company.
At one point, Mr. Francisco suggested that what we might want to do and what he would regard as certainly preferable to a decision affirming on the merits is to issue an injunction pending, I guess, consideration of what we now regard as the cert petition that was filed here. What do you think of that suggestion?
So I think this court doesn't have any basis to enter a temporary injunction unless it thinks petitioners are likely to succeed on the merits of their First Amendment claim. And to be honest, I think that there is no argument to be made that you should find that likely success. This is an act of Congress. This isn't some unilateral action by the executive branch, but it actually was action in parallel between the executive and Congress, where Congress took action to close up a loophole in some of our laws. The executive had tried to force divestiture of TikTok under the Trump administration, but that had gotten tied up in litigation about those authorities. So Congress came in and provided additional authority based on a substantial record, including with respect to the data harm. And I don't see any basis for this court to displace the deadline that Congress set without finding that actually there is a potential First Amendment problem here.
Do you think we have the authority to issue an administrative stay as we have done in other cases, or do you think that the January 20 deadline prohibits us from doing that?
I don't think this court has a...
But I think that's the question he should know himself. Like, why is he asking her? Is she your aide? Are these people not intelligent? Like, I'm like, why is he asking her? Aren't you the Supreme Court justice? Like, shouldn't you know this? What?
Formal basis to not issue an administrative stay if it believed that that was necessary to assist in the court's own consideration of the case. And I would obviously defer to the court and whether it has a sufficient time to resolve the case. But we are here ready to submit the case today. And I think it is in the interest of Congress's work and our national security to resolve the case and allow the statute to take effect.
Can I just test to see whether your recollection of what Mr. Francisco said about a warning is consistent with mine? I did not hear him say, he can address this in rebuttal, that it would be acceptable to his client if Congress had said there has to be a stark warning on every TikTok, such as warning, communist China is using TikTok to manipulate your thinking and to gather potential blackmail material. Did you hear him say that that would be okay?
I don't think he's made that concession, but even if he had, I don't think that would address the government's national security concerns. And one of the points here is that it's not just data privacy. So even if you could somehow put users on notice that the PRC could obtain their data and they choose to disregard that, it's not a data privacy interest, it's a national security interest. There's a distinct sovereign harm to the United States if our foreign adversary can collect this massive data set about 170 million Americans. And as Justice Kavanaugh touched on, there are a lot of teenagers using TikTok today who might ignore a warning like that and not really care, but they're going to grow up and they might become members of our military. They might become senior government officials. And for the Chinese government to have this vast trove of incredibly sensitive data about them, I think obviously exposes our nation as a whole to a risk of espionage and blackmail. I did want to touch briefly on the questions about history and tradition here, because my friends have said several times that the Communications Act of 1934, which we think is roughly analogous to the type of restriction that Congress was seeking to enact here, is justified entirely by concerns about scarcity, how you can't have sufficient bandwidth. And I, of course, recognize that scarcity is what created the need for a licensing regime in the first place. But I think it's important to clarify the historical record here that in choosing to limit foreign control of radio stations, of broadcast stations, Congress specifically cited a concern about national security. That is written into the statute. National defense was one of the listed purposes of having that kind of restriction. And so I don't think my friends can succeed in being dismissive of that concern about history and tradition and what it shows about the national security judgments that undergird this law. The one other factual point I wanted to make to be responsive to a few points that my friends have.
The funny thing, if you notice with her, they just let her talk. She just talked. The other man, Francisco, they kept cutting him off. He couldn't really express himself. Fisher, it wasn't as bad. But her, it's like, they're just letting this girl just talk. And I'm like, she's talking a whole lot, saying a whole bunch of nothing.
Touched on relates to whether TikTok US has the ability to alter this algorithm, whether divestiture is feasible, how ByteDance has manipulated the platform in the past. With respect to the algorithm, I think we're simply talking past each other. We don't dispute that TikTok US might engage in some functions in the United States to customize the algorithm for a US audience. The thing we're worried about is happening long before that over in China, where ByteDance is developing the source code, creating the basic backbone and functioning of the system, and is then blasting out the algorithm for use by the various subsidiaries in their home country. So we're not seeking to regulate any activity that TikTok US is engaged in here. Instead, what Congress is doing is trying to close off the vulnerability of PRC access abroad. With respect to the feasibility of divestiture, my friends have said it would have been impossible to do this within 270 days. At the outset, obviously, there's no inherent impediment to divesting a social media company. We just saw Elon Musk buy X or Twitter in about 6 months from offer to completion. And even with respect to this particular company, I think my friends are not well positioned to complain about the timeline, because they've been on notice since 2020 that unless they could satisfy the federal government's national security concerns, divestiture might be required. But in any event, I don't think that the court should fault Congress for trying to balance competing interests here in making sure that there was a period for compliance and trying to preserve access to the platform for Americans while taking steps to safeguard against the risk to national security. Finally, with respect to the question of whether ByteDance has taken action on the PRC's demands, there is evidence in the record that Congress consulted to demonstrate that outside of China, ByteDance has taken action to misappropriate data at the PRC's request. That included efforts to track dissidents in Hong Kong, protesters there, to track Uyghurs in China itself. We know that ByteDance has misappropriated U.S. data with respect to surveilling of U.S. journalists, and there was evidence in the record reinforcing the conclusion that ByteDance has been asked by the PRC to undertake efforts to censor content and manipulate the platform at the behest of the Chinese government. So I don't think there is a factual basis to dispute the record.
That American, y'all remember the American Saudi, there's a Saudi American journalist who was, I forgot where he was, and he was trying to renew his visa. He was trying to do some kind of paperwork, right? And somehow the Saudis were informed because he had critiqued Crown Prince Mohammed, and they sent like killers from Saudi Arabia to find him, trap him in the basement, and cut him into pieces. Like, was it not Facebook who gave away his location and the man ended up getting killed? I don't know if you guys remember. I'll look it up. But he was a Saudi American journalist. Was it in Egypt? I don't know where it was. But he went to some embassy to get his paperwork done, and they knew he was there. They flew the people from Saudi Arabia, like these people that have these big knives, and they trapped the man in the basement. They tortured him, and then they cut him into pieces. And I'm like, was it not Facebook who gave his data? Or even like when Facebook gave our data to Cambridge Analytica, like, did they have to go through any of this? No. Mark Zuckerberg got a slap on the wrist.
Heard that Congress had before it. If the court has no further questions.
General, if I understood correctly, under President-elect's first term, he passed an executive order requiring divestiture, correct?
That's right.
And this, that was challenged in court and state as a result of him exceeding his executive power to do that. But this bill followed a bipartisan investigation, correct?
Yes, that's right.
I am a little concerned that a suggestion that a president-elect or anyone else should not enforce the law when a law is in effect and has prohibited a certain action, that a company would choose to ignore enforcement on any assurance other than the change in that law. But putting that aside, on the 19th, if it doesn't shut down, there is a violation of law, correct?
Yes,
And whatever the new president does doesn't change that reality for these companies.
that's right.
How long is the statute of limitations in effect, assuming that they violated it that day and later continue to violate it? But how long does the statute of limitations exist for a civil violation of this sort?
It would be a 5-year statute of limitations.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. A rebuttal?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, for points, all of which go to why we think this law would fail, whether you apply intermediate scrutiny or strict scrutiny. I'd like to begin with the least restrictive alternative, simply prohibiting TikTok Incorporated from disseminating any of the sensitive user data to anyone, including ByteDance, under the threat of massive penalties. That is definitely a less restrictive alternative. Now, my friend pointed to the NSA negotiations. Well, the sensitive user data that we're talking about and that were of concern in the NSA negotiations were not the type of technical data that she's talking about. The NSA did allow certain types of non-sensitive technical data to go back and forth, but that wasn't anybody's concern. And as we say in page 23 of our briefs, they simply cut off the negotiations without ever raising those concerns. But to be clear, if that's a concern, sweep that into the ban too. Put in that non-sensitive technical data into the ban too. We'll deal with that. It's a lot better than simply being forced to shut down. So that is most definitely a less restrictive alternative that would address data security. We talked about the under-inclusiveness and Temu and Shein, the two large e-commerce sites. Justice Kagan, you might have seen Temu during the Super Bowl. It was heavily advertised. It's one of the most popular e-commerce applications in the United States. It's got 70 million users. Justice Sotomayor, you were asking what they collect. This is from Joint Appendix 339 to 343, the U.S.-China Economic and Security Commission review report. Shein relies on tracking and analyzing user data, draws on customer data and search history with the assistance of artificial intelligence algorithms. It requests users share their data and activity.
Oh, she didn't read this before they showed up? Like, this lady is a bum. She didn't read this before she showed. This is crazy. These people are they're just ratchet. What is this?
From other apps, including social media. So they apparently go into your social media apps and suck up all of the information. Because they're e-commerce apps, they take names, addresses, and credit card information. If you look at the privacy policies on their website, they collect location data. It looks like they might even collect, at some level, GPS location data. So they collect massive amounts of data. Point 3. Their mere covertness argument makes no sense for the reasons that the court explored. If mere covertness were the issue, a disclosure would make perfect sense. Yet they're not concerned about mere covertness. They're concerned, as my friend suggested, with getting Americans to argue with each other. Well, you know, as far as I can tell, that's what news organizations do in this country every single day. That's what we call editorial content. That's what we call content itself. And so it's trained directly on the content. But even if you thought somehow that the mere covertness were the issue, that definitely could be addressed through a risk disclosure. So the data sharing ban, the risk disclosure, those are obvious, less restrictive alternatives. And had the government considered them and rejected them, we would be in a different position. But if you look at this record, those are two less restrictive alternatives that the government did not address at all. Whether you apply strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny, that is fatal, because under both standards, restricting speech has to be the last resort, not the first one. And when you fail to consider less restrictive alternatives, you fail under either standard. My final substantive point is we absolutely think this court has the authority to enter an administrative stay. I didn't understand my friend to disagree with that. We think that given the enormity of this decision, given the complexity of this case, it would make perfect sense for this court to enter an administrative stay. I also think you could enter a preliminary injunction. Yes, likelihood of success is one standard, but you don't have to determine ultimate success. And as you do in other related contexts, like with respect to stays, you often make clear that you are not addressing the merits of the case. I think you could do that here. The bottom line, Your Honor, is this case ultimately boils down to speech. What we're talking about is ideas. And my friends on the other side, when you cut through everything else, are ultimately worried that the ideas that appear on the TikTok platform could in the future somehow manipulate Americans, could somehow persuade them, could somehow get them to think something that they ought not be thinking. Well, that whole notion is at war with the First Amendment. If the First Amendment means anything, it means that the government cannot restrict speech in order to protect us from speech. That's precisely what this law does from beginning to end, whether you look at its text, whether you look at the government's justifications in its brief, where they talk about being worried about speech criticizing our leaders or undermining democracy. It's what you see in the House report, which trains specifically on the dangers of misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. And it's what you see in this legislative record writ large, which is saturated with objections to TikTok's existing content. We ask that you reverse the court below. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until Monday next at 10 o'clock.
You guys, so we have to be we'll have to be outside.
President-elect.
We'll have to be outside Monday at 10 o'clock. I don't know why this one is a bit longer though. Let me see.
Non-sensitive technical data into the ban. 2, will one standard, but you don't have to determine ultimate success. And as you do in other related contexts, like with respect to stays, you often make clear that you are not addressing the merits of the case. I think you could do that here. The bottom line, Your Honor, is this case ultimately boils down to speech.
Yep.
What we're talking about is ideas. And my friends on the other side, when you cut through everything else, are ultimately worried that the ideas that appear on the TikTok platform could in the future somehow manipulate Americans, could somehow persuade them, could somehow get them to think something that they ought not be thinking. Well, that whole notion is at war with the First Amendment. If the First Amendment means anything, it means that the government cannot restrict speech in order to protect us from speech. That's precisely what this law does from beginning to end, whether you look at its text, whether you look at the government's justifications in its brief, where they talk about being worried about speech criticizing our leaders or undermining democracy. It's what you see in the House report, which trains specifically on the dangers of misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. And it's what you see in this legislative record writ large, which is saturated with objections to TikTok's existing content. We ask that you reverse the court below. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until Monday next at 10 o'clock.
Okay. Look, I thought he said more. Now let's look over here though at the people on TikTok, what they're saying.
Something I love about the CEO of TikTok is one thing about that man, he is going to stand on business.
Okay.
I don't know if everybody remembers when UMG literally came on this app and we're like, y'all are not paying us enough for streaming our artists' fucking music. And the CEO of TikTok literally was like, I don't give a fuck about y'all little fucking artists. Take it or fucking leave it, ho. And now I was talking to a friend yesterday and I was like, yeah, we're probably going to at least get like, 6 to 12 more months. Let's say y'all got, if this shit don't go through, they say y'all got 10 fucking days to wrap it up. Something I love about the CEO.
And you know what though? If TikTok gets an injunction, I think this is going to be like the biggest app in the world. Like it really is, because sometimes the more people persecute you, like it just makes you more relevant.
TikTok CEO seems very strategic and smart, almost as if I think he probably has a different plan, or he's just really confident about it not being banned. TikTok CEO seems very strategic and smart, almost as if I think he probably has
he's okay with this
different plan, or he's just really confident about it not being banned. TikTok.
He ain't scared. He's not scared. And I'm like, good for him, because don't let anybody bully you. Yep. Don't sell it. I would love to see how far it goes.
So it's official, y'all. TikTok is leaving the United States on a...
It's not official. You just saying all kinds of bullshit. You want views. But I'm like, Don't sell it. You've come this far. Don't sell it. Let's see how far it goes.
Hi, everyone.
Why won't ByteDance?
Hi,
Fine.
He said, I'm going to say something very unpopular here, but the TikTok CEO deserves the utmost respect and credit for not adhering to the United States government and resisting to sell. He's standing on business, and truly that's incredible. We should take a look at him and his action and find value and find inspiration on how to deal with America. TikTok is getting banned, and I'm devastated as a creator, but I'm proud that the CEO stood on business and did not bend to America. Okay. Yeah. Don't sell it. Because my thing is, if it gets banned, they'll come back. I don't know how, but I'm like, these people are going to come back. Because the Chinese people out there are extremely resilient. Okay. But here's his TikTok. This dude, he never looked stressed to me. He don't even look like he getting sued. He don't even look like he getting sued. That is crazy.
Dubai. And do you know what the hottest thing in Dubai is right now?
Yeah.
It's fixed chocolate. I'm here with Yazan and Sarah. Hi everyone, it's Show here. I'm really happy to share that TikTok and the World Health Organization have come together to launch a year-long initiative to raise awareness for a very important topic, mental health. TikTok is making a $3 million donation to support WHO's FIDES global network to destigmatize mental health conditions and create an important.
Yeah, he never looked stressed to me.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. I'm here in Paris and I'm really looking forward to the Olympics. Would you like to see what our office has prepared for the creators?
This dude, he never looked stressed to me. Nah, whatever. You would not even think that this man is getting sued. They threatened to close his app.
Hi everyone. I'm here in Paris.
He's out there living his best life. He's doing whatever he wants to do. Okay. And the thing about him, though, compared to other like CEOs, he's really out here meeting people. Like he's out here meeting people. He's outside with people. When it comes to Adam, that's his name, right? Adam, the CEO of Instagram. Has he ever invited anybody? You know, does he invite anyone to that? Like, you know, because I'm like, you go on TikTok, a lot of people got invited to go to the like TikTok headquarters. Like they go there, they eat some food, take pictures, whatever, get to meet people. You know, I have never really seen the CEO of Instagram invite anyone. They don't invite people. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah. No, TikTok really is for the people. They do not compare. Good for him. Man getting sued, don't even care. He getting sued, he don't care. Don't even like you're getting sued. You know? They look like he's getting sued. Not losing weight. Skincare on fleek. Skin on fleek. You don't look stressed, huh? Wow. Well, listen. Sometimes you gotta believe in yourself. Yeah, you really gotta believe in yourself. So I guess they'll come back on Monday. We're gonna be outside on Monday. We'll see what happens. But I'm like, don't sell your company. You've made it this far, right? You haven't budged this far. So if they want to ban it, let them do it. They're gonna have hell to pay for it. Yeah. I really think he should go on the Joe Rogan podcast. I really think he should. But I think he's a great CEO, though. The people love him. Like, he's the people's champ. But I'm like, you've made it this far. That you've never budged. You know? There's like, what, 9 days left? I guess like 8 days now. Like less than, oh my gosh, it's like less than 8 days. Okay. You have like 8 days left, right? So if you don't get the injunction, go black. When Trump gets in office, if he can bring it back, then so be it. Otherwise, no, don't sell your business. Don't sell your algorithm because don't sell it because that's what makes TikTok like amazing. But I do believe like if they can overcome this, TikTok is going to be the biggest app. Like they're going to be undefeated. Like they're going to be undefeated. Like their influence will grow. Their number of users will go all the way up. The views going to be crazy. Like I might even get back on the Stairmaster. Okay. But I'm like, cause when they try to censor you, it makes people want you even more. Like this is the kind of press money can't buy. This is really the kind of exposure that money cannot buy because after this, if they make it through this, YouTube will not be able to compete. Instagram, Meta, they're not going to be able to compete. Snapchat will not be able to compete. Yes. They're going they're going to have hell to pay. And all these senators and all these representatives who voted to ban TikTok, they're going to have hell to pay. Because I promise you, people going to make sure to go vote their asses out. But I'm like, if you can survive this, you're gonna be golden. Like you're gonna have the biggest app in America for life. Because I don't see who else is gonna be throwing you. Like when it comes to short form content and the TikTok shop, goated. Like I love the TikTok shop. TikTok was an experience, y'all. It was fun. And hopefully TikTok stays. If it doesn't, I'm sure they'll come back with a different app. But either way, that's part of being an entrepreneur. Sometimes you lose your business, and guess what? You get back up, you try again, you do something different. Okay, TikTok 2.0, it's gonna be amazing. And that's why I feel as though in the language of their law, they didn't say that they had to erase the data because they don't even want TikTok to be gone. They just want to control it. They love it. They love the product. Okay, so he's not stupid, but he's incredibly smart, and I can't wait to see what he does. Can't wait to see it. Okay, that's it, you guys. This was my live for today. Hopefully, YouTube does not get mad at me. But free speech is not free on YouTube. There's a price to pay for speaking your mind on YouTube, but that's that. Yeah. If they survive this, you guys, all of y'all need to get on TikTok. The views is going to be ridiculous. The creator fund, ridiculous. Like, it's going to be a whole new thing. Because it's reminding me of like NWA. Because when they first came out, a lot of people were trying to censor NWA. But all it did was make people want their music more. All it did was make people want their music more. Because the more you try to ban something, the more you're making it cool to the young people. Right? And there's something about that. Yeah. There's something about that Instagram is not going to have, Facebook is not going to have, YouTube is not going to have. Because now people are going to look at YouTube and Meta like, y'all was in bed with the government. We can't trust y'all. But the fact that TikTok is fighting like this for free speech and they're fighting for their creators like that, that's the kind of loyalty that, I don't know how else you can get that. But the kind of press that TikTok is currently getting through this, money can't buy that. I never seen no social media app go all the way to Supreme Court. Like, that's crazy. That is really, really crazy. So shout out to TikTok. It's a beautiful thing to have money because when you have money, you can fight. No. People don't really want Instagram like that. Like my favorite apps is like TikTok first. Like sometimes it's YouTube. I guess like YouTube, TikTok, but Instagram, I just go there to be messy. But if it's Instagram, for me, that's me personally. Instagram could be gone, I would miss it. Like TikTok was the first to even let us use music like that. Like, I was like, wow, we can actually use music. And then YouTube was like, yeah, y'all can actually use music. I'm like, so all this time we could have used music? Like, what is this? As long as you tag the artist, like, the what? How many people got a copyright strike for having music? They really changed the music industry. And then you got to discover all this music, dance moves, a lot of African artists, like whether it's Afrobeats and piano, a lot of even like West African music too. A lot of people, like not just, Congolese, Ivory, a lot of African artists got to be super famous because of TikTok. A lot of compa music also went big because of TikTok. A lot of music, like we discovered so much music because of TikTok. I don't know what they're gonna do, child. They're so weird. Okay. But but like, yeah. TikTok was an experience, man. It really was. And they big man. But Shu, be praying for you. You're an amazing CEO. Don't sell your company. Go black. Stand up for free speech, right? Stand up for all of us because we ain't got money to fight these people. We suffer in the hands of these people, but you have a lot of money at your disposal. So fight these people. Monday, we sure will be outside on Monday to see what they say. Yeah. Last. Now everybody go try breakfast. We go Jayo. Ooh, okay. Oh, TikTok. TikTok was an experience, man. They try to scare this man. He's like, I ain't selling my stuff. I'm not selling my app. Do whatever you want to do. I ain't selling it. You know, but I ain't selling it. And good for him. But it's really nice to see people stand up for what they believe, though. Because not everybody can, you know. It's not easy. But good for him for standing up for what he believes. He's like, I ain't selling nothing. Wow, you're seriously brave. You're seriously brave because it was a lot. It was really a lot. Good job. If you have money, you should fight. When you don't have money, you can't afford to fight. What is he saying?
With the future of TikTok, and here are all the possible options. Here's everything you need to know. Before I continue, if TikTok is ever banned, I'll be on my Instagram, YouTube, Blue Sky, and Substack. All are linked to my bio, so follow me there. Option number 1, the Supreme Court can uphold the TikTok ban. Option number 2, the Supreme Court can overturn the TikTok ban, ruling it unconstitutional. Both of those will happen before January 19th. Option 3, the court can issue what is called an administrative stay, saying that it just needs more time to decide this complex issue. Option 4, it could issue a temporary injunction. Now, that's a different standard from an administrative stay because that likely means that TikTok has a good chance at succeeding on the merits of the case. Both the temporary injunction and the administrative stay could be issued as soon as tonight or tomorrow. They'll be issued sooner than the 19th. The next option is just do nothing and let the TikTok ban go into effect. Those are the 5 options right now. We don't know what they're going to do, but as soon as we get more information on the future of TikTok.
Good. Don't touch your app. Don't touch it. Get big mad.
It only works if you understand. This is one. It only.
I'm a lawyer.
Mr. Chow,
I'm an attorney.
the CEO of TikTok has confirmed they will not sell the app to a U.S. company, which would lead to a ban of the app in the United States.
Look at it. This is a ban bill. You know, in this form, it's passed into law. This is a ban on our app in this country.
This bill is going to be introduced to the Senate on March 22nd. As of right now, we know there's a majority of senators.
He said, I ain't selling nothing.
It only works if you. This is.
That's TikTok.
Hi, everyone.
People said that you.
Hi, everyone. It's Show here. As you may have heard, Congress passed a bill that the president signed into law that is designed to ban TikTok in the United States. That will take TikTok away from you and 170 million Americans who find community and connection on our platform. Make no mistake, this is a ban on TikTok and a ban on you and your voice. Politicians may say otherwise, but don't get confused. Many who sponsored the bill admit a TikTok ban is the ultimate goal. It's obviously a disappointing moment, but it does not need to be a defining one. It's actually ironic because the freedom of expression on TikTok reflects the same American values that make the United States a beacon of freedom. TikTok gives everyday Americans a powerful way to be seen and heard, and that's why so many people have made TikTok part of their daily lives. Rest assured, we aren't going anywhere. We are confident and we will keep fighting for your rights in the courts. The facts and the Constitution are on our side, and we expect to prevail again. Our community is filled with people who have found acceptance and compassion, offered inspiration and encouragement, increased their awareness, and brought into perspectives, ultimately adding more delight and joy to their lives. Our community is also filled with 7 million business owners who have built their livelihoods on TikTok. While we make our case in court, you'll still be able to enjoy TikTok like you always have. In fact, if you have a story about how TikTok impacts your life, we'll love for you to share it to showcase exactly what we're fighting for. Meanwhile, we will continue to invest and innovate to keep our community vibrant, exciting, and safe. Through our US data security efforts, we have built safeguards that no other peer company has made. We have invested billions of dollars to secure your data and keep our platform free from outside manipulation. I can't say this enough. This extraordinary diverse community is what makes TikTok so special, what makes it matter, and what makes it meaningful. And we'll keep working to ensure you will always have the opportunity, the safety, and the freedom to enjoy all TikTok has to offer. Thank you.
Well, he said what he said. He has something.
Hi, everyone. It's show.
How do I get to this one?
It only works if you.
Hey guys, have you ever? The recommendation algorithm is really just math. So for example, if you like videos 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I like videos 1, 2, 3, and 5, maybe he liked videos 1, 2, 3, and 6, then what's going to happen is, because we like 1, 2, 3 at the same time, he's going to be shown 4, 5, 6, and so are we. And you can think about this repeated at scale in real time across more than 1 billion people. AI and machine learning has allowed this to be done at a very, very big scale. It learns the interest signals that people exhibit very quickly and shows you content that's really relevant for you in a very quick way. The other thing here is that we don't actually ask you 20 questions on whether you like a piece of content, what are your interests. We don't do that. We build that experience organically into the app experience. So you are voting with your thumbs, by watching a video, by swiping it, by liking it, by sharing it, you are basically exhibiting interest signals. And what it does mathematically is to take those signals, put it in a formula, and then matches it through pattern recognition. That's basically the idea behind it. The recommendation algorithm is really just math.
This is why I said earlier, like these Supreme Court justices, they're not sophisticated enough to understand this. Like, what Supreme Court justice has taken machine learning or like probability or like things like that? They all listen to stuff. But she's like, oh, but you can just make another one, right? I'm like, oh God, with your simple mind. Okay. But you guys, I'm gonna go to bed now. It's midnight. We've been here for a long time, almost like 10 hours. Ooh, Lord Jesus. The Bambino is still sleeping. Okay. But I hope you enjoyed this live. Hope you learned something new. I didn't plan to do this, but I look like some Joy Taylor or what's that girl's name? What's that girl's name? Blake Lively. Why does she lie like this? That girl's such a liar. Wow. We're going to get to a point, white women are not going to have any credibility in this country because it's like, okay, exactly. I don't think they get that. Hey, oh, thank you, Queen. Okay. I love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow, hopefully, by God's grace. Oh, Yumi. He's something else. Okay. Love y'all. Gotta go before he starts screaming at me. He's sleeping. He's so cute. I'm happy you did, Jelani. Bye, Erica. Mwah. Love you. See you tomorrow. By God's grace. I'll be outside. Bye-bye.